being unaligned with the healthy part of their nature, being aligned with the opposite of their nature. Yeah.
Whereas
That's fun.
bees do everything instinctively.
Right, and most animals, wild ones anyway, even the domesticated animals, more because of, I don't know, odd loyalty or whatever you want to call it to the pack, even end up having the same disease-like traits as a human just for following the wrong pack, So it's not like they're denying their instinct. Their instinct is to be loyal to the pack, and the human being happens to be unaligned with their nature. So now the animal gets the shit end of the stick in this case.
Well, they're not nice to other animals. They're only nice to other bees.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So meaning we should all be nice to each other, but not care about other animals.
No. No, that's not right. I'm just saying that this is the result of that. Well, we're live.
Yeah.
Just noticed.
I thought it might be cute if I went live right in the middle of a sentence.
Sure, why not? It's almost like it never ends anyway. The loop must go on.
Just to inform anybody who sees this, we were already talking backstage for an hour and a half before I even went live. So
has it been that long already? Holy shit!
I made. You should see. You would love the fucking thumbnail. The thumbnail is George. You know how I always liken you to George Clooney, right? Because your voice. Not that you sound like George Clooney, but it's like that kind of a voice. Mm-hmm. And so I went into AI and I said, make me a picture of a naked judge, but it wouldn't let me. I just thought I'd try because you tried the other day, and so it wouldn't let me. And it's called Nano Banana or something like that. Right. Nano Banana 1 or Nano Banana 2. That's and Google. So that's the name of the AI creating the picture thing, right?
Yeah. So, that's a Google AI too.
Yeah. I only use Google AI. So then I said, okay, make me a picture of a judge in a bikini, and they still wouldn't do it. And then I said, make me a judge in regular clothing. So they did, but they weren't. It wasn't like behind the judge's bench or whatever you call it, that thing that the judge sits at. So I had to do that. And then I said, okay, make me a picture of a judge in Tarzan clothing. No, I said, make me a judge, Tarzan judge holding a gavel. So they did. And it was a picture, it looked like a picture of Kevin Sorbo. And Kevin Sorbo used to play Hercules. Damn fine looking man when he had long hair. So even short hair. So then I said, that guy gave me the idea of George Clooney. So I said, okay, and it was like it was a nice, cut man. And so I said, make me the exact same picture, but put George Clooney's face. So they did, and they gave him long hair. And it's like sort of graying too, which, I love that. And so I said, that's it. Great. Thank you. And so it's George Clooney, all finely cut like Tarzan, in Tarzan clothing, sitting on top of the bench, like on top of the desk, with a gavel in his hand, and it says, "To judge or not to judge." That's new. Said, "To judge or not to judge." That is Nudy's question.
Is that what you meant? Because in the top here, I see to judge or not to budge.
Budge.
Yeah, that's what you put in the. That's what I see on the top of the stream.
Crap! And now I can't. I don't know if I can change it while I work on live.
I think you can. Okay. I forget how. You're probably on phone too.
I'm on the phone, yeah.
Yeah, I think that you got to go into an edit thing. To judge or not to judge. No, that's not my thing. No, that's not my thing. Not
You
to judge and not to
said,
judge. No,
you said, hold on, maybe I can fix it.
that's an interesting topic too. Interesting topic.
Well,
Question.
you said something about, uh,
Who
let
is
me go back to it.
qualified to judge,
Who is qualified to judge? Yeah.
and who is qualified to decide who's qualified to judge?
And then you said something about or not, something like that.
I'd have to go back and
What?
read.
That's I'm going back and reading. Hold on, just got to open up text now.
There was another one I thought of after, but now I got to get back in that frame of mind because
I had to come up with a title, and so I was trying to think of something. Oh, okay. I went too far back because I've got Elon giving a nerd some Pringles. So I went too far back.
sometimes it's
Recce,
good. This AI stuff it spits out. That's. I was surprised. I was like, that's perfect. If Fruity had showed me that and said she drew it, I would have believed her.
I still. Why can't I find where you said we talked? The whole talk was on text now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't find what you said. How it would make a nice topic, and
Okay, I'll find it. Now you got me wondering. Sick.
it's like that part is missing.
Okay.
That's my cream soda can.
Trees for sure. Nature stuff. Who is qualified to judge and who is qualified to decide who's qualified? Can you backstage or live on that? Next is okay. Another topic idea. Is Charles Manson crazy? Or why is Charles Manson crazy?
Well, you just got to listen to him to know why he's crazy.
I disagree. I don't think he's crazy at all.
I'm not talking about his topics.
Well,
I'm talking about the way that he relates, the way he says what he's trying to say.
Yeah. So that would be another topic. Interesting topic.
The communication?
No, the idea of what crazy is. And who's the same kind of context? Who's the arbiter and qualified to decide what's crazy?
Me.
How so?
I judge what I consider crazy.
That doesn't mean you're qualified.
I think I'm qualified.
Yeah, that's the thing. I rest my case.
Okay, I've got it.
You would have to think in a logical sense here that crazy is not gonna see the crazy part. Certainly, the first thing that crazy would do would completely qualify themselves.
Well, I'm deciding for myself, therefore I'm qualified.
Deciding and qualified are not the same.
I am just yes,
You're qualified to decide.
I'm judging.
Qualified to ability wise, but that's not what I mean by qualified. Just being capable of something doesn't mean you're qualified to do it.
Well, qualified, you mean somebody else decides whether I'm qualified? I need a degree.
So that's part of the discussion is what would make somebody qualified. What would make somebody qualified to decide what makes something qualified,
Okay,
or
I'll tell you.
decide what a standard is, or a bar, or what anything of the
Okay,
sort when it comes to that.
since I'm not in the business of judging. I am in the business, not a business, but
I am,
I'm
but
in
go
the
on.
I'm in the and I'm just going to use the word loosely. I'm in the business of um, raising children, and I have spent my whole life
Hmm.
pondering the proper ways to raise a child. My whole life, since I was little and had dolls, since
Hmm.
I was little and getting punished, I was always deciding, or I was learning about what I think is the right way to bring up a child. And I got a lot of it right, considering who my child is. Now, some of who my child is, a lot of who my child is, has to do with her. I just, gave my half of the good genes, but also how I raised her is very important to how she turned out. And how she turned out was fucking amazing. Amazing. I mean, the only problem I have with her is I would like her to treat me better. But I'm the only one. She treats everybody else great. She is so compassionate, so kind, so helpful. And yet she knows the balance between taking care of herself and taking care of other people. So, like, for instance, where I will go all out to take care of other people and not care about myself, thinking that somehow that makes me a good person. Whereas she is a lot more healthy and knows the difference between going too far. And, she will help people, but she's not going to do it to the expense of herself. Maybe she loses some time that she wanted for herself or something like that. But she's not going to, you know, she would, if she only has a little bit of food, I'm just saying, just for instance, if she only had a little bit of food, she would give some to somebody else, but she's not going to give enough to somebody else then, and it's not have enough for herself,
Hmm.
right? So if I see somebody who's starving, and I'm not starving, I'm just hungry, I'm going to give them all my food because I only have a certain amount. And so I'll probably give them all my food because they need it more than me. Thinking somehow that makes me a good person, right? There's something inside me that wants to pat myself on the back and say, "You're a good person, Kathleen, because you did this." And whereas she doesn't do that, she would make sure that she has enough for herself and help somebody else, right? So she's just so great. So I know how to raise a child. I I instilled great things in her, and I treated her with such respect and kindness and understanding, and still got a great kid. Like, you have to punish them, right? There's just no way. You have to discipline them. But the way that I disciplined her was not by shaming her, not by not by hitting her, not by threatening to hit her, not by calling her names, nothing like that. I did it in a constructive way, and I did a good job. So I believe that I'm qualified. Now, if you were to put me in a position of a job doing that,
Wait.
they're
Finish that
gonna
sentence. Do you believe that you're qualified to what,
to
Dennis?
uh, to raise children,
Raise
to
children.
be a and to be a uh, somebody who you could come to for advice for raising children. So I believe I'm qualified. I'm super qualified. It's my superpower is raising children. And so, whereas if I went to go get a job doing that, I'd probably get fired. because I wouldn't follow the rules that they would set out. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah.
would probably have stupid rules,
You would be
and they wouldn't have anything
disqualified before you got in. You wouldn't get
before.
in.
Yeah, exactly. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm more than qualified. So when it comes to judging, as like judging for like for instance criminals, then I consider myself qualified to judge, but that doesn't mean that I am. And
What?
really, I watch a lot of body cam videos and stuff like that, and I am a complete fucking idiot. Like there are I listen to people's stories and I think that's believable. That's believable. And yet turns out they were lying the whole fucking time.
Right.
So I am not qualified to judge.
This is fascinating. Already not even too far into the conversation, I'll reveal one
Mm,
of my cards. Remember,
okay.
we were talking a little bit earlier in text,
Mhm.
and it was about the correlation between the view matching with Marilyn Manson there. Marilyn Manson, sorry, Manson, Charles Manson.
Charlie,
Um, Charles Manson.
Charlie
Yeah, yeah.
Manson. Yeah.
And I was telling you about that. We were talking about the anger thing with him
Uh huh.
that you saw
Hmm.
and whatnot.
Yeah.
And with me, I mentioned about the kind of my disgust with the tendency of human traits, the appalling part of the abuse and the dishonesty, and how I transmute that with the mirror
Mm,
thing. Well, I try different all the time. I change it up, try different tactics with that, experiments, if you will, different layers of mirrors, all kinds of different stuff. And
mm,
lately, I'm kind of on this tangent. I'm always trying to be constructive with that. And what it is lately is looking for focuses and discussion that gets people to be enthusiastic about being more honest with themselves.
right. That would be a really good trade if you could do that.
Well, that's what brought me that in my contemplations, right? To
Hmm.
put the thought into these topics for
Right.
discussion. And lo and behold, already I'm seeing. So that's fun to me, you know, when
You're going to give away a clue or something.
that is the card. That's the reason why that was the kind of the premise, the basis. Uh, in addition to the uh, interesting part in itself of the topics, that's the motive, if you will, behind
Is to find a way to make people enthusiastic of.
about doing the opposite of what I'm appalled by seeing so much of with people. Right, is to get them to uh, be enthusiastic about a focus that's the antithesis of the toxic side of the human trait, which is to reflect openly and without insecurity, to be confident and feel comfortable and be able to have a discussion about it.
You know something that is very much a reason why I'm here is because I wanted people. Well, it's not why I first came here. I first came here out of anger and just wanting to, you know, educate people on what they're missing out on the truth, but and also to learn in front of people so that if they're also learning, they might want to join me. Um, but then when I ran into the what do you call it, the drama crowd,
Hmm.
and then went through all that fucking trauma, um, I thought to myself, this is a good way to be a good person in amongst this crowd of hyenas and teach them because I thought they just didn't know how to be good people and they they might see me, and then, you can't tell people to be good, but you could show people by being good yourself and then letting them copy you, or letting them, you know,
Mm-hmm.
learn to be good. Now, of course, it didn't occur to me at the time that they just didn't want to be good.
Mm-hmm.
They like being the way they are, and they don't want to change.
Right.
So, I wasn't really teaching them anything except how to step on top of me.
Right.
But what really irks me is that I've spent over 4 years, almost 4.5 years here, pretty much doing the right thing compared to what they do. Like, in comparison, not necessarily the right thing like you do, but, just being a good example and not taking part. I've spent 4.5 years, and I only, for this last half a year, I've been a bad girl. And there was one guy named Mike Cerrone that I just wanted to slap silly. He's just such a fucking douchebag, and I loved shitting on him. And now he's changed. Now he went. I don't know what happened to him, but he disappeared for a bit. Some people say he tried to off himself. I don't know that that's true. He says he was in the hospital for pneumonia.
Oh.
Uh, but there seems to be this underneath kind of thing where people are pretty sure that he tried to off himself, and he's not, uh, saying that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he came back, and I don't think he's drinking anymore. I think while he was in the hospital, which was only about a week, he stopped drinking. I think. Who knows if he's picked it back up again or not? But at the beginning, when he first came out, it was pretty obvious he was not drinking. Whereas it was, if other people didn't accuse him of drinking, I would have never known that he was drinking. I just thought he was a douchebag. But he was not being a douchebag when he came back. He was being a regular person. And I just was on Vegas Valley the other night, which is where he's known as there. And I said I was proud of Mike. And most people don't like him, and they were going like this, and I was like, no, really, like. They said, well, what, do you like it when he did this and this and this? I said, no, I don't like it when he did those things, but he doesn't seem to be doing those things now, and he's trying to get better. So I think that it's my job to lift him up. Don't beat him while he's down, just lift him up and encourage him. And I feel that way, honestly. Like, it's not just like a, something I think, I've thought it out and it's logical and all this stuff. It is logical, but it's I really feel that it's important that
Mm-hmm.
we lift each other up. So I have spent all these years here doing the right thing, not joining in, not doxing, not, you know, doing anything like they're doing. I would always find good things to say to people. And the only times I didn't were when I was defending myself. I didn't go at them. They came at me, and then I went back at them. And when I did go back at them, like if I went back at AC, let's say, I'm going to go by what he's done, not uh, whether he puts butt pump plugs up his butt, or uh, go with the lies that people say that he was handing out candy to people with News Down Houston and all that stuff. I never ever went at him for nothing like that. I never went below the belt. I tried to be nice to him when he was nice to me, even though he was just being nice to me to get close enough so he could get content out of me. But I was always cordial or nice to him. I tried to find good things about him, and when I did, uh, what's his name? What's Truth took that spliced it up, put a unicorn and with my voice, and made it so that I said these things in a weird way, so that like when I said, well, you have children, don't you love spending time with them? And I was like, that's what I was saying to AC. And then what's truth turned that into that I was either trying to get into his life, like trying to find things out about his life for some nefarious reason, or that I was some kind of, you know, bad person about kids, like they have done a lot to me that I could have said, I could have struck them. I could have struck their videos for bullying and stuff like that, right? They wouldn't have got out of that. They'll get out of the copyright strikes and all that stuff, but they wouldn't get out of the bullying one.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I never struck them. I never went at them. I have been a peaceful being. I have been a helpful being. I could say lots of bad stuff as comments on their videos. Oh, you shouldn't say that. That was a lie. That was a lie. That was a lie. But I don't. If I have something good to say, I'll say it. If I don't have anything good to say, I don't say anything at all. So I have been a good example for them to follow, or at least for them to recognize. But they don't, because half the time they don't even remember me.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even remember me. I'm not a memorable character because I'm not going at somebody.
Their focus is not about that anymore. Like you said, it's about the content and making money. That's pop culture. That's most of what's on this platform. Most, well, I shouldn't say most, but a
Joe
good
Joe
a
didn't
good portion of it.
Joe, as in Vegas Valley Joe, not our Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Joe didn't remember me. He went to jail and then he came back out. I don't know, a year and a half later or something. Um, and then got big again, big in the drama, not big like YouTube big.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not remember that before he went to jail, that he tried to summon me to his panel to badmouth somebody else, AJ Onyx, aka Julia. He was bad mouthing her and kicking her around on his panel, and he heard me saying something on Ruru's panel. You know Ruru, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ruru. And so I was on Ruru's panel, and he saw that, and he saw me saying something bad about Julia, and then he said, "Oh, bring her here. Tell her to come here. I'll give her a link." And so I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm not going to go there to pile on Julia. I have something to say about Julia, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to join in on your, you know, fuckfest, against her. There's a difference, right? I had something to say to Julia, and Julia was on Ruru's panel, so I was saying it to Julia.
Mm-hmm.
I did not want to hurt her. I just wanted her to know what I thought, which was not a nice thing, but it wasn't something I was trying to hurt her with. And if it did hurt her, it's just me. It's not a whole bunch of people piling on her, right? So he tried to summon me, and I said no. And then I said, tell him to come here. So I summoned him, which normally people go to him, right? But I didn't. And so he came. I summoned him and he came. He doesn't remember that? Why? Because he blocked it out? Or because I just was not I was not memorable. And so he forgot who I was, and knew that he knew me before he went to jail. And a lot of people forget who I am. I'm just not memorable because I don't play their games. The only thing I'm memorable about is talking politics. Like if somebody said, "Oh, that girl is always talking about Palestine," that's the only way people are going to remember me. Otherwise, people don't remember me. because I just don't stand out. And it's really upsetting, not that I don't stand out, but that people have not realized that I am authentic. I don't know any other way to be but authentic. Doesn't mean I tell all my secrets, but me
is,
not telling all my secrets doesn't mean I'm lying.
is being concerned about that though serving you in a healthy way?
Well, if I know how you'd answer, but if you tried to get people to be enthusiastic about seeing themselves and being truthful with themselves, and it just wasn't worth working, would you feel frustrated?
No.
Yeah, I figured you'd say that. Well, it does frustrate me. If I try to do something and it's not working, it frustrates me. And I thought that after four and
I
a
get
half years, people would say, well, she's been here for 4.5 years. I've never seen her in the chat. They can say that about Mike Cerrone, but otherwise, I've never seen her in the chat talking bad about somebody. I've never seen her go on panel and attack somebody. I've never seen her dox. I've never seen her strike somebody. I've never seen her do any of these things.
hmm
She's a good person, and then treat me accordingly, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
like, don't be bad to her because she's not bad to other people. So exempt her from your being bad, right? You would think after 4.5 years that I would have already gained my reputation, but it doesn't work. No matter how good I am, it just doesn't work. They just
No.
still want to believe bad things about me. And
Well, let me elaborate a little bit because I'm not sure. Probably just because you know me, when you said that you knew that I would answer
yeah,
the no to be frustrated. Let me
right.
ask you something. Do you know why that's the case?
Because you don't expect things.
You're
You have
correct.
no
Yes.
expectations.
Yes. So
Yeah,
that would be the main reason. I go into something in anything without
right,
expectations. That's definitely
right.
the case.
You and
Um,
Nikki taught me that.
if anything as well, I would be expecting the opposite, especially the other part of the equation is qualifying for interest and genuine interest, right? It's kind of like a sales thing. You get to sort people for that,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you know
They're
the
not
type.
interested in being a good person, so they're not going to be recognizing the traits of a good person.
Yeah, so it's over before it started. Whereas, so I even if uh, even though I wouldn't be frustrated, I mean, you're you're going to have like a 0 to 100 ratio because of that factor, whereas I won't, because with the qualify for interest, there's a genuine chance from the first person that I'm engaging with that there's going to be some result, right? So
Well,
I'm going to experience more result
oh,
than you will because
oh,
of the people that you're choosing to engage with already is over before it started.
yeah, but see, I'm down there in the trenches with the lepers, so I'm trying to heal the lepers.
That goes back to my question: is the thing you're concerning yourself with serving you? How is it serving you?
Well, they need salvation. They
Sounds like you did or do still.
need salvation.
Yeah, because you're placing yourself in an environment where
Yeah.
toxicity has no interest in cleaning up. The only possible chance, and until if that wasn't the case, it would be different. But because that's the case, then the only possible outcome for you is getting dirty and frustrated. And what's happened, right? So
See,
how is it
I don't
serving you?
mind getting I don't mind getting dirty. That was the thing, right? I don't mind getting dirty. I don't like being frustrated, but I don't mind getting dirty. So if
But
I'm
it's not serving you, see, because your focus is trying to have some result with that endeavor. And perhaps you're saying that I don't mind getting dirty if it's going to be worth it, right? If there's going to
Yeah,
be an outcome,
yeah, yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. There's no chance of that here in this case.
But there are people who, like for instance, Steph with the two H's. Remember her?
Steph with the
Remember
two
Steph?
H's.
Yeah, she spells her name Steph,
I only know one
STEPH,
Steph in the
like
drama
two
group.
H.
If it's
Okay,
the same one, she was
she's
on ACs a lot.
yes, yes.
Okay, probably the same person.
She was very mean. She
Mhm.
was very mean, and it's got nothing to do with me. She went away
She
and
was
came
mean to
back.
you, or just in general?
Oh, she was mean to me, but she was mean in general. Yeah.
Okay,
She just was a mean girl because she hung around the mean boys, right? And she had some pull with the mean boys because
hold
she
on.
did she
Sorry,
yeah.
hold
Go
your
ahead.
thought. I don't mean to interrupt you, but what channel are
Mhm.
you live on? Because I'm looking at Miss Cat.
Oh, you know what? Look, I forgot to make it public. Ah,
So we're not
hold
really
on.
live.
I'm well, yeah, no, we are live, but nobody knows it.
Oh,
Hold on.
so I didn't. That's why the notification. You go fuck. So probably know you've seen this whole thing the whole time.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Let me go out and maybe I can control the
Okay,
title and all that stuff back outside. So I'll be right back.
gotcha.
Jeez. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, now I see it.
Okay. It's to judge or not to judge. So did it come up as a notification or did it just you just saw it on my channel?
Notification.
Okay,
But
so other people will
now
see.
I'm hearing myself in echo in your background.
Uh-oh. Maybe
Wouldn't
you
like
gotta
that.
go and come back.
I don't think
'Cause I
so.
didn't do it. The only thing I did difference was I changed the title and I changed it to public. And that's it.
Wait. I think it's
So
testing. No, I think it's fine. It's good now.
okay. All right.
Fix itself.
Oh, maybe because you had the channel on.
No, I don't. I'm
No?
not. I'm hearing it coming in through your speaker or whatever. It's fine now though. It's
Okay.
good.
Are you in the channel?
Yeah. Hold on a sec.
So you're the one viewer? It says
Yeah,
one viewer, so I was just wondering
yeah.
if that's you or somebody else.
That's me.
Okay. Um, so because it won't register if it's I found that out. If it's me in the channel looking, it's not I'm not gonna see them. So I'm not gonna see myself my number counted.
Somebody
But
told
I
me that it won't actually, if you're a participant,
mhm.
it doesn't count it either.
I was gonna say that, but if you're the one who's in the channel and it says one, because it said as soon as I came back it said one. So unless
Might be
somebody
somebody else
joined right
though,
away.
saying 3 now.
Oh,
So it might be
okay.
somebody here. So we had like the best discussion ever. So anybody who's coming now, you got to go back and watch 30 minutes because
Is it
you'll be
30
very
minutes?
behind. Yeah.
40 minutes. 40 minutes.
Is it 40?
What does it say on here?
Yeah, you're right. 40.
30. Yeah. Yeah, because it was I started at 4:30. Now it's 10 after 5. For you, it's like 10 after 2. Geez, look at that. It's still the middle of the night for you. For me, the sun will be coming up very soon.
You know,
Um, so where were we? Yeah, I've tried my hardest to be noticed for being a good, kind person, but I get forgotten because I'm not memorable being a good, nice person. And
well,
I hear them say about other people, they have
right.
said, like, oh, so and so is a good person. That's a good person. And that person is not a good person. I've seen them say rotten things in the chat. But you know what? They say things that like they do that virtue signaling thing, right? So like
Yeah.
there's one person called Health, Wealth, and Hope. And I liked her name, and I was nice to her at the beginning, and she was nice to me, and she said, all this rainbow shit, right? Rainbows and flowers and shit. And I believe to be good to everybody, blah blah blah. And then when I went up there, and then the bad people came up after me, and like Andrew and people like that came up, said bad things about me to Joe, trying to get Joe to not like me, gatekeeping, which they don't consider gatekeeping, but it's should be the fucking definition of gatekeeping. And so Health, Wealth, and Hope was like, I'm leaving if you're going to have this person here, because they believed that I hated Jews, right? Because they don't hear properly. They only hear certain key words, and then they think they've got the story, but they don't understand the difference between a Jew and a Zionist. They don't understand that Zionists are not just Jews, they're also Christians. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be, even Muslims can be um, Zionists, right? It's a totally different. It's one's a religion, and one is an ideology, a political ideology, right? So it's apples and oranges, but people don't understand the difference because you say Israel, you say you hate Israel, that means you hate Jews. That's not true. So they won't listen. They only hear so far, and then they stop listening. And so I'm up there, and she's saying, "Well, I'm going to leave if you're going to have such a anti-Semitic person." How can I be anti-Semitic? I'm a fucking Semite. How can I be an anti-Semitic? And well, if you're going to have an anti-Semitic person up there, I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be here anymore. Of course, she comes back all the time. She's like something likes her own. She says she's leaving, and then she comes back. And uh, yeah, so she's saying rotten things about me in the chat. And now, but people are saying nice things about her, thinking because she says all this rainbows and flowers shit, that she's a good person. And also, I noticed that good people, quote unquote, are people who give money. So
Yeah.
that's a good person because they give money. So
Right.
they don't even really understand what a good person is, or they have changed the definition of what a good person is.
Well, that's the thing,
So,
right? With these labels, this comes back to the case in point. Two things: who's qualified to decide the standard of
well,
these things?
everybody is.
Right. So there
Well,
is none. There really is none. It's all arbitrary, and it's all what's the word for that? Uh, the opposite of what's the word when you
relative.
decide to base for it? Subjective.
I was trying to think what the opposite of objective was. And I was like, what's
Yeah,
the word? And I thought, is that the word he's trying to find?
that's
Or
the word. That's the word.
is it objective he's trying to find? Okay, yeah, subjective, yes.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
yes, it is subjective, but we do have common standards for most of things.
Doesn't matter
You
though.
know, like,
It's still the basis is still subjective. Now here's the thing: I'm going to bring back a couple other things
We're talking
from
about
what you're
Manson,
talking.
right?
We'll get back to that too. But from what you were
Okay.
just saying, okay,
Yeah.
and back to the serving you thing. A couple things that are very different because you had mentioned, and for anybody who's just getting here, you missed this, the good portion of the beginning that we had there. You had mentioned that you saw a bit of common denominator on objectives with the when I was talking about the intention to get people to be honest with themselves and this type of thing.
Right.
But you have a couple other aspects that are very different from me. One of them is you're
A
looking to be
personal.
viewed by other people in this way, for whatever reasons, an acceptance thing or this and that. Whereas,
It's not just acceptance. It's about
well,
being a
sure,
good example,
sure,
right?
which
Because
again is subjective, right? So it ties into
yeah,
that. Good
yeah.
example is an opinion and a view of your own.
Well,
Um,
Jesus was a good example.
Again,
So
that's subjective. And that's what this kind of is getting to, right? What you look at as good, I see as toxic.
you think Jesus is toxic?
No, I don't know. I never knew the man. I think
Okay, but the
what
story.
you're expressing to me about the things, and that's why I'm coming back to the question of it, how is it serving you? I'm trying to get, again, revealing my card, right, with the mirror thing, getting you to
Mhm.
focus on getting away from the subjective uh, ideologies, which is good and bad. And this is the other part, the other thing that I don't practice at all. I don't view things in terms of good or bad.
Yeah, I know. Neither did Manson. I heard that part. You
Interesting,
said the same thing. What's good and what's
interesting.
bad? Yeah.
And I see that as a toxic ideology to carry and a blinding one.
Well, it's a as as I just heard a joke about this, but it's Judeo-Christian values. It's just something I was
Yeah,
brought up with. Yeah.
isn't it interesting how good and bad gets tied into virtue, right? And then virtue
Yeah.
gets tied into sort of reciprocal back as good and bad and acceptable as a social norm in this, where I see that as all toxic. Very bad, if you want to put it that way. I wouldn't look at it as a bad, of just to be as objective as I can, because to me, subjectiveness is actually unhealthy. It's very blinding. It's
What? How
dishonest.
that is too big a statement. That is too that I don't want to distract from what we're talking about, but that
Uh-huh.
is too big
It
a
is a big
statement.
statement. It's huge.
Subjective can't be bad always.
Not saying
Like
it's bad, not saying it's good.
it can't be negative or toxic or whatever you're saying. It's subjective is not. We are born with our own brains. We are all individuals,
That
and
doesn't
there's
mean
nature does not nature doesn't do anything for no reason. There's always
uh,
a reason, and there's a reason
yes,
why we're all individuals.
correct.
Therefore, subjectiveness should would be factored in naturally.
What
So
I'm
how could it be
suggesting,
toxic?
what I'm suggesting is that subjectivality, if you want to call it that, in these forms, in these
You just made up a
ideologies.
new word.
Yeah,
You just made up a new word.
right.
Yeah.
Um, is blinding to the objectiveness, is blinding to the truth, is blinding to the honesty of cause and effect, of being
Is
honest with oneself.
is murder toxic? And I'm saying murder, not
Murder toxic.
self defense. I'm not talking about self defense. Murder, like actual murder.
Um, is murder toxic? For me, it is.
Okay. Should it be judged?
Well, as in saying whether something is toxic or not judging?
What?
Isn't saying whether something is toxic or not judging. Define judge.
Oh, fuck off. I can't define judge. So
Well,
if
I got to
you,
make sure we're not
if some,
confusing
okay,
judge with discernment.
okay, if somebody in your neighborhood is going around murdering people and
Mm-hmm.
they're not getting in trouble for it, they're not getting stopped, they're
Mm-hmm.
not being judged and put away for doing that murdering, they're just going to keep on murdering people.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, judging is in order.
Right. I
Okay.
never said judging is toxic.
What did you say was toxic? Is it not subjective?
You
Because I
asked me if
mean,
you asked me if
Manson does.
you asked me
Manson
if
doesn't.
murdering was toxic, and I said for me it is.
Okay, but
Because I have nothing for me that entices me or benefits gives me anything when it comes to abuse. There's
well,
no
it sounded
incentive
to
for me. There's
me.
no interest.
What it sounded to me that Manson didn't think that murder was toxic.
Well, don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Well, it sounded to me from what he said when they asked if he thought about Sharon Tate and stuff, and he says, "Why should I? Lots of people get murdered all the time."
But remember, my answer was for me. It's
Okay,
toxic.
what I'm trying to tie it in by
It
saying
might
that
not be toxic to
there's
someone
going to
else.
be
That's what you
people.
asked me.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be people who don't think that murder is toxic,
Mm-hmm.
and
Sure.
or don't even care if it's toxic.
Mm-hmm.
So they might think that being judged for murdering, being put away, being put in a cage
Mm-hmm.
for murdering or for inspiring others to murder
Mm-hmm.
is not fair.
Mm-hmm.
But it
I
it
would say
is
it's even
fair.
stupid. In my view, see, and this is where things are subjective. In my view, you got somebody in in any group that's abusive, you just take them out of commission because
Yeah,
that's
but
toxic. That's a disease that needs to be put out of its track. It's them
oh,
or
that's
you.
judging.
Well, call it what it is. I don't. I'll wear the judgment
It's
crown.
judging.
Like I said, if you were to ask me about judging, is judging toxic? I would say for me, no. No, it's not. Very different.
I don't think so either.
Now, the form of judging I'm talking about, though, again, is discerning. And
Well, it's not objective.
in an objective way, well, it is because I'm basing it on the outcome. I'm not basing it on
What's the outcome? Somebody's dead. What's the outcome?
them or me or disease or not disease, toxic or healthy, unhealthy. See the difference there? Not good or bad. That has no merit.
If
That
you get
has no
murdered,
merit in the reality and basis of nature and the way nature functions, because nature itself doesn't have these
bullshit.
ideologies. That's a
They
human
don't have the
thinking thing.
okay. Nature doesn't have the ideologies, but like
Yeah,
you
tree's
said,
not sitting there
there
saying
are
bad bird for eating the nuts off me. You know?
okay. So now the cat who will play with you, like they
Yeah,
play with toys or play,
yeah,
they'll play
yeah.
with you and then kill you while they're
Right,
playing with you.
right.
Uh,
You're not
they
thinking
don't
good or
think
bad
that
either.
they're right. Exactly.
Right, right.
But
That's one thing.
that's
If
not
that's
a
a
that's
human thing
right.
in the mind,
And you can't really punish a cat for doing that either because they're not going to understand that they're being punished. So
can or
there's no
can't
point.
isn't the question, because you can if you have the ability to do. That's not the question, though. I mean,
You
that
can't
would
teach a puma or a mountain lion
the
that it is
question
bad.
becomes, yeah, the question is based on what is the objective. What do you want to accomplish? And based on what you want to accomplish, are you qualified?
Well, that's the thing. I'm qualified to judge for myself.
Yeah, and you're going to come to the conclusion eventually. Watch. You're absolutely right about what you just said. You'll come to the conclusion after it when you get to the honesty, truth of it, that anything other than taking care of you doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter because there's nothing you're doing about it anyway. Nothing.
Ah, okay. However, taking care of my community is also taking care of me.
You're not really taking care of a community, though.
If you want to, if you feel that you need a
You can
judge and a
influence.
jail, if you feel you need a judge and a jail
Mm-hmm,
and a whole system like that
mm-hmm.
for keeping your community safe, then all of that is necessary for your community, therefore for yourself.
But if that was the truth, then the corporate communities wouldn't be fucked up and toxic and diseased.
What are you
So you're
talking
doing
about?
none of you're. Oh, if you have that question, I think you need to open your
But
eyes.
that's what we do. That's what we do.
Exactly.
It's
Don't be objective about the results of this.
okay. The results are mixed.
Are they?
Yes, there are good cops. They don't make it very high. They don't make it
You're.
very high up, but there are cops that go into the job by they want to protect their community. They they grow up wanting to be a hero, and they want to protect their community. So
Eh,
it's and then when they, if you're Serpico, right? You know who Serpico is?
no.
It's Al Pacino in a movie. But
Oh,
he was playing a real person. It was a story of a real cop who was seeing bad cops, and he was trying to stop the bad cops. But
mm-hmm,
then the bad cops started to make it dangerous for him to be on the job because they didn't
mm-hmm,
want him being around, right?
mm-hmm,
So he was
mm-hmm,
a good cop, but
mm-hmm,
he, couldn't do his job properly because he was surrounded by bad cops. So
mm-hmm.
there are good cops, but I'm sure they don't make it very high up.
Yeah.
And
They don't. They typically uh, good in that would not even if they mistaken themselves to enter, they wouldn't last. They would be, oh, I'm out of here. I'm not going to be part of this. You're going to realize
yeah,
real fast what you're a part of, right? Anybody who has, since we're in this context, virtuousness about them is going to
yeah.
look around and go, holy shit, this is the wrong crowd for me, and they're not going to stay. Um, and
Well,
they're recruiting.
it took COVID. It took
They're
COVID for the doctors to realize that they were in with a bad crowd, and
nonsense,
so
nonsense.
the doctors that quit, and there were some that were fired, but the doctors that quit after during COVID,
Yeah, very
those were
few
people
did.
who
Very
thought
few
that they
did.
were
A
doing a good
little.
thing.
No, very few did. A little more nurses did, and it's only because it was too far for them. It was too. It was too past what they were capable
Yes,
of allowing themselves to do. Not that anything else that they were doing before that, though, they didn't, as if they didn't
but
know that they were doing crazy things. No,
they
no, no.
believed what
They're
they were doing was good. They did believe what
bullshit.
they were doing was good, and then once COVID came,
Bullshit.
then they realized that
Nah,
they were in with a bad
nah,
crowd. They didn't know that before.
nah. It was just too far for them. It was too far past their. The few that did quit, it was just too much. Too far past their threshold of their guilt factor for what they could contain. Um, nonetheless, nonetheless, there's there's a bit of and I see this a lot, being blocked by the forest for the trees here with this stuff, and that's where I see this idea of justice, which is nothing but a gaslight, as a way to mitigate some of the bad traits that goes on in this society, whatever you want to call it. Is
It's
not
it's
even
exactly
an effective band-aid In fact, not only does it not solve anything, which is not designed to, it amplifies it. It makes it worse. And in itself is actually a hypocritical opposite to the selling point of what people who are blindsided by it don't see. It's a crime.
Taking a pedophile or a murderer.
Justice is a
Oh,
racket. I'm talking about justice and the justice system, especially the current one.
taking them off the streets is a good thing.
I don't think it's um, uh, an actual effective method. It's not a remedy. It's a racket.
What do you mean it's not a remedy? What else are you going to do
I'll
except
tell you
kill
what a
them?
remedy is. Yes, that's what I would do. I would do, like I said, the only actual remedy to disease is eradication.
Okay, but
Otherwise, it continues, right? That's just 1+1 is 2 stuff.
okay, what if somebody gets accused of being a pedophile, but they swear up and down they're not,
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
spend their lives in prison trying to
yeah.
prove that they're not, and eventually they get proven because maybe there was no such thing as DNA, and now there is DNA, and now they can prove it, or
Sure.
something like that comes out, and then they can prove it. Now, if you killed them, you killed the wrong person.
Right,
So
right, right. I get you.
you
I
can't
get you.
just go
But that's
killing
not what
people
the
because they're
justice system is
guilty.
all about, and that's the cover front. And again, it's a racket and a distraction from actually performing true remedy. The one thing that would very much, and I'm totally with you about not making a mistake on this, because then you're actually the aggressor. We've had conversations about this many times before, right? And
Mhm.
again, this is why it's all subjective, except the parts that aren't, like the 1+1 is 2 part with it. Eradication of disease. That's the only actual true remedy when it comes to disease. Um, one thing that's not happening in the corporatocracy and the environment of where there's this justice thing and all that kind of stuff, the rackets that are going on, is the practice of self-responsibility, to actually defend yourself and to actually, in the moment when a heinous crime, if you want to call it that, or action is taking place, to deal with it and not put the onus and responsibility somewhere else. Especially a
Okay.
long, drawn out process that's nothing but a racket and distraction from doing exactly that. Because if that was
Okay.
done, even a little bit, never mind on a regular basis, which would be the ultimate, but if it was done even just a little bit, let me tell you, the results of that, the seeds in the minds of the ones who are like that, the disease, would get the message that they're not going to get away with it like this, that they don't have the conglomerate of the masses who are pussified.
Okay.
And
Now,
go ahead.
there's different nuances of these crimes, right? So, for instance, if I know that I'm going to get in trouble for murdering and like murdering somebody, and I want to murder somebody, but then I think to myself, well, I don't know, because they shot the last three people that murdered somebody.
Hmm.
That was their punishment, and so
I know where you're going
uh,
with it. It's
okay,
meant,
there
the
there's
selling point
there's
is a deterrent, right?
right, like yeah, exactly. However, there's some people, like say for instance a pedophile,
Hmm.
who can't really help themselves. They're sick.
Yeah. So, like I said,
And
disease, right?
well, yeah, it is. They have dis-ease, and
Yeah.
they're sick, and they can't help it. Like they don't. They were they were hurt as children, and they grew up with a specific. Uh,
Uh-huh.
okay, sex itself,
Yeah.
whatever you consider what you like for sex,
Sure.
sex itself is imprinted on you. So
Yeah.
when you're a little
No doubt
kid,
about
the you if you were abused by a man,
it. Hmm.
and you're a little boy, and you now are aroused by the things that the bad human, what do you say, the adult did to you, then now this is what turns you on. And so now you transfer that of being an adult and doing that to other little boys.
Yeah, I've
And
heard
so,
that being something. I don't know if that's truly the case, but let's give that the benefit
oh,
of the doubt. Let's
yeah,
say
it's
it is.
not going to be true
Right.
in every case, but I would say in most of the cases, that would be
Sure.
the case.
Okay. Well,
So
let's say even in
if
just one
that's
of
the
the cases.
case, they got imprinted as little kids,
Hmm.
innocent little children.
Hmm.
They
Hmm.
got this imprinted on them, and now they
Hmm.
can't help it. And
Well.
so they know it's bad, but
Hmm.
the deterrent is not bigger than their sex drive.
Right.
So that won't deterrent won't help. And what if that pedophile doesn't even
If
understand what they're doing? Like they just can't
all you have
understand
to
how
do,
bad it is.
yeah,
Uh,
all you have to do, okay,
mm,
is just look at two sides, two factors here in the equation, because
yeah,
deterrence is the selling point to cover up the racket, okay, and it worked. If it was
I don't
effective
understand what
as a
that means.
deterrent, two things
Mhm.
wouldn't be the case. Number one, there wouldn't be so many people in a cage because they would have been deterred from doing that. You wouldn't even
Yeah,
need
but
the justice system.
even
That's
if
number
they
one. Number
knew,
two, you
uh,
wouldn't have this same perpetuation on an increased basis of rampant heinous things going on in your society still. On top
but
of that,
but it can't be a deterrent because even if they know that other pedophiles were shot. I'm going to say shot. What do you say? Like firing
yeah,
squad, right? They
yeah,
were shot
yeah,
for what they
yeah,
did. It's
yeah,
not going to stop what turns them on.
right.
So
So it's we're
it's
talking
not
about
going to be a
disease,
deterrent.
right?
Yeah, it's not going to be a deterrent. And they are inside, they're little children themselves. They're
Hmm.
still that hurt little boy who
Sure.
doesn't understand. And so you're killing somebody who it's almost natural what they're doing. We
Sure.
don't consider it natural,
Natural.
but
These aren't the things in the equation when it comes to the discernment for me. Because if you're asking, this is why it's all subjective, right? So, and these are good points, right? But for me, when it comes to having the discernment and the deciding point, it's
mhm.
if you're, it's simply a matter of survival, even, right? It's just reaction instinctually without a mind conditioned suppression in the way of doing this. If I got a bear attacking me, I have to respond to that. Now, you could say that the bear is just innocent, right? He's got
They
this
are.
instinct that he's designed. So I'm not even killing the bear out of judgment. I'm killing the bear out of survival.
Okay, but you
It's
don't
him or me,
die.
right?
You don't die from being sexually abused. You might
It doesn't
wish you
matter
were
though.
dead sometimes,
We're
but
yeah,
yeah.
we're talking about, a way of different ways of looking at how to handle these things. And the reason why the corporate society, the sickness, the disease aspect of it, and that's the part that I'm mostly so appalled by when you hear me
Focused
express
on.
that,
Hmm.
um, is because there's no focus on addressing remedy, and there's no focus on it's classic trees for the forest, and there's
Yeah,
no
but how do
focus on
you?
looking at the root.
You can't fix that. When somebody is programmed as a child to find that sexually attractive,
Yeah,
then
you can
you can't fix that.
you might not be able to. It depends what you mean by fix, right?
I mean
Um,
remedy.
yeah, you can remedy it. You can remedy it if that
Well, you're
means
saying
taking it
by
out.
shooting them,
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. So, and that's where that
but you're shooting a little boy.
I would only shoot a little boy if they're going to do a heinous act. I'm not going
No,
to.
they're
I'm not
grown.
going to.
No, they're grown men. They're grown men. But I'm
If a
saying,
little boy was aiming a gun at me, right, was going to shoot, I'd kill him.
What if a little boy was trying to grape you?
Was trying to rape me? Oh, I'd probably be able to defend myself. Now, if he was trying to rape me with a gun to my head,
You're not supposed to say that word on YouTube. You have to say grape.
I
That's why I
think you're
said
over.
grape.
I'll respect that, of course, but I think you're over sensorizing. I hear people say it all the time. You don't have a problem. But if you
What?
want it to be, what?
I just don't want to be taken down. That's all.
Yeah, I think with that one, I've never seen anybody have a problem with that
Okay.
on YouTube.
Sorry. Go on.
So yeah.
We're not talking about a life-threatening thing here when we're talking about this. That's why I'm talking about this. I really don't want to talk about this, but because it's not life-threatening. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
It's a heinous crime that does not kill one.
Yeah,
right?
even if it's not life-threatening. If somebody is going to try and do something to impose their will on me against my will, then I'm going to respond and defend myself from that to whatever means necessary, right? And
yeah, but you're not
if that
when
was,
you find out somebody raped somebody, or not raped. Sorry, when somebody's sexually abused a child, right? You're not defending yourself. You are judging about
so
what
now we're
they've done
talking
to a
about,
child.
right. So now we're talking about a situation. If I wasn't there to see it and witness it, that's a whole different ball of wax. There's a million things going on right now at this very second that are heinous that you and I are not witnessing.
I'm not witness to. Yes.
And that's not even with just humans. That's with insects, birds.
Let's not complicate
molecules,
things.
molecules in the air. But this is my point. To go anywhere past what you really have in your small vicinity to work with is nothing but sheer toxic arrogance and a disease on itself.
Wait a second, though.
Looping and chasing nothing burgers for nothing.
Okay,
to your own detriment.
Pedophiles don't operate in situations where they're being viewed. So when the child is being abused, there's nobody else there to witness it. But if you know that somebody
that's
has,
not true.
Let's say you know for sure there's some kind of video or something that you can now see that somebody did. You weren't witness to it yourself at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's after the fact. You still have to address it. You can't just let it go because it.
Here's how you address it. Right.
What?
Let's say I have a child.
Okay? Yeah.
Say I bear a child with a woman. I'm going to take some responsibility to protect that child during the early years. And as soon as the child is capable enough, I'm going to teach them how to defend themselves from attack. No holds barred.
Okay. Again, there are too many factors there because the child could be 3.
That's right.
The child could be 5. A child.
That's right. I'm not saying I'm not saying. Go ahead.
You can teach a child karate, but that doesn't mean that they can beat an adult.
That's right. But if they had a gun,
I'm not going to give a 5-year-old a fucking gun.
Well, a 5-year-old, depending on their capacity, your blanket slating, might not be capable of knowing self-defense to that degree yet. So I'm gonna keep them protected under my wing until that capacity is there. Once that capacity is there, that's what I did. That's why I stated that.
That's what I did. I did the same thing.
Far earlier than most people would think, but that's a different topic in itself. What I'm talking about, this practice that I'm talking about, you don't see going on.
If a 5-year-old,
you have a bunch of adult bodies without a mind that has its natural, wild, instinctual intelligence to defend themselves. It's been bred and discouraged and beaten the pulp out of them to a point where if you even have the audacity to think that, you don't call 911 your savior, and
Maybe
you'll
you
see
don't
black,
understand.
and you're going to
Maybe you
get put in a
don't.
cage.
Maybe you don't understand how it works because when a let's say it's a 5-year-old, when a 5-year-old gets sexually abused by an adult, they don't necessarily understand that something bad just happened.
Mm-hmm.
So it
Doesn't
just
matter.
depends on the circumstances. It depends on how it's happened. It depends on the child. It depends on all
Mm-hmm.
kinds of things. So,
Mm-hmm.
but in a lot of cases, they don't necessarily recognize that this is
Mm-hmm.
something that they need to defend themselves. They
Again,
either
if the bear's
they might
attacking me, he might not be, recognizing the same, is this
no
right? Is this wrong? Blah, blah,
no
blah.
you
I'm
you're
still
the
going
one
to kill the bear.
you're the one who's the child in that case. If you're going
Call it
to
what you will.
compare it
Again,
to a bear attack, you're the child and the bear is the adult.
right,
Okay? So you're the one who has to recognize, you're going to recognize because your life is being threatened. If a
right.
5-year-old has a if a 5-year-old has a gun pointed at them
Mm-hmm.
and they know it's a real gun,
Mm-hmm.
then more than likely they are going to be scared and know that they need to protect themselves. However, being sexually abused is a totally different animal. It's a totally different thing. And a lot of times there's a lot of mind manipulation that goes into sexually abusing a child.
Sure.
So there's the child doesn't necessarily understand that they need to defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even if they do, they can't. So what I'm saying is, in the
Mm-hmm.
case where there's a predator
Mm-hmm.
and the prey, and the prey has been abused,
Mm-hmm.
and then now it's up to an adult to decide about the predator, what to do with the predator. So what I'm saying is, you
Mm-hmm.
may not be there, but you still need to have some proof put in front of you so that you can judge. And then once you judge, then you can decide if you are sure that they did it or if they admit that they did it or whatever, then
Mm-hmm.
you can put them in front of a firing squad.
Yeah.
But again, you're putting a child in an adult body in front of a firing squad because
Yeah. So
that
there's a
man
lot of
never
you're
grew
getting
up.
right. So you're getting in a very specific example here, and I'll go with that.
Well, there's
So
a
there's a
reason
lot of
why, because
sure.
yeah,
There's a lot of other questions that would go before any of this in the equation. First of all, what is a 5-year-old not doing in my protective custody?
you thought they were safe with their uncle, but turns out uncle is Uncle Chester.
And that's the thing. I would never think that
I
because I
know.
don't believe in safety. Safety is a fantasy.
Listen,
See,
look,
I live in the real
I
world.
when Natalie was little, I would not leave her with her father. I always, she was always in my care, always.
Hmm.
And my mother and my father had to talk to me and said,
Hmm.
look, you had a child with this man. He's a good man and you need to trust him. You need to learn to trust. I didn't trust anybody with her. Nobody, because I was abused. So I would not, they trusted a babysitter with me, and that babysitter was not a good babysitter. And
Hmm.
then my stepfather was not a good stepfather. So these were people that were entrusted to take care of me. So therefore,
All
I did not
all
trust
all good
somebody you
examples
know.
why trust is a fool's game and why I don't operate on
Okay.
trust.
So I did not trust a fucking soul with my precious, precious daughter.
Rightly so.
And but
Because of the
and
truth of
and
reality, right?
the truth of reality is I've known that
You know.
there are fathers who have abused their children.
Right.
And how do I and
You're aware of your cue.
how do I know what Patrick's thinking, behind the scenes, right?
Right.
I only know what he shows me. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know what's in
Right.
his heart.
Right.
So I didn't trust him. But there
Right.
was no reason to not trust him, and it turned out that it was good to trust him. But at the beginning, I did not know whether to trust him or not. But my parents said, "Look, that's not a good way to raise her. She has to be able to be safe with her father." And so I trusted him, or I didn't trust him, but I had to give up, you know, give in
Yeah.
and trust him. And
This
so
is
we were
this is where we're
lucky.
getting. Well, I guess so. This is where we're getting into some other interesting things because what's interesting here is that I don't have any children,
Mm.
so the furthest I can speak of from actual experience is two things. Number one, I was one once. In some
Right.
senses, I still am. But I also had some experience to some degree in circumstances that I was in life that gave me somewhat of an experience in different ways, I guess. But still, nothing the same of actually, going through the process of bearing a child and all that kind of stuff. Nonetheless,
You don't need that experience to judge on this. Yeah.
I think so, right? And because there's instinct to and just objective thinking, critical thinking, and this is logic.
Mhm.
If I
Yeah.
were to have a child, it's the same as the way I operate in the real world. Because the question has to be asked: if trust is me being unorthodox, not my brain palette, I'm not wired to operate that way, then how is it I'm able to collaborate with other individuals? What's the basis for that?
Well,
And the answer to that question would be the same thing. That if I were to have a mate or mates for a child, there would be trust wouldn't be in the question. It's I say this to people in business: if you can't do a deal, $1 million deal, or 10 million in this day, on a sheer handshake based on your word, you're dealing with the wrong people. You're not being wise and responsible about the people that you're collaborating with. Amplify that by 1,000 when it comes to a life form and procreation. 100,000 should be the case. There should be no chance. Trust isn't in the equation. If trust is in the equation, there's already something wrong.
okay,
With the
what are you
wrong people.
talking about? How are you comparing this to me being able to trust her father with her?
Because I'm not comparing it, but I'm showing a different view for contemplation, not just you, but other people. Um, as to some of the answers to some of the questions and the ways, is that the antithesis to how healthy function can be a thing, can be a reality,
Hold on, hold on,
resulting.
hold on. You're still talking about trust. You're saying that if you shouldn't do business with somebody that you can't trust with a handshake. That's
No,
still
not trust with a
trust.
handshake. No, if you have to trust them, there's something missing. There's already a lack. Trust shouldn't be in the equation. There should be no question.
What's the handshake for?
That's a metaphor. Just no
No, I
contract,
know.
no written contract, none of that.
Yes,
It
I
shouldn't be
understand that it's
necessary.
in place of a contract. I understand that. What I'm
Yes.
saying is
No, it should be beyond
the
contract.
handshake. The handshake is the conception of the deal, right? So
You should
the
know.
the deal is still based on trust.
No.
It's either a contract or a handshake. But whatever it
You're,
is, it's that you are trusting that you can do business with somebody. So if
no,
you're
it's
giving
not.
them $100,000 or whatever the figure was, then you
There is a difference between trusting somebody with 100,000 and knowing what they're going to do with 100,000. Big
that's
difference.
still
Big, big
trusting.
difference. No, it's not.
You're
You have to
not
don't respond so fast on this.
okay.
And this is the thing. Remember, I'm presenting things that might sound um
You're redefining things again, and that's just. And I was
uh
listening. It's just
in,
that
in
I didn't when I just responded really quickly. It was
yeah,
only because I've been listening up
yeah.
until that point, and
Okay.
so
The
yeah.
the the objective, remember though, the objective is actually to in an attempt to get across information from what will be very different that I experience, what will be different for you or other people, in contrast to the way that corporate society is trained to operate.
You are
There's
redefining the word trust.
I'm not. Don't look at it that way. There's other ways of functioning than the way corporate society has been trained to function.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get across here.
I understand the whole handshake thing, but you're still talking about trust.
You're getting caught up in the handshake and the metaphor.
The handshake
I was just using that as a metaphor. In other words, none of your common trust basis things that you do when you're operating in the corporate world aren't even in consideration. That's not necessary.
If you save up $10,000 to do a deal with somebody, okay, then you've saved up all that money. Now you hand over your $10,000 to make the deal, okay? You then have to trust the person, even if you sign papers with them. You have to trust the person, because what are papers?
Try and
that could be a fool's deal too. What I'm saying to you, well, we're talking about pedophilia, and we're talking about raising children. You've now turned it into, changed it to corporate stuff.
No. It all ties together. It all ties together in the way of function is the aspect. And if you want to call it changing the definition, we can look at it that way. Whatever. What's important to understand, though, is the understanding behind that and why.
We're talking about whether I can trust her father with her or not. It's not about, I don't know what else you're changing it to.
Do you understand what I mean when I say you should be beyond trust? So that's the thing. I got to get across an understanding to you of what I mean by that. I'm going to have to contemplate that. Maybe it's...
Unless you're talking about my insides that I just know.
That's part of it. It's about knowing yourself. That has to be mastered.
Not about knowing myself. It's about knowing the other person.
To know the other person, you have to know yourself. You have to know yourself better than the other person. That's the only way. Because the only thing you're looking when you're looking outside is a reflection. That's the only way you can recognize it.
If her father was a pedophile, that's not a reflection of me.
If that reflection is jaded with something, contaminated, then you don't know yourself, and that's the reflection that you're seeing. So that's the first thing. That's why it's so important to clear the clutter, to get the indoctrination the fuck out of the way. And part of the indoctrination is to operate on this thing called fucking trust and belief and faith. That's why I talk about that a lot. That has to be removed, cleared, so you can just see. When you can just see, the obvious prevents itself. Probably this hand thing that you were talking about earlier,
yes.
There's probably something a little to that in there,
Well, between 2003 and maybe 2012 or something, 2011, it was 7 or 8 years. Yeah, 2011. I could feel earthquakes before they happened. Only on the Pacific. Anywhere in the Pacific. Could be in North America. It could be in Japan. It could be anywhere in the Pacific. I could feel earthquakes before they happened. And I don't know why. I think now that I've realized about vibrations and things like that, I have a feeling that I was operating at a specific vibration, and then I changed that vibration, and now I don't feel the earthquakes anymore. But I did there for a while, and but it didn't help anything. It didn't help anybody. I couldn't tell where the earthquake was going to happen. If it was going to happen in Japan, if it was going to happen in Chile, if it was going to happen
Yeah.
in BC. I didn't
Yeah.
know where it was going to happen. So it didn't help anybody.
Mhm.
If I knew, then I could have warned people or said, prepare, this is about to happen. But I couldn't because I didn't know. So my insides are kind of like that. So yes, I feel in my view that I could tell more often than not by somebody's hands if they were a pedophile or not.
Sure.
But it doesn't really help anybody because I can't go going around accusing people just because
Well,
of their hands.
it depends. And now that's just one little thing, right? Which may not be so
Yeah.
little. Of an aspect of a whole array of things that when if the crap of the indoctrination wasn't in the way and healthiness was focused on and all this kind of stuff, there would be totally other different aspects in
Maybe
the
I could tell
equation here.
more. Yeah.
Right.
But my
Um,
little man is an idiot.
okay.
Was
So
a
so
line
let's
from Seinfeld. My little man means my intuition, right?
okay, so let
My
me give a
my my
scenario.
intuition is an idiot.
Right. So you're out in the wild. Okay.
Mhm,
This is a scenario. You're
mhm.
a mother. It's just you and your child, newborn, boy or girl, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
And it's just you, the child, and nature. That's it.
right.
Around you, you're vulnerable. You're also vulnerable here too. But the only thing that's going to serve you is being totally aware of your surrounding and wild and instinctual, because that's all that's happening here. The only thing you're going to do, rightly so, unless if you don't give a flying fuck about your child, which I really don't, is you're going to keep that child in your custody until that child is developed enough to not need that, right?
Uh-huh.
That's what's not going on in your corporate society.
How
And
do I
that's why it's
touch her
fucked up and
father with
diseased.
her? How do I
What I'm saying is,
know?
would that be the case, right? You would have that child in your custody. What's going to happen to that child when it's in your custody? Unless if a predator came and attacked you and both of it, but at least you're not going to be unaware of it, right?
You can't keep your child with you 24/7.
Not in your corporate society, of course not. That's part of why it's fucked up. But if I had a child,
No, no. Sometimes you
that
just need a
child would
break.
be in my custody until it was capable. If I had a
Sometimes
child,
sometimes you need a break.
sure, that's probably a good reason why there's 2 or 3 parents, you know, or whatever.
Okay, so if I need a break, the next best person to leave her with is her father.
By the way, in my hypothetical, if it's
Uh,
only you and the child, you get no breaks, right?
yeah. Well, I need a break. So when I get the break, it's going to be first person who's
Beef,
logical to be the other person would be her father. If I'm going to take a break with her father,
yeah,
next best person would be somebody I know isn't a pedophile, which would be my mama or my
uh-huh,
daddy.
yeah,
Okay. So I know they weren't pedophiles because A, they never did it to me or my brothers,
hmm,
and B, I never heard of them doing it to any other person. So they are people that I can trust with my child. But
hmm.
it still has to do with trust. Trusting
That's
is a
right.
factor. Okay, so
In
how can you
in
say
your
it's not a
in your
factor?
wiring in your brain and the way that you've been uh, accepted and chosen to program, yeah, of course it is. What I'm putting forth is that
It's only
there's
logical.
logical from the box that you operate from, not logical, again, forest for the trees, not logical in the big picture, and not logical from remedy, responsibility, and healthy way of function. And that's going to take real, again, removing the indoctrination, trying to look past it, seeing the ideas like the example that I just put forth, and viewing things from the position as if you weren't indoctrinated, which of course takes genuine removing that out of the equation, which is actually true healing.
Okay, you
Which,
totally lost me. I understand about it being intuitive. I understand that part. Everything else, I don't understand.
yeah, there's probably a lot because there's going to be a lot that won't click without the removal of that. It's kind of like the same thing with the stuff I was telling you about earlier about the results that I experienced. Is the reason why I can be the judge of the results of that because I chose those things. You know, the question you asked me a long time ago before we went live. Same type of thing here. You will have different clarity and different understanding and different wisdom without those
What was the
things.
question? What was the question I asked you before we went live?
It wasn't a question. It was when I was saying about the cocoon thing and how I came to those conclusions. Well, you did ask me a question. You said, "How do I know that?" And my answer was because
How
of
do you
the.
know what?
How do I know that I'm not wrong? We were talking
Oh,
about how do I know that I'm not missing out on Big Mac
oh,
and that type of thing.
yeah.
You remember that?
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I said because of the results of the choices that I made that I went down tells me.
When you're a parent, especially a first-time parent, you're young. In my case, I was totally indoctrinated until only recently, when I became a grandmother,
Mhm.
was when I was not as indoctrinated, and so I had no chance of knowing. I mean, I used my instinct without. I didn't need any permission or qualification or anything to use my instinct. But I mean, Patrick was a good man. Yeah, I say it was because he's gone now. Um, he was he was a good man, and over time was when I really learned that because we were only together for like 3 months before I got pregnant, and then by the time she was born, was only a year I'd been with him, and so I only knew to a certain extent how what a good man he was. But I was just lucky because every other man I chose before that was either not the right man for me or was just a complete pile of shit. I have had really bad luck in who I chose. It's not really bad luck, it's just bad training. But
Mhm.
I've had, just really bad luck in the guys that I chose.
Mhm.
And I just lucked out to get pregnant with him.
Mhm.
Because it could have been somebody else. And if it was even the man I married was a horrible man. Horrible. One of the worst that I ever went out with. I married him, but who gives a shit with about the papers? And we were having sex without any protection. So actually, one of the things that I had said was I had when I had Natalie, one of the first things that I said to myself was, "Thank God it wasn't with Mel," because you know it could have been with him as I got pregnant, and it would have been a completely different picture.
Mhm.
So, but still, I didn't know Patrick well enough to know what kinds of things go on in the recesses of his mind, that
Mhm.
whether, if he was ever abused, and if he was ever abused, I'd be
Right.
really worried because he's a guy. And so the
Okay.
chances
So
of him, you know,
going
so I don't,
right,
sorry.
going full
Yeah.
circle. That being
Uh
said,
huh.
now I was tying in that some of the reasons why these are the case. If things weren't atrophied, there would be a hell of a lot more knowing. So that's getting to the true root cause. But that being the not a reality in the corporate world, it's important to understand that just it's obvious. having a cage and thinking that this justice system is keeping people safe from that is nothing more than a gaslight, a racket, and a fantasy. It doesn't
When they,
keep people safe.
in Toronto, there was a lot of gun violence and a lot of guns coming across the border.
Mm-hmm.
And they arrested one man. And when they arrested that one man,
Mm-hmm.
they took a huge portion of the guns off the streets. A huge portion of the gun violence was stopped just because of this one man being captured. So the justice system,
I doubt it.
if you're going to call it that, the cops finding him and nabbing him, that's part of the justice system.
Yeah,
And then putting
but
him away, I don't.
prove that reduced any violence,
Well, the
any
statistics
significant
proved it.
violence. Yeah, who's
The-
writing the statistic? Prove it factually. A statistic, anybody can write a statistic.
well,
Right?
okay, I know. That's why I don't go with statistics myself.
Right. And
But it
most
was
likely those stats came from the propaganda machine. So I'm going to err on the side of that. Okay. And I'm also going to err on the side of, from my experience, you put 10 people in a room with a gun, everybody's walking out fine. As soon as you remove one of them, that's where the trouble starts.
okay. I know this argument, and I'm not arguing with this argument. But in Toronto, most people don't have guns.
Guns
So
don't cause violence, people do. It's like,
yeah.
that's just a tool, right? Same thing with a
Oh,
knife.
I said gun violence. I didn't say murders.
I know, I'm
Okay.
talking about violence.
Yeah.
The same thing
So
with a knife, though. It's a tool, right? I could use it
okay.
to do all kinds of things. One of them
No, my
is
point
violence.
was not about that. Was not about guns. My
Mhm,
point was about the fact that the justice system, which the cops are part of the justice system,
mhm,
when they nabbed this one guy,
mhm.
the abuse that was happening to people, and it just happened to be guns, was reduced because this
Well, it wouldn't have
one
been
guy.
guns because any guns could easily be manufactured in 2 seconds to replace whatever is
Yes, but
complicated.
that doesn't mean they can get him across the border.
Sure it does. Are you kidding? I could smuggle them in 2 seconds right now if I want to. Easily.
Okay.
That's
But
number one. Number two, the people that are portraying the fact that they're protecting from that are the ones, the fucking mafia that's holding the rein on that. Come on, wake up. This is
okay.
basic capitalism. And I'm saying it like this because this is my point. Why do I know that, but you don't?
I know all these points that you're making. We're talking about how good the justice system is. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking
where
about.
you're
I don't
bringing up
think
that
the
it's a
justice
racket.
system. I don't think the justice system is being used properly. I think that in theory or
Let
on
me respond to that.
paper, the
Yeah.
justice system is a good system.
Yeah,
However, the way that it's being used is not good. So I'm
it's
not
being
saying that our justice
it's
system is good.
it's being used actually as intended, which is to distract from remedy. That's number one. Number two, it's an ideology. The idea
Yes,
behind it, right? It's an ideology. And that
sure.
ideology in the basis of reality is nothing but a fantasy, which is the basis for distraction and keeps
So what?
people.
Should we have
Let me
shot that
finish out.
guy?
It keeps people from actual remedy.
So the remedy would be to shoot the guy? Firing squad?
What are we referring to again?
The guy who was putting all the guns on the street.
Well, I don't know the rest of the situation, so I don't know. Got to give me
Well,
context.
it's your basic situation. The guy was smuggling all kinds of guns across the border from the
Nothing wrong with
states
that
and
so
putting
far.
them in the hands of criminals on
Nothing
the
wrong with that.
street in Toronto.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing
Nothing
wrong with that.
Yeah, show me what innocence looks like. That's
The
not
person who,
that's not the culprit. The culprit is the person committing the act. the violence. If you deal with
Okay.
that person and you put them out, you're going to send a message. This is not going to be tolerated. That's not what's happening. The
There are a lot of
ideology, which is
criminals.
fantasy based, that the justice system is going to do that, is the opposite of doing that. That's my point. And that's why it gets worse. That's why it's a disease.
Putting
That's
hands,
truth.
putting guns,
That's truth.
putting the guns in the hands of the criminals is there are a lot of criminals who are chicken shits. As far as I'm concerned, if you're killing somebody with a gun, you're a chicken shit. You're not
Somebody
using your
who's going
hands.
to, sure, but somebody who wants to commit a crime, whether something is illegal or you think that you're going to, if they want to get their hands on a tool to be violent, they're going to do it. There's nothing you can do to stop that.
If they can
That's
shoot
reality.
somebody
That's
from a,
truth.
if somebody is a chicken shit and they use a gun to shoot somebody from far away because they're too chicken to go to the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like let's say they're stealing from another criminal, and
Mm-hmm.
so they know that criminal could beat them up.
Sure.
So they shoot them with a gun from afar. If they
Mm-hmm.
don't have that gun to do that, that now negates their chances of committing murder.
Okay, two things to that. Number one, no, it doesn't. Number two, if they want to get a gun, they're going to get it. And let's say
No,
you
you're
would
not.
have
You can't just say I want a gun and then you could just manifest one in your fucking hands. You got to know
pretty
somebody.
close, pretty close. So you don't
You
got to
got to
just know
know
somebody.
somebody.
You got to have the know how to get your hands on one, and that's fucking easy, cat. Especially when you're not dealing with the indoctrinated arena of following the law.
Somebody's in the channel. Crafty, I was just thinking about you.
Hi,
We're
Crafty.
talking about
There's
Toronto.
two. Who's the other
Good
one?
morning. I can't read.
Insan W. Put one
Insane
message. You
Wayne.
should do that.
Insane Wayne.
Insane
Hi,
Wayne.
Wayne.
That
He's the
sounds
one who
familiar.
gave me the name Miss Cat.
Oh,
He he
I'm sure I
he
spoke
called
to Insane Wayne.
my name was Cat. Remember, I changed it from Sweetleaf to Cat, and
Yeah.
then very briefly, and then Insane Wayne came on, and he had a conversation with me, and then he went back to Poor Dirt Farmer and badmouthed me afterwards. Thank you,
Mm.
Insane Wayne. But we did have a nice conversation here, and he was calling me Miss Cat, and so I said I like the sound of that. And when I was in North Carolina, the kids were calling me Miss Cat, and I went, I'm going with Miss Cat. So that's why my name is Miss Cat because of Insane Wayne. And hi, Crafty. I was just talking about Toronto, and I was thinking about you. What does it mean that I should not do that, or you should not do that? Somebody should not do
I
that.
don't know. I think I was referring to one of the examples we were given about somebody doing something. I don't know.
6:08. That was like 8 minutes ago. I can't remember. We were talking about 1 minute ago.
I'm not sure.
I'll just try to keep my eyes on the chat and
Funny
see if
thing.
it moves.
It's funny thing about nuances.
Mm.
Something sounds so good or looks so good on paper, right? Justice. But it's the furthest thing from remedy. It's the antithesis. And all you have to do, I mean, is just look at the outcome.
Well, you know, I'm a big proponent of justice.
I know.
So,
And that's baffling because
I don't mean the justice system. I just mean justice. You know,
yeah,
because I'm thinking about the Palestinian question, right?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
justice is big important to me. It's really of utmost important to me.
Yeah,
Of
you've
importance
chosen
to
to
me.
make it important.
And yes, and you say that there's no such thing as justice,
Yeah,
and
it's
that
fantasy.
justice is I don't know if you said it was a pursuit
It's
of
a fairy
ego
tale.
or
Well, it's a fairy tale. It's a distraction. It's the antithesis of remedy. It's to get people to loop on a path that is destructive to their own demise and be exploited and be oblivious to it. All in
okay.
the name and guise of virtue.
Okay, remedy, let's say we're dealing with Satan Yahoo, who runs Israel. Okay, Satan Yahoo is the prime minister of Israel, and he is the most heinous murderer since Hitler. Okay,
Mhm.
so now justice is important because remedy would just be removing him from office. Now, of course, that doesn't change anything because the people of Israel themselves are bloodthirsty fucking animals because they've been trained that way.
So
And
neither is
they're,
remedy.
hold on. So, uh, there's no just replacing him with somebody else.
Yeah,
But if they were to take,
because that's not
let's
the
say
answer or the problem.
the remedy would be to negate Israel altogether
Nope.
and make Israel, yes, the
Nope.
remedy would be for it to become Palestine again, so that true Jews could live there, could
You're
live there,
fantasizing.
as
Your
well as
ideology.
all the Palestinians. Stop interrupting me. As well as all the Palestinians, okay, get their land back, remedy it so that they get their land back. Now, justice would be for him to go to court, for him to go to the world court and be held responsible for what he's done. Just removing him is not just the remedy, or even removing Israel off the fucking map would
None of
not
it's
be
remedy
remedy.
because you got the problem of pot and kettle syndrome here.
Okay,
Totally in
no,
the way.
because you listen, you are operating under the misguided thing that the culture is not important and all this stuff. So please don't interrupt me because I want to get to a point. The remedy for the Palestinians, not for you, would be to get Palestine back. But the justice part of it, there are generations who have been uh, psychologically harmed, psychologically in deep, 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 deep fucking ways, generally, generationally. Okay, now to see justice brought also helps that uh, psychological harm get healed.
Bullshit.
And that's why justice is important because we are human beings, we have feelings, we have psychology involved, and that psychology, which you can't escape, that
Bullshit.
psychology calls for justice.
Bullshit.
You weren't listening at all.
Vindication will never be part of healing. Never. You're lying to yourself.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, when has it? Kat?
Plenty of examples. Look, there are some people who say, okay, there's
Give me
some
one.
people that say in the states they still have the death penalty, right? So in
Mhm.
the states, somebody gets found guilty of murder.
Mhm.
In some cases, there are people who say, "Please don't kill him, even though he killed my daughter. I'm still we want to forgive him, and we don't want him killed." Okay, so for them, justice would not be to remedy by putting him in front of a firing squad, but for most people, it would be because you're not stopping anything. If that murder happened only on a one basis, like it's not somebody who's some psychopath who's just going around shooting people willy nilly. They're
Mhm.
actually somebody who they found their wife cheating or something and they killed the guy, right? So
Mhm.
it's like a one off.
Mhm.
So that by putting them in front of a firing squad is not going to remedy anything because it's not like they're going to shoot anybody else or they're going to hurt anybody else, right? So you're not remedying anything. And how do you remedy that person being killed? You can't.
Right.
So justice would only be if somebody who doesn't want to forgive them, who wants to see that person punished
Stop right there. Somebody who doesn't
psychologically.
want to forgive has now
Yes.
has now signed the toxic death wave to themselves. That's why I'm saying that's vindication is not a path to healing. Healing is a self done action.
But psychologically, when you see the other person is caught and punished, then you feel like you can start healing.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
It's not nonsense at all.
Nonsense. Again, these are fantasies. These are ideologies. These are programs. Doesn't do that. That's not how healing works, Cap.
That's just in your
Has,
mind.
never will. No, that's just the way. That's just how things work. If things work that way, Kat, then your corporate society would be all fucked up and toxic because everybody would just let's practice vindication. Everything put vindication as the forefront, and everything would be healthier than fucking unicorns and rainbows. Come on.
No, because there's always more murderers.
This is just basic. But that wouldn't be the case. That's what happens. People go crazy in chaos. Now, this is all going to tie in with the Manson thing, which is, I would hear the same things coming out of his mouth. He's firsthand in there saying, I'm what happens to you because of what you're doing to me, because of the fantasies, the obliviousness of the fantasies that can't see the obvious. So the crazy, the insane are looking at the sane man, if there is such a thing, and all they see is insanity. And the sane man is saying, look, what you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself because your ideologies are all fucking twisted. And the crazy people are saying, no, we're the ones who are sane, and we've got the credential or whatever you want to call it to qualify ourselves for that.
Look, let's tell everybody how this started. This started.
One last thing. But without being objective, to look at the results of that. That's not in the equation of objective thinking. Critical thinking is out of the equation. That's the problem. Go ahead.
This all started because I guess it was yesterday, but I saw it this afternoon. Nudy handed me a video to watch of Charlie Manson, and he said, "How much do you think I relate to this?" So I watched the video. This is an interview with Charles Manson, and I said, I don't know, maybe 25 to 30%. He said 90% that he relates to Charlie Manson. And so we decided to have a live stream about justice or judging. Who's qualified to judge who's crazy? Yeah, because I said that, Charlie Manson was crazy. And Nudy was like, well, how do you judge who's crazy and who's not crazy? What makes him crazy? Just fucking listen to him. You can't even understand half of what he says because he's talking. Well, you are crazy. That's why you can't. You have to know what he's relating things to. Like he's talking about things that don't make any sense.
They do to me.
But
perfect.
You weren't alive. How would you know? How would you know what he's talking about?
I'm referring
the stuff that he's referring to. Everything he refers to is before 1967.
I'm referring to from what I saw in the videos.
But even what he talked about in the video, he was referring to things that were before 1967. So he was using language that was not normal for now. And he was also what?
I'll tell you what he was doing. He was telling the truth. That's the number one thing I can relate
to. His truth.
Define his truth. What does that even mean, Kat?
When he says things about what's good and what's bad, that's a truth.
When he talks about that, and he too, I think he would probably say the same thing. Who's deciding what's good and bad? Everything's good, everything's bad.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's a truth. But when it comes to
what he's saying is he would mirror that back to you, Kat, and say that's your way of thinking. There is no good and bad.
I didn't say that. You're not understanding me. I'm not saying that things are good or bad. I'm agreeing with him that who is to say what's good and what's bad? I'm agreeing with him that, I'm agreeing with him because out there in the ether, there is no good and bad,
But we're
right?
talking about
So,
his truth.
so, okay.
So I'm
What I
asking you,
said,
what
what
does
I
that
said
mean?
was, stop it, stop it.
Now
What I
you
said
digressed.
was, stop it.
No, I want to get back to that point. You didn't answer the question.
Let me get to the point.
Go ahead.
The point was that what's good and what's bad is a truth. It's not just his truth, it's everybody's truth. There is no good and bad. It's
So
whatever
it's
people
so
say
it's
is
not
good and
subjective.
bad. But when he's talking about other things that he did, right? That he denies certain things, but he's not necessarily telling the truth about things because he denies certain things. He had influence over those people, and he knew he had influence over those people, but he denied it because he said they were responsible for what they did, right? Which ultimately is true, right? It's not that they should get off because they were subject to a cult leader. They were responsible for their own choices. However, he was also responsible for what he influenced them to do, and he was not being truthful. He was not being truthful with himself because I believe he convinced himself that he wasn't responsible, but he was responsible. He
For
was a cult
influencing
leader.
people.
Yes.
I've heard him state that he's aware that he influences people.
In that interview,
I don't know if it was that one or another one. I can't. I've seen him maybe 4 or 5 altogether, not just recently.
I couldn't figure out when that interview was because he already had the swastika,
Not sure.
so I couldn't figure
I
out
think I think it said on
after
the title.
1980.
Yeah,
No, I looked in the title. I was thinking
or
myself
maybe it
it's
was.
probably somewhere in the 80s.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I remember seeing it at the beginning on the clip or something when
Oh,
he was
maybe.
coming out. So I don't remember.
Yeah, it might have been in
Um,
the beginning of the clip, but it wasn't in the description because I
yeah,
checked. I should have just gone to the beginning of the video again to check. But
yeah,
I was going based on the quality of the film. I was thinking, okay, that looks like the 80s. Um,
yeah. It's definitely old.
so
Well, let me just say this, okay?
well,
From what I've seen, right? Because
mhm.
even what I've seen, we don't know if that is, spin doctors are clever, right? We don't even know if that is all just propaganda. But if
What?
that's what we watched,
How could
we don't
that
know
be
if that was
propaganda
scripted.
when it was his own words? You
We
think
don't
that
know
was a
that.
script?
Don't be so naive, Cat. It could be. Spin
What's crap?
doctors are
He's still on.
clever. Okay. But given the benefit of the doubt that it was, it's authentic. If that's the case, from the few uh, videos that I've seen of Charles, yeah, Charles, um, I would say this: he seems like a decent man, and I would be interested if he was still alive in meeting him because I haven't
Hello.
met very many decent people, and I like meeting decent people.
Oh, Mrs. J. I couldn't
Hi, Miss
figure out
J.
the words. Mrs. J's here. Oh, Mrs. J. Yeah, Mrs. J. Yeah, because there's somebody named Miss J too, but Mrs. J. Wait a second. Let's see what Mrs. J said. Mrs. J is very smart. Okay, I gotta go back because Crafty wrote a lot. Holy shit. Uh, yeah, them girls crazy. Either way, capital punishment is going to happen in the USA. Uh, and lastly, apparently, Trump had to leave. I know somebody tried to shoot him and they missed again. Aw, Mrs. J, hit that like button.
Hmm.
My sweetheart, your truth, my truth, his truth, her truth, our truth, and a fact. Yes, I saw the clip from Fort Court, but you need to watch the biography of Charles Manson using words against government officials. Well, good. Manipulation. Charles Manson, yikes. The manipulated people. Hi, honey. Propaganda again. Huh, Nude? Let me just,
Never
hold on.
ends. What's that?
I gotta put the, thing to Mrs. J. Mrs. J is so smart. She has lots to offer.
Back to that, little thing there about uh, even just making note that even what we watch could be propaganda. I have a quote
Yeah.
from back in the day. People will lie about anything when there's a good enough reason, and money is always a good enough reason.
Yes, and for him too. But also, if you see in that interview, he did not. He did. Oh, I'm so bad at multitasking. He did not. When he asked what he wanted out of it, he wanted his. He wanted some tape or something to be sent. I didn't understand it, but he wanted some tape to be sent to some guy. He didn't
Squeaky.
ask for money. No. Squeaky, no.
You you wanted
He
you
said,
wanted yeah, you wanted
what?
another portion to be recorded, and you wanted to send a message through a recording to Squeaky. That's what he
But
wanted in
no,
return.
no, he wanted, no, there was some kind of, he wanted some part in a movie. And it
No,
was
not
of
a part in the movie. No,
some
no.
French guy. Some French guy was who he thought that he was going to be meeting.
Yeah, that was, and in return for it ended up being a different media that came in return for the agreement with the French guy to do an interview for the movie he was doing. He wanted 30 minutes of recording for himself to be done, and he was going to say something to Squeaky. He wanted that sent, the
Yes.
recording sent to Squeaky. And so it turned out that the French guy wasn't there. It was this other media lady, and he made the same deal with her there. If we're to take for face value that it was
Right.
all
But he did,
not
but he
scripted.
didn't want money. He didn't want money. He was bartering.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're just giving the benefit of the doubt that this wasn't scripted, right? It could be.
Right. Yes, it could have been.
It could all just be, a plot
But
and
based on his actions, money didn't seem to mean anything to him.
yeah, of course. Again, if we're going to give it the benefit of the doubt that it was authentic, that even the storyline behind it is authentic, that it even truly happened, and it wasn't just complete propaganda, the whole thing. You never know, right? For various reasons, manipulation, control, the whole problem, reaction, solution that the propaganda machine always is centered on, money, blah blah blah. Putting all that aside, if it was genuine and authentic, then I would say he's a pretty decent man, and I would probably, if that was his true nature, I'd befriend him. Yep, I would definitely
I
befriend him.
just
He's
pictured
very
you
intelligent.
and Charles Manson sitting beside each other, having a conversation and sharing some
We'd be planting
matcha.
some trees. Yeah, I did. I'd show him matcha. I'm sure he would love it. He would. And we'd
I
be
heard
sitting
that
there
matcha.
laughing together about how people would be so confused, and you know, uh, I get what he was saying, and I see some aspects of him because he's for survival in a different realm, like he's in the cage world there. For survival, he's on another level, if you want to call it that, with the truth thing. Like he's in the mirror thing. Like he's got thick, because that's what he does all day long. He's got to deflect and defend all this bullshit around him for survival constantly. That's the case, you know. So his practice with that, I'm sure there's a lot of value I could learn from.
You're nuts. Whether he was nuts before they put him in jail or after they put him in jail, he's definitely nuts.
My view, anybody who uses jail is nuts.
No.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Nuts.
There are some people who need
Nuts
to be
is calling out
put
what
away.
nuts is. That's my view. Insanity is putting a label and a judgment on what sanity or insanity isn't. The ultimate hypocrisy, the ultimate antithesis. It's the ultimate gag, the ultimate projection of mirrorism, if you want to call it that. Quite fascinating to witness.
What do you mean,
And not
Mrs.
just
J?
you, just people in general doing it.
Mrs. J says that Manson was a Scientologist.
Magic mirror. Good
Is she
one, Kraft.
joking?
I don't know
I
if
was
she
just going to
even
put that
referring
on
to that.
stage. Sorry?
I don't know if she was even referring to the same thing or not, but magic mirror.
Mrs. J said, oh shit. This is now I can't see because I put Crafty's thing up. Okay, back, yes. Was Scientology even a thing when Manson was out of jail? Remember? So, what? Remember?
Manson was a Scientologist.
So, remember I said that mirror humanoids. What? Oh, I can't, hold on. Need the fucking glasses. Remember I said just mirror the humanoids. Charles Manson was a Scientologist, yes. And now you know why people have silly Scientology was huge, Cat. What, in the 60s? In the 60s? He knew Hubbard. Uh-oh. Maybe you wouldn't like him, Nudy.
I don't know when Scientology started, but I think he was alive. When did he pass away, dude?
Oh, he passed away. I'm I don't know. Actually, I met Mrs. J. She knows everything about Scientology. She is a Scientology expert. About musicians went to Scientology as the famous moves, etc., as a cult. What's 100% Steve Miller? What does that mean? Who's Steve Miller? Steve Miller's Steve Miller, you mean the guitarist Steve Miller? Hollywood. Hubbard was friends with Manson, yes. Hubbard died 1983. He was in there too. He left.
Hubbard was friends with
What?
Manson. Hubbard died in 1983. Hubbard
Yeah.
died? When did Manson die?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Manson died later, maybe in the 90s, maybe even 2000s.
Okay, I'll look it up.
They bring each other, John, aka John Travolta.
Charles Manson died, and according to AI,
Uh,
2017, 83.
2017, okay. Hey, what'd you say, 83?
He was 83 years old.
Oh, he was 83. Okay, because Hubbard died in 1983. Downtown Toronto has, I know, Crafty, I know, at Young and Dundas, I believe, because I went there because Patrick used to smoke pot every day. I thought that maybe he was an addict. I was in my 20s. I didn't know what, so I didn't know anything, and so went by right at Young and Dundas, and there was a table outside with pamphlets and people out there. And so there was something about narco, no, no, narcotics anonymous or something like that. It was for the family of people who are addicted to things. And so I was looking at the pamphlet and stuff, and I was thinking, well, maybe I could try to get him to quit through this program. And I had no idea because it did not say it on the paper. But when I got home, I checked into it, and it was Scientology.
According
They
to
were running.
AI, sorry, finish out. Interesting
So
point.
I could have been sucked into Scientology because I was looking to remedy something in my household about Narcotics Anonymous or whatever. I was looking to remedy something, and so I would have gone with their program and then probably be sucked in to Scientology. And that was right at Young and Dundas. Only Crafty knows where Young and Dundas is, but that's like the middle of downtown.
So according to AI, which is quoting from Wikipedia, so according to
Narcanon,
somebody who
thank
put
you.
this in Wikipedia,
Yeah.
Charles Manson studied and embraced Scientology while incarcerated in the early 1960s, even listing it as his religion in 1961 and claiming to achieve high-level status. However, he was not a member of the official Church of Scientology, which later rejected him and labeled him a sociopath. Manson adopted Scientology terms and techniques into his own unique cult philosophy, according to this Wikipedia.
Bad, bad, bad. Well,
Fairy tale or truth? You decide.
well, I know why they would have rejected him is because A, he was a hot potato, and B, he had no money. And Scientology is all about sucking the money off people.
Well, yeah. So, and if he was like, that
Whatever.
and into the wouldn't even say MK Ultra because that's lightweight compared to that stuff. If he was into that and the manipulation, they would have, took him right in. When you're one of our kind, let's get it on. So that's kind of interesting.
Here, Crafty, you seem to have a lot to offer the crowd. And you can probably read Mrs. J's comments for me. There's the link. Mm, that really, that's a game changer. Him and Scientology. He didn't reject Scientology, they rejected him.
Right. And labeled him a sociopath.
Well, it kind of was.
Well, who is it?
Who's Jack Parsons? Who isn't? I'm
Right.
not.
Bullshit.
I'm not a sociopath. Listen, listen. I know the difference between good and bad.
Oh,
I
here we go.
have, I have morals, and I
There we
employ
go.
my morals.
Back to the qualifying aspect of things.
I employ my morals. That's what a sociopath is. Somebody who
Morals.
doesn't. Yes, morals. Somebody who doesn't have morals or doesn't employ them. They might know what morals are, but they just don't employ them. I employ my morals.
Mhm.
Well, he didn't have those
You-
kind of standards. He had no
you-
standards
how do you know that your morals doesn't equate to sociopathic tendencies?
because I don't
'Cause
do
I reckon they do.
sociopathic things.
Well, maybe that you're aware of, or that you're not admitting to. I reckon that you're probably doing the most sociopathic things to yourself first and foremost, Mrs. Big Mac.
Go fuck
Big
yourself.
Mac.
Hi,
Did
Craft.
you just? Oh, hold on a minute. Hang on a second. Hang on. Did you just call her Mrs. Big Mac?
Mrs. Big Mac.
Yes.
She'll wear that one with a crown, I'm sure.
Of course she will. I
Yeah,
mean, come on.
a
At the end of
purple
the
crown.
day, what the hell? You better get her a Big Mac. Like, what's wrong with you? Send
I
her
don't
a
need to
Big
get her a
Mac.
Big Mac. She's
Not that she needs it.
plenty
Not
capable
that
of getting as many as she needs.
she doesn't need it, but she wants it. See, you
Yeah.
can't.
I know. I had one
Will
last
you
night.
not tell
Actually,
her these things?
chicken
Oh
Big
my
Mac.
God, sweetie, sweetie. They can't bring these things into your mind. You'll start thinking about them. And then you'll want them and you'll crave them and you don't want them. Remember your heart, honey.
Hey, I'm alternating between having a cigarette and going out and having a cheeseburger. I've got
Oh,
a cheeseburger deluxe from McDonald's still.
any
I've
other
I've
grease
ate
you
half
want with
of it.
that, sweetie?
Sorry?
You're gonna do
You want some grease with
Scientology,
that?
you know.
Oh no, I've
Put
got
your
plenty of it.
I know you
put,
do. And I'm worried about more of her heart. Don't start with me before I fly out there and kick you.
Guess what? I had a procedure, to an angiogram
Yeah.
done, and they checked out my
They put
heart
a
and
balloon.
the three. No, they didn't. They said there was no need to do it right now. They said that I'm still. It's still like the most one that was blocked was one was 65% blocked, one's 60% blocked, and one's 50% blocked.
Your
They said
aorta.
it was the what do you call the arteries that go to the
Yeah.
heart.
Okay.
Aorta is part of the heart, but the three
Right.
uh, uh, whatever I just said, the
The three
arteries that run
chambers.
to yeah, no,
Mhm.
the three arteries that run to the heart. There, those are the three blockages,
Okay.
and my heart was fine,
All right.
and not fine. I mean, I have AFib, but uh, like there was nothing to do for my heart. So
Hmm.
there's no recommendation of open heart surgery,
Good.
no bypass, and there was no need to put a stent in.
Okay,
So,
good.
but I have to protect this wound though for
You
the
need
next
to.
week or half a week left.
Let me tell you
I
something
just
from my family,
what?
okay? My grandma
Mm,
had a triple heart bypass. She did the
uh-huh.
angiogram, everything. They put the balloon in her leg and everything else, okay? So that
Mhm,
was when she went to St. Mike's and she was fine. They put a
mhm,
pacemaker in her, everything else. Sweetly, my grandma always said when you have an operation like that, to get up
mhm.
quickly, to get up
and
on
have
Yeah.
a
your feet.
smoke.
No, to get up. Actually, my grandma didn't smoke after that because she didn't want to, and nor would we let her. Because after they incubated her, they would put her. It felt like she wanted to
Intubate,
really throw up.
intubate,
Yeah,
intubate, not
because they had to put
intubate.
a thing down our throat, right? And when they did that, it's one of them like they make you cough. And
Yeah.
St. Mike's, this is the older way. So medicine has come further away, like she's saying. And of course, my grandma had to cough. And, with smoking your whole entire bloody life, it's one of them, oh, great. But my grandma went back to smoking. No, that's her luxury. You want to fuck around and find out with my gram? Yeah, okay. She'll come and haunt you.
Same
Nudy,
here.
stop that. She'll come and haunt you and say, why take her one luxury away from her? Because everybody's tried to stop her from that
Okay, well,
one fucking luxury.
I have three luxuries. I have three luxuries.
Yeah.
YouTube,
Right.
smoking, and Big Macs.
She had
Well,
Corey.
French fries, really.
She
Huh?
had Coronation Street, her ginger ale, her freaking digestives, and her freaking celery and salad and Philly cheese. Okay, don't even fucking start because
yeah.
my gram.
There's poor cat. You forgot about drama.
My gram had drama
Dra-
going on in the house. All right, always,
That's the
always. We've
YouTube.
got
That's the
girls,
YouTube.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So bring YouTube to my house, and damn. You see why
Yeah.
I blocked people that are actually, they interrupted my stream, and I was like, hell no, stop doing that. Because when you have kids and when you have your own opinion, opinions get misconstrued. And I know that. And I know that there's his truth, her truth, and then there's the facts. And of course, this is what happens in families. Come on, Newt, look at your family. How dysfunctional is it, and how fun do you put your function in
Don't
function?
know. Left 30 years ago.
That's right. So a lot of us have kind of turned around and said, screw it, because we're younger, right? And I'm not putting up with it. So these are the falls that we will take along the way. Sweet Leaf, you know that.
Oh,
When we
that
have our
wasn't a
own children.
fall. That was a climb right
Yeah,
away.
it's a landslide. Still, either way, you're going to do it. Now, my grandma's not here, but same with like next door. Her daughter, her eldest daughter, had to have a stent. She couldn't get it because of the material. It was iron or something like that. It's got some kind of nickel or iron in it, and we're sensitive. So you can't do that. Anyways,
It's
she ended
expensive?
no
Did you say it's
sensitive,
expensive? Oh,
sensitive.
sensitive.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, because of that, she ended up with a quadruple heart bypass. That's why I was saying, you see, you fatty. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Had you taken care of all that, maybe a plastic stent or something else that the doctors could have come out with, that would not have happened. However, inevitably, it would have happened anyhow. Okay? When you think
Love you,
about things
Mrs.
like that,
J. I love
hereditary,
you, Mrs. J.
Mrs.
Sorry.
J.
Yeah, she's going. I love
She,
her.
well, yeah, I mean, Mrs. J's from England, right?
Yes.
Right. England's popped off like, and Mrs. J, that fake king called Charlie,
See you later, Miss J.
Charlie Manson is the third one when you think about it. He'll be in America. He's going to go have a word with, Donald Trump there and hopefully Carney too and tell him to all smarten up. Anyways, needless to say, I'm keeping my eyes on over there too. Don't worry about it because it's insane. It's just insane.
In the middle of the night, I saw a video, and it was said that he had got shot at, Trump, and they had to evacuate him from the
Yeah, I heard all
correspondence
about it.
dinner. Yeah, so they missed him again. I don't know
Yes.
why all
Is
these
it the
people are
other year
bad
this time?
shots. Yeah, no, but you know that, have you seen, I heard Joe, our
Mhm.
Joe, say
Mhm.
about that he knew about this. There is
Yeah.
some kind of tale, supposedly, in the one of the Jewish books, that says that the Messiah, their new
Yeah.
Messiah, would
Yeah.
be wounded in the ear. Their ear would be wounded. So
Morning, Cheryl.
it's sorry.
Good morning,
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Good morning, who?
Good morning, Cheryl is
Cheryl.
in your chat. Cheryl is in your chat from Myron.
Oh, hello, Cheryl. And so he knew this, but this is, I don't know how many people do know this. So the Messiah would have his ear shot or have his ear damaged or whatever from
Yep.
something, and so they're trying to make Trump look like the Messiah
Of course they are. I
that
mean, look at
the
the picture.
Jews are looking for.
Okay,
Huh?
look at the picture. Look at the picture that came out.
Trump's the Messiah and Charlie Manson is a crazy one.
So needless to say, no, he actually, he's the third Charlie. Everything comes in threes, honey. Um, think about it. This is pomp and press. They need to get their shit through. They need distractions.
I
And
can't
this is
I can't
perfect.
see Trump saying, even with his, script and whatnot, oh, that Charlie, he was something else, like never before we've seen that man.
Well, I mean, not only that, it's about they're mocking. They're mocking the faith. Look what they're doing.
They
And
they
he,
are. That's
he's
a
picking
Zionist
fight.
doing that.
Yeah, of course,
That's
but
just yeah.
it's needless to say, it's they're mocking everybody else's faith.
And
And
they deserve to
Yeah.
be mocked.
well, you see what I'm saying? It's one of them. It's a program like Scientology. You can get roped into this. You can definitely be tricked, like
Only by
Boston
choosing
bombing,
it.
by Boston
Only
bombing.
by
I don't
being
think
dishonest
I
with yourself.
They
I
need
don't think
robots, bro.
Zionism. I don't think Zionism is tricking. I don't think that's a tricking thing. That's those are evil people. Those are evil people who follow Zionism. That's not a tricking thing.
All fallen for it, right?
Oh, I mean,
They're
not
not falling for
there's
nothing.
evil.
They want it.
No, you're
There's
falling for it.
there's evil. Remember, I
Script.
sent you something yesterday, and when when people are born there and they've known that way, that's something where they have to step out
You're
of
talking
and
about
go,
Israel. You're
that's
talking
not
about
the
Israel,
way,
and I agree with you. I agree
right?
with you.
So
You're
when they
talking about
step
Israel,
away,
but they're not
exactly.
the only Zionists. There's more Zionists in the
Look,
States than there are in Israel.
I get that, but listen. And then when you look at any other country or even Canada, what it's becoming, you can look outside the box and go, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Because I won't
That's not
fall for their
outside the box.
ideology.
Same thing that's always been going on. A whole
Right.
lot of looping nothing.
So you kind of just open your eyes more and you think, huh. Yeah, okay. Nice
Nudie,
devil. You're not
Nudie
going to
would
trick
say,
me.
Nudie would say that's not inside the, it's not outside the box. It's still within the box. It's just a different view from inside the box. But
Nudie
because
can fuck off.
he
I'm
thinks.
telling you, there's always, that's the thing here.
I do
Nudie,
fuck off.
I understand
I've,
that. And
I've
I
told him
fuck
that
off too.
before, but
And I do fuck off. And that's the thing. A lot of people here on YouTube,
I do it a
they don't
lot.
fuck off. They don't fuck off. They don't fuck off and touch grass. You know this, Sweetleaf? Because you can feel the anger. I'm sure Cheryl will agree. You can feel the people's anger. And that's the problem. That's the problem today. And you start handing it down to your kids. Like I seen yesterday. You
Reap
left
what you
four,
sow in life.
they left four autistic kids to go and get, and I mean, these kids are overweight. Some of them are overweight to go get processed food. And all these four kids, all these
Can you
girls
imagine
running
getting
around.
angry about getting cancer
No,
when
hang on a minute, Nude,
fast food?
because this is serious. I mean, like, you don't leave autistic kids around just so you can go out and get dinner. And they're running around. And I'm like, it's a good thing I'm down in my storage room keeping an eye on these girls because anything could happen when you think about it.
Crafty, do me a favor. Do me a
Mhm.
favor. Let's just stick to the topic because there's so much to talk about, and it's so hard to get through it all. So if you go off about autistic children and stuff like that,
No,
we're
I'm
going
just
to go
saying,
so far
autistic
I've
off
got
the
children,
topic.
it's
I've got
more
about an
prominent.
hour, maybe two at most left, but can't. Then I got to get back to
Okay.
the
It's more
All
prominent
right.
today.
I'm going to take my blood pressure. Uh, where were we?
But the ideologies alone, it's like a cult, as you know.
Agreed.
What,
Not that
Zionism?
anything. It's just no. I'm not doing it. I'm not in your cult. I walk alone. I'd rather walk alone. This is where probably
Um,
Jesus said, "Fuck you all. I'm walking alone."
I'm with you on that. Although crafty, I see some remnants of the opposite with you a lot when it comes to still nationalism and these types of things.
Well, I think some things in
Because that's
Canada
all
are
cult
just
stuff.
wrong. I think
Canada
Canada's
is a nothing
dead.
but a fairy tale cult. Right?
Yeah,
That's all.
it's dead. It's not what we grew up with, and we were like sold a dream that's not really there.
The
It
fact
doesn't
that it's
really
a
matter.
dream is
Mhm.
it never was anything but a dream.
It
How
wasn't
could
my
it be
dream.
anything? What is it? But how many letters? CANADA. 6
Yeah,
letters.
I'll go back to sleep and I'll be better off.
Just like USA. 3 letters.
Yeah,
What is it? Nothing.
it's a corporation.
What is a corporation? CORPERATION. 10 letters. That's
It's
all.
corpse. It's corpse.
Nothing.
Get it? The corpse. At the end of the
It's
day, you're dead.
it's fantasy. It's
Yeah, it's
imagination.
science fiction.
Fiction. Good word.
Yeah, you can write a book about this shit.
10.
I'm sure a lot of people can. And that's what you kind of endorse yourself with the imagination. You pick up a hobby, and you continue with these hobbies.
And a lot of people do a lot of crazy things because
Enjoy your sleep.
fantasy itself is crazy. So they act out the crazy, right?
Right. They're LARPing out the crazy, as we know.
Yeah, it's LARPaholics all over the
You're
place.
watching the politics or what have you. It's one of them. Like, don't get hooked into that. Just watch what they're doing. Watch
Where
from
it
afar.
gets even more further is when the obliviousness to that gets
Right.
psychosis, right?
Like
And that's
I've been hearing rumors of like energy lockdowns, which is possible. However, it doesn't scare me. It's one of those like, good to know. Thank you. Whatever. But I felt like it was coming again because these people are ridiculous and they're power hungry. They've always been power hungry. And yeah, this is why I don't vote. But either way, it's one of them. This is the kind of shit, sweet leaf, that I've grown up as a kid. And a lot of people take to their TikToks or whatever, and they vocalize it. And we got to be careful what we say in Canada.
I got batteries. I bought batteries from Temu. And bought a battery charger.
What do you mean by we got to be careful what we see?
Just not derogatory, not anything against anybody's religion. You know how with hate laws and stuff like that, you just got to be really careful because they'll come to your door. And some people have had that when they're calling down, like people like, who, I don't know, some OPP officers came.
Oh
or
yeah,
not
so you're.
police.
I see what you're getting. So you're
But
talking
yeah,
about
just
health.
watching what you say and being respectful.
How are you going
That's
to
all.
control yourself? You're a racist.
In my
I'm not
travels,
racist. How can I be
In-
racist?
You are so.
No, I'm not. No,
In
I'm
my
not. Stop
travels,
saying that because it's wrong.
everywhere where I go, which is a lot of places, Crafty, that's the case.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. The places where I go, it's more quiet. And I'm not racist. I talk to everybody.
are.
No, I'm not. I
don't
really
care if
wish
you
you would
talk to
stop
everybody.
saying that. I really
Well,
wish
stop
you would
saying the
stop
shit
saying
you
that
say.
because
I
I'm
wish you'd
not
stop saying the
racist.
stuff you
You
say.
go on panels and you tell people this all the time, and it's
No, I
wrong
don't. No,
because
I don't. No, I don't.
it's not who I am.
No, you just
I'm
you just lied. You just lied. I
no,
don't do
I
that.
don't lie.
Yeah,
I
show
have
me
a
proof.
very fucking
Show me proof. Show me
I
proof.
don't have a religious family. I have a rainbow family. I have Chinese in my
care.
family, therefore I can't be racist. I have
That
black in
doesn't
my
mean
family,
anything.
Italian in my
When you
family.
talk,
What
when
say
you talk
you?
about Muslims,
What say you?
when you talk
What say you,
about
nigger?
Muslims,
What say you, nigger?
Let's
What
see,
say you,
let's see.
nigger?
stop it.
You're a
Yeah.
fucking
Stop
ignorant
it.
person. You're being ignorant.
Stop it.
That's being a nigger. That's being a nigger.
No.
That's
Stop
being a nigger,
saying that
nigger,
word.
nigger, 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 nigger.
Okay, why I can fucking kick her.
I could
Fuck shit. Holy fuck, man. To YouTube. That was not my word. And she is
I wouldn't worry about that
excommunicated.
word on YouTube either.
Oh,
Kat.
don't say that.
No, I
That's
said it
not
on
true.
plenty of panels and never been a problem.
Yeah, well, you know what? All it takes is for one complaint. Fucking bitch. She is a fucking racist. Every time she talks about, first of all, I don't go on panels and tell people she's a racist. I say she's the bad cat. That's all I say. I'm the good cat. She's the bad cat. Obviously. But but I never say that she's a racist to other people. But I tell her she's a racist on her own panel because she talks about Muslims and she doesn't even realize what a fucking racist she is. The way she talks about Muslims, she is so fucking ignorant. She has no idea who Muslims really are. She just has some next door neighbors that are Muslim.
Can I
And she goes to a store.
Can I encourage more relaxed conveyance of views
Yeah.
because it'll be more productive.
Abuse or
Views.
how I express myself.
Expressing of views. Expressing yourself.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. But she was saying that word. I'm trying to stop her, and then I realized I could kick her, and then I calmed down because I realized I had a remedy. I was freaking out because I was thinking I didn't have a remedy because kicking her wasn't something in my mind. But then she kicked herself, so I didn't even have to do that.
Oh yeah, she dropped herself up.
Because she knew I was going to kick her. That's why. Yup, not radical. What's she saying? Yup, not radical ones. Peaceful. I can't see because there's a stupid $sign in the middle. You don't love Muslims. You talk about people who. Okay. You talk
Listen,
about people.
I'm more racist than both of you combined, okay? So that's the end of it.
I don't think you're racist. you hate all the humans.
Equally.
Yes. Equal opportunity hater. But she doesn't even realize. She doesn't even realize what a racist she is. She doesn't realize how fucking ignorant she is. When she talks about Muslims, when she talks about the Middle East, she is so ignorant. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Nobody
and
does.
It just drives me nuts.
It's all based on the propaganda machine.
Yes,
Tell me
she
another
is.
Trump
She does
story.
talk.
Trump of the day.
Whoa. When she's on her stream, she's spreading bullshit.
Everybody's spreading bullshit.
Yeah, well, I don't talk to everybody.
So?
It only matters about a few people.
Yeah, and?
Yeah, and she's one of them.
Okay.
Shouldn't be one of them. I should just excommunicate her altogether.
Are you getting upset because you have an expectation going on here?
Yes. No.
How's
this
it?
time,
How
no.
is it? Yes, you expect what you just said a minute ago is an expectation that she should be something different. That's your expectation, and she's not living up to that. And you're punishing yourself right now.
It's a frustration. It's not an expectation.
That's what brings upon frustration is a disappointment over an expectation of something.
Okay, look. I let her up here, knowing she's a racist, knowing she's ignorant. I know those things. I'm not expecting her to be anything. I did not expect her to say the N-word over and over and over again and jeopardize my stream. Fucking bitch. But I expect her to be racist. I expect her to be ignorant. So
I don't think she was doing it to try and jeopardize your stream.
Yes,
I wouldn't even think that would jeopardize the stream.
She was pissed off. Yeah, you don't think so. She knows. So.
I think she was doing it to make her point and possibly get under your skin at the same time.
Well,
but
just
not
saying
to
that
try
word doesn't get under my skin. Just saying the word doesn't get under my skin. She was saying it as revenge because I pointed out that she's a fucking racist and a liar when she said that I tell people on other streams. I don't tell people on other streams.
So maybe she was reflecting back.
No, she was. She was doing revenge. That's what she was doing. It was revenge. It's very fucking clear that it's revenge.
Mm-hmm. Could be. So
So,
what?
well, I spoke the truth, and she wanted revenge because I spoke the truth.
So
Fuck off, Nudy.
I already am. I told you that. I've been doing that the whole time.
Uh-oh. Now I know what you mean.
No, not that, you perv. You see? And I'm the crazy one. Fuck.
I didn't say I wasn't crazy. I know crazy when I see it. Because I am
See,
crazy.
it's another one of those things, right? I wouldn't even use that as a compass gauge for myself, other
What,
than in
crazy?
humor, because I see in a certain light, everyone and everything is crazy. In another one, it's all beyond divinely crazy, unfathomably genius. The insanity, but yet perfect balance of it all. It all depends on your view, and the view is just an observation, and the rest doesn't matter.
There's crazy that can be on the street, and there's crazy that shouldn't be on the street.
Who is the arbitrator with certified qualification? Where do they get it from? Oh, so you're like you're the queen arbitrator. Where did you get that qualification from?
60 years of living.
Well, there's people that match that and beat you. So it's about how many years you've been alive. There's trees that
put him in front of me.
thousands of years.
Put him in front of me. I'll probably take him. I could probably take him.
So that's it. It's a matter of who can put somebody out.
Yep.
That's what it comes down to. Wow, that's not crazy.
I love it when you think I'm serious.
I never think you're serious.
Good.
Except when it comes to Big Macs.
That's right. Don't fuck with Big Macs.
No.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't
know
like that system.
I know you that because of your upbringing, your basis. I know you so very well now with that you're going to always lean towards that tendency of a battle, a competitive with a projection. Yeah. But I never take it seriously because you're not. It's really for fun.
It's not part of my real. Yeah, it's not part of my real. I mean, like, for instance, the way that we're living right now, might is right, right? Mm-hmm. So, Trump having the power to be able to go and kidnap the leader of a whole country, kidnap him because he just wants to, and then steal their oil. And I'm talking about Venezuela. I don't know if you know about that. Do you know about that?
Yeah, a little bit.
You do? Okay. So yeah, so he kidnapped Maduro, put him in an American jail, he's just rotting there. I don't even know if he has a court date. Hold on.
I don't know about those things. I just know that there's this big fight over the oil thing, and then a blockade and blah blah blah. Anything to justify the price of gas going up and hiding the fact that it's not part of the design of the system.
Sorry, six L. Can you show your face like up more? Yeah, yeah. That's not your face. He's giving me the finger. Who are you? I don't know if this person.
Got a visitor?
They're
Lemon.
Yes, we have a visitor.
Cake wins.
He won't show his whole face. He only shows his eyes. And that's what his avatar is. Just see his eyes, and it's just a mask over top.
Mm.
Well, if you're not going to show your face, I don't know who you are, and I don't have a blocker to put up over you. So show me your face, please. Apparently, they don't want to do it. So
Put a private chat. Where is your camera? No comment from me, but
I don't need one, and neither does he.
yeah, already uncooperative, right?
Yes, exactly.
Sigcell is the name that comes up in private chat.
Yeah,
Unfamiliar.
he doesn't want to play nice. He's not there anymore. Okay, so where were we? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I don't know if you can hear that somebody comes up because it's in my ear as opposed to on a speaker. Hello? Nudy? You're not muted. Stream's still going. Oh, he has to come back. And Crafty, if you're still here, first of all, it's not used in that way. Second of all, YouTube doesn't see it that way. Third of all, you knew damn well what you were doing. So fuck off. Nudy. What if they had an earthquake? He's lost his internet. He got satellite internet. There we go.
I'm back.
What happened?
Oh, just Starlink doing its daily reboot thing.
Oh,
It downloads every day software from the satellites at about this time every day.
it's a weird time. It's not on the hour or on the half hour.
Yeah,
7.
it's roughly between 4 and 5. It's not exactly.
Yeah,
Nothing I
the
can
same thing
decide.
with the hydro. I used to notice that. I don't notice it anymore, but there was like this time where they would switch over the hydro from some kind of capacitor or something like that to another one, and it would always happen between I can't remember what it was, but let's say 6 and 7 in the morning, right?
So you
It
got
would
like a
always happen,
moment
but it wasn't yeah,
of
of like a
disconnect.
blip. Yeah, exactly. Which was just enough of a blip to reset the Wi-Fi box.
The router?
And yeah,
Oh man.
which would mean I have to wait for 2 to 3 minutes before the thing comes back. It doesn't reboot very fast.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah, that would be
same
a pain.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because
that's a hydro thing.
the satellite goes or the dish it goes on a standby mode for a minute, so I guess that's the way it's designed, right, to accept the
The power.
the software. It's coming
Oh, the software.
the satellites send either a maintenance or some kind of signal or whatever it is once a day to all
Right.
the receivers right? So
A
when that
security
happens,
update or something.
yeah, and usually, yeah, I think it's just part of the protocol for if they need to do it, like something big or whatever it is.
Right.
I don't know about the other versions of the dish, but these ones anyway, it happens at that time, and so it goes on standby. So I always lose connection for at least a minute, half a minute.
Yeah.
But that's the
So, yeah.
only thing now. If you notice, you remember how many times before,
Yes.
I would, yeah, it's gotten a lot better,
You'd be
hasn't it?
circling and circling and circling.
Yeah, this don't
Every
happen
now and
anymore.
then I've seen. No, I believe, but it has happened since you've got
Yeah,
the
yeah, it's not
satellite.
perfect.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Yeah, but it wasn't. That was probably just a bad weather day or something when you're getting that problem. But yeah, no, use this is way better now that you're on the
Yeah,
satellite.
yeah.
But now you're one of the few who's got it because we rolled out Elon Musk's whatever you call it, whatever you're on, Starlink.
That's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Starlink is available in Canada and always has been. Anybody can still buy it.
Hold on a sec.
I helped Dan get it about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6. Starlink was never. I think there was something in Ontario, but I don't know if it was Starlink or just Tesla cars, maybe.
Was Starlink ever banned in Canada? Yes. Firearms. Sterling. They didn't hear me properly. Was Starlink, Elon Musk's Starlink, banned into Canada at any point? No. Elon Musk's Starlink has not been banned in Canada at any point, nor has the government ever blocked consumer access to the satellite internet service since launching. Blah 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 blah. However, the service has faced political tensions and financial setbacks, particularly in 2025. Hold on one sec. Somebody's at the door. Not dead at the door. I mean here. And that is Sigcell again.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask. Did you
Sigcell.
get to the bottom of? I got cut out when they were trying to come up there.
Sigcell won't show their face.
Well,
They're showing their face, but only to their nose. Can you please show me your whole face? He's got a name. He
Sigcell.
used his real name for his well, I don't know if it's his real name, but he used what looks like a real name. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me see if I can make
Put
myself
the cover
big.
over if you want. Try that.
I have, and I can't do that anymore. I can't
No?
do that
Oh,
anymore.
because the needs a subscription now.
Yep.
No way. Can't even. Not even
How do you?
any overlays.
Nope. Well, I never had an overlay. I had a. I got around the overlay. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to make myself big so I can go over top of the screen. How do you make yourself big? Hold on. No, no.
I heard something recently that YouTube lost a battle or something, and they're going to have to relax the censorship now or something. Did you hear anything about that?
No, but I don't pay attention, so I just go with what other people say. Hold on, 6L. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it so you don't ruin my stream. How do you make somebody big? If I go to participants, I go remove room Dave. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I can find the basement. Oh no, that is the basement. It's so hard on a phone. You know, you could. I remember you ran some streams. You knew the thing layout. Layout.
Okay, yeah, I think
Okay.
that works.
Am I big now?
Yeah, you're big. That probably
Okay.
works.
All right.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
see.
it'll just be just you, right? That's a good tactic. Oh, now it's the three of us.
Okay. Hello, Steak Cell. Steak Cell isn't talking.
Can't hear you. Kind of looks familiar. Let me see. Oh,
Does he?
a little bit. Can you hear us?
All I hear is dead niggers.
Oh,
Right.
yawn.
Well, you lost the right to be in my live stream. Jeez.
He did look a bit familiar, though.
You look Chinese, or sorry, not Chinese. You looked Asian or First Nations. I couldn't tell. Couldn't even tell by his accent because he was putting on a voice. Oh well. If that's you, Sigcel, forget it. You've lost the chance. You could have been in my live stream, and you lost the chance.
Somebody else want to come up.
Oh, it's him.
Another 6 LW.
Okay, I just banned him. That way I don't have to keep on dealing with him trying to come up. Okay.
Gotta be pretty
so
bored, eh?
Yes. Lemon pound cake wins. People see you as hateful because you are hateful. Really? Well, I love lemon pound cake, so.
People see you as hateful because you are hateful, or
Probably one of Crafty's
they
friends.
see a reflection of themselves.
Yes, but I'm not hateful. I'm trying to love my enemy.
That you hate,
Yes.
but you're not hateful. Oh,
Yes, because my loving heart is doing the work
right?
of
But
loving instead of
if
hating. So instead of hating the Israelis for being fucking bloodthirsty animals, I am understanding
you're
that
trying,
they are brainwashed. Well, no, I do understand that they're brainwashed.
no, but
I'm
you're trying not to
them.
hate them. Yeah,
Yes.
because you hate them.
So, but being hateful would be just enjoying my hate. But I don't enjoy my hate. I am using love to beat that hate. So for me to understand them, to be understanding and compassionate towards them
do
being
you think
bloodthirsty animals
they give a
is a
flying
good
fuck
thing.
whether you hate
I
them or
don't
not?
care. I don't care. I don't care because it's about me.
Do you think, right? That's my point. There's no significance outwards. It's all in you. So your hate is the punishment you give to yourself.
I know.
So
Well, I don't think of it as punishment. I just think of it as unhealthy. So I am
I would call that a
correcting
punishment. You're punishing yourself for nothing. You're
I'm
doing
correcting
something
that.
unhealthy to yourself for nothing. Yes, correcting
But
it
I'm
is.
not. Yes, I'm correcting it.
Well, correcting it would be just once you realize that and that it has no merit or value, let it go. That's how you correct it.
Yeah, but okay, but I can't just let it go because they're
practicing.
killing people. I can't let it go like that because they are they want Palestinians dead. Okay? So it's
But
really
your
hard
hate isn't
to
going to
let it
change anything.
go.
Your hate isn't going to change anything.
No, my hate is automatic. It just
Or anger.
happens. Yes, it's anger. It's incredible, intense anger. Anger that I've never felt in my life besides that.
Right.
That
And
is
that's
my
not going
thing.
to that's not going to help anything or change anything outwardly. All that's going to do is torment yourself.
When you are getting your feelings out, that's not tormenting yourself. That
Really?
is,
Then why
yes,
haven't you healed? Why is it still perpetuating?
because they keep on killing us.
That's
They
not the
won't
point.
stop. They are
I'm
hateful
talking
fucking.
about
They are the
I'm talking
hates.
I'm ta- and if they're hating, then they're punishing themselves by practicing that. I'm not talking about
Okay.
the actions they're doing outwardly because of that. That's a different thing. I'm
Up
just talking
until
about the hating part.
up until October 7th, 2023. I should say up until October 8th,
Mhm.
2023. I was doing my. I was hating them,
You
and
still
I
hate them.
knew. Did hold on. I didn't know anything else but hating them.
Hmm.
But then when this all happened, I decided that I was not going to watch the mainstream news anymore about that. I stopped watching the mainstream news back in like 2016 or something, but things would always cross, and they still do, cross my path, and I'd find out about things. But I was not looking for news about Palestine anymore because I couldn't handle it because there's nothing I could do about it.
Hmm.
So I decided that it was too much for me and I wasn't going to pay attention to it anymore. And I felt bad. I felt disloyal, but I stopped because it was not good for me. Then
Disloyal
when
to what?
October, disloyal to my Palestinian brothers and sisters. So then
How is that being disloyal?
I have survivor's guilt. I feel guilty that I'm able to like go through my life and they can't. That I have a sense of freedom and
How
they
does this
don't.
equate to the hate part, though? We're just
Will
talking
you
about
stop?
choosing
If you stop
not to hate.
interrupting me, if you stop interrupting me,
I
I'll be
wasn't
able to get to
interrupting you.
the
Maybe
end.
there is a lag, and when you respond like that, please, you don't have to be
Okay,
snappy.
let me finish though. All right.
All right.
So, so when, so up till that point, I was hating them, even though I wasn't watching the news. You
Mhm.
just bring them up and that's it, just hate.
Mhm.
But then when that happened at October 7th, and then, sorry, October 8th, October 7th was when Hamas attacked back, right? Because they'd been killing Palestinians and taking Palestinians all fucking year. They killed like 350 Palestinians up till that, just from January until October. And then, they were kidnapping Palestinians and bunging them in jails and raping them and stuff. And then so Hamas struck back on October 7th and tried to get some of the prisoners back. And then, well, they kidnapped the Israelis and then we're going to exchange them for the Palestinian prisoners. So that happened. And then October 8th, the genocide ramped up and it became the killing fields that they are now. So at that point, I decided to employ my spiritual teachings, employ my logic scientifically that it is bad. And when I say bad, I don't mean, I mean unhealthy to be feeling the hate. I decided I will not look for mainstream news on it because I had YouTube at my fingertips and there were plenty of independent journalists. First it was Al Jazeera, but then I was finding independent journalists. And so I decided to get my news from there. so that I know what's going on, because I do feel like I need to know what's going on, and still not feeling the hate. And I have successfully, because if I had have been watching mainstream news, by now I would be dead. I would have had a heart attack, and that's no joke. I'm very fucking, excuse the pun, dead serious about that. I would have had a heart attack because I would be so wound up of hearing the lies and not knowing what parts of, some things I knew are lies, other things I don't know which things are lies, right? So I would be so frustrated that I would just blow up. My heart would just explode. So I have successfully managed to navigate the last 2.5 years of this genocide without feeling all that hate. And I mean, seriously, like, you've heard me blow up about Palestine before. That is nothing. I would be screaming. You wouldn't even be able to understand me. I would be so fucking angry. And I have managed to, I've cut out people, anybody who starts to, I can name that tune in 3 notes. As soon as somebody starts saying, 3 words that has to do with things that you hear on mainstream news, trying to stick up for Israel, I'm not even going to discuss things with them. There's no, let's have an open dialogue about this. Fuck you. If you don't recognize that this is genocide, obviously you are just brainwashed. I don't want anything to do with talking about this with you, right? So there's just, that way I don't frustrate myself, because I know exactly what they're going to say. I know exactly what they're going to say. It's the same fucking points over and over and over again, all lies. So
Okay,
I just don't put up with it. And so
okay.
I've managed to release my, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not getting to the point. I've
Yeah.
managed to release my anger. Thank you. I've managed to release my anger about those things, right? So that I'm not feeling it. And then that way that lowers the hate.
Okay.
The rest of the hate I'm working on by trying to understand them. And when I say trying to, I mean, I haven't gotten to the point where I could just forgive them. Because if they don't stop doing it, how can I fucking forgive them? But I do understand that they are brainwashed idiots, and that they can't help that they're brainwashed, and that they can't help that their ego can't handle bursting that bubble of their cognitive dissonance. So I have been working on that. That is so hard for me. I've had most of my life hating them. And so I've just had 2.5 years to work on this. And every week there is something that's like, how can human beings do this kind of thing, right? How can human beings do this to other human beings? How can they do it to defenseless people who don't even have any fucking guns? So it's hard to just release the hate, because their people think it's just fine. I mean, they have figures like 93% are in favor of doing this to the Palestinians.
No.
That's not a small number.
Okay.
So,
So I heard all that. Now you still
yeah,
answer my question.
what?
I'm not even sure if you know what the question is.
Well, I'm telling you that what the answer of what the truth is. Well, I don't know what you want to
But you
imply.
got you got snippy with me for trying to keep you on point and asking you the question. You don't even know what the question is. You weren't even leaning towards answering the question. You see what I'm saying?
You kept on saying, "How did you get rid of the hate? How did you get rid of the hate?"
No, that's not what I said, and
What did
that's
you
not
say?
my question. My
Well, come
question
on,
is,
get to it. Yeah.
stop it.
What's your count? What's your question?
My question was when you said um, the attempt to let it go brought upon a feeling of making you feel disloyal. And I said,
Oh, that question.
Yes. How is
I answered it.
letting something that's toxic go? How does that equate to being disloyal?
Because I can't just forget about it. I can't just say, oh, well, it's not here, so
Well, letting
big
something
deal.
go and forgetting about it are not the same things.
It's happening every day.
Yeah,
So I
but we're
can't
talking about the
just let it
anger. Right?
go.
You letting go of the anger is
Because it's happening every day.
that's not
It
what I'm
makes me
asking. I'm
angry.
asking you. I'm asking you how is because you said letting it go brings upon a feeling of disloyalty. So I'm asking you, why is letting go of the anger? Why would that bring on a sense or a feeling or an idea of disloyalty?
And again, I answered that. I said, because these are my Palestinian brothers and sisters, and they're my family.
But you're just letting go of the anger. That's all.
And I can't. If you, if you and my
It
and
doesn't
your
mean you're happy about it, and doesn't mean you agree with it or anything of the sort. You're just not holding on to the anger. So how is not holding on to the anger, which is something that isn't going to be beneficial in any sense for anybody, right? It's not constructive. So
I'm a human being. I have
how is
feelings.
doing something? Why am I getting this weird? I don't think it's just me. When you're talking right now,
Mhm.
it's kind of panning, and you're a bit distorted in my headphones.
Hold
Can you
on.
say something?
I have feathers. I have feathers in front of my microphone. That could be it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. So
let's
yeah.
doing it again.
Okay. You know what? Could be my earring. My headset is
No, I think
magnetic.
it's yeah,
My
it might
my
be ringing. Yeah, it's something to do. It almost sounds like the part that is plugged in is not all the way now or something. It's
there's nothing plugged in. I've got a headset, like a, what do you call it, a Bluetooth headset, and I have
your
feather earrings, and the feather earrings have a metal, and the headset has magnetic properties, and it keeps on, my earring keeps on clicking into my thing, so it's stuck there. Now I've got it off. So is it better now? I took my
I
earring out.
it's kind of yes and no. I better make sure it's not my headset. Give me like 60 seconds. I'm gonna go test something on YouTube. I'll be right.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Why are you still here, Crafty? I used your words. You teach bad things. What do you mean you used his words? N-word, N-word, Edward? I see Nudy, but I don't hear him. Lemon pound cake. Let me put my glasses on. Notification. Your answer is what she said. Her words. I hated them for almost her whole life. What makes her hate any better? Hate will never solve anything. It's not about solving anything. It's a human feeling. It's an emotion. And it's an emotion caused by bloodthirsty animals.
Cat?
Yep.
Yeah, it is my headset. So
Oh.
I got either reboot or get a new headset. I'm gonna give me like 2-3 minutes. I need to.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'll battle it out with lemon pound cake. It's a human emotion. And I don't have to apologize to anybody for having a human emotion. And that human emotion is totally understandable when you're dealing with bloodthirsty animals. Fucking Nazis. What's really interesting is to go back to World War II times and think about how Germans, hold on, I'll read your thing in a second, how Germans fell in to the whole Nazi thing. Because, they were just regular people. And how did they fall into it? They fell for the narrative. So that's what happened to the Israelis and the fucking Americans and Canadians, falling for the fucking narrative. But they're still fucking Nazis. I don't support Israel, but I also don't condone what Hamas has done. Hate will never solve anything. You share the same human emotion that they do. That's right. I don't like being killed. Who asked you to apologize for anything? Well, when I'm constantly harassed by people who don't like my feelings, I do feel like they want me to apologize for it, and I won't. But what Hamas did is not as evil as what you think. If you had a bunch of family members all caged up by some fucking animals, then you'd have to do something to get them out. And if that meant using guns, then okay, fine. If that meant taking hostages to exchange them for your family, then okay, fine. If they can take people, then you can take people. So what Hamas did was not what was understandable. If it's understandable to somebody who knows the facts. If you only know what the mainstream media tells you in the West, you don't know facts. So you just see terrorists. But the terrorists are the people who are calling Hamas terrorists. Those are the terrorists. Hamas are freedom fighters. They were trying to release their hostages. And the only way to deal with Israel is to take hostages and then exchange them. Because you take 100 hostages of Israel's, and you can parlay that into thousands of Palestinians, because they don't consider Palestinian life human. So they consider one Israeli life worth, I don't know, 10 or 100 Palestinian lives. So fine, make that work for you. Great point about narrative. Let's talk about narratives. You get your information from YouTube, correct? Well, not all of you. I mean, I'm 60 years old. I've gotten my information from family. I've gotten my information from many people. But now I get it from YouTube because it's all I can. That information is from a person's perspective, aka their narrative. No, because, and I'll tell you why. Because what's happened since October 7th and why there's been so much awakening of especially the United States has been because Nudy's still here, but he's gone. I'm gonna kick him out just in case he comes back. Move from stage. Kick from studio. Okay. That way when he comes back, it'll be a fresh. So, okay, let me get to your next comment in a minute. They are showing facts. They're showing video of something that's going on. So you get truth. What you see on the MSM is severely filtered, and you hardly get any news on the MSM. They hardly ever report on the truth or anything that's going on. But if you go to the Arabic channels, they're gonna show you video of what's going on. So it's not just people's perspective; it's also actual facts, right? If that's your take, then you believe even your children should pay the price, or would your opinion change if they unalived your child? If they unalived my child, I would. It's the same thing. That's my child or somebody else's, another Palestinian's child. It's the same thing. I don't understand your question. Why I believe even my children should. Oh, I think I understand that part of your question. I did not raise my child with it. My child does not pay attention to what's going on over there. She knows what's going on. She can't stand what's going on. She knows that it's unjust. And she knows that they're fucking animals. She also knows that this world is run by Zionists, and especially the West, I should say, is run by Zionists, and to not trust a fucking thing that the Zionists touch. But she doesn't involve herself. She doesn't watch the news. She doesn't go to rallies or protests or anything. So no, she doesn't. And that's because when she was young, I wanted to protect her from how ugly the world was. And when she grew older, she naturally found out. But okay, hold on. You're writing more stuff and I'm not keeping up. Citizens are not the problem. Government is. So why is taking the lives of their citizens okay? Well, let me tell you. Let me clarify. I hope you're listening. First of all, the children, sorry, not children. What if Hamas thought your child was Israeli, and they died? Do you forgive Hamas? Well, obviously it would be a mistake, so I'd have to. So, okay, let me clarify as to why they're citizens, okay? First of all, there is barely such a thing as an Israeli citizen as opposed to a military member, because every one of them, they first get indoctrinated from the time they're small, then they go to some kind of teenage indoctrination, and then they have to join the army from 18 to 20. So every single one of them is a fucking IDF soldier. Every single fucking one of them, unless they've got some kind of disability or something and they can't serve in the army. Every single one of them is a fucking military member. And after those 2 years, they can be recruited for these stupid wars. So every one of them is a military member. Not every one of them, almost every one of them. Now there are a very small, and I mean infinitesimally small, handful of Israeli soldiers that have refused to serve in the occupied territories. There's occupied Palestine, which is known as Israel, and then there's the occupied territories, which is Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem. So they have refused to serve in the territories, in the occupied territories, and they go to jail and they get treated very, 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 very badly, almost as bad as a Palestinian. But they have standards and morals, and they refuse to go and start killing Palestinians. Now, God has blessed them, but like I say, they are an infinitesimally small handful of people. The rest of them are all gung-ho to kill Palestinians, to maim Palestinians, to steal Palestinians, to blow up their houses, to steal their land with impunity. So they are not citizens. And by the way, one thing that you may not know if you watch mainstream news is that Israel killed a lot of those people. Israel killed a lot of those people. It was 1,000. What was the number? First, they tried to say that it was a higher number. Then they realized that some of them were Hamas militants, and they brought the number down. And then of those number, there was a great big number of those who were serving in the military. But you know that festival that was going on with the children, not children, the teenagers. Is the Israelis shot them. The Israelis also blew up houses, Israeli houses. You can see because the Palestinians did not have that kind of weaponry. So when you see a giant hole blasted in somebody's house, you don't do that with pipe bombs, with pipe rockets. They were making rockets out of pipes that you put water through. You don't do those kind of blow-ups from what the Hamas did. Those were Israeli weaponry. They killed a lot of their own people. They also have something called the Hannibal Directive, which is where they kill their own to stop them from being taken as hostages. So they kill them instead. So they killed their own for those. When they saw them in the helicopters, they saw them running and being taken by the Hamas militants, they were shot. So a lot of those people were killed by Israelis. What was that? Nudy came up with the wrong avatar. Okay. That is not true. You are stating no, I'm not stating my own opinion. That was done by two Israeli. One was a magazine called, I believe it's called 942. It's an Israeli magazine. They did what do you call an investigation, and another Israeli's investigation that they found that, and also Al Jazeera did an investigation where they didn't have the actual facts, but they had enough facts to point to what they were saying. But they were two Israeli outfits that came up with the truth. So I'm not making it up. It's not my opinion. It's fact. And if citizens are innocent, if they're not military. The soldiers are brainwashed, yes they are, or forced to fight someone else's war. They're not forced. Like I said, there are people who, oh, now you got the right avatar. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What the hell did I see the first time?
I have no
Looked like a
idea.
city. Did you just come up before this?
I tried to, but it glitched on me, and I was frozen. I had to
Well, it was
change.
some kind of.
Yeah, my other headset was dead. I had to get a new one.
No, but you came up with a different avatar or a different picture or something. It looked like a city.
Really?
Yeah. I should have taken a screenshot, but it was gone too quickly. Hold on, I'm just dealing with Lemon Pound Cake, who is now being a little more. She's challenging me. I'm gonna say she because I love Lemon Pound Cake, so I'm gonna call it a woman. Um. So she's not being a bitch now. She's actually just challenging me. The soldiers or ranger, they're not forced. Like I said, there are people who go to jail, but they refuse to do that. What they're doing. So I would not allow my child to die for any government. Exactly. They should just move away because it's the only way that they can avoid it is if, like I say, like if they're disabled and they can't fight in the army, and then but even then they'll find jobs for them at desks. And also, there's if you are studying the Torah and you're a kind of specific kind of Jew, then you don't have to serve. But they were trying to change that now too, because they're running out of people. Their people are dying. They won't admit it, but thousands of Israeli soldiers are dead now, and way more, like hundreds of thousands, are in hospitals and have also offed themselves. They offed themselves from what they had to do in the war. You can watch any view, any person will see it differently. The government power is the evil, not the people. Not true. Not
I
true.
disagree too. No, people are wolves in sheep's clothing. The people are the fuckers.
Uh, and also, well, see, yeah, I think differently, but still we come to the same conclusion. But I think that those brainwashed people, there must be a line at some point where they realize that they're being inhuman. And if they haven't hit that line yet, then they're fucking evil. Like they should have hit that line a long time ago.
Yeah,
And
but they
they
have
don't
no.
understand.
They're not
Huh?
interested in hitting that line. They're not interested
No,
in
because
acknowledging it.
they feel like it's like let's say you belong to a club and that club tells you that you're higher than everybody else because you belong to that club. You don't want to let go of that club because no, well, not you, but you know, regular people don't want to let go of that club
I know what
because
you mean.
yeah, they don't want to let go of the fact that they're not special. So
Yeah,
their club tells them that they're God's chosen people and that
right,
everybody else is a piece of shit.
right.
So they don't want to. They want to be God's chosen people and stay in that group.
And
So fuck them.
doesn't that just make an interesting aspect to the topic?
Sure. Yes.
They'll be the first
I.
ones to say the same thing, right? That, well, we follow the Bible, for example, the Ten Commandments. It's so virtuous, right? And you know that makes us
Yes. Yes.
that makes us the good people. We're the good guys, right?
Well,
Yeah. While
okay,
you're
but yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, if you're gonna parlay that into what I said about the Judeo-Christian values, which I was joking about that phrase, but it is the values that I was brought up with. Even though we weren't religious, and even though I don't belong to any club, I still it's ingrained in me to think about good and bad, to think
Mhm.
about the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, you
Not that they're
practiced
ten
and rehearsed.
Commandments, but they're
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but and it just became, and I'm in amongst everybody else who also agrees that thou shalt not kill, and you know all the all whatever else the other
Right.
commandments were. Don't
I
thou
know
shalt not
this.
steal and all that, right?
I know.
So
I know. I see.
yeah.
And
So I can't let go of it because
well,
I
you
can't
could,
argue with it. I
but
can't, no,
whether
but I
you,
can't argue. I can't argue with it.
well,
Thou shalt, I should not kill. I should not steal. I should not covet my neighbor's husband.
oh, okay. Um, let's address that the individual points from an open objective thing in a second. Before that, though, I know this is cliche, but it's a good one. Remember, it makes no logical sense to be well adjusted to a sick society.
That
So,
doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater, though.
of course, but we should critically think and objectively observe everything, right?
Yes.
Especially when
Yes.
the information
Yes.
came from that place.
Yes, I agree, 100%. And I
Now it
put lemon
says,
cakes. Yeah.
notice how it, no, it's see it, these. Sorry, go say what you were saying about lemon cake.
Well, I just said I put her comment up on stage,
Okay,
and I can't read it while I'm listening to you. So I thought if you read it
want
and
me to read it?
if it made sense to what you were saying, that you could use it
Okay.
too.
Well, I won't forget
Yeah.
what I was trying. What
Okay.
we'll get at. Well, I wanted to just look at just the commandments because it's a classic one, and
Uh-huh.
go through at least a few of them, and I'll point out a different perspective and show how clever nuance can be used, especially with virtue, to
Mm.
deceive people and keep them in the state of believing that they are uh, righteous or whatever you want to call it, right? When in fact
Uh-huh.
they're missing a whole lot of other aspects of it. But put that back up. Let me read that first, then, and then we'll
She just said that she said, "See how you said I was wrong." Uh, uh, I didn't. She's assuming things because I did not say. See how you said I'm wrong. I'm telling you. She asked me questions. I answered her questions based on what I believe, what I think, right? But now she's challenging me, saying, "See how you said I'm wrong." I'm not sure what she said. The only thing I said about I said they're not citizens if they're military. So she said about them being citizens. I said they're not citizens, they're military. That can be the only thing I can think of that she's saying that I said she's wrong. So the rest of it, I
I'm
haven't
too
said
far
anything about
behind in the.
her being wrong.
I see.
It's like it's what the second comment up.
No, but I'm
oh
too
yeah,
far behind in your discussion with her because I
right.
was away.
She was
So
just saying about what happened on the. It's probably stuff that you're not even interested in because it's got stuff to do with the political realities of what went on October 7th.
yeah, I'd have to fake being interested in that as I usually do.
I'm glad that you're a human being, Lemon Pound Cake, because if you stand with Palestine, that's a good thing. But I'm not. I'm just saying. You say they're citizens. I say they're not citizens. They're military. So, standing against Israel, with that being said, power and money is the evil. Something people are generally good. Not in Israel, they're not. Not in Israel, they're not. And probably what she said about me saying she was wrong was also what you said she was wrong. But I don't know if we said it that way. About the government being the bad guys and that the people aren't the bad guys. Whereas both you and I believe for different reasons that the people are the bad guys. So, I mean, here in the West, people don't know any different. Their reality isn't different because they're only hearing the news. They're not actually living it. So they don't have any actual practical knowledge. They're only hearing the news. So it's only just about the brainwashing. I am not talking about the soldiers. I am talking about the innocent people who died. Okay, so those people who
Innocent.
died at the festival, yeah, she's talking about teenagers now.
I love when people use that word innocent. Just point and
They're
nothing to do with
teenagers.
the Israel topic and whatnot. But
No, but she's
Uh,
talking about teenagers.
point to
The
what,
innocent
point to
people she's talking
innocence.
about.
Yeah, point to innocent and show me what it looks like.
Okay, but when it comes to this, the teenagers were innocent. They weren't even old enough to serve, I
Uh-huh.
don't think. So, okay, so getting to that, that was Israel had a lot to do with their killings, by the way. I don't think you heard me. Correct, that's what I was talking about. Okay. None of us are living it. We are all we are all something. It's behind the
Watching,
dollar sign. I can't see. Watching.
watching.
Okay. No, okay, no, you can't say that, Lemon Pound Cake. The Israelis themselves are living it. The Palestinians themselves are living it. So we in the West are watching, and only some of us are watching, but they are living it. So now they are not those people, those teenagers at the festival. A lot of them were killed by Israelis, by the IDF. They killed their own people. They done it even when the hostages were released, they even killed some hostages.
She said she's
They were
talking about
waving a white
you and her.
flag. Sorry,
She said she's
I'm
talking
lost. I'm
about you
talking
and
about
her.
yeah, okay. So well, then what none of us okay, let me go back to none of us are living it. We are all watching. Okay, then I don't understand what she's saying. Obviously, her and I are watching it from here.
I think that's what she means.
But what's the point of her
Oh
saying
no,
that?
no idea. Again, I'm too far in the distance from this
Oh, the
conversation.
people. She said the people are generally good, and I'm saying the people in Israel are not generally good. They're generally bad. They're generally fucking evil because they haven't hit that line that says this is inhuman. We shouldn't be doing this. So once they hit that line and say this is inhuman, we shouldn't be doing this, watch the Palestinians stop fighting back. Now, okay, this might be a safe place for you to, because now I've addressed what you said, and thanks for
Okay.
giving me that freedom to do
Yeah.
that. So go ahead.
No worries. Okay. So the commandments.
Yes.
All right. Right off the top, the first one. Thou shalt not kill. Right.
Uh-huh.
Notice how it doesn't say, "Thou shalt not murder."
Yeah, but I bet you the words have been changed.
Well, still, again, this is what people are practicing, right? They're again, and what I'm going to point out here, like I said, is nuances that on the surface look trivial, perhaps, or just not even obvious or not even realized, but they're so significant and important. It's ridiculous.
Well,
It
because
also
if people
doesn't
kill
say,
animals, people kill
yeah,
other animals.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There you go. Right. So
yeah,
that's kind of what I was about to get to. It also doesn't say,
yeah.
"Thou shalt not participate, let alone practice, in abusive activities."
Yeah. Well, maybe Moses
Just sort of
had trouble coming
slipped
up
the
with that
idea
sentence.
here, right? Just sort of
Yeah,
slipped the
yeah.
merit of virtue.
You also have to think about it. He had to chip those words into fucking stone, so that's kind of a long
Oh,
sentence.
please. Please.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
It
you
was
want to get
chipped into stone,
technical. I'm
right?
sure it could be stated in a shorter way. You know, I'm making points without that in mind.
Thou
Come on
shalt
here.
not participate in abusive activities. How do you shorten that sentence?
That thou shalt not participate in abuse. That
Participate's a
shall
long
not
word.
conduct abusive activities or something of the sort. So there's
Or
a lot of ways.
how about just thou shalt not abuse?
Sure.
Okay. because that's a lot of work.
Or there's probably some other more historical word that is that means like participate or something, like the word thou. It's kind of a, it's probably something that could be used to make it like thou shall not involve uh with abuse, but something shorter, anyways. The point is, notice how it doesn't reference that in any sense. And then the stealing thing, that's the next one. Okay, well, you already know from other conversations my view on that, how that's a total dyslexic backwards gaslight that people are totally distracted by. Am I lost again? Is it just me? Can you hear me? Oh, it's you cut out. Are you back?
Jeez. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Now I still don't have it on the. I had to switch phones. I didn't realize because I had it plugged in this whole time. So I thought that I gotta turn my Bluetooth on. I thought that I was fine for the battery, but StreamYard takes so much battery up that even when it was plugged in, it couldn't keep up.
Hmm. So you
Bluetooth
have to
is
switch phone or the headset thing?
no, the whole phone. So now I gotta connect my Bluetooth to this phone.
Of all days when the conversations are pretty grooving and we both have these technical issues.
It's a
It is what
Zionist.
it is. Oh, please.
StreamYard is part of Epstein files.
Right.
Oh,
Uh,
it's not letting my thing connect. Maybe I gotta turn the Bluetooth off. Oh, pairing. Pairing. Come on.
I wonder if
Okay.
Joel will join us. I sent him a
Did
nudge
ya?
earlier. Yeah, a long
Okay.
time ago.
I'm probably gonna have to leave the studio again and come back.
Oh,
What was
this
it
was a
say?
while ago when I sent it to him.
He was
Like,
probably sleeping.
yeah, like almost after we started.
Okay. Well, I'll be right back and I'll come
Okay.
leave.
Yeah.
How do I leave studio? Oh,
I'll do some porn bombs and say the N word over and over again. And
good man, good man.
yep. Anyone still with us in chat? Let's check the view count.
Okay, talk.
Oh, you back? That was
Yeah, you're in my ear. Now guess what? I have to pee.
quick. Oh. Yeah. Oh,
Let
go ahead.
lemon pound cake will keep you entertained because lemon pound cake seems to make good points. Even though I think she's a little bit lost on the facts, she's still challenges in a thoughtful
I
way.
don't think. How do you know it's a she, by the way? I don't think they're
I
still here.
told you, I said I love lemon pound cake, so I'm going to call
Mhm.
her a she.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Okay, right back.
Okay. You are not a she. Just noticed your message now. You said something else. It got censored. I would not appreciate the N-word, sir. It's not funny to even joke about it. Oh, if it wasn't for Cat Stream, that would just make me say it 100 times more. Oh, you're black. Well, well, that means nothing to me. I'm colorblind. You love makes? What's a make? Males. Your handle name, Lemon, sounds familiar, but at this point, almost everybody sounds familiar to some degree. Have we conversed before? I swear we probably have, either in chat or on a live somewhere. Maybe you get around. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. Name is famous. Lemon pound cake. You're in court documents. You're in court documents as lemon pound cake? That'd be gold if that was the case. Just Google it. Okay, I'll Google it. Give me a sec. Lemon pound cake wins. Court cases?
This is interesting.
Rapper Afroman won a major victory in March 2026. AI response, by the way, as an
Don't
Ohio
tell me
jury found
this
him
isn't
not
Afro
liable
Man.
in a defamation lawsuit brought by 7 sheriffs deputies who raided his home in 2022. The lawsuit stemmed from his viral song and music video Lemon Pound Cake, which used home security footage to mock the officers. Awesome. I gotta check
Oh,
that out.
I want to believe this so badly. I can't believe Afro Man found my fucking live stream. Now I'm blown away. If this is true, I'm blown away. Nobody's gonna believe me.
They don't have to. It's recorded.
Well, yeah, but it just says
Live.
lemon pound cake.
Well, that's true. Well, so that's a claim.
So what?
Doesn't
His
mean it's.
name in the documents is lemon pound cake. That means he legally changed his name, because I don't think you can just put an alias in a court document.
Well, you
It
could.
has to be your legal name.
Yeah,
Can
you
you?
could. Sure, and you'd even be referred to as that. But on the just on the letterhead where they put the verses part, they're going to put the capital all caps name, right? The account name. That'll be
The all
on there.
cap name
That's
would have to be the legal name.
yeah. Well, it's all legal, right? The citizen name.
No, an alias is not an all caps legal name.
Yeah, they wouldn't put an alias on that part.
So he's saying he can't confirm nor deny, but he told us. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. And I welcome you challenging me too. This is a very big case. Like, it's big because you know who he is. He's the guy who, you know, the song, Because I Was High. You know that one? I
Is
was
that who
going to go
sings
to
that?
work, then I got high. That's
Yeah.
Afroman.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he was raided and he took them to court and he
There's
fucking won. He did win. And not only that, he fucking mocked them. He
yeah.
mocked them in a suit that was made, or that looks like it was made of US flags.
Hmm.
It was fucking he's a fucking hero. Everybody around here is like, everybody was talking about it when he won.
Hmm.
So welcome, and I welcome you challenging me. Sing, I can't. I have no voice left
Sing it.
anymore. I used to be a singer. I used to be a singer. I've used your song for intros for my live streams.
I'm gonna I'm I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's not
Not him.
the man. Yeah, because if it's for privacy reasons, then it would have to be somebody else because this man is in public. He's already a celebrity, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would he tell us to look it up, and then say he can?
Yeah.
So maybe what he is he is a fan of Afroman, and he is
Yeah.
using that name because Afroman used that name. And so he's just saying who Lemon Pound Cake is, but not that it was necessarily him.
Yeah, but he said I can't confirm or deny for privacy reasons if they are Afro Man or not. And I'm going out on a limb saying, and that, if that's the case, they're not Afro Man because Afro Man is already a public figure, and Afro Man would have no reason to be concerned about privacy.
Well, he might if he joined this live stream.
Why is that? He's already publicly known. What would he have to hide?
I don't know.
It wouldn't make sense.
I'll put
But it
the
has to
link
be
out
somebody
again.
else.
I'll put the link out again in case he wants to join.
And he goes,
And then
that's true. Privacy reasons
challenge
could
me.
be because I don't want to know anyone to know if I'm Afroman. But then you put lemon pound cake as your handling. Come on. You got to get a little bit if you're going to try and lean
I'm
forward.
entertained. I'm entertained. I'm
Entertain,
happy.
yes. That's slightly
Yeah.
amused.
Whoever he is, makes thoughtful comments, because at first he just sounded like a troll coming into. That's the link if you want to join. Mr. Lemon Pound Cake wins.
I doubt they're going to join because of privacy reasons. That would be my
Okay,
guess.
well, I just put it out there to welcome him in case he wanted to. If not, that's
Right.
fine. He can stay in chat.
There you go.
But
I will
still,
not join a panel.
okay. What? But
Surprise.
I thought that he was just a troll, and he was just coming in to say, "Ah, you're so hateful." Nah, nah, nah. But then he started making points, and they'd be good points if they weren't based on lack of knowledge of what actually happened on October 7th and why October 7th happened.
Well, interesting to
You're
learn
very welcome.
the facts about this guy, though. I'll have to watch that if this guy did that in court and mocked them. That's intriguing. Had no idea.
Yeah, just
I knew the song.
Look up Afro Man Wins in Court and look up the songs that he made, because he was making songs about what the cops did and the courts and old things. He made up songs about that too. You're welcome, Lemon Pound Cake. I'm just gonna call you Lemon Pound Cake, but yes, he did win. I was just calling him Lemon Cake after.
So before,
yeah.
I was going to revert back to where we got disconnected there. We were talking about the commandment stuff.
Yes.
What did you hear where we left off last? When,
Yeah, they abuse. What thou shalt not abuse.
Okay, so yeah, thou shalt not abuse. So notice how that's not referenced in there, and it's not a trivial thing, right? I just happened to gloss over that somehow.
Gloss over what? Thou shalt not abuse.
Not adding that in there, right? It's like that would be something that would just be trivial and wouldn't need to be considered or anything. Second one, thou shalt not steal. That one you already know my opposing view on from other discussions. How I see stealing as nothing but a gaslight.
That's what Manson said. By the way, LPC, this is based on the premise that Nudy nudification agrees. Is I'm gonna say the right words. Relates to Charlie Manson about 90% of how he thinks of the world. Nudification
from the videos
also,
that I saw. That's important. Which is not really that many. Maybe 4 in total.
Yeah, because we just found out that he was a Scientologist, so that's not going to be something that's
These are videos too, right? So there's lots of.
So that probably goes down to about 70% now.
Big grain of salt. Oh no, not necessarily, because again, there's some nuances there.
LPC, you too.
With the Scientology thing, that's just a label, right? So I'd have to
Spark one for me.
I'd have to investigate that further and see what the deal was with that.
LPC's leaving. LPC's leaving.
Okay. See you later.
Okay. Yes, you'd have to investigate further. I know.
But there
But I mean,
may be something different about it that he was involved in that's not the conventional or typical heightened MK Ultra stuff. It could be something more just on the surface basis, and maybe it was something that was different back in the time. Then he evolved or got contorted into this church thing. There's a whole bunch of things, right? So that's too preliminary, especially at that time.
well, look, do you know how Scientology ropes you in?
Yes, I
How?
absolutely do. Through enticement of money is typically the big one.
No. That's what they get from you. They get money from you. But how they rope you in is because everybody's hurt in some way, especially in this corporate society, right? Everybody's hurt in some way. And
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Manson did not have a good childhood, as he said in that one interview. So, but we know it already. So
Mm-hmm.
now, what they do in Scientology is they rope you in because they will, um, they will grab you by your weaknesses, your emotional weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they got me. And I'm not talking about the Narcanon thing. I'm talking about earlier when I was a teenager. I was watching TV in the middle of the night. They always put these things on in the middle of the night. Just not just Scientology. There's other things too that they specifically put their ads on in the middle of the night because who the fuck is up in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah.
Now I happened to be up in the middle of the night because I worked. I was a teenager, but I was working nights, so I was up and they put on a commercial going, I can't remember what they said, but it was like, are you hurt? Are you hurt by this? Are you hurt by the way that they didn't say, are you hurt? But basically that's what they were saying. By the way that society works nowadays, they didn't even say anything about the government.
Mm-hmm.
It was about society, right? And well, read this book by L. Ron Hubbard. So I told my mom, I said, Mom, I got to get this book. It's by L. Ron Hubbard. And she says, oh, no, you don't. And I said, huh? She says, that's Scientology. I said, okay. And I'm thinking science is in the name. Like, what do you have against it, right? My mom was like an ex-Catholic and she was an ex God believer, right? So
Mm-hmm.
she didn't believe in God. So she was against religion, but she was all about science. So I thought, well, what's wrong with that? And she was trying to tell me that's a cult. And she was saying, oh my gosh, she goes, if I don't watch you, you'll belong to any cult. And she was right.
Yeah.
She was right.
Yeah.
So that's how they roped you in. Now that I would suspect that that's how they roped him in.
Well, who knows? But you got to be careful here because let me ask you something. How many brands of Scientology do you think there are without using that in the name?
Brands. I don't know.
Thousands. I know quite a few people who got hooked into it. Didn't even know it was Scientology because that wasn't the name. See, and
like Narcanon, because Scientology, the name Scientology wasn't anywhere on those papers.
okay, good example. And what you said, yes, definitely playing on the weak points. Huge aspect of it. Money tends to be one of those, and so those individuals,
You mean
although it
lack of?
wasn't, yeah, lack of,
Lack of money? Yeah.
yeah, lack of, and even greed, right? So these individuals, although it wasn't a initial introduction of hey, come to like a money making seminar or something of the sort, it was come to an info session or whatever, right? By the time they got out of there, they were sold on the idea that they got to go through these crazy processes and then they'll be established to a certain level and under divine, what do you call it? Not alien, but the channeling stuff. The ones that channel. What are they
Yeah.
typically called? I forget, but you know what I'm talking. Not the people who are channeling, not humans who are channeling, but the beings that they're receiving the channeling from. Right. Anyways, under this divine thing, they're going to get this special divine, not known knowledge, wisdom that's not known about. It's going to give them edges and advancements, and they're the chosen one, and you're going to make a lot of money from this, but you have to promise to follow the rules about it and not let it go to your head. And the next thing you know, they're invited into a room and they got to start doing this left, right hypnosis bullshit. Well, I know the fucking game, and it's just a different brand. There's tons of them, and that's all a umbrella of Scientology.
They had horrible punishments too for not following the rules.
Yeah, I heard it can be quite
Lock
cruel.
you
The
in
idea
a room.
of even leaving and everything. Yeah, sure, killing goes on and everything. I lost 4 people. Their selves, their authentic selves. I lost 4 people who transformed in a very short period of time. Didn't even recognize them. Didn't even know who they were. One of them I was very close with. Huh? What did you say?
You just put it out there. I said it must be big in BC for you to lose 4 people.
No, actually, I've never met anybody in BC who is. These are online friends. One that I met personally. Yeah, the one that I was closest with, actually, for many years, and we were very like best friends almost. We were very good friends, and she's. Might as well say dead. Like it's the shell is there, but it's a different person. The person that I knew is dead, literally.
I don't think they're even allowed to use the internet.
What's that? You there? Uh-oh. Lost you again, Kat, if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Just a second. You can hear me now? I was just going to type it out. I can hear you. I think it was you kind of faded there for a bit. So
it was me.
I'm not on satellite. You are. So I'm thinking.
Yeah, it could have been me.
Now you faded, and then you came back, but then you couldn't hear me. So I'm thinking it's your satellite, but it could be mine. Who knows? Or it could be StreamYard, which is part of the Epstein files.
Right.
So, yeah.
So
I don't think they're allowed to use the internet.
Well, she was, but she tried hard, and she knew that I was, well, at least the person that I knew, right? Which I think again is under the spell and hypnosis, totally is not conscious, and they're possessed, if you want to call it that. They're just whatever you want to call it, right? But the original person would never have attempted to approach me with that. They knew me better than that. They would never try and recruit or sell me on that bullshit. They knew I wouldn't fall for it.
Maybe one of
the fact that they even attempted. Go ahead.
Did Charlie Manson know other people in Hollywood, or you don't know well enough? You don't know his story well enough.
Yeah, I don't know his story well enough. I barely know even the accusations and stuff and what happened there. Just real tip of the iceberg.
Well, what you heard when you heard that video, what you heard was his answer to those charges.
Yeah.
So he was a musician, and he had people who flocked around him because girls love music and they love musicians. So he had people around him. Now somehow those people in his cult killed people. He
Mhm.
didn't kill anybody, but it's quite a coincidence that he had quite a few killers in his midst.
Mhm.
So he acted like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. He's just in a cave playing a guitar, and all these girls are just flocking around him, and they turned out to be killers. But this Sharon
And
Tate person,
and who did they kill? Just one person or
well, there's a few of them, and
a few
one of them, her
killings?
name was Sharon Tate.
A few
Killings, yeah.
murders?
Yeah, there
Okay.
could have been kidnappings. There could have been kidnappings. I know that Sharon Tate was murdered. That was the big name. And she was I think she was married to some hoity-toity, or
These are all
she was
celebrities?
an
Or?
actress or something. She was some kind of celebrity. I don't know if in business or in Hollywood. That's why I was wondering if he was friends with if he knew L. Ron Hubbard,
Mhm.
then if he knew other people in Hollywood, they might have wanted to recruit him in the first place before they spurned him. Was that maybe they thought that he might grab people from Hollywood to belong to Scientology, because they have John Travolta, they have Tom Cruise, they had Kirstie Alley, who died, um, and they had Leah Remedy, and those are the four celebrities I know of. But they wanted celebrities because several celebrities make money, and so they wanted the money, because I think you have to put like, you know how a lot of churches, they'll say that the right amount to give your pastor is 10% of your earnings, so you should give 10%.
Sure.
Well, I
Mhm.
think they were like 90%.
Mhm.
You have to give all your money to the church.
Mhm. Mhm.
You give all their money, and then they
Sounds
make
like
sure that you've
Scientology.
got food to eat. Yeah,
Yeah.
they make sure you've got everything you need, as far as they're concerned, what you need, and
Yeah,
they
yeah,
they
yeah.
hold all your
Right.
money. Yeah,
Right.
so could have been um, that, right? It could have been why they wanted him to begin with, because you look at him, he's just going to be a dirty hippie. He's just a dirty hippie playing a guitar. He
Mhm.
didn't even have that swastika on his forehead before.
Yeah, from what
So
he said, he put that as mark to kind of like
you
he's
mentioned
mocking the
Jews.
idea that he's been branded type thing, right? He's
He
reflecting
said,
back the being condemned by others thing.
I didn't hear that.
I'm in other words, I'm going to personify what you portray me to be and mock you
I
about
did
it.
not hear that. He was talking about a specific incident, and the Jews were involved.
That this is in that I'm referencing what I heard in this one video that I gave you the
Yeah,
link to that we
that's what I'm
watched
talking
there.
about. In that one video, he said something about some other country. It wasn't something he was involved in. It was
Yeah, I
just
remember him
something, I guess, that he
referencing.
cared about.
Yeah, I remember him referencing something too about Nazi. But as far as him actually tattooing that symbol on, he made specific statements about that, and that's what I was just reiterating a second ago
I
in
guess
that
in my
video.
head, once I heard the Jews thing, I just kind of stopped listening. I don't know. I started thinking about my own stuff once he said that, so I probably missed some of what he said. That happens a lot. Um. So okay. So why did we get on that? Oh, I just wanted to know if he knew celebrities. Okay.
Kind of like, you know, how I have this upside down Canadian maple leaf on the crotch of me blue. It represents that the flag is nothing but a piece of fucking work that is only good for wiping your ass with, you know, that type of thing. Kind of, that's how I see that
You'd have,
Nazi sign on
you'd
his
have to
forehead.
you'd have to tattoo that on your ass, because an upside down Canadian flag means that you consider Canada is in trouble. That's what an upside down flag means. Means that you
Yeah,
consider that your country's in trouble, and you don't
but it's
consider yourself as part of a country. So
right.
that would be totally
It's
ironic for you to do that.
the direction of it is irrelevant in this case. Nothing to do with that. It's where it's placed. That's the importance.
So you'd have to place it on your ass.
Right. To reference that it's
Yes.
nothing but a shit bag, not even worth using as toilet paper.
Right. I heard you.
And it is a mockery reflection as well, in a satirical way. Right. One of the aspects of
I
the
heard you challenge Crafty on that whole nationalist thing. I don't know what
yeah.
she said to try to get out of it.
I don't think she did. I don't think she tried to. She didn't deny or confirm or whatever.
No, she said something.
Yeah, but I think it was not in response to that. I think she went on to some other
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, AC's back.
She did concur with it being cultish. She did say that. But I'm sure if you asked her, "Are you Canadian?" she would say yes, and that's all.
Oh yeah.
That's brainwashing.
Well, one thing that her and I used to agree on for a small bit was when she used to badmouth the Americans.
What's up,
She'd
AC?
say, you know, that we're better than them.
Yeah, well,
And
that's
I'd
what
be
that
like,
leads to,
yeah,
right?
Crafty. Yeah,
All
I know.
this stuff, and that's
Us
the
and them.
point.
Us and them.
And when often, right, and often when I point that out, it's not met with resistance in the sense of denial. It's met with resistance as if that's not a bad thing. Well, competition is a good thing. That's healthy. You know, all this egotistical bullshit. Totally ignoring the fact that, well, let's kill and fight over a fucking flag. You flag, you know, okay, that makes sense, right? That's logical. And practice exploitation over it, and then be proud of the fact that you're getting your asses handed to you over it, and go ahead and vote harder and pay your taxes. You know, do I sound like
That
Manson yet?
You want to sound like Manson. You
No,
need to
I
sound
don't.
like Manson.
I don't have to try. I'm sure I do. And this is how many times do you think I get called insane and crazy, Cal? All I'm doing is telling the truth, pointing out the obvious.
Nobody
This
ever does it
is
here.
what I saw this
Not where I
man
see it.
do in his video, huh?
They flock to you. I don't see people calling you crazy where I travel.
Oh, I get it all the time.
Well, that's somewhere else, not same place, not places
All
I
over the
see.
place. Yeah, yeah.
They
All
don't
over the
call you
place.
crazy on hippies. They don't call you crazy on.
Sure, they do. They definitely call me crazy there.
Really?
Yeah, not.
Well, they're all high.
That's true. Not without what's the right word? Not without problems, though. Not without getting a kickback, a reality check, but they do try to at least.
Oh, you answer them back? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right. I pull a Manson on them. I like this guy. I'm gonna have to watch a couple
I
more.
wonder how long this is gonna last.
Oh, it'll be a
This
tangent for a while.
infatuation with Manson.
Well,
Yeah, well,
I respect anybody who is not just about truth, but also, you know, it's another thing that I relate to. At least his claim, right? He has no interest in and has no shits given about what people think
society.
and about him, and therefore there's no reserve as far as him being vocally blunt goes, and just saying, calling things are as the way they are and as he sees it, you know. Whereas most people, for fear of judgment and being insecure or money or whatever it is, are very bought and sold, and don't do that.
Well,
Or are trying to gain acceptance, or, you know, the whole pop culture thing and blah blah blah. So I relate to
yeah,
him when it comes to that too.
you are like that because like you're a decent person with principles and morals, but at the same time, you don't give a fuck about
Right.
the people.
Yeah. I'm
And
not here
that
here with an
that's where
interest
you
of
and I like that's where you and I split ways, right?
Mhm.
So, and Manson is also like that, and that's where he and I are going to split ways because him not caring about his influence is very fucking disturbing to me and irresponsible.
I don't know about
So
it. I'd have to
I,
investigate more. So that's two things there. The one that I was talking about is caring about image or reputation, and now this is another
yes,
aspect, caring about influence over other people. Now I have to question myself: do I care about my influence over other people?
you would say
In different ways.
if
In different ways. Yeah.
you would say that everybody is responsible for their own critical thinking skills, and that that you can't be held responsible for what they would do or say because it's what they would do or say. That's what you would say.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't mean that I'm. It depends what, I guess, if we're talking about responsible for, as opposed to giving a fuck
the,
about
the thing is,
influence.
nothing that you say or do influences people in a bad way. So I
That
would
would be
say
because I do have an
a
outlook
set of morals.
for that. I don't know about morals, but I have a sense of responsibility towards the influence. Like, I'm not going to um, an individual who hasn't developed something, for like a young mind who is still prone to being very vulnerable and naive. I'm not going to encourage or influence them to do something
What
harmful.
if
I'm
they're
going to
not
try
young?
and help.
What if they're not young?
Well, young in the sense of maturity. Now, if the mind is mature and is capable of making rational decision, and they want to go down an irrational path that's toxic for themselves, I'm probably going to give them a push. I might even supply it.
I swear to God, I hope you're joking.
No, I'm not. I'm not. You see, because
You would push them to do something that was unhealthy because
yeah, yeah, like, you know, if I was still into that type of thing, I would probably buy you a lot of Big Macs, and you'd
really,
probably thank me for it. Right? You'd probably be very appreciative, but you wouldn't
I would. They're
realize what
pretty
was going
expensive,
on.
but that's so
Yeah,
evil.
I'm only, no, that's not, well, call it what you will. You could call it evil, sure. I call it just helping the inevitable. And on the bigger picture of things, helping nature along with cleaning house, which is
Why don't
better
you just let
for nature.
why don't you just let nature do what nature's gonna do?
I'm part of it.
Instead of-
I am
Why would
nature.
you
Now I'm going to start to sound like Manson. I am nature. Nature is me. I am everyone. Everyone is me. I am that nature.
well that's what I said. I am the judge. Look,
So when you ask that,
just
why
like
don't I? Well,
okay,
that comes from a subjective place to ask that question. My answer would be, why wouldn't I?
look, it's not your business to behave help on nature. And furthermore,
That's for me to
if
decide.
if 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 the person who's eating all those Big Macs, poor girl, if the person
Extra sauce, lettuce, cheese.
that's right, um, extra pickles too,
Yeah.
and extra onions. If that person only had 60% blockage of her veins, of her arteries, and then all of a sudden the light hit her and she knew not to have any more Big Macs. And so she had to fight the urge to have those Big Macs, even though she really loves them. And then, but she knows she can't eat them anymore. And you go and provide her with lifetime Big Macs, however long that life would be. You think you think that you're hurrying nature's job
You made my
along.
point just with that. But go on.
Yeah, but that person, sorry, I said it in the wrong order. What if you provided that poor girl with lifetime Big Macs? And then, had she have not had those lifetime Big Macs, she might have actually stumbled across something that made her stop. But yet, you made it so easy for her to die early that she never reached that point of enlightenment. So you'd be hurrying along what nature could do, but not necessarily what was meant for her soul path.
Well,
So who are you to go
Big
and
Mac.
nudge that person?
The Big Mac was never meant for her soul path. So, it's not about that. It's about whatever she wants, she gets to choose. So now,
Hey,
if she decides she doesn't want
as
it
far as I'm
anymore,
concerned,
I'm probably, if she decides to turn to go on a healthier path, well, then that's a different story. Right?
it's too late because you just provided her with a lifetime of Big Macs, and she never reached that point of enlightenment because she's too busy enjoying all those fucking Big Macs.
Well,
Whereas if she didn't have the money to eat all those Big Macs, and she might have reached her enlightenment and then stopped
I've
eating the
never,
Big Mac.
as long as a person is still breathing, I've never seen it too late yet. That being said,
Yeah,
though, let me
well,
ask another question. Is that
you want to
person
nudge that person along to
is that
death.
person still smoking cigarettes?
No, that person doesn't even smoke.
So what you're saying is they totally changed everything around. They're just
No, they just never smoked.
they never smoked to begin with.
Nope. Their only sin is eating Big Macs.
Their only sin is eating Big Macs.
Yeah.
And because that's their only sin,
They still
they're in a
got
they're in a state of
hardening of the
clogged artery.
arteries and all that fucking shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it's from the Big Macs, but you never know.
You never know. In this case, it is. So
Because to have that happen to you, the body's pretty
what?
damn resilient. To have that happen to you, the body's pretty damn resilient, and it requires a lot. She would have had to been eating a lot of Big Macs every day to get to that point.
Well, maybe she's 60 years old and she's had a lot of time to eat those Big Macs.
Maybe, but hey, If she decided she wanted to go cold turkey or whatever it is, or to turn around in another direction, then my judgment would be there's always a chance for the potential, because I'm an example of it, so it's not even theoretical. But even if that wasn't a case, I would err on the side of nature being as resilient as it is to take its course in the other way. So she gets to decide. I'm just encouraging for whatever she wants to have happen. That's a beautiful part about
No,
being
no, no, no,
impartial
no,
with
no, no,
that.
no, no. No, you can't go back. You were nudging her towards death.
I
That's what you're
was.
doing.
Keyword was,
Yes.
right. Because that's the
Okay.
direction she wanted to go down.
Yes, but the
And,
time that you take from her
and remember, she
by
had full
nudging that
capacity
along,
to decide for herself. That's important. Right?
the time you take from her by nudging that along. By the way, I'm putting away dishes, so tell me if it gets too loud.
Mhm.
The time that you take from her by nudging that along is the time that in that time she could have reached her enlightenment, and you stop that by nudging her along,
I didn't
by
stop that.
by by
No.
feeding her addiction. What if it wasn't Big Mac? What if it was meth?
Sure. Whatever. It might as well be.
Yes, right. But it's more.
Remember
It's
that
more.
next time you have one.
Oh, I remember every time I have one
That it's might as well be meth.
that it's addictive and that I shouldn't be eating it, and that I can't help myself
Wow. So that goes through your mind. You have to
every fucking time,
is that
and not
is that because
just
of
Big
me?
Macs.
Or is that
No,
am
no,
I just a part
it's
of that?
because of my arteries. No, it's
Oh,
because of my
because of your
arteries.
arteries. Okay, so
Yeah.
before that wasn't good. It's just because of the current event. Is that right?
Well, no, well, I mean, this has been going on for years. So,
Yeah.
yeah, ever since I got sick, I've been I've been thinking that every time I eat a Big Mac, every time I eat fries, anything that's bad for me,
But you had
or
to.
anything I know that's bad for me,
Yeah.
I think about it, and I think about whether I want to do this or not, right? Is this
Mhm.
something I want to do? And it ends up being I can't help myself, and I do
You,
it.
you had to have known that before that happened.
No,
It was
I didn't
leading
think.
to to something unhealthy as being the inevitable sooner or later.
No, because
You thought you were
I never.
indestructible.
Yes, it happens to other people. No, I'm not kidding. I'm
Come
not
on,
kidding. It
seriously.
happens to other people. It's not going to happen to me. And if it was going to happen to me, I'd get some kind of sign. I didn't know I was going to get diabetes. That was floored when I found out at 31 years old that I had diabetes. That was something that older people got. I had at least till I was in my 40s, but I found out at 31. And when it happened, that I already had diabetes, which means I wasn't just like entering into diabetes. I was full blown diabetic. So I had obviously had it from before it was recognized.
I
So
think you got a bad troll in chat, Cat. You gotta be careful.
AC,
No, yeah,
what
you
be
got to be on
careful
the
for?
lookout with this one.
Joe, motherfucking cool. Geez, I thought there was a law about how many Canadian users you could have on the same
Loser.
panel. Oh, losers. Well, Joe, you better come and save us.
What do you mean us?
Well, he's talking about you too, you know.
You know I ain't no fucking knucklehead.
He's talking about you, though.
Yeah, well, he knows too. He knows damn well I ain't no flaggot.
Well, you should fight it out then.
Nothing
It's
to fight.
content. It's content. Fucking guys, content.
You guys never get it through your head. And you wonder why I feel like Manson.
Yeah, Joe Cool, get this. Get this. And I'm going to say it this way. I'm going to say it this way now.
I
Uh,
sent him the
uh,
link too, by the way, but go ahead to that video. Don't know if you watched it or not.
Did you ask him the same question?
I did. I copied and pasted it to you
What was
too
his
at the
answer?
same time. He didn't give one. He was on a panel at the time.
Oh,
Said you have to watch it later.
I was waiting for Mom to wake up. Gotta make her some breakfast and tea. Then I can play for a while. Okay.
You know what
God, I
that
love
means?
thinking about Joe with his family. Huh?
It means I gotta be fucking irresponsible and deny my
Yes.
obligations that aren't even mine for a while longer.
Yep.
I really don't want to
Yeah.
get back to this bureaucracy bullshit, you know.
Well, it's Sunday. You shouldn't have to.
Well, it's for this guy, and I think he has to submit it Monday, if I remember correctly. He's got 10 days. I don't know if that's business day. I think it's...
And he waited till the last minute?
No, we've been working on this for a week. It's a lot of shit. 50 fucking pages of cunt. Remember?
Well, so you're not researching, you're just filling out paperwork.
Both. I had to, learn the current procedure, the bureaucracy bullshit, make sure I'm up to speed. So while I help them put it together, we do it properly. And then also the specifics as far as the multitudes of fucking situation. Long story
Okay,
behind that. This
while
landlord
Joe's making
literally.
breakfast, while Joe's making breakfast, why don't you tell me the story of him? Because I really would love to put my input in there.
Okay, well, in a nutshell, he lives in Lower Mainland in an area that's not really rural, but there's a lot of farming that goes on there. It's kind of getting towards more rural sections. And so he lives in, you know what a laneway house is?
No.
Okay, well, in Vancouver, because of the housing shortage and the crazy rents going high, a number of years ago, the town started making it legal for people to convert their garages into laneway houses and stuff, and help with the shortage and whatnot, right? So
You mean like
anyway,
the sheds? Their sheds?
some people do sheds, some people do laneway
Uh-huh.
houses, or if they have an extra guest house, some people already had them, then they had to do certain things to comply with whatever the fucking regulation is or whatever.
Right.
So that
I have seen that. I've seen that somewhere a few years ago.
Right.
I saw that.
Right, so that they can legally rent it out, right? Well, anyways, he lives in one of these, so it's a big property, and he lives in the laneway house, and the landlord also lives in the same property, but they do some farming and shit. And it's just been a fucking nightmare for him. Now, this is a guy actually that I've known for a long time, and he's looking to secede out of the corporate, and I'm working with him. He's actually almost getting there, but now he's got this fucking bullshit.
He's got no choice.
Yeah, he's still, he's at that conundrum state, right? Where
yeah,
you're damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing, and kind of getting to the last hurdles, but this fucking bullshit. Anyway,
no, but I mean, he's got no choice because where else is he going to live except in a, whatever place he can find? You know what I mean? Like he can't live in a corporate place because he can't afford it.
no, he can afford it. That's not an issue.
Well, why is he in a planeway place then?
It just worked out that way because of the
People
track
with money
he's
don't
on.
live in other people's sheds.
It's not a shed. Far from it. It's a laneway house.
But
It's not. It's
garage. What'd you say? It's a garage or?
It's a converted garage. So people use their garage and they converted it into a dwelling. The people who had extra room and space and wanted to make some money, because before that they were only allowed to rent out either a spare bedroom or a guest house if they had one, like on Airbnb and that type of thing, right? And then the government changed it so that if you had a garage or an extra sheds count and a bunch of other things, there's certain qualifications, they allowed them to have another dwelling that they could convert and rent out.
Right.
So anyway, he's not
Poor?
corporatocracy poor. Yeah, not even close. That's not the issue. He's stepping towards some other things. So this place that he landed in right now, which has been there for I think a couple years, was a good stepping pedestal up until about a year ago. And so this landlord is just all over the place. She does all kinds of different farming things, but there's birds that are a nuisance. They shit all over the fucking ground. They raised roosters in the part of his laneway house that still is a garage. Like they converted most of it, but they left a little bit so they park car in there, right, and stuff. You use it for other purposes. And one thing that they've been doing is something to do with the heating in winter or something. I don't know. Is raising the roosters in there and sometimes chickens. And fuck, can you imagine that? How loud and noisy that would be? Roosters are noisy fucking assholes, right?
Oh yeah, you could hear them in Key West. They just wander through the streets.
Yeah, so he's had that right beside him in the fucking, like in the other part of the section of the laneway house, and he can't concentrate, and he's documented it, and he's asked her constantly to move it, and she said she would, and then she blames it on somebody else and plays the tag game back and forth and all this kind of shit, and then they shit everywhere, and then she started using that extra garage part as a place to compile her garbage. And so the garbage of her place and another rental that she does was being compiled in that garage section, and he wasn't aware of it until one time some caretaker guy or something opened it up, and they were having a conversation, and he saw that. And up until he saw that, he was wondering where these odd smells were coming from, right? And so that was obvious when he saw that, where it was. So months worth of no, she's not a pig farmer. So months worth of garbage was all stuffed in this fucking garage.
Well, she wasn't throwing it out.
No, she was putting it in there and compiling it for months, and he didn't know this. He was noticing these smells, but had no idea where it was coming from, and sometimes wasn't feeling well. And then one day, not too long ago, there's a connector door between the garage part and his living area, and there was a crack in it or something. He said he was coming from outside, and he said the stench was just unbearable. And the next day, he was sick, and he said he got dehydrated, and he was in pain, a lot of pain. And so he asked the landlord. He told the landlord about it. She said, "Okay, yeah, I see it's a health crisis or whatever, right?" And she said, "Yeah, I'll get on it. I'll move it probably the next day or 2 days." She didn't move it for like 2 weeks. And then, so she cleared it out finally, like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember everything here. I've got this all jotted in the notes.
Good.
ultimate cunt, eh? Should clear it for 2 weeks and then has the audacity to start compiling it again.
Oh,
Right? Like he got fucking
well,
sick
it's
over
new
this shit.
garbage. You're not gonna get sick
Oh
over
yeah,
new
yeah, it's
garbage.
fresh, right. Yeah, it's got another 6 months to go before he gets sick
Yeah.
again. Got lots of breathing room there.
That's right. Yeah.
So she's
So
doing
yeah,
that.
obviously it's not a good plan.
It's not a good plan. Now here's the big one though. So that's
She's
if
gonna
that's
kick
not
him
bad,
out so she's got room for her garbage.
if that's not bad enough, okay, here's the worst part. Apparently for the last year, she's got an issue with her hydro. She's got hydro apparently for the entire property on her name, and there's been high bills.
Yeah.
And he's been saying they were real careless about, they got vanity lights on their house and all kinds of stuff. And they're not on bad terms. Like she's a cunt as far as this stuff goes, but as far as like conversing
Everyday
and stuff,
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, they're not like enemies or anything like that, right? So she talks to him and stuff, and apparently she was having problems with her bill and thinking that the hydro company was screwing her over and double charging her and this and that. And he was trying to tell her, well, you got to get them to come out and investigate, get to the bottom, and blah blah blah, right? Make sure you do it,
Right.
otherwise the hydro's going to get cut off. And now his portion of the hydro is she's paying for it all. So if hydro get cut
Cut
off,
off.
him and the other tenant are
Get cut off. Yeah.
right. So yeah, this is going on for a long time. Apparently she told him that she just stopped paying the hydro bill at one point.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she just stopped. She said, I'm sick of getting fucked over. I think, I need to do, they take my money. Why should I take them? Effect, something along those lines,
Where was she gonna get power from?
Yeah,
She
well,
stopped paying like that.
not very rational thinking, right?
That's impossible. Nobody's gonna say, "Well, I'm not paying those prices," and then cut their hydro off.
Well, she did. Well, she did. Yeah. So apparently, like the hydro bill was somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000, something like that, every 2 months. So I don't know, what does that work out to be a month? 1,500, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Now that. I think that might be high, but it's hard to say. Like massive dwelling, and all vanity lights and all this kind of stuff, spaceport heaters. This type of stuff can add up pretty quick. And if you're a dummy, which I think she is, you probably don't know that you're actually legitimately being charged with these things, So I think she's thinking that it's excessive. It might actually be excessive. I don't know. How is anybody going to know unless if you are there and see and live in all these places, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, that's going on, and then she tells him, yeah, I'm not going to pay the hydro. I don't know what's going to happen. I have a corporation. Maybe I should put it in the corporation's name or somebody else's name, start a new thing, see if that resets the billing thing, solves that, blah, blah, blah. And she ended up not doing any of that, apparently. She just didn't pay the bill. And I think he said that was like last summer or something like that. I think possibly, from what I remember, hydro can't cut people off during the winter months.
Yeah.
It'd be a human rights violation or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So I think possibly she might have been getting away with it because of that all this time.
Yeah, but it's fucking April now.
It is, yeah. And lo and behold, like 2 weeks ago, it happened. Disconnect. And she told him, fuck, the notes of this is ridiculous. She told him that she got a 30-day notice. Now, what happened is, she stopped paying the bill, and after she stopped paying the bill, apparently the if the electricity stays on, the accumulation from that point goes to whoever the actual owner is on the title of the deed of the property,
Right.
and apparently that's her father. She's not actually on
Uh-oh.
the deed. No idea the details about that stuff, but apparently the bill was continuing, even though it was separated. The charges were still accumulated and interest on top of each other
Yes.
that entire time, right? And I
Yes.
think what happens is at some point they attach that charge as a lien on your house. I'm pretty sure that's what happens, right? So not a very smart move, but anyway, she got disconnected, and of course she was
Nothing
all
she did was smart. She
no,
added to her
nothing at all.
hydro bill by putting those lights on and everything. And
Right,
then, and whatever else she put on there, using
right,
baseboard heating instead of space heaters. She,
right.
she,
In big
uh,
dwellings, not small, big. Like hers is a
yeah.
mansion. Yeah,
So
these
she
are
should get
well-to-do
the, if she
people.
wants to spend some money, she should go get that. What's that one where you got like there's like a box outside your house. It does like air conditioning and I think it also does heating. It's like a box that's
Oh
outside
yeah,
your house.
yeah. Heat pump.
Heat pump.
It's called a heat pump. Yeah,
Oh, but it does the air conditioning too.
that's right.
Central air. So she should have done some things like that, and then she should have. And then she doesn't want to pay her bill, and then
Mm-hmm.
decides, oh, I'm not paying this, and then she lets it go all fucking winter, taking up. She knows damn well. She knows that I don't know. She knows that they're gonna bill her father for it because I know that they tried to. They didn't. Hydro made a mistake with me, and the property management got a hydro bill for me, and I was like, huh?
Right.
My hydro bill's always paid. And wait till you get a load of this anyway. My hydro bill's always paid. I said, I don't know why that happened. And then I showed them a screenshot of my bill being paid. And so they said, oh, okay, well, we'll handle this. I was saying, like, why would you get a bill for me not paying my hydro when I'm the one who has to pay hydro? They don't pay it. So this
Yeah.
makes sense now. What you're saying is that if you don't pay the bill, they go to the owner of the property, which would be the property management would get the bill,
Right.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's what's supposed to happen too for a number of reasons. Like if you're an apartment building, the lights stay on so that the new people come in and it's not all dark, but they have to, put it in their name rather quickly. But for the transition part, it just defaults, right? So the power
Right.
doesn't come off and people don't have to come out and there isn't this big ordeal. That's just the way
Right.
that it works, right? So and because of the winter thing, that ends up working against the hydro company in a certain sense, but not really, because especially in this case, there's a
house
lot of
always
equity in
wins.
the house.
Yeah. The house. I don't mean that house, but I mean the house like is in the casino.
Yeah,
The house
The
always wins.
casino is,
Yeah.
right. So all this time, and not only that, I'm pretty sure there's interest when it comes to this that gets accumulated on top of that as well. And penalty charges for late fees,
Oh yeah. You have to pay interest. Yeah.
right?
I don't know if they call it interest or late charges, but it's the same thing.
Okay,
Pay a
so
certain percentage of whatever you're late with
right,
on top.
so
Yeah.
so everything I told you right up to this point, if that's not
Uh-huh.
bad enough,
Uh-huh.
that's the basis for the problem part. Problem part actually didn't start yet. This part will floor you, okay? So 2 weeks ago or whatever, the power goes out. Now here's what's interesting. This guy here that I know, know him very
Uh-huh.
well. Has been learning from me about a lot of things, of course, looking towards different options of off-grid living and all that kind of stuff.
Why is
And
he doing this now if he knows you so well?
what's that?
If you know him so well, it means you've known him for a while. Why is he only learning this now?
Well, he's been learning slowly over time,
Mhm.
kind of like Dan, and how most
But he
people.
liked this corporate living, so he kept
You're
on
you sound like you're under a pillow.
Oh, sorry, it's the water running. Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah,
I'm
that's better. Yeah,
trying to wash the dishwasher.
it's
Yeah.
okay. No, people, when it comes to this thing, people move at their own paces, right? And it's all,
Yeah.
everybody's different when it comes to that. And
We don't want to
I'm just,
let go.
well, this not just that. Some people, yeah, but there's a lot of learning curve. You know, you hear me say many times, it's not like you just drop a hat and leave everything and go off in the woods, and I'll kill you really, really quick. Especially I don't live that way anyway. I'm very spoiled when it comes to technology, and I'm not a proponent to.
You're a hybrid.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
you do
best
business.
of all
You do
worlds
business.
type of deal.
You do
So
business. Because
what's
my
that?
way, I said you do business.
What do you mean?
Like I mean, you do business. You exchange money, and you
Sure, when
play
necessary.
on the devil's playground, buying stocks and
Sure, when
shit like that.
necessary. Oh no,
Yeah,
no, I don't do any of that.
I thought you did.
No, I know how.
There was something over that. Remind me about. I wanted to ask you about the stocks thing. Okay, not your stocks, but I mean about stock market. Okay, go ahead. Keep on going.
Did you ask me to remind you about that?
Yeah, because I'm gonna forget. I
Come back
that
to it.
was something
Okay.
I want. Yeah, I really wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. I'll remember that.
Okay.
All right. So I'm trying to, I'm cutting a lot of stuff out here for the sake of.
What? There's more.
Oh yeah, tons of stuff. Again, I left a lot out. I'm just trying to get to the important parts here.
I'm waiting to find out if she kicked him out or if he wants to leave or.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay.
That's where this is leading here. So, but I have to set the stage so you understand how that
Well, we're talking
happened.
about landlord tenant board here, so that's why
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Like where you're gonna engage.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
the hydro is the basis for all of this.
Okay.
As far as where this is going now. So one of the things that he bought quite a while ago, like I talk about solar a lot and different types of batteries and all this kind of stuff. So he bought a bit of equipment and was experimenting with that, and he also used it on occasion if there was any issue with power out and stuff like that.
Right.
And she knew that he had this stuff in the house, and also he's not very tech or computer lit. He
Right.
likes that stuff, but he's just not very experienced and advanced with it. He's not kindergarten, but still not even elementary when it comes to this stuff, right? So slow. So he's got a cell
he
phone,
slow?
and no, he's not slow. No, he's very smart.
Yeah.
But just when it comes to that, it wasn't his forte, right?
Right.
So he's got a cell phone, and I think he's got a laptop, which he uses a little bit or something, seldom, but nothing major. And a little, a couple solar panels, and a little unit compared to mine, a little battery system, backup system, lithium iron thing. And so he has this, and I think a couple days or whatever, a couple days goes by, right? And oh yeah, I forgot about this part. She had to ask in desperation um,
For his,
the other neighbors, him,
Yeah.
and she was asking around, apparently her family, if they could put a new hydro bill in their name.
yeah.
Like, are you out of your fucking mind? Right?
Well, I mean, yeah,
You
but
don't pay the fucking bill, you know.
but I thought you meant like that they would get their own hydro bills.
No,
Like,
no, for the whole, like she was doing. She asked
oh, fuck
him,
that.
right? Him, the other neighbor, even her father said no. He said even he
course.
fucking refused, you know. And he's got the house. The house is in his name apparently, right? So yeah, she just anyway. She ended up getting a friend or something after 2 or 3 days. After
Oh
3 days.
no.
To put it in their name temporarily or whatever, right? So 3 days later, the power finally goes back on, but he managed to keep himself afloat because he had that little backup system, right? And I think the next day after the power went on or whatever, they had met and talked about the current status of things. And she started asking him about, yeah, how did you have I saw there was a lamp or a light on in your house or whatever during this time. And so he reminded her, you know, I have the backup, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden she flipped a switch on him. And he thinks it's because apparently she did it to the other people too.
What do you mean flips a switch? Or actual switch or
No.
or
Her demeanor.
behavior?
Her behavior, yeah. All of a sudden she was a cunt, a real cunt. And just went into a totally different personality and started accusing him of being the culprit of why the electricity was so high, why things aren't good on the property. He's costing her money in a bunch of ways, causing her stress. She had to try and recuperate her losses at a casino. All this kind of, yeah. Apparently she was desperate and tried to win money at a casino.
Sorry, she blamed him for that?
She blamed him for that, a whole bunch of stuff, right?
For her losing money at a casino?
Yes. That
doesn't make any sense.
He's got this document. I saw it on video. There's
Does she do
cameras all over
drugs?
the properties. I wouldn't be surprised, but she doesn't look like it. She looks rather healthy.
Oh, you can see her?
Yes. Like I said, he's got it documented. There's videos, there's cameras all over the property because there's farm stuff going on.
Oh, and you've seen these videos?
Yes. I saw a bit of this conversation when she's accusing. I would go, what? Good, you know, this is what's working to his advantage is that it's fucking documented how fucking nuts she is now, right?
That's insane.
I think what might have happened here is, you know, I don't know why she was just so irresponsible the whole time, but I think she's acting irrationally because she's very overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And probably doesn't know what she's panicking. She doesn't know what to do. And so now she's lashing out, you know, she's being childish, very immature, and everybody else is to blame, you know how people can get, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
So,
I mean, I was, the whole thing is just like, you were saying that, oh, well, he's probably, you know, like, she's blaming him for this and that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, she can't face it for herself, but she's the one who's responsible. But then to blame somebody else for you losing money at a casino, that's completely fucking insane.
Right? Yeah, that's on another level, exactly. Now it gets worse, right? Apparently, whoever she was renting to before him had a computer business, and so he had a whole bunch of computer parts and towers and whatever you would think of.
Oh yeah, I had
he wasn't running a shop from the place, but he was using it to store things and bring them back and forth to his wherever his shop was or whatever, right? And but she's out of her mind, and she was blaming him for having all this computer system up there, and it's running electricity, and that's why the fucking hydro is so high. And he's like, just okay, come up.
You'd have to have a grow up that kind of money.
At least, right?
You'd have to be like fucking a control tower for you to use that money on computers.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
You don't
so
spend that much. Like, it doesn't cost that much money to run a
yeah,
computer.
yeah. Well, I mean, it can't.
Even
Depends on the
three.
if it's a gaming laptop or or miners, right? Those would suck a lot of power. Three
Binaries.
kilo miners,
Oh yeah, yeah.
crypto miners and
Oh, I
stuff.
don't
Yeah,
know about that. Yeah,
those are like
yeah.
3 kilowatts and up. So and some of the high end gaming laptops, they're a kilowatt and stuff. So a few of those that would fucking add up for sure. But like I said, this guy is not. He's not into. He doesn't know tech.
right,
And
right.
he's barely mastered the fucking cell phone. So he said he invites her up into the house and to see. He's like,
Right,
"What are you talking about? I don't even know computers and blah blah blah." And
right.
she's like, "Yeah, you do. I know you've got." She's out of her mind. I guess she has a bad memory or something with the circumstance going on, just not be acting rational, putting anything together, accusing him. So she comes up, sees that the place is empty of that shit, but then turns to his little portable station and she said, that's it right there. That's the thing that's causing my electricity bill. This thing is, first of all, it's like a gas tank, right? You just put the energy in and you use it later. It doesn't use any more or less energy than if you plug it into the wall. They're just putting it somewhere else temporary, right?
Right.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like once, I think what happened here is once she saw that she was grossly mistaken about her accusation, she was now no chance of admitting you're wrong, and trying to
Right.
correct that, right? No.
Well, why would that be important?
Because the only logic I can see, everything adds up, is she's desperate to try and frame somebody.
No. Why would that be important for her to admit she was wrong?
Right.
No, not right. You said it yourself. Why did you say it?
What?
Why did you say that she didn't admit that she was wrong?
Because that would clash against her intention.
No, why did you
Her objective.
why did you mention that she didn't admit that she was wrong?
Because I know what her objective is.
Yes, no. Come on now. The reason why it would be important is to make the other person feel better to hear that you realize she's wrong.
Well, no, that's not what I stated, though. I mean, that's what you would do, especially if you valued your tenant and you wanted to keep the relation whole, right?
It's the polite thing to do. It's the human thing to do. And
yeah, but this is about business.
People not expect, but they
not in
they
BC.
do expect some kind of. What do you mean not in BC?
Not
You're in
BC.
Canada.
Yeah,
Canada's
you fucking
about
live
being
in BC.
polite.
You'll see. Not in BC. You come out.
Come on.
And you see. Oh yeah. You talk to anybody who's been out here reasonable enough. There's this thing here about BC people are like that. No, this is asshole Bill. Yeah, very rude. That's
okay,
what. That's what I swore, especially in the Lower Mainland. That's the first thing that I swore to myself after I realized people were like that here. Is that I was never going to let that change me or get to me and convert me into that.
Right, because you would admit you're wrong, right?
Yeah, of course I would.
Okay, why would you?
Because it wouldn't make any sense not to.
No, what's it got to do with sense?
Everything.
If you already know you're wrong, now you know you're wrong. So now you're corrected.
Dishonesty is not in my wiring. It's illogical.
What's it got to do with dishonesty?
Everything. If I'm
Dishonesty
wrong
to
about
who?
something and I'm not honest about that, then I'm dishonest with myself. Everything.
But you are, but you know yourself that you're wrong. So now you know you're wrong. That's not being dishonest with yourself. Why would you
Yeah,
have to admit you're wrong?
well, if I'm not admitting it, then I'm lying to myself.
No, you admit it to yourself, but you don't have to say it out loud.
Well,
Why would you have to say it out loud?
that would still be dishonest.
Ah, you're avoiding it. You're avoiding it, and therefore you're not being honest with me.
No, I totally am. What am I avoiding? I don't even know what you're getting at.
Because I'm not saying that's justice exactly, but it's in the frame of justice.
Yeah, you're projecting.
I'm not
That's what I was
projecting.
saying.
It's the
Yeah,
reason why.
yeah.
That's why you admit to the other person that
That's why
you're
you
wrong,
would admit to the
because
other
it's
person.
justice. That's why anybody would admit it to the other person, is
Not
because
me.
it's justice.
Not me.
Well, why would you say it out loud? You don't need to say it out
Because
loud. If you've already admitted to yourself, why do you have to say it out loud?
because honesty is important to me.
Why would you have to say it out loud?
Because honesty is important to me. If I
That
make a
doesn't.
mistake, right? I'm not going to be dishonest about that mistake. I'm not going to continue as if
But you've
it
already
wasn't the
admitted to
case.
yourself. Before you say it out loud, you've already admitted it to
It's not just
yourself.
about me in this case.
Right. So it's what's about somebody else needing to hear it.
For the
Right?
yeah, for the purposes of resolution, remedy.
Yes. It's about the other person hearing it.
Yes, I already said
And
that.
okay. So that is in the frame of justice. That's to
Okay.
make somebody feel validated when you admit it, by being honest and admitting that you're wrong to the other person. You are now giving justice.
Well, you can call it that if you want, but that's just a label.
That's
Nonetheless,
exactly what it is.
well, okay, call it that if you want. I don't care. That's just a label.
That's what our main topic is.
It is not.
That's what we were talking about.
No, we're talking about the
Who can judge and who can't judge? I know, but
yes.
but we were
That
talking about
ties in.
justice.
That ties in. No doubt about that. That's no dispute with that. But that's a side note to. I'm trying to finish this.
I know, but
scenario.
when can I else? When else can I point it out to you than other than when it happens? So when you said it just now, I was like, aha! Now I can prove it to him. So because it was
There is
based
no
on what you said.
You're
Yeah,
still
yeah, yeah.
projecting, and I'm just not
You-
arguing with you. If you want to have a
You-
conversation about that, all we'll
you
get
just
into
admitted
then
it.
is about all we'll get into with that is just about the subjective ability to make definitions on words. So what? Big deal. Call it what you will.
I
That's
bet.
why.
What do you mean this? Okay, now we're going to go too far off the thing. I just wanted
That's
to
why I
show
avoided.
you that it is something that is required in when you're dealing with other human beings, to be cool to other people, that you give them such validation as to say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong."
Sure.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that is justice.
Well, if you want, like I
In
said,
that
if you want to
case.
call that justice, sure. And this is why context
Well,
is everything, right? When you
it's not the
hear me
kind
say,
of thing you shoot somebody in the face for.
listen now, listen now.
Listen now.
When you hear me say, justice is a racket and a fraud and a scam and this and that, you have to. Get past the label. You have to understand the context that I'm talking about. If you want to change it to a different context, now we're just talking about, again, deciding what definitions of certain words. If you want to change it to that context and call it justice, I'm with you. Sure.
The first time we ever talked about justice was about Palestine.
Did you even hear what I just said?
I'm saying to you, yes, it has different contexts.
Okay.
it can be in our justice system. It can be in politics. It can be all kinds of stuff. But
Yes.
justice is a thing, and you don't agree
Justice is
with.
a word and a label.
So what? Everything's a word and a label.
No, the context is what's important. When you, and I'll reiterate, when you hear me say that, right? You have you got to correlate it with the specific context that I'm referring to. I'm talking about the corporatized justice system and the ideology that goes behind that. I'm not talking
Well,
about making amends with another individual or things of that nature. That's remedy, right? I would call that remedy. If you want to call that remedy, because that's a different context, I would call it what you will. It
well,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
but when it comes to Palestine, it's got nothing to do with the justice system here in the West. It's got to do with a bigger, grander justice.
Yeah,
But
so that's
but
another
but
context thing all on its own, for sure.
yeah, but you said that justice is a fool's game. That it's a whatever. Go on.
Trust is a fool's game.
So she
And
didn't admit that she didn't admit that she was in the wrong, and she just
no,
tried to
because
fluff it
she
off.
had she had another objective. You see, her objective
Right,
was to try and frame somebody because I
right,
think out of desperation, just
yeah,
like she tried these irrational things. I think she tried a bunch of things to try and remedy her situation of this hydro issue and maybe other things. Who knows what other financial problems she has, right? So she did the casino thing and who knows what else. And I think out of desperation, this is why she's acting so irrational. I
yeah.
think she's trying to frame him, trying to figure out a way to frame him to
When
go
she
after him
realized,
for money.
she was wrong, then what?
Instead of stopping in her tracks, she pointed to the little battery system that he had, and she said, "Ah, that's it there. That's the thing that's been causing my hydro bill to go up for so long."
And how does that work when she had he had power without the hydro? So how
Right? It doesn't.
would that?
She just
Yeah,
shot herself in the foot big time and exposed her card. Right?
right.
That's what I'm saying. Now she's really
Desperate.
exposing her intention of looking for a way to frame the thing. And so
Right.
and she said, and now he tried to explain to her, right, these things, that thing you just said, and also you explain it to her like this. You have to look at it. It's like a water bottle or a gas tank. If you go and put your mouth to the tap, that's like the same as putting a cord in the wall. It's direct, right? Drinking direct. But
Uh-huh.
if you take a bottle and you put it under and you put that water in there first, and then you drink it after, well, it's no more or less or more water. It's just that it was stored
Okay,
somewhere first, right?
it's like the solar, or no, not solar. Is it solar? It's like the wind
It
power.
does
It
both.
stores in a battery.
Yes, it's battery system.
Yeah.
Little portable. It can do, and you can charge it with solar. You can charge it from the wall. A few different ways, just like mine, except it's a smaller thing, right?
Oh, that's where his thing was. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And so he kept it in his house for most of the time, and only used it if there was ever an issue with the power going out and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Which happens on occasion when there's windstorms and blah blah blah. And she knew
Right.
about that. She knew that was in there. She had to, because the caretaker guy or whatever, they're heavy, helped him bring him up apparently. So it's not like she could say and she wasn't aware of this or anything. And, why was it fine for this whole time? That's another question. So yeah, he explained that to her, but she wasn't willing to hear anything contrary to her fabricated
Right.
accusations, right? She was just, no, this is it.
Right.
I'm sure of it, blah, blah, blah. And, I want this removed from the property and immediately. And he's like, well, that's an unlawful demand. You can't make me move my possessions. This is I'm legally entitled to have this here, you know, and plus I need it,
Right.
and I got to do maintenance on it and all this kind of stuff. So he tried to explain that to her, right? But she just wasn't listening and blah, blah, blah. And so a little bit later, she leaves. A little bit later, she sends him a text demanding him to get it out and to stop using. She's still stuck. She went up in the fucking house, and in the text message, she's still stuck. And he's got multiple high-powered computer systems that are draining her electricity and causing the bill to be high and all this shit. Still, she just fucking went up there.
Do they have power at this point?
Yes. This is after a day after the power was
Okay.
back on, right?
Okay. I
And
want to know
so
if she could somehow make it look like that, because if he had power and there was no power to the rest of the property, then obviously he isn't doing it, because if she's like, he's not taking all that power. He's
yeah,
using his own power, right? But now they've already got power back for a day. So okay, go ahead.
right. And not only that, storing energy in a battery is not, and using it on a device that you would have used anyway if the power didn't go out, is not extra electricity or anything, and it wouldn't be that much anyway. Like,
Oh
where'd she
no, no,
come up
no.
with?
I know the logic of it, but she's not being logical. So I just wanted to know if
Yeah,
she
she's out
could
of her
somehow
fucking mind,
tell
right?
herself. Yeah,
And she's not willing to hear or listen to any logic. And I think the only
right.
reason why that would make sense, like I said, is because the only thing in her mind is she's desperate to look for somebody to frame and try and soak some money out of them or whatever, and probably knows
Right.
that he's he's not a billionaire, but he's got some money, right? So she probably
Right.
sees him as maybe a bit of a target or whatnot.
Yeah.
And so she goes away, sends him that text message, and so now he's got that on record, right? And demands him to move it off the property and stop using these computer systems and blah blah blah. And
Really?
then she comes back a couple days later. Now they're not on good terms, obviously, right? Like, that just changed everything around. So she comes back a few days later, and still she's irrational. And now she comes into the entrance door
I
and
relate.
yells for him.
Yeah.
Yells from the bottom, right? Unlocks the door. It's one of those keypad ones, not a key lock, but numbered. You press the buttons and it unlocks it type thing. And so she's got the combination, and she opens it and yells for it. You're not supposed to do that as a landlord, only in an emergency, right? Or if you give 24-hour notice to inspect and stuff. So she does that, yells for his attention, right? He's not even dressed. So he's like, "What do you want? Blah, blah, blah. Come down. I got to talk to you." Okay, give me a minute. I'll get dressed. Comes down. So what's going on? Did you remove the fucking battery systems and all this stuff and blah, blah? And he's like, "No." What are you talking about? Like, "Well, I gave you the demand letter. You got to do it." And he's like, and he says, "Well, you show me some information that shows me that I'm lawfully required to do so, and I'll comply. Other than that, consider it an arbitrary thing, and I have no obligation to comply, and I'm not going to." Right? And so, of course, she's not happy about that. She's pissed off. And again, I think all she's trying to do is gain grounds here, or something to try and frame him, but he's just standing his ground like he should.
Right.
And so, that kind of escalated things. And she leaves, still not on good terms. But nothing happens after that for a few days, I think almost a week or something. I'm going off memory because my notes are all messed up here. Yeah, 4 days later. 4 days goes by. She doesn't, no interaction. And then all of a sudden, does the same thing. She comes to in the afternoon, middle of the afternoon, comes to his place again. Doesn't knock, unlocks the door, steps inside, yells for his attention again. So now twice on record, unlawful entry.
Mhm.
Tells him again,
Has he
you
got video?
yes, this is all of this because of this is all documented by her own. He's got access to the security, and he's got his own recording going on because of what's happened. Right, he knows better. He's also into a lot of the law stuff, right? Because he had to learn about that. It's conversations we had.
Well, you said
Obviously.
he was computer illiterate, and to run cameras, I would think that he'd need some. I'm wondering if I dropped a cigarette or if I put it out. No, I can't
Cameras are
smell. So I can
cameras.
look for smoke.
He's quite good with,
That
but computers
okay.
he's not. Different thing, you know. Also, like they had a pretty good relationship. He did some things to help her, and I don't know, maybe gardening or something like that. And so he had access to the security room where all of her logs were. She's got computers in there, and it records, and it's all automated or something. It records
That
and then
costs
it
money.
resets. Yeah. Well, like I said, you know, this is these are well-to-do people, right? So he's got access to that, right? And I showed him. I said, "Are they USB?" And I showed him how he can. Just gave him some instructions how he can pull off the recordings on his USB if he wants, and he did that and showed them to me. So he's got it all. He's got it documented.
Cool.
And so she stepped in, did the same thing, came out, and this time served him with a 30-day notice, eviction notice for cause, it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And in the notice, she lied for the reason for the notice. She lied, exaggerated, contorted, basically, and made false claims, false accusation. So,
False witness.
huh?
It's a term from the library, the Bible. Bore false witness.
I don't know if that means the same
Bore,
thing, but
when you lie about
is that what that
something you
means?
saw,
Just a lie?
yeah, what? Yeah, you're bearing false witness. You're saying you're okay. Anyway, sorry. Go on.
No, that's okay.
She lied on the.
So, yeah, well, yes, she did a number of things. She definitely lied. She fabricated, or
What did she
exaggerated,
lie about?
rather. Well, she put down the same things that she was making accusations about to him when she was up there. That he has
Did she bring
these
up the casino
computer
losses?
systems. No,
Okay.
this is on.
So she
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
she knew that was insane. Yeah.
Well, you understand what I'm saying. She served him with, right?
Yes, she served him with an eviction, and for the reason for the eviction, she said
Yeah,
with cause, meaning that he's done something, as
for
opposed
cause.
to she's
For cause.
serving a. Sorry.
Yeah, for cause. And
Well,
for cause means a number of things. Usually, for cause
means he did
coincides
something that
with
was against.
he. Yeah,
Yeah.
he breached the Tenancy Act somewhere. Is what
Right.
that usually
Right.
means, right?
Right.
And so what she was saying is he's got multiple high capacity battery storage units, a multitude of computer systems was in there. There's like 4 things. it led to she accused him right in this thing. It led to a safety and security issue, fire hazard, and very high unreasonable electricity bills. She accused them of all of that in this. There's only a small
which-
place that she got to put
which
stuff in
which
there.
on paper looks like, okay, landlord usually gets favorable, they look more favorable
true.
on the landlord.
Not true. Not true.
Well, okay,
No,
yeah.
it's all the especially here. Like I've read all the proceedings now, and I went
Mhm.
through one a long time ago, and it was very different at the time, and it was just over. It was a little late on the rent, and I was trying to delay, so I had enough time to pay.
Right.
And at that time, you had to go there and stuff, and it was a very small type of ordeal compared to procedure now.
since
Now it's
COVID.
like this.
Ever since
Ugh.
COVID, you can do it online. You can do it on Zoom or whatever.
Yeah. There's online option. That's the direction it's
COVID did
going
bring
for.
some good stuff.
But
Lots of people
anyway,
working from home now. Yeah, go on.
right. So the way it works in BC is when an arbitrator views the case, they decide. It's a little different than in your regular courts, where it's not based on reasonable. What is it? Reasonable
Doubt.
doubt. Yeah, it's not based on that. It's based on a few other things. The biggest one is authenticity of evidence. So if the evidence is clear, concise, authentic, it doesn't look like there's anything exaggerated or misleading, and the individual can verbally express things and it's not contradictory, that type of thing, that leads to indicate that an individual is credible and telling the truth. That's kind of the way they look at it there, right? Where if a person's
But if she doesn't have video evidence,
yeah, she's cooked.
Yeah.
Because of that,
okay.
right? So that's my point. She's cooked in this
only
case.
because he does. Only because he does. If they both didn't have video evidence, then they can't really.
If it was based on just okay, so in a case like this, in any other case where there's a dispute, the onus would be on the tenant to disprove the claim and prove his innocence or intention to pay if it was a rent dispute or whatever, right? But in this case, because it's for cause, there's two things. There's burden of proof and onus of proof. Both of them in this case fall on the landlord. So she has to prove, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but something else, and I forget what it's called, but it's close to that. That the probability and likelihood, based on the evidence, credibility of the evidence, that what she is claiming is to be true. So she's got to provide the evidence, the documents. That burden is on her in this case. She's got nothing, right? What could she possibly have? It's all a story. So she's cooked right there. But on top of it, even though the onus and burden is not on him, he's got all the evidence to the contrary. It's all documented and everything. So it's such a landslide, but still, just to make sure, because of the other issues that are not tied in, which is the electricity thing, the fucking roosters and the shit, and he's entitled to, and he was entitled to this all this time, and he probably should have at least put in a dispute claim a long time ago, even if it wasn't for compensation, but just to try and get her to perform and clean it up and not make him sick and stuff, But he never did that. He just sort of let it go, and
hold on one sec. Hold on. Willie, the reason why we're talking about this is because we're just wasting time. waiting for Joe Cool to come up. So otherwise, we would be having a much more interesting talk. But there was something I wanted to hear about that Nudy's involved in. And so we took this opportunity to discuss this now while we're waiting for Joe to come up. And by the way,
So,
he says he was lemon pound cake.
oh, who is this?
Willie. He's this guy
Willie.
that he's a funny
Oh,
guy, but he's a bit of a troll.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Nudy guru, we called you. This is my previous high. And then he says, got downed, but by former that dog lemon cake. What? That hog lemon cake. Got drowned, got drowned out by former chat. Oh, never mind. I thought he was, no, he wasn't lemon pound cake.
Not lemon pound cake.
Yeah.
Let me
I'm
try this
very
again.
much
Morning, Miss Cat, Nudy Guru, previous high, got drowned out by former chat. Hog lemon cake. Oh, that's why you thought that. I see. Oh,
Yeah, because I
good.
must have missed his line when I was reading Pound Cake. I got all excited when I heard that he was Afro Man, and then I just I missed what I guess when Willie said hi.
Oh,
So
good day to you, Willie. Back to you.
good day to you, sir. Yeah, that's why we're talking about this stuff. We're just waiting for Joe.
Uh,
Yeah.
where I leave off.
So, you're telling me about how the justice
Oh, yeah.
system works there.
Yeah. And also, so, he's, this guy, he's got a good heart and all, and he doesn't, he tolerates shit, too much. I've always told him that.
Right. Well, he's
and
Canadian.
this kid, this is no exception. Well,
Right.
what about the landlord then? Isn't she?
Well,
Anyway, if you're a cunt, then I guess all Canadians are cunts. All right. So that's why he didn't pursue anything, right? All this time, he just let bygone. He didn't want to be a Darren, but now that she did this to him, right? She's trying to frame him, and if he's got to fucking deal with the bureaucracy anyway, well, why not clean house, right? So he wants to go the distance, and go for the full 9 yards. There's a certain amount of compensation that he'll certainly be entitled to, and he'll be able to demand her to change. He can change the locks and all kinds of stuff, right? So that's what I've been helping him with ever since.
He can change the locks, but then he has to give the key to her.
No, not because she broke in twice. Now he can ask the arbitrator to make an order that he can change
not allowed
the lock.
In at all?
She's not allowed in at all, unless if it's a fire emergency or something like that. That'll always be the case. But yeah, she's not allowed in, and she won't even be allowed to give a 24-hour inspection requirement. She loses her rights because she violated the Tenancy Act, right?
Wow, I don't think you can do that in Ontario.
Yeah,
that's a BC thing. I've never, ever, ever heard of that, ever.
Yeah, that's the way it works here. So yeah, there's that. She's got to keep things clean. She's got to keep her nose clean at this point.
What about the garbage? Did he bring up the garbage?
Yes, we're putting it all in there. That's what I'm saying. And because she did that for
this
a
hasn't
long
been
period
adjudicated
of time,
yet.
That's right. That's what I'm helping with. I'm helping him deal with the procedure stuff to get prepared for that. And we're
I
just
forgot
about
you're
to
doing
file.
the 50 pages. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I've been working on, right? Is making
They
sure
only
that
give
the
you a
I's are
week to
crossed.
work on 50 pages.
What's that?
They only give you a week to work on the 50 pages.
10 days. 10 days to work on whatever it is.
10 business days? That would be 10 business days. So that's 2
It's
weeks.
no, it's not business days. It's 10 days from the day that the day that you received the notice doesn't count as the first day. The next day counts as the first day. So you count 10 days from that day, and if the
From when
10th
you were
day
served.
lands, right. If the
Yeah.
10th day lands on a Saturday or Sunday, then that doesn't count. The 10th day will be on a Monday.
You know, those fucks, everybody is always saying 5 business days, 10 business days. But when it comes to you having to fill out the fucking 50 pages,
Yeah.
it's just 10 days.
Right.
Fuck.
Right? Yeah, you don't get the advantage here. And for a case like this, like most cases are probably a lot simpler and stuff. It's probably, this is a real big one and complicated issues that have been going on for a long time and blah, blah, blah that need to be addressed. So most cases could probably be, but then again, right? If he didn't have me knowing how to work the computer and, I'm smart enough to interpret the procedures, and I got experience with this kind of stuff. He does too, but he's got more theoretical experience than what would you call that? Actually going through stuff experience,
Mhm.
So yeah, if he didn't have me, just like Dan, right? He'd be I guess there's advocacy he could have reached out to. They would
Thank
have
God for Nudy Guru.
well, in his case, yeah. But what I'm saying is that because most people don't have that, I guess they have advocacy. A lot of people are not literate, and especially computer literate. And so to research this stuff like I did in a short period of time here like that, they would be fucked. It's definitely not in favor. And this, he gets 10 days only because it's for cause. If it was for most other things, it would be 5 days.
Wow. And not even 5
there's
business days.
right, and there's only one other situation where it would be 15 days. Sorry, that's the longest. There's 15 days, and that's if he gets if a landlord here wants to end a tenancy, not because the tenant did anything wrong, but they want to use the place now for personal use, like a family member. They're not allowed to rent it out to somebody else if they do that, but they can give
I know.
I think it's a 3 or 4 month notice, and they have to compensate the tenant a month's rent or something like that. So they can do that. And if that's the case, then
yes.
if the tenant wants to dispute that,
hello?
then they would have 15 days
Hello?
to dispute that. Yeah, can you hear me?
Whoa, I missed it. I think this was my fault. I moved the phone, and I think I moved it into a blank area.
Okay.
You can't do it with it has to be a family member. We have the same notice. It's called a Form 13, and there's 3 reasons why you give a form for 13. One is you're going to blow the place up. One of them is you're doing renovations, and one of them is you need it for a family member. If you get caught moving somebody else in that isn't a family member, then you are in big shit. So, and then there's a Form 11, which I call the bribery form, and the Form 11 is where if they're doing renovations, which was the thing that I had to deal with. A new landlord bought the house and then gave us 4 months to move, and that was for renovations. Now that means you're allowed to move back in again when they're finished the renovations, and at the same rent, save for they might get a little bit of an increase if they can prove that they improved it so much that they can get a little bit of money more, right? Not that much at all.
Right.
Okay. So
that part, that's
and then
exactly the same.
and then so you can move in. But it was going to be 7 months. We had to live somewhere else. There's no way you can't just go for a hotel stay for a bit and then
Right,
you can go back.
right, right.
So they try to bribe you and say, first of all, when they give you the 4 weeks or 4 months notice, they give you they give you your last month's rent plus like an extra month for that, right? On top. But for the Form 11, they can give you anything they want, but usually they just give you another month.
Right.
Well, my rent was $726. I parlayed that into $4,500 to get them because that was it. You're going to bury me here. I got nowhere else to go. I'm not
Right.
going to willingly move under a bridge. So I got 4,500. I probably could have gone up to 5,000, but $4,500 for that. And that's the bribery form. So that's form 11. So I assume that it's you're talking about the same thing about getting money for moving.
Well, that's one issue, but another issue is just it depends on what the situation is. If they just want to, use it for personal or a family member, then they
No,
got to give.
sorry. I mean money to move out. Like not that
Yeah,
it's moving
yeah, yeah.
expenses. Just just get out. Here's some money, get out.
Right.
And by the
That's
way,
kind of what it is.
Willie
In this,
says that he knows you from hippies.
I saw that.
Okay.
I'm not recalling how, but wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, so that's basically what it is. But it's 1 month. They get their damage deposit back in 1
Yeah.
month's rent, and the
Right.
tenant is allowed to decide if they want to accept the money or just not pay for the last month. It's up to them, type thing. In that case, right?
Oh, that's on the first form.
Okay.
So he only got one form, not 2 forms then. Okay. He didn't get the bribery form. He just got the notice form. And by the way, that is not that's not an eviction here
This is
anyway.
not his case.
Those 4 months. Oh.
I'm just saying those are different
Okay.
circumstances, right?
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
forgot.
saying,
Yeah.
in that case, it would be a 15-day window that he could
Right.
try and dispute in that case. So that's the
Right.
longest window, and that's the only case where it's 15. Most of them are 5 for cause, and one other one I think is 10. Forget which one it is.
For cause
And
means
yeah,
that you got to come up with proof. So they should give you 15 days for that. You don't need proof
in
when
most
it comes to.
cases,
Mhm.
it would mean that, but in this case, because he's disputing for cause, she made an accusation. In this case, the landlord is making an accusation, so the landlord has the burden and the onus of proof. In this case, that's the way it works for this.
Okay.
Right. So he has no obligation to provide evidence or testify or anything. She's got the full obligation to prove her claim. So he could even, just on that basis, she has nothing. But we're not going to go
He's
on
got
that
nothing.
basis.
He's got everything. He's got the
Everything.
proof,
Right.
and he
So
doesn't
now
even need the
because
proof.
that's right. But because he's got the proof and there's the other aspects that he never would have pursued because he's just that type
Right.
of guy. He's more of a courteous guy.
Right.
But since she wants to be a CUNT times 1,000 here now, right?
Oh,
Well,
what?
if you're going to
You're
make me go
spelling it now?
yeah. So, in
Okay.
other words, if you're going to make me go through this bullshit, right? Well, I'm going to clean house. Is the idea now? So now we're gonna. That's why the 50 pages, because it's not just the latest event. That in itself was long enough documentation, but I went back and we're putting everything all in one thing, filing for all the other stuff, the bird shit, the fucking he got sick. All of this is evidence. Is there everything? And so not and the locks and compensation for loss of quiet use for months, basically, and aggravated, which is a punitive thing, aggravated injury, and also that he got sick. And he's going to get it. He's going to get the compensation. So no doubt about that. He doesn't even need it, but you know.
But you don't have to go to small claims court for stuff like that.
If it's over 35,000, which I calculated, it's a little tricky. The aggravated part is there's no like guideline as to this equals that amount and this equals that amount. It's an arbitrary thing. And so if you go for aggravated, which is stuff like stress, loss of time, that type of thing, and then for that part, the burden of proof shifts for those specific things to whoever's claiming that. So I worked it out, and if he wanted to go for the whole 9 yards, then it actually would be well over the $35,000 limit. The tenancy board can only deal with things up to that amount, with a couple little exceptions. If you want to go for further than that, then yes, you have to. Small claims would handle that. And so he decided, well,
figure?
Oh,
Up to the max.
Yeah, I did a rough ballpark. You know, unless if he really wanted to do that, I didn't get into the nitty gritties. Probably, if I did the nitty gritties, it probably could have been 75, maybe even 100. 50 at least. No, 100 money. I'm talking about 75,000, maybe 100. 50 at least for sure.
So is he going after the money or no?
He's going after the money, but you know, it's no interest in adding extra stress. It's only because we already got to go through the bureaucracy bullshit. So because he's got to do that, might as well kill two birds with one stone, right? So he's just going to settle for the maximum what they're allowed to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So was it 35,000 or 3,500?
35,000.
Wow, he's gonna make large on it, and he's already rich. Rich always make more money. The rich always make more money.
Yeah, he'll make do. And she's loaded too, right? Although, well, I mean, it depends what you mean by that. I don't know the whole search. I just know what the property is, what's on there. You know, they got all this equipment, blah blah blah. You couldn't get that with some money, but maybe it's all loans. Maybe, you know, maybe she's got deep in debt. Maybe she doesn't really have two nickels to rub together. Although I guess she did the casinos and stuff.
She can't pay the hydro. She can't pay the hydro bill.
Yeah, or I don't know if it was a matter of couldn't. It was more a matter of principle that she felt like she was getting screwed, and they weren't resolving it with her, and so she decided to just stop paying, like to get even type thing with them.
How could it be principle if she's going to other people to pay it? Obviously, she's not averse to them getting their money.
No. She's not going other people to ask them to pay it. She went to other people to ask them to put the new account in their name because she can't continue unless she pays off the current account, right?
Yeah,
so she doesn't want to pay it. It's $60,000 now. That's what she told me. Because of all this time that went past, right? Through the winter months and everything and the fucking interest and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. And so I think she was shocked when she got a final bill, like once she put it in the new person's name, she got a final bill in the mail, and I don't think she knew it was that much. And so I think
she got the bill, or her father did.
Well, I guess her father, she got it in the sense that she saw it. You know, she saw what it is. She knows what the amount is. And I don't think she knew. I think that's why she's acting very irrational. It's because she's in shock, you know, and now she's panicked. and she's thinking, I got to
Well,
figure out a way out of this, and maybe I'm going to try and frame the friends that I thought I had, the business friends who should have had my back and been real willing to bend over for me and fucking put the hydro in their name. Yeah, that it does. Life doesn't work that way. You can tell that's just classic entitlement syndrome, right?
oh
Well-to-do
yeah.
entitlement syndrome.
Well, yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Guess what? Daddy's going to be pissed off.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, he's not happy. Wouldn't
Yeah,
want to be
so
there for that
that's where the
conversation.
justice. I know. That's where the justice is going to be. Daddy's living room.
Oh yeah, so there you have it. That's the current saga of stuff. How do I get myself? Why do I do these
Gotta
things?
gotta message Joe and tell him to wake his mother the fuck up. No more
So
of this
50.
fucking
That's what I'm at so
Huh?
far. Is 50. It could even be more than that when we're finished here. Got a few more things to add, but I also got to refine it and proofread it and all that stuff still. And then there's a bunch of other procedure stuff, right? It's got to be served a certain way, and he's gonna have to do that though. I'll walk him through that though. Oh, we lost you. What's going on, Willie? Very observant young lady, native, born and mostly raised. Proud masshole here. Currently serving my sentence just over the border in the ocean. Willie. Let me see if I recognize you from your channel. You got any videos? Yeah. YouTube not showing me your message. Apparently, Willie, YouTube. Oh, maybe if I put chat, that did it. You have a couple and some lives. You do lives. Okay. Recognizing you now a little bit. And you were talking with Canada's Dark Haunted History. I know that guy too. I forget his. I used to know his actual name, but I forget. It's been a while. You got a call. Willie's backstage, Cat. I got a call, she says. What a host. You should go meet up with my friend's landlord. Derek, that's right. That's the name. You want to do some bureaucracy bullshit paperwork for me, Willie? Maybe my friend will shoot you some bones. You back?
Fuck what?
Yeah.
Did you say? Did you say Willie's backstage?
That's what he wrote.
Okay. I only said I got a call because I had my YouTube window open on another phone. So I wrote I got a call because it cut me off. I had no where do I get the
I don't blame you, Willie. If it wasn't for doing the
what did he
favor
say?
to my friend, you couldn't pay me to do this. I don't care what the offer
Fuck
was.
you. You dick. Well,
Me?
okay, here.
Yeah, what do you think I'm
Try to-
talking about?
If
Talking
it
about
wasn't for your
the paperwork that I'm doing for
Oh, I
my
thought you
friend.
meant you're doing me a fucking favor by being here.
No.
Well, I wanted to tell you, you know, at the Oscars, they have a position known as a seat filler. You know that?
Oh yes. Yes.
Yeah. So if like Denzel Washington or Morgan Freeman is going to go backstage and has to get ready to accept the award, they put somebody in their seat in the audience so that it's not an empty seat. So I'm a Joe Cool seat filler right now. All right.
What
And
are you
this
gonna
is
do
the
when Joe
closest
Cool
I could come.
joins?
This is the closest I could come to being cool. Is a straw spring summer fedora and a pair of gooder
You might wanna-
sunglasses. All right.
You
So
might want to eat
that's
some
the-
chocolate
Oh, he
pudding,
dressed the part. He
Yeah,
dressed. What'd you
I
say
did.
about chocolate
I
pudding?
did.
Yeah.
I did partake in a
He said
little
you might
wacky.
want to wacky stuff. Yeah, there you go. You might want to.
I did partake in a little bit of wacky tobacco, so that I could have the Joe Cool persona. You know.
Yeah. You got the laugh going.
No, I can't. I've been working on that. Nudy, I love a good impression, and I've been working on that. I'll tell you, I can't get it. I can't get that octave. I cannot. I would love to be able to. There's three. I mean, I think there's three famous laughs in the all of YouTube, and Joe Cool, Cap Gun, and AC. I love their laughs. You know, they got three great laughs.
Oh
There's some
God, I
other
can't
ones.
stand AC's laugh.
Oh, well, you know, to each his own. There are a couple-
AC's laugh
and you know
makes
what?
me
I
want to
just-
turn the channel.
There are a few women. I can't get them to come to mind right now because, like I said, I'm almost 70 and the CRS can't remember shite is strong. So, but there are a few women too who, when they get laughing, you can't help. Everybody just laughs, you know?
Mm. There's another one
But,
that's
yeah.
a French guy in Quebec, I think. OTW. He's got a
Yep.
laugh. You see him?
Okay. Yeah, I have seen him.
I
Yep.
don't know.
Oh, my battery's going to run out. Oh, no.
Oh no, that's just like Joe.
Yep. But I was
That's
just going
You
to
got-
say, Miss Cat, even though I've been real life friends with Brett and I've hung out with Hippie in real life, I've hung out with him. I am not a troll. All I like to do is have fun and laugh. That's all. That's my favorite thing is comedy.
So what? When you come here to be mean to me, you weren't being a troll. You're just naturally mean.
No, I've never been mean. See, like I've never jumped on board the mean train. First
See,
of
she
all,
does this.
we have to agree that deep down inside, one of Brett's favorite things is that small clip you emailed him about you being the captain. All right, that's got to be the truth.
What? He liked it?
Oh, absolutely. You know how many times he's shown it? Come on. And second of all,
I know, but he
just
makes
like
fun of me.
Crafty, everybody's saying that she was trying to hurt her cat when she was gently trying to take her cat off the railing so it wouldn't go down 2 or 3 stories, you know? I totally
Right.
understand smoking in the bathroom, which I know you don't smoke anymore, but that was just a thing, you know?
No, I do now. I went back to smoking.
Oh, geez. Oh, good. Then I can go ahead and smoke then. All right.
Oh yeah, go ahead. When
But I
I
just
couldn't,
wanted
when
to
I
come
didn't
up and
smoke, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to come up and say hi. That's all. And that I'm a hater of no one. Well, except people that do terrible, terrible things in real life. But yeah, no, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Guess what? Well,
What?
you know I love you.
Oh wow! Holy smokes! This is like my this is my 15 seconds of fame right now, right here. Holy shit!
Now you got to
And you
fight
got the
with
laugh.
the heat.
And you got the laugh.
I got chills. I got chills on my back. I got chills. That's mean. That's mean doing that laugh because I can't do your laugh. I got chills on my back and my heart just stopped for a minute. I tell you what.
Joe, you know what he said? He said he was a seat filler, you know, like at the Emmys and yeah. He said
I was a Joe Cool seat
for you.
filler. And look, I was right.
He dressed the part.
Joe got
He
up.
dressed the
Joe
part.
got up. He went backstage so they could prepare him to come out on stage, and here he is. I was perfect timing.
Well, thank you.
You
You've
know?
done your job well, man. We see we
You
had the
don't have
right
to
guy.
leave. You don't have to
This
leave.
is so funny. You don't know how many times. I got to tell you, I'm a panel whore like my great leader AC has taught me to be. You know, I'm a panel whore. But I got to tell you, there's such a thing. I guess there's such a thing known as nervous. There's such a thing known as nervous comfortability, and I've had 100 chances to hit a link where Joe Cool's on panel, and I'd always be like, "Oh no, it's not the right time. No, not the right time."
Really? Is this a circus?
And this is like what? This is like supposed to. It was supposed to happen this way organically.
I like it.
You know?
I love it. I love it.
That's right.
Yes.
Because
Absolutely.
my channel is the channel for the common man. Now I want to hear more about how Brett loved my video.
Oh, absolutely. Joe Cool, you have to agree with me. Joe Cool, you have to agree with me. The video that Miss Cat emailed to Brett, where she's the captain, where she's the pirate captain, he loved that. He
I'm
loved
not
it.
sure
'cause
I saw the video, but you know I love Brett and Miss Cat.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
absolutely.
I saw the video.
But I love Brett. I love Brett. He doesn't
And, you
treat
know,
me nicely,
listen.
but I love him.
Miss Cat, Brett's got to keep up the tough guy persona, all right?
I know. But I just
You
wish he
know?
wouldn't hit me so hard. Like, why does he have to
Yeah.
hit me so hard? Like, well, I've seen him.
Oh,
I've seen
he's
him
not.
pull punches.
Don't be so.
I've seen him
Don't
pull
be.
punches.
You're tougher than that.
You
Don't be
might have
sensitive.
to. You might have to understand that in the world that he play on, what you think is hitting hard is him baby
Are you
punch.
already token? I don't even get 2 minutes of you
No, I
being
did-
fresh like usual.
No,
This might
I'm
be
not.
just short because my mom, it's Sunday and she's getting calls and getting church ready. I might not, so I might be in and out.
I have to go get my charger.
Charger. So what do you mean? You'll be in and out, you said? Or you're...
I mean, like every time the phone rings, she's just, it's one of those days she can't even answer the phone. She's got me making calls for her. I've been made her tea and toast and stuff, but it's still been demanding. So she's still, yeah.
So
I want
Why
to call.
don't get on the phone where you get phone calls. I had
Excuse
to
me?
because I ran out of battery on the other one.
No, I'm on
You
the other
got like
phone.
7 fucking phones.
No, I'm not on the one that I get the calls. I got 2 that I get
Oh.
calls on. I'm talking about on her phone. She can't even answer her phone. So I got to run into the other room when her phone rings. And when she needs a call made, I got to do that shit. And when she
And
wants the
Miss Cat.
TV changed and all of that shit.
Miss Cat,
Yeah.
I have to explain something. To you about Brett.
Okay.
Now, he for the majority of his life, he was a real hood person. All right.
Right.
I've been to. I don't live too far away from Worcester, where he was born and raised. I've been to Brett's old house up in Maine a few times. We've been
Okay.
fishing, what have you. Now,
Fly fishing or regular fishing?
regular.
Because he
regular fishing.
ties his own flies. I'm sure you know.
No, he's never actually. Brett's never.
No,
No,
he
he
makes
makes his
lures.
own laws, but he
Yes.
makes his own laws, but he's never fly fished. But I got to tell you, in Lewiston, where he used to live, that was the hood of all hoods of Maine. But now,
Yeah.
Miss
Listen.
Cat, he moved.
Yeah.
Brett moved to the country. He's down in Virginia, and
Yeah.
so slowly the hood is being sucked out of him. So he's got to keep pushing it back in, So he's got to live up.
That's
But he's
interesting,
nice.
right?
He's nicer to other people. I've seen him be nice to other people.
That's a real thing, though. When you leave the hood, say a hood guy from Chicago go to a Little Rock or something, and suddenly he has to flex and be more of a gangster than he ever had to be in Chicago. That could be a thing.
Right. Like, look at
Yeah.
Andrew's now countrified. He used to be a good hood
Anyway,
rat. You know,
yeah,
AC
He will
AC was a
always
big H
forever
town.
be an asshole. Andrew will always forever be a 100% asshole.
But
he
he's
can't
a
help it.
lovable. He's a
but
That will
he's
never,
lovable. He's
all
a
urban,
he's a
not
lovable
married
lovable.
asshole.
dude now, right?
Wrong
He's
with
Not,
being
all
an
not
asshole.
fucking.
lovable. No.
He's a lovable.
Brett is a lovable asshole. I have seen ever since I've watched him, for almost 4 years, I have seen the love in him. I have seen the hurt in him. I think that he is such a sweet heart. And
Yeah.
even though and he makes me laugh because he does the jokes he does. He's like the antithesis of me. He does and says things that I would never even think
Yeah,
of
he
doing.
doesn't give a fuck while you worry about
Right.
consequences.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but
Speaking
it's like,
speaking of I'm sure you guys, well, Joe, you might be sub to Shiz Happens, you know, Kate
Yeah,
Peter's
I know.
old wing gal.
I've seen
I
her.
remember Shiz.
Yeah.
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 I'm
Well,
sub to her, but I don't
Shiz
really go
is
here.
Shiz is doing a live this afternoon, which sadly I can't watch, and I hope it's up there so I can do a replay of it. It was supposed to be at 9:00 last night, but it's the two roses flanking the thorn. It is Kate, Brett, and Shiz doing a TLDR back in the day, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And
Wait.
TLDR?
so that'll be
Is it going to be new or some rebroadcast or something they did old, or is it them getting together new?
I think it's going to be them going over, you know, how they met, the whole
I
turd
would
boy,
love
all that stuff. You know,
right? I want them together. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
it's going to be
What's
probably. I think
TLDR?
it's going to be a TLDR is meaning like the
too long
what
didn't read version, so you gotta.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The version is too long,
TLDR
so
is
you
like
give a short version.
it's like urban. TLDR is Urban Dictionary for short version, although it probably won't be a short version, but
Right,
yeah.
it won't be
And
once they get
Oh.
together. Yeah.
right. And I'm sure they're going to be going over the current, you know, stalking or whatever witness intimidation charges that I hope are going to stick one of these days. but-
Wait, who's got
What?
current charges? Just the short version. I don't need the mess.
Turd
but,
boy. Turd boy over that whole
yeah. Okay.
Karen
The
Reed
witness
thing, yeah.
intimidation bullshit. Yeah.
Instead of TLDR, my generation said the Reader's Digest version.
We did.
Right.
This is
There you go.
TLDR. Too long, didn't read. Someone send you some long ass shit.
Right.
TLDR. I'm not reading that shit. Yeah.
I was so looking forward to it happening. I was so looking forward to it happening last night at 9:00 because those three are more geared towards an evening show than a Sunday afternoon show. You
We
know?
agree.
Right.
We agree.
So,
That's true.
but it's on
It's
for
not really
when I drop
family
down,
viewing.
when I drop down, which I have to do rather quickly. Unfortunately, I've got plans. I'm going to see the youngest and his missus and their brand new 1-year-old baby, and go for a
Congrats.
little visit.
Don't say unfortunately. That's wonderful.
Well,
Congrats.
That's beautiful.
You know, it's sort of a mat. I only see them if I go to them. It's not a two-way street, but I am happy. I'm going
I
to be
hear
watching
you.
Game 4. I'm going to be watching Game 4 of my Boston Bruins hosting the Buffalo Sabres. So that'll be happening.
You might be in the right
NHL is
room. We
still
got
on.
white people and Canadians. The brother could not care less about your Bruins, but you might have a couple of
I
fans
don't care
up
about
there.
Bruins. I don't care about
Well,
Nudy
hockey
probably
either.
don't give a fuck about sports either.
No. What about
Not-
are the Toronto Maple Leafs in?
Not like that.
Still?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think the Leafs are in it. They might be. They might be. I'm a very casual, very focused Boston only sports guy. You know.
Well, that's the
I
only
do
sport
love-
I love. The only sport I love is hockey, but only Toronto Maple Leafs and only when they're in the playoffs. And that's it.
Right. There you go.
But
There you
still,
go.
I don't
Nothing
watch
wrong
it.
with being. Nothing wrong with being a casual. Nothing wrong with casual fans.
Do you go with by Ralph or Willie's, just in case the next time I run into you? So-
Doesn't matter. You know where Ralph? Hey Joe, it doesn't matter. Willie's fine, Ralph's fine, whatever.
I'm saying
A lot of
Willie.
people-
I probably even said hi to Willie, but I'm looking
Yeah.
and reading now. I didn't notice.
Oh
that it
no,
said
everybody
Hobo.
calls me Willie. Very
Okay,
few people.
okay.
You know why I did that? I did that because of Brett's former co-host, a female that will remain nameless, his long-standing former co-host. she
Yeah.
didn't like to
And
laugh, and she didn't.
Yeah.
And she didn't like to laugh, and I figured out that she didn't like weird, odd names because I had been watching them for years. I've known Brett now for 10 years. That's crazy.
Fucking the long
Um,
troll. He named himself for the long troll. That's dedication, bro.
So it was that. So it was that
Dedication is him.
pronunciation of having. It was that pronunciation of having to say the AY, but it's more important a nod to Arthur Fonzie Fonzarelli because he always said, "Hey," you know. But this is funny,
Dedication
Brett.
is him dressing the
Joe.
part of trying to be cool, like Joe Cool. So he put on a fedora and some dark glasses, which he
It's
Yeah.
named.
working. He'll be all right. It's working.
Some gooder glasses. I could never listen. I'm nothing but I love to do impersonations. I could never be naturally as cool as
Gooder.
Joe Cool. But
Oh, Joe
Joe,
doesn't even wear a hat. He only wears
I
a
got to
hood.
tell you, my original name was Hobo Ralph, given to me by Brett because I don't know if Joe, you remember Brett's real life good friend Ralph, the weed god, the weed scientist, the weed chemist guy, you know?
Yep.
So one time we were both on panel and Brett was going, "Oh, there's Ralph. There's Hobo Ralph. There's Ralph. There's Hobo Ralph." So
I like Hobo
he says,
Ralph.
yeah. So Brett said that I look like a hobo version of Ralph. So that's just, you know.
Yeah, I like
And-
Hobo Ralph.
That's how you
Yeah.
got the
And
name.
Miss Cat, if Brett's picking on you, that means he likes you. All right. So just remember that.
All right.
Okay.
Willie, I thank you for holding my seat. You don't have to go anywhere, but I would
Yeah.
like to take advantage
Oh
of
no,
the
I have to.
opportunity
I
of
gotta
the
go get ready.
conversation.
I gotta go get ready. Awesome seeing you people. Big
Thank you.
time.
Love you. Thanks for,
All
Thank
the
you for
love.
keeping my
Bye.
friends busy, bro. And thank you
I'm
for
gonna
being
go.
respectful
I'm gonna
to
go
my
meet up
buddies.
with Hippie. Although Hippie's taking a break right now, enjoying his time away
Yeah.
from the tubes. I'm gonna go meet up with him in a couple of 3-4 weeks, and I'll send the love. We'll have to go live.
Send
Okay.
him my love and tell him, I love
Take it
him.
easy,
Okay.
Hobo. Come rap anytime. man.
Absolutely.
Like your energy.
Nice seeing you all. Take care.
Easy, bro.
Okay, bye.
Okay,
We're gonna
bye.
have to hire him again for next year's performance.
Yeah.
When I'm late. Next award show when I'm late. Or if we ever do any correspondence award at the White House, we definitely gonna have him sit in.
Oh, I heard you. I only saw the beginning, and Nudy only saw the end, so he didn't even know what had happened to Trump. But I saw the beginning, and I heard you, and I was so happy that you knew about the nicking of the ear and the whole Jewish thing of that. It's like, oh yeah, Joe knows about it.
Joe represented there.
Yes, that was great because I didn't see it until it was over. So it started. Who is he? That guy. I subbed to him.
Wait. Who are you talking about? Oh, the guy who I
Is
was
he
in
the
the
guy
room.
who always? Is he
Being a
always the
lot
guy
of
who
panels.
says, "Your daddy"?
Which-
I'm your daddy.
No, that's Paul who always says I'm your daddy.
Paul.
Let me think who room we was in. That was probably the OG's room when we were doing that.
No, he changed his name of his channel.
Barn guy.
to
Oh,
something.
Barney. It was Barney.
Barney.
It used to
Yeah.
be Midlife Logic, midlife
Oh.
Logic.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's kind of. I was thinking, is that Paul? Because I always forget his name now. Because I never see him
Paul's
on,
way
right?
more
And he's
arrogant and
All
just,
unslaved?
yeah, she think
Oh,
Barney
yeah.
was Paul. Yeah.
Wow. Night and day.
Yeah,
different
Barney's black,
universe.
Paul's white.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't. It's the way he talked and the way he looked. He kind of
Yeah.
looked like Paul, and he kind of sounded tough like Paul. So
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was Paul, but I couldn't even remember Paul's name because he doesn't even come on anymore.
Less. Less. He's been doing it less, and he's just still the same arrogant guy. If he ain't putting other people down, it ain't Paul. Telling you how worthless
Right.
you are to build himself up. That is a major lacking
He doesn't
right
really
there.
believe that though,
One
right?
that Barney doesn't have. No, he really believes it's in my opinion, something to do with his old man, put him down all this time, and now it's all a competition. Every conversation, every
Oh.
perceived
Is he back
slight.
to that again? Because he was
Yeah.
he was doing better.
He's still doing
Authentically
better. He's
Is he doing
still
better?
doing much better. He's finally stopped reading every comment in the chat, all sensitive like that. But he is still giving the same message that you can't understand me because you're stupid. That hasn't changed.
I thought he was just prompting people to argue with him. I didn't think he was really like that.
No, he really believes it. He really believes that there is no man, at least none that he's met, that's his equal and worthy of him to even work with. I pin him down and ask him, well, if, because he's always somebody, I can't work with you because you're not of the same character.
You're never gonna meet the man who is.
Yeah,
you're arrogant, right?
yeah. Good luck with that,
Wow.
right? What does he got to be out arrogant? You? How does that even work? And how
Right.
do y'all work together? Fuck, that's what you got to do to get your respect. What the fuck?
So yeah, so you saw about Trump and the whole thing, and I was one, and you were like, well, no, I was kind of thinking it was real, and then afterwards you said that the guy changed your mind, and that now you were thinking that it was a setup, and I think it was a
Right.
setup.
You're talking about two
And
different things, though. You're talking about the
the
shooting
first
from
one, the
long
first one,
ago.
the first one.
Right.
Yeah, the first one. There's been three now, and for some reason everybody fucking misses. But
Well, this guy, so we know this
Yeah.
guy was just a guy who was staying in the hotel. He could have been smart enough to rent it, blah, blah, blah. A Caltech student, 31 years old. He's a teacher, tutor type. That's what he does. He's also like got other degrees, engineering degree and shit. But his plan was to just get off the elevator and run, like through the halls and shit until he found him. So it was a really poor plan. He never even made it to the ballroom. Didn't even get close to it. So this is a,
so
yeah.
nothing happened in the room that they were in.
No, they never even saw him. No one in the room with the hundreds of thousand people never even saw him or anything like that. They heard small noises down the hall and thought it was just somebody had bumped into a table. That's how far away they were. The gunshots
The
were
room
muffled.
didn't look that big.
It's
The room
3
didn't look
stories
that
high.
big.
It doesn't look like it,
Get
but it's got
out.
apparently got more stories to it and all of that bullshit. And you can look down or up or some shit they were
So
saying.
it was an actual ballroom?
Yes, and it's nice. You see the ceilings like 3 stories high with all these designs and LED lights and shit. It's really swanky. Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, but he was when Trump got on and he was he did his own speech there afterwards at the White House, and he started talking about the ballroom that he wants
No.
to put in.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then you
No,
just said
That's a
ballroom.
third ballroom. They went to the hotel because their ballroom, what he's saying now, the reason he did it is because he wanted it secure. See what I mean? When you go to hotel ballrooms away from the White House, someone could kill you. Therefore, I need $200 billion to build my ballroom on the backyard. That was his excuse. So good luck. You'll
He
get
loves
it.
talking about his ballroom.
Yes. Oh my goodness. It was disgusting talking about how heroic everybody was and how Pete Hegseth didn't flinch. And it was just disgusting. And everybody did such a good job. It was just disgusting. Some teenager, well, he's 30, so I'm still a kid to me, ran down the hall, got tackled, and they didn't even shoot him. He just tackled his ass. And now he's in custody. And they were nowhere near these guys. And they all have horrific stories like they went through war and they were fuck out of here, you privileged fucks. You heard a pop like a champagne bottle opening a block away and suddenly you went through something tremendously terrible. You niggas.
Oh my gosh, earlier Crafty was up here and she was upset because I called her a racist and a liar. Then I called her a liar because she said that I was on other people's panels saying that she was a racist, which I haven't done. And then, so I called her a liar. And then she starts saying the N-word over and over and over and over again until I said oh yeah, I can kick her. And then she went down. And then we had some other guy come up and he said the N-word.
You didn't know who the other guy was?
Sigwert.
Don't ring
like that.
I recognized him when I saw him, but everybody looks a little familiar at this point.
I'd like to be there and pop up. I don't even want to say nothing or anything, but it's different when you're saying it to you, and then the person that it could potentially hurt. Which I'm not that guy from fucking Catman calling me that. But it rings different when you say it. You know, you tell the black joke, and then you turn around and see your black friend, and then if your heart dropped, it was a shitty joke, and you shouldn't have said it. If you know, if
Right.
you're still laughing and he laughing, then it was fair. That hard art never flies. So whatever purpose she designed, what she thought it was useful, she needed a brother in there, especially someone she cares about, so that she could know that I witnessed that nonsense, and
She's
I wish I
batshit
was there.
crazy. I don't think she'd even notice. She,
Oh,
she,
well, it
she, she,
depends. Then if it was off of her med shit, then you're right. She wouldn't have noticed if it was that. Yeah, she's a different
she,
person.
she, she's a racist against Muslims, and she doesn't even realize the stupid, ignorant shit that she says when she talks. She starts talking as if she knows
She
about
she
Islam because
she
she's
may
got a neighbor who's Muslim.
she may here you anecdotal shit. She may be more aware of it than you think though, because she wouldn't bring that shit up with me on a panel. We've been on a panel a lot lately. She ain't gonna say that shit around me because she's not crazy. She doesn't want to argue the argument. Oh,
All I
I'm
hear
wrong.
She's
is
I'm
not
talking about
crazy.
parrots.
Nikki. Wait. That's my bad. I was talking about Nikki in my head. I haven't been on with Kat. Kat may be different. I was thinking about Nikki right there.
Don't call her Cat. Her name's Crafty. I'm Cat.
Crafted. Yeah. You're right. I made that separation in my head.
All I hear with this stuff is parrots arguing about what the TV told them.
Yeah. That's entertaining to me, though. I swear. I cut so much last couple of days laughter out of watching these guys. Believe hip hop housewives were real. It's just so entertaining. Yeah, I
They're
mean, and
not.
then it. Said not real.
I never heard of Housewives. That's a new one. I
It's
watch all the Housewives.
it started with that one. That would have been the only one. I wouldn't have known any of the other ones, but I remember when it started with the Mob Housewives and the Hip Hop Housewives. Many when
Mob Housewives came way later. The first Housewives were Orange County. No, sorry, New York, and then Orange County, and then they all came after that. So Hip Hop Housewives would be later, and Mob Housewives were way later.
well, you
So
talking about the Gotti Mob Housewives? Because that would have been before all of these fucking
oh well, there was
housewives.
the Gotti daughter.
That's the one I
That
was
that
talking about.
was
That was first.
that wasn't
Early.
Housewives. That was a different one.
Well, it wouldn't have been
But
called that. The
it
daughter
was
family, the
reality.
Gotti family, so and
No,
so. Back then,
yeah, it was
they
something.
had
Yeah.
it. Wouldn't even. It probably wasn't even called hip hop housewives back then. It would have been more on the artists back then, before it became the genre that it is. It was been. I can't even think of their names and shit. That would have been the first one I would have saw where I found out that all of them were like washed up artists, none were really current. And the one guy had his wifey and his standby broad in the same apartment building on different floors, and they found out. I'm like, holy hell, that was incredible.
Oh, I gotta
Yeah,
find that. I
yeah.
gotta find that.
It was
That's good drama.
Yeah, they tried to bring Lil Wayne's kid in it to save it. Towards the end, some girl named something like Aisha or something, and her husband was like a producer, and he was trying to get her relevant. She had a half-ass record a long time ago, but thought it gave her status. And he didn't do
I
shit but
can't
cheat on her. All of these guys were serial cheaters and shit. It was real, and
I
and
can't even think of Lil Wayne having a kid.
yeah, he
I
had a
in my
daughter. I remember she had an elevator to her room, and all the other kids were like,
wow.
"Wow!"
Wow. I love all that rich shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't
All
see
that
that whole
shit,
talk.
though.
I pretty much because I got involved with Nudy afterwards and I didn't see the rest of
Do
the
you
live that you were on.
remember the Real World? Were you around then? The Real World MTV.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, that
That
was an
it
MTV
started
thing.
unscripted. The Real World. They took people we knew. Heather B, the AIDS activist. He's famous. He was a famous activist then. He was super young then. Could have been more in the early 20s, but he died from it. It just made him even more famous. A black comedian, model. They took people from different walks of life to put them in the house
Right.
and just follow them. That's before they made scripts and shit. And then
Right.
they found out that the drama people, and then the very next year, people were already talking about how the producers were now saying, we didn't get that. Will you do it again? Then it just became, get them drunk and
Yeah,
tell them what to
scripted.
say, shit that we're used to now.
Yeah, that's a big thing now. People are suing because of the getting them drunk kind of thing.
Yes.
There's housewives are suing for that because they're
Yeah.
they're like pumping them with alcohol, and then they
Yes.
act like fools.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pumping them with alcohol. How?
Well, but before the show
just
and
keep
after the
on
show, before they
providing
start
it.
filming, they put them in, and they'll send a producer in there and say, that so and so said this horrible
You,
thing
you
about you. Don't
mean
forget to.
you mean like
Yeah.
spiking their
No,
drinks,
no, no,
or
just
No,
regular
no,
alcohol,
no,
not
no,
spiking,
no.
but
Just
encouraging
how
them
can
to
you
drink and get drunk.
how can you sue over that? What?
Well, I think there's a little precedence. It's not true precedence, but Jenny Jones, if you remember her show died
yeah, I remember her.
because she would do the same thing. She would plow her gas, her and some other shows would plow them with alcohol and fire them up. And they go out
Oh,
there and fight and shit. Some people are saying,
I didn't know
accusing
that.
them of that. And one guy, he had a person on there who was gay, and they was reveal your secret crush. And the dude came out on stage. He was like, "Oh man, no, I'm straight. We're not gonna do this." But he got so embarrassed when the show was over, he drove to the guy's house and killed him. And she went to court for that. I don't think she lost, but it killed her show and all of that. I think that's when the trend of "they got me drunk and I'm not responsible" started taking off.
I don't remember any fighting going on Jenny Jones.
No,
The
Maury
fighting
and the
didn't
other
start
ones would have been
until
fighting. Jenny though was accused of the same shit.
yeah.
Even worse, Jenny would have been. It just without the fighting, it would have been the most disgusting. But not Maury. Who did the fighting? It was a guy. I can
It
picture
was
him. Jerry.
Jerry. Yeah,
Jerry. That
yeah,
dude got accused of the same
Jerry.
shit. Yeah, that's what
You know
Jerry.
what? That was a big thing for me when they found out when we all found out. Uh-oh, my my earpiece one is battery low. When we found out that the Jerry I want to say Jerry Lewis, Jerry Springer show was scripted, and that it wasn't real. When that happened, I had almost a breakdown in my mind
Oh
to
my
find
God.
out. Yeah, because I watched those shows from Phil Donahue. I would used to watch those shows
Phil would have been
when they were
real though.
real.
Yeah.
Yes, they were real. And that one was real. And then
Right.
Oprah came after that. And then
Yeah.
after Oprah came Jenny Jones and
Maury, I think
Rachel
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Maury
Rachel.
and
I can't remember.
what's
Rachel
it's
Ray.
11:11. Wait, no, not her. She wasn't a Peacock show. She was more, well, I guess she was, but wasn't like that. It was more like cooking and talking to
Hmm.
people
Right.
about celebrities. No, this was a Jewish woman. I can't remember her name. Not Rachel. Uh, that might have been her last name actually. Anyway, there was a few of
Wait. I
them, and
remember the
there
girl
was
you're
a
talking
flat
about. Yeah, I can
with
picture
the
her.
glasses, the red
Yeah, with the
glasses.
glasses and red hair or
Yeah,
some high colored hair.
no,
Yeah,
she had
I know.
no, it was the red glasses, and she had like gray or blonde hair. And
I
then there
know
was
her though.
another fat chick. There was a fat chick, um, who was on some kind of play or something. I don't know. Anyway, I watched all of those, and I watched Jerry Springer from before it was violent. It was just a talk show back then, and then it got violent, and then I kept on watching it, and then when I found out that it was fake, my head just kind
Sally
of had
Jesse
an implosion.
Raphael. Sally
There we
Jesse.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it was Raphael, not Rachel.
yeah.
So uh, it kind of threw me for a loop because I thought I was watching real people's stories, and I wasn't. And it was like, it's like when you have your cognitive dissonance blown up, right? That bubble that you live in,
Uh,
it's blown up. And then the reason why they got away with it, because I thought, oh, they're never gonna get away with this. But they did get away with it because they're listed as
Entertainment.
entertainment. so they
Well,
could get away with it. And then I thought, okay, well, at least they can't do that with the news.
no, they just did it with
That
Fox. If you ain't watching,
well,
they
no, no,
just
but I
Fox
no,
News
no, I
had to
found out.
list
I found out
themselves
later.
as entertainment recently. I don't know if you
Did
saw it,
they?
and that's what you're commenting on.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
no, I didn't
Yes.
even know that. No,
So
they should all do that because at the time I was under the impression that they still couldn't lie on the news.
no,
I
they
knew
weren't.
they lied
Fox is
about
just in a
Palestine.
lawsuit, and they had to rechange their shit to entertainment. At least half of the show they have to now call entertainment. That was the way they got out of that lawsuit and shit. But just like wrestling did, they were going to have to pay exorbitant amount of money if they were considered a real sport, and by listing entertainment, they didn't have to pay like the money the NBA and shit paid.
Yeah,
You know how much
I knew
money
it
they
wasn't real.
made off the
Uh,
saga you just said? It's all fucking theaters.
Yes, a lot of
yeah,
bread off of this
I
shit. And
know,
now
but
it's in the open. The women know they're actresses. They know this is the storyline we want you to go with today. And they're all down. It's like disgusting today.
It's always been like
but
that. That's the whole
I
point.
didn't I never learned I didn't learn until that moment that it was possible for people to lie on TV. Like I
Uh,
did not understand that people could lie on TV. So that was
right.
one of my first net lessons in life where that's concerned. And I knew that they lied about Palestine on the news, but I thought
That's what you
because they've
call
got,
Disney a
you know,
massive success, right?
yes, yes, I am the perfect fucking MK Ultra victim.
Yeah.
Uh, but I just easily bought into so much shit that I
Yeah, I wouldn't
shouldn't
say
have.
victim because you embrace it.
Right. I would have early on, I would have
Addict would be
sniffed
more appropriate.
something and I would have looked up every news article and saw that it was been a house show would have been where I probably
Okay,
got
hold
mine,
on. It's like
or
there was no internet. There was no
there
internet.
wouldn't have been no internet, been
I'd have to
articles.
go to
It
the
wouldn't have been.
fucking library.
Yeah, it would have been articles. That's how I would have done it. Articles. All
What
right. That's back
in the
then.
news?
Newspapers and shit. Yeah, we used to get a bunch of papers, like and bunch of them were not too scrupulous. Inquirer. Remember back in those days, there were like 8 different
Yeah,
names of papers that everybody got that did nothing but gossip.
but the
I would have
Inquirer was
looked.
garbage.
It was, but I can't think of the names of the other papers. But you remember back then we got a host of paper. It was 2, Sun and Inquirer were the worst. But there would have been others that
Yeah.
would have been just as raggy, but would have been at least cared more about the truth. And that would have been my source. Then I remember one of the house shows later on, when I had got good at it. I was like, wow, this is great. They're giving these people a new house. I saw something immediately, like the second episode, did my research. Now at this time it's internet articles I would have been looking for. And
Oh,
sure enough,
the sweepstakes. The sweepstakes.
and
The
sure,
the guy from Johnny Carson would show up at your house.
well, this would have been they
That
come
one?
do repairs and shit. They would do
Oh.
repairs and redo your crib or even no, wait. This one was buying a new house. The people would go look at 3 houses and they would decide which one to buy. And the lady said
Oh.
one word, and I looked into it. Turns out that they won't even let you come on the show unless you already have the house. You bought it and paid for it with your money. So there is no which house will you take. They'll take you by
Right.
other houses that you looked at, but you can't even come on the show unless you already bought the house. And then I would have looked into them, all of them from there. I remember Kitchen Nightmares. I really liked that show, and I
What's wrong with
looked
that one?
into nothing. It turned out that they've tried to jump Kitchen Nightmares for years. Well, it's been off for years, but for the entire time it was on, I would check every year and see. And the best article I found was one where they slammed him for being unsuccessful, for having a low success rate, not for being fake, for having a low success rate. And then he even said that, but to be honest, if you're saving, his whole thing is saving restaurants to 30 days from death. We don't expect a high success rate. That was the best criticisms I ever found of him being fake.
Nowadays I go on when I watch old episodes of Kitchen Nightmares. I will always after the end of each episode, I'll go and find out if the restaurant's still there. And in
There's a
most
show
cases, they're
called
not.
Kitchen Nightmares.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah,
It
it
is
was a
so
great
great.
show.
This
But
dude,
what I did find out was so I had heard accusations that he would put mice in the restaurant, like he would put a dead mouse and make it
yeah,
look
but
like they had
yeah, I
mice.
remember that one.
Yeah.
Oh, is this
What
kind of like a spin-off of the Chef Ramsay? It's about
he
like
is Chef
restaurant
Ramsay.
kitchens.
It's
Oh, he
baby
is.
Chef
Oh,
Ramsay.
Yeah,
oh,
Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
But the mouse one that you're talking about, it looks
Mhm.
like the mouse was already in the lobby and he had stepped on it
Yeah.
because he'd had a bunch of them. This one was already dead. He stepped on it to make sure it was dead and brought it in. And they were accusing him of bringing it in. And he's like, no, it was on the ground when I stepped on it. That got to be the one you're talking about.
I remember, I know that one that you're talking about, and I believe I always thought that that was the one that was, but that when I heard the accusation, it was more like mice, not just one
Yes,
mouse.
right. That's why I know
There
it.
was
Why
other
I assume it
restaurants.
wasn't true because okay, because the people at the restaurant where they talked about it, the
Yeah.
staff they caught them on camera saying like, I don't know why people giving him shit. Everybody know we got plenty mice in here. You know, they was like,
Right.
nigga, we infested with mice, and why I don't even know why they
Right.
would argue with him.
Right.
But
Yeah, that was a cool show. He'd go to somebody's restaurant, and then he would see the way that they work, and then he would find all the problems of why they're not
for
successful,
instance,
and
you've
then
got 100 menu items on here, and you can't cook
right,
100 items well. We're gonna cut it down to 12 type shit. He would make
right, because
decisions
they would
like that.
freeze everything, and he'd always say, "You can't freeze things. You got
You
to give
gotta
it,
have some
give them fresh."
fresh food, motherfucker.
Yeah,
You gotta have food of the day. If you buy the fucking ocean, nigga, get some fresh fish in here. You know, he would
yeah,
do like little changes
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
All right,
And then what he'd
short.
do is he'd change their restaurant up. Like they'd go home for the night, and then they would work like shoemakers, elves,
And
and they'd
remodel
fix up the
overnight.
yeah,
Yeah.
make
Short
it
pop quiz.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Pardon? Yeah.
Real or scripted?
Okay.
Uh well,
Oh,
it
that
wouldn't be that
I thought you were
easy.
going to give us.
It wouldn't be that
That's the
Yeah.
easy
quiz. That's the
because
question.
because here it wouldn't be scripted. You couldn't say that directly scripted. But
Right.
the
He's acting
producers
for the
have gotten
camera.
so good at it. They're gonna pick the guys who act the most, and they're gonna put them in a
All right.
frenzy and be like, "Your brother-in-law's he's trying to take your restaurant." And then even now, even before it died, when Ramsey came in, he would do stuff like, how's it going with the family? Act like it was spontaneous, but it's because your producer told you that she had problems with her sister, and he'd act like he's freshly knowing these things. That was
Yeah.
a bit of
Right.
a fake, but you can't call it scripted directly.
Okay, let me try a different
Not
approach.
only that,
Theater
or he gets angry.
Theater,
He gets
authentic.
hold on a
100%.
sec. Hold on a sec.
Go ahead.
I want to answer this. He gets angry for the cameras. Like he's deliberately abusive because he knows that it gets people watching. So he doesn't
Right.
have to be like he doesn't have to be like that when he's sitting with his family or something like that.
I agree with you because in
does
the
that for the
beginning
camera.
his reputation was being nice, and the more
Yeah.
that he got angry, got better ratings, and he became that
Right.
angry guy. I would agree with you. I remember in one of the early episodes, someone called a guest a name. And he jumped on it. You never treat your people like that. Blah blah. That's the wrong. And
Yeah.
then later with the girl, if you remember the girl that had the cake restaurant that everybody loved to hate, he felt comfortable
Yeah.
calling her all sorts of names and shit.
Yeah.
He had totally changed, yo.
Judge Judy.
Yeah, and look at the way he is
Theater
in
or
the
authentic?
Fake as
Theater.
fuck. Even actors.
Theater.
It's not a real courtroom. They get an ex-judge. They pay the money. The people who you have to pay $5,000, they don't pay a dime.
Right.
The studio pays it. So all of that's theater. And we now know, because it's been around so long, that the actors have come out. They're all internet personalities. And this episode, I pretended that I was a roommate who was on his last money, and that my roommate, his name's Bill. We went to college together. They just how they pay rent. Just go do shows up there, and those people know. They're like, I did 4 Judge Judy's. They didn't give a fuck.
They even tell you the way it works with Judge Judy and most of the other ones as well is the actual case itself was based on a real scenario that happened, but the litigants agreed to do theater, and the outcome was
Yes.
already decided, and now they have to act the part. And there is no actual compensation as far as winner and loser goes. Everybody gets paid a royalty.
Right. So there is no danger of you having to pay $4,000 when you
It's-
walk up in the place.
Exactly.
I heard
Yeah.
that
They're
they
just
got
playing the
that.
part.
I heard that the show paid whatever it was, and that it didn't matter who won and who lost,
That's
and
correct.
that but Joe's saying that they have to pay the money in.
No, I'm saying the show. When I say they, it's the show.
Oh,
They
oh.
pay the money,
Oh, okay.
and
The show
Yeah.
makes money, and all the actors or participants, right?
Yeah.
They all get a cut for that
Right.
show. They get a
And
royalty.
See what
and
Willie
if
said.
good.
Look what Willie said. Just-
And the actors, the guy, if you ever see the guy now that does the fake companies, he's like got this deadpan comedy style. He'll be like, I saw a comment on Twitter. It says Target wouldn't give me any service on a holiday. If they cared, they'd be open. And then he'd make a fake Target account and be like, you're quite right. And as soon as we open, we'll address that. Who are you? But he's that guy. But he talks about all the stories about how him and his guy would just do repeated shit, even with the same shows, and they just split the bread. He like, that's how we pay rent. All the shows. The one Antique something, which was a really great show.
Show.
Antique Roadshow. They even started
Yeah.
having recurring actors on there. They was like, this is the same guy who brought the
Oh.
same Civil War sword on there 3 times. Talking about he used to cut watermelons with it in the backyard. You know. So even they started to get paid.
Jeez. Wow.
Is there anything
That's too bad.
on media, these medias particularly, that isn't theater?
I'm not sure why it would be. Let me think on it, but I'm not sure
Yes,
why.
yes.
Yes.
Yes, the sister wives.
No,
I believe
I
that's
don't, I don't even know what that is. I've never seen it.
I don't
The
either, but
title,
I
that won't be
know.
one of them.
That's a Disney
They're a
response.
lovely family who ended up breaking up a couple of years ago, but they're a lovely family of 4 wives and 1 husband, and they were just so beautiful, so
Mormons or
real.
then Mormons.
Yeah,
Well, if they're
yeah.
Mormons, then they gotta have some morals and scruples, Guru. They can't outright lie if they were Mormons, right? At least I think. I don't know a lot about Mormons,
Well,
but
they
if you
were
gave
real
an
ones.
Amish,
Now I have the Real Housewives of the
you would
real.
have.
Sorry, my thing just went off. The
Yeah.
Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. There's a couple Mormons on there, and they are not good people.
They're not.
But
Right.
these people, they were good people. They had to leave their church because their church didn't believe in the 4 wives thing.
Oh, okay.
But they were because they're Mormons, but they were going by those rules, whereas the Mormon church didn't want anything to do with it because
I can
it looks bad.
understand.
So
Yeah.
so they had to, but
Um.
they believed in God, and they believed in their way. At least they did. And
Right.
then over time, we saw
The more successful they
14
got.
years. 14
Yeah.
years I watched them.
Wow.
So, like
There was
it's a
one
good
called
family.
Breaking Amish. I just said you couldn't do it with Amish, but I forgot there was a show called Breaking Amish. I was friends with the main actor. I totally forgot. Jeremiah was his name. Jeremiah Raber.
Oh yeah.
I gotta show you. Wait. I'm gonna see if I can find it, Guru, or both of y'all. I got both y'all numbers. I'm gonna send the Guru because he brings shit up. I'm gonna send you Jeremiah Ray, but let me tell you the story of him though. But there was a show called Breaking Amish, and you were looking into their lives. You found out that they had Amish thugs, whatever the fuck. And it turns out that a bunch of that shit turned out to be scripted and fake too. The Jeremiah Raber, he was the most famous guy on the show. The way I met him, I was I didn't know that I knew him because I panel a lot or whatever the fuck. Or apparently I'd met him before and I criticized him on a panel somewhere, and and he was like, "Man, Joe, I feel bad. You know me." He was talking about all the subs he had. I had no idea, but it turns out he had Breaking Amish show. He had 24,000 subs on one of his channels or accounts or something. And to us, that was like massive, and he was insecure because he thought his nose turned up. He's the most good lookingest guy you ever saw, and we jumped him for being insecure. I mean, he up there with niggas like me and Hippie. I'm like 60. How the fuck are you gonna be insecure? And he felt better. But here, let me find this in my photos. Please, I hope I labeled it so I can find it easy. And Jeremiah Raber. Well, I see a photo. God
I've
dog
heard
it.
the name. I've heard the name, but I never saw the show. But what
Me too.
I learned years ago that there were Amish people who do use electricity and stuff like that. They
Yeah.
just use
Oh yes.
not modern
Oh yes.
conveniences. So I guess there's just good Amish
Oh,
and
I
bad
think
Amish.
this is it.
Good
I'm sending
Amish
you
and bad
something, Guru.
Amish.
It looks like it's on Facebook. I don't even have Facebook, but maybe they'll let you play it. It's downloading now.
Connecting.
You're gonna die. I wish y'all saw him on the show Breaking Homage. He was a cute guy. He was considered to be one of the more outer edge of the Amish rebel type dude. So that's how I knew him. He had a really hot girlfriend, and I just sent you what he's doing these days, Guru. And please, if you can bring it up and show Miss Cat, I'll be happy as a lark.
Yep. Secure.
And it's on Facebook, so I don't know if you got that shit or how that works. Good. So remember, this is the guy who had the hot girlfriend, and he used to go live, and I met so many people through him, and some of the girls used to hit on me, and I started traveling. I was one of his friends who I had met. They'd go to the forest and do campfires. That was heavy to me because I was in Chicago and had seen shit like that. They're deep in the woods. But
You
one
have
of the girls
forests
I later
in
met and went to
Chicago?
meet her. No, we got like what's called a forest preserve. They're gay. You can drive right up to them, and take 5 minutes to walk through it. It's gay. Yeah.
You gave me a link. I don't know if it's the right one. To it. It's actually a video that's playing, and there's
That's
no
it.
sound.
You gotta tap it when you get on it. Tap it on the top of the screen somewhere to get you the sound. Or maybe I just screen recorded. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's a screen record. Yeah, and there's no sound.
Okay, that'll do it as a screen recording. You can play that if it'll
I
play.
don't. It won't in this case.
Okay,
Let me
all
see.
right.
It's different because it's not coming from social media. It's coming from
Right.
my Text Now app.
Okay. Well, here's what I could do. I
Have you
can.
got it online? Have you got it saved online?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you what I got.
There's a chick wearing a green shirt.
Yes,
She's doing
yes.
some. That's the one.
That's the one. Send it. You can see it, Cat. I can send it to.
Or is that a dude?
It's a dude. It's Jeremiah.
Okay.
Oh, he's
I'm
pretty.
checking it. Yes, you're right. There's no sound. All right. I don't know if I still got you on the sweet leaf or cat. I hope I got you on the cat, but we'll see. Let's try sweet leaf.
I just
don't know.
messaged you. I just messaged you, so I'm going to be somewhere near the top.
Okay. I'm looking. Look at, they don't care about you. They didn't put you nowhere near the top. All right, I'm gonna try cat. See if I got you on the cat. Nope, it must be sweet leaf. Okay. Looks like I only got one number 5. Yep, that's it, because I just saw your message said something like Hope Joe or something.
Yeah, I said, Joe. I said, hey, Joe. And I said, wake mama the fuck up.
Yeah, I was in there with her when you did that. I was in there doing something. I was worried about her blood pressure last night. It was over 200. And so
You were what? Working on what?
worried about her blood pressure last night. It was over 200.
Oh.
And normally $170 we get worried about, and
Right.
we got it down to the $190s, and this morning it's back down like 170s, which is high for other people, but it's kind of normal for her.
Right.
But if you can see that is Jeremiah, the formerly Amish guy is now on Facebook. He's a chick now. Same dude. Yeah, same dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Woke
Uh,
Amish.
Woke Amish, right? That's the show right there for sure. Yeah,
Okay,
that'll
so you
sell
want me
out.
to? I can't play it
The
online,
Amish
You
but
woke
can't
up.
play it. I just want you to see it since me and Guru seen it.
yeah.
I wanted you to see what.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
Hold
Is it
on, I
1
gotta
o'clock
open my
already?
back door. I
Oh,
got somebody at my back door saying
okay,
open the back
hold on
door,
one
so I'm
sec.
gonna mute that too.
Okay, I'll just loop and talk about looping. Except I don't have something to loop about. Anyone in chat on this fine Sunday morning, is it? Well, fine. We'll take a whiz.
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
The PSW, they fucked up yesterday and they're fucking up today. That when I got that call earlier, I heard Joe saying he had to go for a second.
I
When
may have been wrong. I may have got. Is anybody here?
yeah,
All right. I may have been wrong. I may have been lucky and got a break. My friend came over, one of my neighbors, to make spaghetti for us. And he told me my sister should be over soon. And then my sister, when she gets over, she takes over everything to give me a break.
Nice.
So right,
oh
so I'll be
great,
free for real. That's the only time I like to get out,
yay!
drive around, and do. When she come over, she can do anything I can do, but she can only come over on weekends, so she works all week. But I might
Oh
get a
great.
legit break. Either way, I got Ricky in there and told him to listen for mom so I can get a break.
Well, my PSW called and said earlier
I'm already.
today.
Shit! I can't hear Miss Cat. I see a thing bouncing. I gotta leave and come. Can you hear Miss Cat?
Yeah,
I can, yeah. So you
All
got
right,
to
I
do
gotta
that.
leave and come back. Yeah. All right.
he's got a fucking iPhone. So the PSW called this morning at 10:30, said, "Can I come now?" She wasn't supposed to come till 2 o'clock. I didn't want her to come now because she's supposed to come for 2 hours because they didn't come yesterday. So I was supposed to get 2 hours with the PSW, and oh, his old one didn't go yet. Should have kicked him out.
Yeah, this one. Put this one up.
The old one didn't go.
Pop it. It just hangs on for I don't know.
Yeah, but if I do that, it might kick you too. So just come back.
It'll drop. They all want to drop. Yeah. See.
Okay, good. When I had a
Damn
computer,
it! And
it
I lost sound again.
would cook you.
All right,
No,
Miss Cat, I am going to. I got to find you on another phone that's not an iPhone. So I got to bring another phone
yeah.
into play. And God,
Do
you're going to
you
be
need
hard
the
to
link
find
in
on that
text?
phone. But give me a second, and that way it won't be dropping because we won't have these iPhones issues. Y'all, give me a second.
Okay.
I'm sure y'all can hear me.
Can you hear me? Do you need the link in text? I'll send it to him just in case.
Okay. Anyway, so yesterday they were supposed to come and she didn't come. And then, so they said, okay, I'm going to send you somebody tomorrow for 2 hours. So like I'm having them help me clean up because this place is a fucking sty. So, I'm having them help me clean up the things I can't do because I can do dishes, but I can't do other stuff. So, um, somebody was supposed to come over for 2 hours today. She wanted to come over at 10:30 in the morning, and because I said come over at 1, now I get a call half an hour before she's supposed to come, or no, hour and a half before she's supposed to come, saying she can't come, and can they send somebody else? To no, sorry, they'll send somebody else tomorrow. Oh no, yeah, no, they are going to send somebody tomorrow, but today they were going to send. She wanted to send me a guy, and I won't do guys, not that way anyway. So so I said no for the guy thing, and and it was only going to be for 1 hour, and so I said it's okay, just don't bother sending anybody. And so I'm supposed to get somebody tomorrow for 1. It's like because I had this problem with with having to go to the hospital, they sent me extra. Usually I only get 2 a week on Tuesday and on Friday, and they only come for an hour, and they come and help me take a shower
Mm,
because I can't get in and out of the tub safely.
right.
So, but I can't take a shower because of the operation, because of the it's that tiny little hole has to stay scabbed over for a while so that the insides have time to heal, because if that opens up, it's just going to spurt blood like a fucking horror show.
Hmm.
So I have to protect that wound. So, but I can't like put a band-aid over it. It has to be open to the air so that it heals.
Right.
So because of that, and also I can't put hardly any pressure on that arm, right? So I can't lift anything over 10 pounds and all that kind of thing. So that's why I need the extra help. And it was supposed to be for a week, but I've gotten hardly any extra help. Now I've managed to do everything myself anyway. I even did a load of laundry yesterday, which is hard because, it's 17 stairs to go to downstairs and then 17 stairs back up. And I don't have any feeling in my feet. And so I need my arms to pull me up on the banister. So now I've only got one arm and no feet. And I still manage to do laundry. So fuck them. I'm doing things on my own. But I have to be careful about how much weight I put on that left arm. So I'm doing my best to be careful. I sometimes forget, but then I feel it and then I stop, right? So I've so far so good. It's not my time to go, so everything's staying good. Um so anyway, I'm just pissed off because the level of fucking professionalism sucks shit. Like I'm just lucky that I've managed to do things for myself instead of because really you're supposed to have somebody staying with you, like living with you. I was supposed to have somebody living with me for a week. Instead, I was just getting like somebody for an hour a day to come make sure that I was okay. And oh no, phone's going again. Hold on.
I would just say, hang on, cat. Are you there? Gotcha, Joe. Don't know where she went. She dropped. Oh, that request, huh? Dance, sing. Well, they're starting to call me Charles Manson, apparently. So, what's his thing? Add the geek to boom to back and cuckoo. Key to life. Breath. Oh, I should get a match in me. Especially now that you're going to be, what's a man's true nature? Nature. Nature's a man's true nature. Is God real? Define both. Define God and define real. Define fake too. You see, and I can't hear your response. These are good questions. But that's okay. Fire away. Are we all connected? It depends on the view of that. In a sense, sure. From an essence perspective, we're definitely all connected. Keep them rolling. Probably get 100 of them. Is it lights out when we die? Don't know. Never been there. It's a good question, though. I'm curious to find out. The big question is there a consciousness to discover, to recognize? And that happens to know either way. I think there is. Not necessarily inevitable, though. Are those who want to control you exhibiting evil? My brain isn't wired to look through the lens of good and evil. So I couldn't answer that question like that. But if I could, I'd probably say that would be a vast variable depending on who it is. And a fluid thing. Is it healthy to have leaders and politicians? Not my experience. Leaders, if leader depends on the context of that, though. Leader as a guide or mentor, that type of thing, sure, very healthy. Leader as in, political leader, that type of thing. I'm your savior, pay your taxes. Fuck that shit. Can democracy work on a large scale? Define work. Work for who? Work in what way? It's working for some people. But everybody who plays into that game is a loser. Even if they hold all the cards. Especially if it's capitalist. I should store all these questions. Every single one of them is like a topic discussion question. Can different religions work together? Sure, why not? Different religions work together. I guess there'd be more okay. I guess it would depend on what that means, work together. In which way? Miss Cat, did you fall off a wagon and hit your head? I'll send Cat a text. All right, so Mr. Cool had some brilliant questions. See if we can elaborate for anybody who's there. Oh, who's this? Who are you?
Yeah,
What are
you
you
don't
doing
even
here?
know. Is Joe in the basement? Yep.
He was, and then he got a call. Oh, there he is.
Slipside production management over here. I'll tell you, bro. So I don't come over here, man. Fucking IT guy ain't worked in fucking 2 years. He's fat and overweight. Can't climb under the desk.
He's not even
What the
awake.
fuck are you talking about?
The tech guy, man, he was woefully at fucking gurus over here singing and dancing. The tech guy let us down again. I think he's high again off of that shit, All he does is fucking eat Cheetos all day anyway. It's fucking working.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a light question.
I got a call from my PSW company again, and now she's not showing up at all. So we had a bit of a bitch session. So now those PSWs are going to be in trouble. And now
is it personal service something? What's a PSW?
Personal service worker. And one from yesterday didn't show up because she couldn't come early. What they're doing is they're rushing through the clients. That woman who was supposed to come here at 2:00 today, she was finished all her other clients by 10:30 this morning because she's rushing through them because they get paid by the client, not
They don't
by
have a time limit because we got a girl that comes 4 hours during the weekdays, and she's on time, and until her time is up, I don't even sign the shit saying that she was here.
I don't
The
sign anything.
first time she was late or called in saying she might not come, my sister called her place and told her to send someone else. Do I want some breakfast patties? Hold on, I'll get another text. My sister's at the grocery store.
Okay. So yeah, so now I have to balance between being grateful that I even get a personal service worker, that there's any such thing, that I get help, right? And on the other hand, you know, why aren't there fucking standards, right? So
Because we're talking about humans.
yeah, well, this is not my experience with the other personal service workers. They weren't doing those things, and
That's
I've
how it
got
goes.
two of them that come, during the week, and I get
Mhm.
an hour with each one of them so that I can have my shower. But once I've got my shower done, there's like no time to do anything else. So I was going to use this extra time that I was getting these people that where I couldn't take a shower to help me get some stuff done around the apartment. And now I've gotten almost nothing done around the apartment because they're not fucking showing up. So
You
now
ain't
those
gotta tolerate that, man. Call their fucking boss. When they call and be like, "That's
that's what I was just talking to. I wasn't calling their boss. The bosses were calling me, trying to send me a guy, and I'm like, no, I've always had a agreement that no guys. So usually that's because of
guy
my
won't
shower,
do."
right?
Because yeah, I was gonna say, guy won't do. I gotta take a shower. Can you check Grant's blood pressure? Okay, I gotta leave for real this time because I gotta hook
Okay.
it to the machine. So I'll be back.
Okay.
Uh,
So yeah, I don't want a guy giving me a shower, but then I just don't want a guy in my apartment. And plus every time somebody comes in here, I have to explain why it's a mess and why I can't clean them up. When they get here, they don't even know that I don't have any feeling in my feet. They don't know what's wrong with me. They just know to show up. So I have to explain everything to every new person. Whereas with Barb and with Andrea, I get them every week. I don't have to explain everything. And they're really understanding and compassionate. So I don't feel judged. So, but every time somebody new comes in, I do feel judged just because that's the way I am. But sometimes that's the way they are. So, each new person, I don't know what I'm going to get. It's just so mentally taxing every time somebody has to come in my apartment. And I just don't want anybody in here. So, before it was different. Like if it was messy, then okay, I'll just run around and clean up before somebody comes, right? But I can't do that now. So, and it's just gotten so bad that it's not just a matter of just doing my dishes. So, anyway, they said they're upset too because as far as they're concerned, it's stealing from the company. She called it theft. I wasn't thinking about it as theft, but it kind of is, right? Because they're getting paid by the client, but they're not giving the client all their all for the whole hour. They're just rushing through it so they can get home. So they're upset too. So she showed me compassion. This lady on the phone from the company, and I was apologizing that I was angry, but I couldn't calm down. Like I couldn't calm my voice because I was apologizing, saying I'm so sorry. I never talked to you guys like this, but I didn't say it nicely like what I'm saying now. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I don't normally talk to you like that. She was understanding and sweet. They probably have to deal with a lot worse than me. So, but imagine the other people. What if those other people were like less capable than me? And they rushed through them, didn't give them the whole hour.
Right.
Like, fuck them. You know what? They've been desperate. I've seen the ads since Theo died and I was looking for a job. PSWs were always like, it was every third job that was available was a PSW. They're just dying for PSWs. So I think they're just hiring whatever, anybody who's got a car and they're willing to deal with people's bandages and shit, then that's who they get. So we're just getting the bottom of the fucking mud because they haven't got anything else, anybody else to, you know, the other ones that have been around for years, they've been doing the job for years. They love what they do and they do it well, you know. But these new ones, it's just they're just looking for a way to make money and they don't really care. So
Did you look into that info I gave you there about the independent one that's like what's out here?
no, I forgot. I fucking forgot.
Well, you can do that anytime. I don't know. You know, it might be good. It might not. Because well, you could probably get somebody to help you with this anyway. The one thing that if it's the same, anyways, you got to do the hiring part, right? So you got to put an
Yeah,
ad out.
that's scary.
So you
That's-
decide though, but it gives you the ability to do that, right? It gives you the like you're literally the boss of them.
Yeah, which is scary. I don't know how good of a boss I make.
Well, you kind of are, anyways, right? Like when they come, it's
I don't
it's
think of it that way.
one-on-one still, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but I see them as sisters coming to help a sister. Like,
Yeah, you
I don't
probably
see
would.
huh?
You probably would consider it the same way, right? Like from my
Well, if I'm
experience,
paying
it very much. Yeah, but well, you're not directly paying them. You're just you're getting government funded, and then an accountant that you hire uh, does all the rest, right? So they'll do the payroll and all that kind of stuff, the tax stuff. And what you do is you,
I have to hire them.
yeah, you
I've
put an ad out and then you
decided.
interview them, right? But then after that, from my experience, it was not, and it's more than just me directly. I've seen the way the dynamic works with other people who work for as a carried worker.
Hi, slow burner.
You're almost
Yeah.
kind of friends in a way, like because it's very personal, right? So
I know,
for
but
the
what
right
if I
person
hire an
anyway.
axe murderer?
What's that?
What if I hire an axe murderer?
Well, then you wouldn't know it.
Because I'd be dead?
Yeah. So I wouldn't worry too much.
Oh, look at Slover. I didn't see what he said. I just saw that he was here. He said, I'll come help you, Miss Cat. What a sweetheart. Do you have the address to get up here? It's up. It's in the... I should pin it. I haven't talked to Slover for a while. Do you know that I always have to remind myself he's not black? I don't know. He must have been black in another life. Maybe I knew him in another life. And he was black.
Even I'm sure you've seen him on camera by this point.
Yeah, that's why I have to keep on reminding myself. I've seen him and he's not black. Oh, it's been a while since I put the address. The link. Oh, here. Oh, shit. I clicked it by accident. Okay. How do you... Nope. What, am I not a mod? Oh, here we go. Pin message. There you go, Slover, if you're still here.
What did Joe say he had to do? He had to
He had to go and
attach some medical thing or something.
oh, he had to take his mom's blood pressure. His sister asked him to take his mom's blood pressure.
Yeah, I see.
So he'll be back. I forgot that he was helping his mom. I thought he was just being sweet and making her breakfast. I forgot that he had to help her.
He was firing some good. I'm going to collect them actually. Topic discussion questions when you were dropped there, and he was in limbo.
You picked discussion what questions?
In the chat when he was waiting for you to come back there, when he was in the basement, and it was just me. He was firing some questions one after another, and they'd be good. Most of them would be good topic questions.
Did you answer the lights out question?
Yeah, that's. I didn't get to answer him on that.
I didn't see the question.
He was asking me. That was earlier, Kat.
Oh. Oh, is that, oh, and that's when I wasn't here?
Yeah, when you dropped.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And every single one of them would be a good discussion topic.
Right. Well, slow burners probably gone now because now it says 0.
It actually says 0. You see, so there you go, because I got the channel up, so it's not counting mine.
Okay.
Oh, it shows 1 on my end.
Well, it shows 1 in the, if I look in the YouTube side, it shows 1.
Yeah.
But if I look at the StreamYard, it says 0. So maybe the StreamYard one is the one that doesn't show if you're on the panel, but it still shows in YouTube.
Okay, I closed the YouTube tab. Did it change?
Okay. No, but give it a second because it might only check every minute or something.
Yeah.
But I'm in it. Oh, now it says 1.
It
So
said
somebody-
1 when I was there.
No, it says 1. Oh, for a second there on StreamYard, it said 1, but then it went back to 0. And while I've been looking, it says 1 the whole time. So both you and I were in there in YouTube, on the YouTube side, and it said 1. So maybe it is somebody else.
Let me try opening it in. Well, it might not register it because it's not a. I'm going to do incognito window, but it might not.
Oh,
it
yeah.
should show it, but maybe
Are you-
not.
Have you got the YouTube app?
I'm on computer.
So still call it a YouTube. There's still a YouTube app on the computer.
Well, I've never seen one.
When I had my laptop, I had the app.
Yeah, maybe on Chrome there is, because that's kind of like the phone. There could be.
Wait a
I've
second.
never seen one.
Wait a second.
for,
Wait a second. No, it wasn't. It was on my tablet, not on the No,
that
I
makes
used.
more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to use. I like it better on Chrome, on the laptop, but not on the phone. But not definitely not on my tablet. But when I was on the laptop, I liked it better on Chrome. I wish Slowburner was here just for him to hear me say that I thought it was sweet that he said that. Because sometimes he'll go at me and be mean, just because he's just playing around, but he'll be mean. But he knows I love him. Which is probably why he'd come and help me. I don't know if he would come and help me even. Maybe he's just saying it. That fucking crafty cat always says that. She says, I'll come by and bring you cigarettes. I don't even need her to bring me cigarettes. I'll come by and bring you a Big Mac. But she never does. And she fucked up my birthday on purpose. Like, she couldn't have a day where I would be the star. Have you seen the what do you call it? The thumbnail yet?
Sorry, what was the question? I was looking at. It went to 2 for a second. I
Yeah.
did the incognito, but I'm still on it, and it's back down to 1. So
Well,
couldn't have
it's
been
now
me.
it says 1 on StreamYard and 1 in the YouTube side.
Well, now
And I
3.
did. Oh yeah, I don't see 3 yet. Oh, yep. Now I see 3 on StreamYard, and my YouTube window hasn't changed at all. It still says 1. Maybe if I press play, because I don't have it on play. It's just stop. It's just
Yeah, that might be a thing.
okay. I have to turn the sound down so I don't echo. Okay, now it says 2, and I only just pressed play now.
Okay, so one of them is not me because I closed it out, but I'll go in on incognito again and press play. Let's see. There.
It says 3 on both.
So maybe.
I don't know. Slow burner, if you're here, I thought that was really sweet what you said.
What were you trying to ask me before I said that? You were saying something.
I don't
Bet you're
remember.
not gonna. Yeah, it was before. Well,
Before we
I
got
come
into
back.
the how many people are
You're,
in the channel thing.
you were going to ask me something. You're about to.
I don't even remember what we're talking about. Last thing I remember talking about was hiring axe murderers.
Well, there was a question you wanted to ask me before about
Oh
stock.
yeah, I did. I wanted to, and thank you for asking or reminding me about that. I wanted to ask you, why is it? I think I know what you're going to say, but okay, when Trump tells people that he's got to deal with Iran, and I don't know if you know this, but he's got no fucking deal with Iran. Iran won't even talk to him. And he keeps on lying to everybody. Everybody. He gets on the fucking on the tube, and he tells everybody that that Iran is begging him for a deal. Iran's begging him for a ceasefire. All this stuff. Iran's not begging him for shit. They don't even want to talk to him. They don't want to talk to anybody in the delegation because they've lied. There's a history there, and while they've been in talks, and these talks are not even ethical. Like, you don't tell another country what to do. If you've got nukes, you don't go to another country and tell them they can't have nukes. It's none of your fucking business if they've got nukes. Unless you're trying to make the whole world nuke free, it's none of your goddamn business if they have nukes. So, and they don't attack countries with nukes. They only attack countries that don't have nukes. So, they don't want Iran to have nukes. Iran was not having nukes on purpose. They had a fatwa, which is a religious order, not to have nukes. So the supreme leader is what they call him. Don't laugh. The
Well, now I
supreme
have
leader.
to. Go on.
The supreme leader said that there was to be no nuclear weapons made by Iran, that it was un-Islamic to
Mhm.
have such a weapon. And so then Trump killed him on the first day of the war. Trump killed him. And that put his son in charge. And now don't think that just because it's not a monarchy, okay? It just so happened that it was a joint decision between other leaders that don't have anything to do with the family of the supreme leader, right? They have different positions. I don't know. I can't remember what the names of the positions are, but they have like the president of the the country. They have some general or something. Like, these are a whole bunch of people that have big say in the country, and so they decided to put the son of the supreme leader as the new supreme leader, right? He's actually not running things right now because he was also damaged. He was hurt. What do you call it? Injured by the bombing, like that they were killing people. The Americans were killing people in Iran, and he got damaged too, right? So he's recovering from that. He has a say, but he's not actually making. There's nobody making decisions except the general of it's like the military general, and so they killed the guy that made the fatwa that said no nukes for Iran. And they put his son, who's going to be very fucking pissed off that his father was killed, in charge. So, like, knowing that now there's a chance that they may make nukes now because daddy's gone. So now the fatwa is finished because that man's dead now. So now the son might decide that they might make nukes. But right now, there's been no mention of it anyway. But the United States have no business to go in and tell Iran and tell the whole world that Iran is this risk, that they might make nukes and all this stuff. They were not a threat to anybody. They didn't threaten anybody. So while they were in these talks and civilly having discussions about saying that they would only enrich the uranium up to a certain amount, so you have to enrich it to such a big amount to make it a nuke. But if it's a lower amount, then you can just make nuclear power, for power plants and stuff, right? So they were making deals saying that they'll only do it to this amount. And while they're making that deal, Iran was attacked. So this happened twice. So Iran's like, fuck you and your fucking ceasefire talks and all this shit. They finally agreed to ceasefire talks, but they don't want to talk to the Americans. They'll talk to the Pakistanis as a go-between, right? But they don't want to talk to the fucking Americans. They're disgusted with the fucking Americans. They've had it with the fucking empire. They have blown up all of the fucking U.S. bases in the whole fucking Gulf. They blew all the American bases up. The empire is hemorrhaging money. Okay? So now what I wanted to ask you is, when Trump comes out, and now I know the American people, a lot of them might be stupid enough to still be watching mainstream news, right? But the people who are dealing with money and, people who are dealing with the higher echelons of the running of the fucking corporation / countries, they can see what's going on. They've got YouTube. Like they can see that there's another story going on underneath the fucking lies. Okay. You're saying that the people who do the NASDAQ and the S&P, no, NASDAQ is Canadian, isn't it? Whatever they do in the American ones, the Wall Street, whatever you call it, right? Are you saying that they are controlling what Trump is saying?
No, I'm saying that they're getting orders from the same people that are controlling what Trump is saying.
Oh, okay. Because apparently what Trump says makes a deal, makes a difference on the market. And so
it's all staged.
The market goes up.
That's
what I thought you were going to say, that it was all staged. The market goes up when he says that they're winning. And it's like, but everybody can see they're not winning. What the fuck?
It's capitalism 101, and I'll explain it like this with an analogy. Suppose there's a stadium, okay? And the stadium does shows. if the shows become popular, what happens to the price of the tickets?
Go up.
And if the demand goes high, but there's a shortage of seats, what
It goes
happens?
up. It goes up.
So
Because if they've got lots of
is
seats, then the
right.
price is going to go down.
Now, with that being said,
Mhm.
is the we're winning narrative to the home team going to sell more tickets or decrease?
It's gonna sell more tickets.
Right.
But those people who are buying can see that they're not winning.
No, they can't.
If they just open up YouTube, they can.
Well, the ones that actually know that it's staged definitely know that, but it's irrelevant because most of the people who are playing are buying on what's called FOMO, fear of missing out.
Right.
So whenever you see a spike, right, what's going on is there's kind of a certain rules, if you want to call them, about how you play the stock market. One of them is buy the rumor, sell the news. So the rumor comes out, we're winning.
What? Say that again. Buy
The
rumor,
rumor, sell the news. Right.
Oh,
So
not
we're
news.
winning. We're winning. There's the rumor. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And everybody goes, get on the bandwagon. Buy. It's going up. And it does. Right. And then the news, the truth comes out. Or the fabricated truth, which gives you a double play. Oh, this is going on. Now it's depressing the market. And they sell and they short the market and they make money on that side. And this loop goes on and on and on and on, up and down. It's called a pump and dump, right? There's pump and dump and dump and pump. Classic capitalism 101. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but the people who are buying.
Relate that now to oil, okay? Because now I'll give you a real world scenario.
Uh-huh.
What happened to the price at the pump lately?
It went up.
Right.
But there's a reason.
The price of oil.
It went up.
Right. Why?
Because the Strait of Hormuz was closed and people couldn't get oil through. So there's a shortage,
right?
There's a shortage of oil. Yeah.
Or at least a perceived shortage.
Well, no, there is a shortage.
Well, that's what the media says.
It's not them. It's not just them. Both sides are saying that.
Right. It's staged, and it's what do you call that? A collaborative effort. Everybody's in on it. The ones that know, absolutely. Oh, this is.
Iran's not in on this shit.
I guarantee you. Everybody who's playing this game, the ones who are doing the call it manipulation, if you will, the controlling of the narrative, they're all on the same team.
Which narrative? There's two narratives.
All of them.
Yeah, but one is truth. You can see by the video.
Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. Everybody's playing the game. They all win.
People are dying. People are starting to starve.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Look at world wars. Big deal. It's all capitalism.
Well, if you say that that's what's going on with the Palestinians, then you're full of shit.
Oh, really? Don't be so sure of yourself. That's very, very arrogant there.
No, because the Palestinians, that's not, there's no central place where they're going to control any narratives. The only thing that's been getting out for the Palestinians is just videos of people being bombed, people being shot, people starving to death. But there's no one central place for the Palestinians to get out a fucking narrative.
No. That's not. Yeah. So this is the scenario. Okay. If you're gonna stage a front like that, especially on a global market, you need a scapegoat. Throw a dart at a dartboard on a map. Pick a spot. That's the perfect.
What?
just got the shit end of the stick. It's a pawn. It's a pawn game. They're being used as a pawn to justify the narrative,
All the Palestinians.
to justify the narrative. The real situation here is that the monetary system is rigged and designed in a way where what's actually happening with inflation is inevitable. But we can't have still the little people start to put the pieces together. So what we're going to do is we're going to stage our classic problem reaction solution through war, violence, this and that, through the media. And while we're doing that, we're going to have a conglomerate effort of the stock market, which is rigged. And that's going to be the distraction that's going to keep people from actually putting the pieces together, that the system that they're dependent on is designed to fuck them over. That's all that's going on here. And that's been going on for fucking who knows how long. That's capitalism. The art of exploitation. That's how you do it.
So you're not accusing the Palestinians of being part of this. You're saying that they're just the
If you're talking
schlubs
about
who
the
are getting-
people, if you're talking about just the people, the people on the sheeple level, they're only a part of this more from just their involvement in the whatever they are in the bottom levels, monetary stuff, paying for things, blah blah blah. Not as far as the actual narrative goes, though. That's all just a front. That's propaganda, and it's filtered through the TV and the media, and it works. It's getting
the narrative.
war teams together to spar, but the narrative runners, the people who are fall guys, they're put in power, like the presidents, right? They're just the Muppets and spokespeople to set the stage for distraction. That's all it is.
I'm still
And they
not
do a
clear
great
as
job.
to where you think the Palestinians are in this.
Again, if you're talking about the people, just the regular people, they're
Yes,
in
because
it.
there is no central hub for the Palestinians. There is nobody controlling anything.
Yeah, they're still they're only from a sense of whatever they're involved in as far as the corporate world goes, just like any other citizen. You know, that's all.
What? No,
The
there's
Palestinian
there's
the
no-
Palestinian
the president-
people.
the president
Um,
of the Palestinians, okay,
Mhm.
he is not, nobody accepts him, nobody listens to him. You don't even hear him coming out and talking because nobody
He's
wants to
just a
hear
Muppet
him.
like Trump. They're all
Yeah.
that's
Oh yeah.
that's
Oh
all
yeah.
it is.
He was put in. He's been bought by the Israelis, and he does what the Israelis want him to do, and nobody fucking trusts him or respects him or anything. So he's got nothing to do with anything. He's got nothing to do with the war. He's in the West Bank, whereas
None of them
Hamas
do, Kat.
in Gaza.
None of them
Okay.
do. That's what I'm saying here is that these presidents, right? Prime ministers, it's all the same thing, just
Yeah.
different labels.
Yeah.
Are just in a, if you understand the way a corporate
Like a CEO.
structure works, yes, they're a CEO position and they're placed there. Except they're even less than a CEO because they're an acting CEO, and all their real position, their real job is prompt reader and to do a very good job at it. And that's it. They're a spokesperson. All of them, Cat.
Okay, I know that. I'm telling you that
Your
okay, wait a second.
Netanyahu, Satan guy, all of them, Cat.
No,
All the
no, no,
same.
no, 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 no.
Yes,
He
yes,
has
yes,
a
yes.
lot of fucking control.
All of them. All of them. They're just the same position. That Trump,
Okay.
your whoever the guy is in Canada, Africa, Carney, all of them. Same thing.
Okay.
Unified effort.
You don't understand about the Palestinians, though. The Palestinians are a different breed. Okay, like in Saudi Arabia, they got a king, and UAE, I don't know what the fuck they got.
Mhm.
You know, different places they have different leaders, right?
Mhm,
But in
mhm.
Palestine, because it's all broken up. There's no actual country of Palestine right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's
Okay.
no leader. There's no,
Mm-hmm.
they've got a president in the West Bank, and he was supposed to be the president of all the occupied territories, but
Mm-hmm.
the Muslims in Gaza, they didn't want him, so they voted in Hamas. So Hamas got voted in. All Hamas did was they're a outfit that they find people jobs and they help build houses and things
Mm-hmm.
like that. And then they have an armed wing, right? So there's like, it's mostly just helping people, but then they've got the like, I guess they're like soldiers, right? They don't really have uniforms, but they try to have uniforms, but it's like a baseball team that's just like a neighborhood baseball team, and they kind of put money together and make up these uniforms, and they're not really big time uniforms, you know what I mean? So
Sure.
they're not this centralized thing where they've got a narrative going out to the people about what the Palestinian position is or anything like that. They're just people, and
Okay.
the
Let me ask you.
people are taking videos of what's going on. They have journalists who are sharing what's going on where they are, and that's
Mhm.
it. There's no centralized Palestinian version of whatever. It's just the truth coming out. That's it.
Okay. Let
So
me ask you a question. Couple
what?
questions about
Yeah.
Palestine.
Yeah.
Just how I know you said it's kind of split up and whatnot, but
Yeah.
is there a monetary system there?
I believe that they use shekels. That's the Israeli money. We used to use the dinar, which means dollar, right?
Okay.
They
So
used to use
the Palestinian area is using Israel currency?
I believe so. I think that's the only thing that they can use.
And you don't think that that's under the control of the
Under the
central
Palestinian
authority?
control,
Yeah, see,
they
you got
have
to
no,
understand here.
there is no central authority. The central authority is Israel.
That's what you don't realize is that the central authority actually is not Israel. Central authority is above the United Nations, which is controlling the delegations of the sub corporations, if you want to call them, which we call countries. But the monetary system is all a unified thing. But to give the illusion of separation, they change the face of it. We call it USD, Canadian dollar, blah blah blah. But it's
You
one
asked if they have their
system.
own money, and I said no, they don't have their own money. But of
I
course
asked
they
you
use
if
money.
they had a monetary system.
You asked if they had their own monetary system.
No, I asked if they had a monetary system.
Okay, well, yes, they use money. They buy things. Yes.
Right.
I don't know of any place in the world, except your Indians. I don't know of any place in the world that doesn't use money. They all use money.
Mm-hmm.
Even the ones that aren't in the United States nations. They all
Mm-hmm.
use money. So
I know
yes, they use
people
money.
all over the world that don't, but that's a different topic. I'm just
Those
talking about the
are your
specific
Indians.
thing that you're focused on with over there. And so this is what I'm trying to help you realize is that there is a central authority, but it's not even Israel, and it's not U.S. There's a central authority above all of that, and it's all
Oh, okay.
connected with the illusion of separation. It's one United Nations. It's even above the United Nations. There's a dictator
Okay.
above there.
I didn't know you're talking about that, because what we
Yeah.
were talking about was the narrative. And that's what I was saying, that there's no central authority that gets out the narrative.
What
There's
I'm
no,
saying is that the central authority that actually is in control of that is also in control of the narrative, and that's how they control it, through the monetary system. That's how it's all rigged. That's how this has been working flawlessly for a long time. Money is a very
Palestine,
powerful
the Palestinians are not
control
involved
tool.
in that. Just because they use money to trade does not mean that they are involved in any of this shit.
They're very much involved in that sense. But again, I'm talking about how the control structure works and why this is happening. Because you asked, your question was more relevant to the
It's the
stock
state.
market part, right?
Yeah, the
The
state,
stock market part.
specifically the state's stock market. Because remember I said NASDAQ and I went, no, that's
Yeah,
Canadian. That's
yeah,
whatever the
yeah,
American one is. Yeah,
yeah,
that one.
yeah. And so that's what I'm saying is that the central control is above all of
Sure.
that, and both the central control for the monetary system that's above all that, which includes the stock market and everything, it's all one unit, is also in control of the propaganda machine. It's the same people.
The Zionists.
To me, they're invisible. I don't even know them. I just know how the structure works and the coordinated effort works. Label them what you will, but the people who are doing that, that's why it's a unified team effort. And to give the illusion that it's not, they play scrimmage matches and they get the people on the bottom levels to actually perform the heinous parts, the mean parts, the cruel parts, the abuse parts, and
Okay, but that
the
would be
murder parts.
Carney. That would be Carney. That would be Trump. That would be Netanyahu, right? But
Those
I'm
are the
saying,
spokespeople for it. Yeah.
okay,
But
but
I'm
for the
talking about
Palestinians,
I'm talking
there's
about the
nobody
ones who
in the
actually do it.
Palestinians.
The people are warring with each other at the lower levels, right? Like when uh, uh, the military goes, that's what I'm saying. It's the citizenry, right? It's doing the infighting, the fighting with each other, the physical stuff.
Yeah, but you can't. But I'm trying to explain to you that when it comes to Palestinians, and I'm not saying that they're the only ones in the world, but they're the only ones I know of that are not involved in the fuckery. I'm not saying that they're not subject to the fuckery, right? We're all subject to the fuckery, but they're not involved in the fuckery. They don't have a centralized. They don't have like a one prime minister for all of the Palestinians, right? There's it's a higgledy-piggledy, ragtag, you know. They're bits and pieces. Gaza, the West Bank, East Jerusalem. These are all different authorities over top of each other, and they're not even authorities. Like in the West Bank, they have
Sounds like provinces.
yeah, but provinces of no country. There's no country.
But same thing though, right? Because
There's
it's
a
all
flag. That's it.
there you go. And that's all it is. It's the same thing here.
The flag is what groups the people together. So
Right.
the Palestinian flag stands for the Palestinian people, but it doesn't stand for a Palestinian country because there is no Palestinian country right now.
Yeah,
There
in the
hasn't
same
been for
context
nearly
though,
80 years.
that's what the same narrative, with that tiny exception, which is moot, is what happens everywhere else. It's the same thing. It's a team thing. Team Palestine, Team Canada, right?
It's not moot. It's not moot. It's everything.
No. What I'm saying is that the aspect of what's going on is a carbon copy. It's a team. It's a corporatized team aspect.
Yeah, well, you're letting your view color what I'm telling you. It's not about. I know that you don't like the idea of flags. I know you don't like the idea of people having a culture to
I'm not
protect.
putting any of my bias and partiality on it. I'm just I'm telling it as it is, with the structure, the way that it works, the way that this capitalism works, and in conjunction with the question that you asked.
Let's
This
get off
isn't
the Palestine thing because I don't think you understand Palestine. But
it's not an
Iran?
opinion.
Iran is a country, and Iran does have leaders, not in the same way that we have leaders, but they still have leaders. And I have trouble swallowing what you're saying, that Iran could be part of this, like as if they're just playing a part in a play. It's hard for me to accept.
Well, whether it's
But
hard for you to
I'm
accept or not is only a matter. Do you want the
listen, wait a
truth?
second, let me finish my sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
But
Don't snap at me like
it's-
that, please.
It's hard. You keep on interrupting me.
No. I'm
It's hard
listen.
for me to accept, but I realize that it's a possibility that might be a truth. Okay, so it's hard for me to accept. That's all I'm saying. But that doesn't
Mhm.
mean that it's not truth.
Mhm.
But when it comes to Palestine, you're wrong. You're just wrong about Palestine. And it's not because they're my people. It's because I know that it just doesn't work that way with Palestine. It may
I'm
one day
I'm not.
when we get our
I'm
country back.
I'm only going by what you told me. That's why I asked you the question. So what am I wrong about with Palestine?
What? So they use money. So what? It doesn't matter. It's somebody
They use the
else's money.
monetary
It's
system,
not
and you
them.
said that and you said that they have kind of a de facto leader, right?
They don't. That's what I'm saying. There is no de
Well,
facto
that's what you
leader.
said. You said you named the
No,
guy.
I said I didn't name the guy actually, but his name is Mahmoud Abbas. He's the president or the prime minister. I don't know what the fuck the title is of the West Bank. But then they voted Hamas in Gaza, and in East Jerusalem. I think they're under the auspices of Israel. So
Mhm.
those are three Palestinian territories that have three different not only like not even leaders. Like in Hamas there is no
Mhm.
leader.
Mhm.
There's just right now it's just the fucking art, like the and they're not even fighting a war that's a war. They're just resistance fighters. It's like if your camp comes under attack by the government and your camp fights back, are you playing the game or are you just trying to survive?
Yeah. Uh, you could use that scenario with you always call them my Indians, right?
Yeah.
If the government or some cops or whatever, came and all of a sudden didn't try to do a raid or something like that, and we respond in self-defense, does that mean we're part of the fuckery? No, of course not. We're just defending ourselves. And I
Exactly.
get
And
what
that's
you're
what
I get what
Palestinians
you're
are doing.
saying. I
Yeah.
get what you're saying if that's what's going on there, right? But I've also asked you other questions before about the current status of how the people function there.
There's
And
no leader.
all I heard was when those questions, and I remember that day we went on over it with the map and pointing out different areas and this and that.
Yeah.
I heard carbon copy everything, of how things work and run there. Your words coming out of your mouth, right? I've
I
never
told
been
you
there,
that
so I don't know.
There were a bunch of little villages. Again, there was no one leader. There was a guy who took leadership of an area, and he was, people considered him a leader, but he wasn't a leader of all of Palestine. Just a certain portion that he had managed to convince people that he could be the leader of. But otherwise, there was just a bunch of villages. It's just a bunch of different villages. That's all. That's Palestine.
Yeah, from when we were conversing, you said it was that was more like a past thing, but the current, and you were having trouble admitting it, but you're saying more the current things have been sort of infiltrated, and they're a little more corporatized in this day and age.
Do you remember? No. Now, don't get it mixed up. There is no, right now, like for the last 80 years, there's been no Palestine. Okay. So whatever I talk about Palestine is 80 years ago. All right. It's like 76 or something like that. So 78. So it has to be from those days. So back 80 years ago, they were starting to get more corporatized, okay? But there was no leader of all of Palestine. There never was.
Mhm.
It was always under somebody else's control. The last people before the fucking Israeli pieces of shit came in was the British. Before them, it was the Ottomans, the Turks. So they were always under somebody else's rule. So there was
Mhm.
never a leader of Palestine. Now, in these days, in the territories, again, they, like I said, there's three different distinct areas,
Mhm.
and there's also a fourth one, but it doesn't always get counted. It's a totally different thing altogether because they're mainly Syrians, really, but they're
Mhm.
in the territory of Palestine. And but so those three areas are run by three different systems, and there's only one of those systems that has a Palestinian leader, and that leader is not even respected. He's a fucking joke. Mahmoud Abbas. He's a
Mhm.
fucking joke. So he's nobody listens to him. So he's no leader. He's just
Mhm.
considered a leader because the Americans wanted a leader. The Americans wanted the Palestinians to appoint a leader when Yasser Arafat was killed. They wanted because he spoke on behalf of
Makes
the
makes
Palestinians.
perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense to me.
What, that the Americans wanted a leader?
Yeah, and then
Well,
everything
yeah,
that is going on and has gone on, everything that you're telling me, it's almost
that's not
like
a corporate way.
I could view it. Yes, it is, and I'll tell you how in a second. Um, I could view it as if I was there. What's going on is slow drip. So, giving the credence to what you said, that previously, and I think what you were trying to indicate is when you said that there's never been an actual leader of
Palestine.
Palestine, it's been other control. What you really mean is there's been no sovereign leader as like an independent nation type thing,
Right.
which has some relevance in a certain sense, but as far as the when it comes to if it's a conglomerate thing, there really is no sovereignty anyway. It's the same control because it's coming from way above that. That being said, over there, it seems like as far as the corporatization aspect goes, they have more tradition and essence, kind of like the same way the natives and
Yes.
what's called First Nations over here, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
there's a slow drip conditioning. The injection of a leader is kind of a forced scenario to get people conditioned to that over time. And at another stage, it'll just become this is the way it is. When next
Yes.
generations are born, they don't
Yes.
know they don't have the memory of previous, right?
Totally. I totally agree with you there. Totally
Yeah.
agree
So
with you. That's not the Palestinians doing that, though. That's other countries trying to impose that on the Palestinians, just
okay,
like they did
that's
on the First Nations. Because here on the First Nations, what they did was they introduced the band system. So because they wanted to be able to, because every kind of First Nations, they all had different ways of dealing with the government, and the government wanted one way to deal with all of them. So they
yeah,
introduced the band system. So they did the same thing with the Palestinians,
right.
even though the Palestinians didn't work the same way, but they wanted a leader that they could deal with, that the Americans could deal with. So there was just one leader of all the Palestinians, and they tried to do it, but the Palestinians weren't having it.
Yeah,
So
so there's going to be different levels of resistance, of course.
yeah,
It's a repeat movie, and
uh,
it's going to be variables of times. Different narratives are going to work for different
yeah,
varieties of different cultures
generations
and brainwashing and all this kind of stuff. But
and generations.
here and generations. That's right. But here's the thing: while that's going on,
Hmm.
notice how there's a common denominator of how this the objective is a common denominator, and that's because above all in this same plateau the ones who have set the stage to have a ruled roost over here in this place that we call Canada,
Hmm.
set the stage to make it look like there's a Canada and make
Right.
and look like there's an Iran and a this and that, to give the
Right.
illusion of a separate conglomerate that is fighting with each other over this stuff. And that's all staged. It's actually a unit that's above that. And that's why the narratives is so similar, just with the branding aspect that's different. And that's important to realize, because once you realize that, you can start to navigate and see what's really going on here. That's where the predator is.
This is where I wish that I could have say, I could have a voice in Palestine. I wish I could have people come and listen to me and explain to them that not to have any trade agreements with countries, that they should make for their own country, and then whatever they have left over, they can trade with others, right? And to use donkeys wherever possible instead of using cars, and to try to not, sort of be more Amish, or at least what Amish are supposed to be more like that. And also not to have a leader, not to have one leader for everybody. That it doesn't matter if the whole world wants to deal with one leader. You can have a spokesperson, right? Somebody who's sent by the Palestinian people to speak for the land of Palestine, but not somebody who decides for the Palestinians what to do. Every village should have their own rights to do what they want to do. But
Shouldn't
the problem is,
each individual?
no, each individual village.
Why village? Why not individual? This is now, we're coming full circle back to the Beeple Hive conversation we talked about a long time ago.
Because people are a pack. People live in packs. That's just the way it is.
Fluidly, if it's to be healthy and do this in a healthy way, it needs to be small and fluid. That's what you don't have. And this is what I would refer to as being kind of the two sides of the duality. One side ends up being competitive / corporatocracy, where it's dominance, and the other is just fluid cooperation, where it's not, where there's no competition and no idea of higher or lower entitlement.
That's how the Palestinians are. That's the way that's who they are as a people, is cooperation. When the olive
I investigated that with you.
When the olive what do you say, when harvest, when the olive harvest comes, they all help each other.
Mm-hmm.
They all help each other harvest the olives. It's not it's a pack thing. Everybody helps everybody. And people can go over to other villages and help other villages.
Yeah.
So, there's a cooperation, and it's naturally built in. They didn't have to be taught it. It's just naturally that way. And
you got to be careful.
Yeah, well, it's going to die, because once we get our country back, they're going to instill a leader, and they're going to instill competition, and it's going to die. Our Palestinian way is going to die. So I see that happening. And it was happening before Israel started. They were starting to be more industrialized. I shouldn't say corporatized. They were getting more industrialized. And so they were.
Ask you a question. Why are you living here, or where you are, amongst corporatized people in a totally corporatized way, if you're not an advocate for that?
Because I didn't realize that until I had a family.
That doesn't answer to now.
Because I don't want to leave my family.
Excuses?
That's not an excuse. That's my reason. I don't need an excuse. I don't.
So you're
I don't
gonna
mean it's-
you're gonna stay at the very thing that you're accusing and calling out as being atrociously against the
Yeah.
tradition and all this stuff,
Uh,
and you're gonna stay in the environment and
nobody's gonna listen to
lose
me.
use. I'm not talking about who's going to listen to you. I'm talking about you and your choices and what you're doing.
Well, there's no point in going there now. Even
Why not?
before October 7th, 2023, because it's a horrible place to live if you're a Palestinian.
Okay.
I wouldn't
So
even
now
get the permission. I wouldn't even
this
get
is
the
where,
permission to live there.
yeah. Okay. So now this is where going a little further, because I would never attribute a location to being a way of culture in this sense, because if we're talking about the same thing, it goes back to like the fluid thing. So this can happen wherever you are, and now we're getting close to the stuff that I do and I'm involved in. So what about the idea of you living this way wherever you are?
I don't know them.
I'm just talking about you right now and how you live. This isn't a location thing, you see.
Yeah, but
It's a
okay, but
mindset.
I'd still have to go live with the Indians. I couldn't live here. I'd have to go live with the Indians.
You would have to do what I did. You would have to find others if you wanted to be collaborative, like I did, and do that. You would have to find people who
I hate
are on the
people.
same page. Yeah, I do too. But that's the way, especially corporatized ones. No, I don't hate people. I hate the way they act,
No,
or
I don't
I'm
care.
disgusted
I
by it.
shouldn't say it. I just wanted to do that as a joke. I don't actually hate people. I have compassion for people. I just don't like being around them.
They're a pack species.
Yeah, I know, but the internet's fine for me.
You see, yeah, there you go. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's this pack species thing or hive thing. No. It's not healthy. If that was the case, you wouldn't
Not.
feel more comfortable, because it's me too. That's why I'm like, there's nobody around right now. I'm in my glory. I got, birds over there, some geese. I got, fresh air. And
Yeah. That's why I didn't want any fucking PSWs here. Fuck it. I'll do it for myself.
Right. Now, if I was truly a pack species, I would be like, where's my bees? And I only collaborate with
bees.
others.
I hate bees. I really do hate bees.
I only collaborate with others because
When you're happy.
it's more effective to do so. And also, I'm in human form exceptionally vulnerable, so I got a better chance to team with individuals in the event of attack, right?
Yeah, well, don't forget, I'm also incredibly invulnerable.
Yes. Right. So in this
not only am I a girl, but I'm also infirm.
Right. And shorter than me, and all these things. These are a factor.
How do you know you're taller than me? Do you know how tall I am?
You told me one time. I forget though. I think you're less than 5, right?
No, I'm 5'3".
Or are you 5'3"? Well, who was it that
I
told
used to
me?
be 5'3.5", and I lost it half an inch.
Because Fruity's under 5'2", and I thought it was you. Okay, so you're 5'3". Well, yeah, you're shorter than me. Well, I shouldn't say too much more though, because I dox myself. I've already told you a couple things. Another one lately, you got me on actually in our discussion, but I'm not going to remind you in case you forgot. Yeah. But so it's just.
You know what? I'm not looking to dox you, so it's not really. It's not like I don't remember things that are gonna. I know you're not in a wheelchair, and I know you can do for yourself.
That's how hard it is for me to cover something up, right? Because I'm That's
Yeah.
not me. You know, it's difficult. But I have this. Okay, there's my line. That's a no-no, right? And I bended on one the other day. That's okay. Not a big deal, especially at this point. I'm kind of starting to get past it a little bit, especially with everything that's going on. Maybe there'll be a day. We'll see.
Well, you're safe with me because I can't remember a fucking thing. So
Mhm.
where do I change my avatar?
Not sure on that thing. So,
I just want to show you the picture of that I made for the thumbnail.
do you see though how like I think you have a good opportunity to really see what I'm eye to eye, what I'm getting at, correlating with the
That's why I tried
tradition
to
of
tell you that you would
Palestine
love the
people.
Palestinians. That's why I tried to tell you. You would love Palestine. You would love the
I
Palestinians.
don't know because when we were going over it that day that where I was investigating more and we did the map thing, when I was asking you questions about it, some questions about, you know, the liberty to come and go and certain things, and the stuff that you were answering me was like, no, that would never be for me, you know. That's the same thing. That's the same thing that I left.
Well, maybe because in Palestine,
Like it's a no-no
I
to
love them.
free roam.
Sorry.
One of the things was it's like a no-no to free roam and be fluid.
What do you mean free roam? Sleep with different
To
people?
well, I wasn't referring to that, but in any sense, that too, to be able to come and go as you please, to be fluid, to
Oh yeah, because I'm
uh,
a nester. I'm a nester. I like to nest. So if I went to Palestine, I would, go to the village and nest in that village. I wouldn't be a Bedouin. There's Bedouins too, right? There's Bedouins in Palestine. Bedouins
what's a
are
Bedouin?
a Bedouin is they're the original. Well, for that area anyway, the original free roamers. They don't stay in one town. They move around. There's no towns. They just move around the desert and they make a camp and then they pick up
Like a
sticks.
gypsy?
Sorry,
Like a gypsy?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
They just move around. Those are Bedouins. And if I came from a Bedouin family, then maybe I'd feel comfortable with the Bedouins. But that's not my thing. I like to nest.
Okay,
So
but when I was asking you about the ideology or people who pursue that there, you said that it would be very greatly frowned upon.
what, to move around? It's not frowned upon.
To be fluid like that and to be basically self-determined.
Not sleeping with a bunch of people. No,
Well,
can't
we
do that.
didn't talk about that aspect of things, but that would be in there too.
Yeah, well, no. There's standards, and you gotta follow the standards.
Yeah.
And
So
if
right
you're in a
there,
village,
right there.
people. Yeah, I know you don't like that. I
Right.
know.
So that's what I'm saying. You said I would love that right there.
Maybe you'd love the Bedouins. Maybe you'd love the Bedouins. But still, you can't
Perhaps.
go around sleeping with people. I don't know what their standards are, but I'm pretty sure that's one of them. You can't just go around. That's anybody who's in an old old civilization. That's not that's frowned upon.
Well, I wouldn't say anybody. And in any old civilization, I've met many of the opposite. But you're not going to
Like an
find out
old
about it, and
civilization.
they're not going to advertise to a populace that would be against that, and it would
Well, I'm
frown
not
upon that.
against. If people want to do that, then fine. I'm not like
No,
if there's
I'm just saying that's why you don't see it, right? Because the people who are going to live like that and
yeah.
conduct themselves like that, it would be stupid for them to make themselves a target and well known to people who would frown upon that and maybe act in a way
It only matters if they're
against,
living
right?
with them.
No, it matters in a lot different way. Like the way that I live is so anti-establishment. And actually, if people got it, it would take the establishment down in 2 seconds. So if it ever became a fit, this is one of the reasons why I keep myself under pseudonym, and also the people who do live like me that I met and all this kind of stuff would think I'm nuts for even having any communication. The number one reason is because the stupidest thing that you want to do in a war zone, which that's what we live in, that's truth, is give your position away. That's the art of war
Why don't you
101
take
is to be cloaked.
Why don't you take the establishment down?
It's not. Why would I? Why would I?
Why
It's
wouldn't you?
it's not up to me to do. Everybody is the decider. I can't decide for other people. It's up to each individual to remove themselves from being a part of the establishment, and that's what takes the establishment down. Each individual decides that.
Joe's on his way.
The establishment is people's decisions. That's what's been
But
established.
they're too stupid.
But what?
They're too stupid.
Um,
They can't decide for themselves. They're too stupid.
they can't. Okay, hold on a second. No. They have the capacity to, but this is where the rubber meets the road, and where I'll never understand. We had this conversation before. Having the capacity and still choosing to ignore being honest about things, and so that's two different things, and that's what they're doing in favor of, for whatever bizarre reason, the self-destructive path. Maybe it feels like it's the easier route. Well, I'll just participate and step over these guys, and as long as it's not me, I'll do the dog pile thing, or at least I'm only getting one finger crushed, not like this guy underneath me. Better him than me, this type of thing. Whatever the excuses are, this is what. And granted, there's a lot of things that have enticed people to do this, being born into it. You got people left, right, and center that are doing it. You got getting your ass kicked if you don't participate in it, and you have the audacity to speak out against it. It's not easy. What I had to go through to succeed out was not fucking easy. It's not an easy road, but that's not the point. You asked a question, and I'm answering. Because it's not up to me, it's up to each individual to do that. And most people are either too chicken shit, too pussify, or whatever it is, and they would rather do that for whatever reason it is. That's why. They've decided. I can't take down a decision for other people. I'm not God.
Well, make it so that there's no choice.
There's a choice by default. You can never take that away. How could you stop there being a choice when that's the nature and the default here? And why would you want to anyway?
People are too stupid. If you took away McDonald's, I wouldn't have the choice to eat Big Macs.
Is that something you'd really want? Because I reckon if it is, you would choose not to go there, whether it was there or not. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe. How's your mom?
She's good. She done dozed off. And my buddy's back. He's in there cooking spaghetti, and my sister's calling to him to unlock the back door. So she's got to be very close. So I speak.
I thought your sister was cooking the spaghetti.
No, my neighbor is over here cooking the spaghetti.
Right. That's right. Okay, can you keep Nudia entertained for a second? Because I just have to go to the bathroom. And,
absolutely. I'll get my shorts and my bikini. Hold on. My heels.
That's the way.
This is,
I didn't realize I should be in a shorts and a bikini. Okay.
You got a new sub. I had to sub you on this phone, so you got a new sub.
Yay, one more. Now I have 327 instead of 326. Thanks.
This live, including the beginning that wasn't live, it was backstage, is by far the how would you put that? Best one ever.
Holy hell. That's saying a lot.
by a long shot, actually.
Damn, excuse me, Lord. Why do you say that?
Because there was a lot of long time coming
Mm-hmm.
reaching of information and
Very good.
understanding.
Very good. Like you said, it's progressed
After a lot
forward.
of effort to try and get there, you know.
Yes. And I assume all of it would have been necessary to progress forward to the next place that you guys need to go.
Absolutely.
Certain communication bridges have to be formed. It seems like you're enthusiastic because it looks like a few were formed and you already got your next steps on.
Yeah, well, sky's the limit when understanding
Yeah,
happens. Yeah.
yes, 100%,
It's
100%.
a lot of understanding on threshold groundbreaking levels that most people don't really get to.
Because of that communication, here's what I give this room credit for. I talk about other rooms where I can go, and I always talk about this place in particular. Well, I didn't phrase it like this, but now that you said that, it's where it's the environment allows understanding to occur. Meaning, there's no one's filibustering, no one's doing a name calling, talking over. So now you helped me phrase it. It's just an environment that can allow understanding to occur. I
Right.
dig it.
Right. And
Um,
growth.
and growth. Well, yeah.
He's only saying that because I'm not high.
Is it not a
Well, that helps. I'm sure that's been a factor.
That's a good thing. I could go back to getting high. I had to take a break and shit. I need to
Really? So
check my blood
I got
pressure.
you almost fresh at the moment.
Yeah, well, I did smoke earlier when we were here, but
Yeah, I
that's
could tell.
almost fresh for me. Still, for
Right.
me, that's still almost fresh. But I stopped and when my buddy got a call and had to leave and went back to my duties.
Yeah, I kind of wish you were there, of course, for all the other parts of the discussion. But that's okay.
No. It wouldn't happen the way it happened had I been here. It happened the way it's supposed to happen.
I think it would have because and I
Okay.
think
You were
maybe
here.
even
I wouldn't. You'd know better than me. You were here.
yeah, and I think even further because the insights of critical thinking when that's the ideology, magic happens.
Oh.
I don't understand why this one is better because last one that we had was the best one because I wasn't high, but there's no difference. There's no there. I don't understand what the understanding is that I've got now that
That
I didn't
one
have before.
that one was pretty decent, but this one is kind of a build further and layers above as far as growth and understanding. From things that we've been discussing for a long time, the critical parts of breaking through the barriers of seeing again the forest without the trees being in the way.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that
the
there
same
isn't
as
more
the
work to
forest.
do. There certainly is, but there's some fundamentals that were done that most people will never break through because they're just too hell bent on being right and not being fucking honest.
Will not even
You
breach.
even
Will not even
understand?
approach.
There's nothing that I know to now that I didn't know
All right,
yesterday.
Guru. Let me interject for a second because this
Mm.
is the only two ways this can go. And only one, really. She's going to need clarification of exactly, and no disrespect when I say this, don't beat me up, Cat, but it's a woman's nature. She needs to know exactly, you're going to have to be descriptive about what was done and said that, she needs details.
Clarification.
When we were talking about this and you said that, this is the moment. She needs that type of shit or she won't be happy.
Right. Well, there's quite a few things, but the two I would say, and I'll say more if they come to me at the same time, but the two most prominent ones were the understanding of the objective when it comes to the mirror thing, Cat, which ties into the Manson thing, and then being able to see how where we're similar as far as those objectives goes, and also where we're different. That was a big one.
Did that
And
give any
then
clarity, Kate? It seems like you know what he's
I
talking
think you
about because
mean
you didn't interject with a question.
yeah,
It seems
no,
like
that's
you
because I'm still
understand.
on credit. So you're talking about where you and Manson are similar and different, not where you and I are similar and different.
no, me and you, and the
Oh.
Manson part was that had an aspect of play in how that happened. You know, that was just part of the how that transpired, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
A little bit deeper understanding as far as you know, and it progressed from the text message that we were having earlier into the discussion, and so understanding deeper layers and levels about that,
About
and
judges.
then yeah, all that stuff, right? It all tied in together.
Did you see
And
the title, though?
being able to understand it without it being, you know, at all a
Fight?
well, yeah, a competition thing, and not only that, but also a matter of
I got to interrupt Guru again.
opinion over opinion
What?
versus just
He
view
just
with
gave
you.
me proof of God with this conversation. Guru, why would I be happy that my friends are happy if there is no God?
That's beautiful.
That's the only reason I've come up with. I've been running through my head, and it looks like it's. I don't want to poison the well. Why would I be happy that my friends are happy? It doesn't seem like it coincides with nature as we know it. It must be something else, God stuff.
Why wouldn't it be nature, though?
I
I'm
want
happy
Google
when
to
my
say.
friends are happy.
Oh, you can say too. Go ahead.
Because I know what Joe means by God in this context. Yes.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for. We don't have to go through it again. Thank you. Yes. All right. Yeah.
Divine essence, and
Yeah, that
maybe
type of shit.
correlating to the one of questions that you asked earlier in the chat
Which
there,
I was
which
gonna
was,
go back to. What happens when we leave?
we
I was gonna
should.
go back to it. Yeah.
We should.
That was the second option. I said there's two ways we can go. That was the second option, and the first option was you're gonna have to heal, supply her inquisitive nature.
Right. You asked me also, did I see the light question? And yes, was the light question
Does the light go out when it's over? Does the light
when we die? Yeah, is the lights out when we die? And yeah, I did. I guess you didn't hear. I did answer it, and my answer was don't know, never been there.
Yes. Well, we know we don't know. We don't know any of these things. And this is why this is my favorite part of fucking with you is that you like to stay grounded when it comes to the philosophical or whatever you would call it. I don't know, whatever you would call that line. You like to draw from what you've seen and see with your own eyes. That's where you're most comfortable. The mental exercises that I think are exercises you think is kind of mired mud. So
There's a aspect of speculating that's
that I love.
somewhat amusing and interesting to a certain degree.
Yes, I know that. I see that in you. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I have a limit when it comes to that because
I'm trying to push that a little bit. I'm trying because it's my nature or something.
oh yeah, okay. Well, you can. Yeah.
It's exciting to me. Yeah, as well. All right.
Well, I'll go there if you want.
Yes,
You know.
yes,
I have no
always.
problems with go there.
Always,
You're right.
I love the other thing too, right? Because it's rare, and I feel like I'm glad it's just us here, because I'd be accused of caping it. Caping, I think that's what they call it right about now. But it's a few people I can learn from. So I enjoy the other thing when you're speaking as well, right? I'd like to do my exercises, but it's just like it's a hard choice because I actually have a chance at benefiting talking to you, and that's not, that's rare. So it's a tough choice.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly no problems going there. I do state you're right about the grounded thing. I just will make an extra effort to make it clear that if we go there, that it's with the intention of knowing that we're in opinion realm and that type of thing. And then I have no problem, because then it's just sharing views of ideas and opinions and blah, blah, blah.
and that brings us back to you and Kat. I need you to make certain, not make. I just need to see and witness you making certain opinionated leaps and show me directions, and that's how I build with the next set of questions and thoughts that I would come up with. Uh, so yeah, every time you go out on a limb and on these opinion based things, something will stick with me, or I'll try to push you further the next time. For instance. I obviously felt comfortable saying the God thing when there would have been a time when I would have paused to make sure that you knew God is this. And so, but we've been through that. I feel comfortable enough to say God. You feel comfortable enough to accept that your nature is still to say, all right, we're in opinion land, but let's go. I learned all of that from being in the past. I hope you understand.
Right,
what I just
right,
said.
right.
That was a lot of talk.
Grounds and foundation is established for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ken.
No, that was just my my speaker going power off.
That's
Okay, let's
Wow.
let's flip with
God
the
thing that
questions in there.
I was going with proof of God.
I didn't say
Why?
okay.
Go ahead. Well, he'd answered it. You can change. I was going with this is where we were, but with proof of God, and you were saying in the sense that that I am talking about, then yes, and then I would have built from there. But Cat, feel free. And this is the first part you really could have got in on anyway. The rest of that shit was me and Google just going over old shit.
I'll even go further in the sense that you're saying proof of God. I'll say it's beyond proof. It's actually proof would be a lack. It's
Amen.
it's just fact that what is that's what is.
Yes, yes. There is nothing else out there. Wait. I don't know if it's worth doing all that. But just the title to that fucking panel. Do one of y'all know what panel I was on? Probably a bunch of them.
No, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Proof of God.
Yes,
and then
but the name of the panel. Oh my God, whose room was it? Sarah the Tomato. You gotta hear the title.
Sarah the Raging Tomato.
Yeah, the title from the show last Sarah the Raging Tomato. Let me see if I can find the show from last night. She got a bunch of upcoming shit. Fuck, all this is just scheduled. I ain't even got to the real shit yet, right? I don't know. Scheduled. Stream.
She must be a Virgo.
Where's the fucking live?
She must be a Virgo.
Ontology. Here it is. I just saw it's about ontology. The name is what I gotta say. Here it is. Oh my God! Listen to the dumb name to this shit that I was on last night. Yes, you guys get a laugh. This is just.
I don't know what ontology is.
Non-dualism is ontologically true, and perception is irreducible to epistemology. I'm saying that wrong. Epistemology.
See, this is why you don't see me on her show.
Epistemology.
I don't know what the fuck any of that means, and so that means I can't be on the show.
We're about to do the non-dualism shit right now. That's what made me think of that. Non-dualism is ontologically true, and perception is irreducible to epistemology.
I followed up to epistemology. What is that?
Epistemology.
Like the epistles, the apostles.
Non-dualism. That's what we're talking about now.
Non-dualism.
Singularity. That means all things. Yeah, all things are one. Someone used that word singularity yesterday, but it just means all is one. So is ontologically true, meaning what we are doing now. I think one is prove where it comes from, and the other epistemology, whatever that word would be, where it's going. So not being
both are true.
Being one is true, and and perception is irreducible to epistemology. Well, anyway, you get an idea.
Yeah.
But the non-dualism shit, that's where we were going, which made pretentious. That's the word. That is the most pretentious fucking title I could ever imagine. That's
good, because I can't. I'm going like, what the fuck is this shit going on?
Like these pretentious fucks, I'd be embarrassed to title my show that. No self-awareness.
I'm going, where can I get in on this conversation? Like, there's a word. I understand being dualistic.
Don't go get high
I
now.
think we got to pull it up though. I just remembered there was a girl on there that was fascinating. I think we got to pull it up.
I
What
wish
a
I would.
paradox.
Excuse
It's
me?
duality, but it's singularity.
What
Yes,
is?
that was
It,
what he's. Go ahead.
it's
The
beyond.
dualism
It's
shit.
the paradox is that the ego can't see beyond that, and it can't
Right.
stand that. And it just wants to figure it out. But so we got to live
Yes.
in this contorted state where there's a tug of war, and to be at peace, you have to just stay
Let
in a
go
neutral
somehow.
observing, let it go, and just understand through experience. The ego doesn't want that, but you got to decide if you want to be ruled by that or not, be a slave to it.
I'm
Well,
sending it to you.
okay. How about having a whole bunch of lives already planned ahead of time? That's trying to control your environment and your. I mean, that's a lot of planning all ahead of time. So that's not just observing as life goes by. It's the opposite.
No, it won't be. Even when you plan a thing, as you go through it, you become the observer. Even while you're going through it, and they even got studies. There's one I read a couple of months ago. Read up. I didn't read the study that. I guess I read some of it. Where you get better results. They went to athletes and other folks. You get better results if you can separate yourself from the outcome. So they're aware my goal is to win, but at some point, the only way you hit that flow zone, the zone, is when you separate yourself from the outcome and you ride that wave and you cannot even be thinking about the
Oh,
outcome.
I have an example of this. When me and Patrick were playing, it's Natalie's father. When we used to play pinball all the time, we played
Yes,
pinball before our dinner's being cooked, right? At
yes,
the pool hall. So we'd be playing pinball, and his ball would go for fucking half an hour, and mine would
right.
last about 20 seconds. And I said, "Why do you always manage to make your ball go for so long?" And I do 20 seconds, and it's your turn again. And he said, "Because I don't care if I lose my ball. You do."
Yes. Yes. In fact, he would have known that sometime it's worth losing the ball for the experiment. For the experiment, uh, like for instance, I was pinball, and I agree with your guy. I
Mhm.
had to lose. There's the way you really get points on that. You have to control the ball movement. So the way
Yeah,
to do that is you have to balance it on the flipper, which
yeah,
means while you're learning that skill, you're going to lose a lot of balls, but it's
right,
worth it. You don't give
right.
a fuck about losing the ball. It was, someone else be like, ah. I was like, it was well worth it. Now I know that I need it on the very tip, ease back. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, but that's good. That's good if you own the pinball game. But if you got to pay for the pinball game,
yeah.
you don't want to
It,
lose your
it was
ball.
a, it was a quarter back then. I was a kid. I hate to even think of what a pinball game was now. Actually, I should know because I go to arcades when I go out of town, and I got to
Yeah,
tell you, and I look for pinball arcades. I really Google them and all of that shit. And every time I
yeah,
get downtown, but every one, the slant is wrong on the machine. It's tilted too far down, and the ball is rolling too fast. That was never. And I remember the ones where everything is normal and you can play it the way you're supposed to.
right.
The other ones, no one plays pinball, so they're all out of alignment, and no one gives a fuck. So I can tell you there's one
They
somewhere
probably
in
don't know the difference.
they
That's
don't because no one gives a fuck about them.
that's a pretty deep topic for discussion on tomatoes. How did it go? Did it end
Oh,
up
go
being
towards the end. I missed the entire conversation. Yeah, I need you to go to the end. Can you play it? And this girl, I met her when I got there. I missed the whole conversation.
I don't
So,
want to play
but
somebody else's conversation. I want to have a conversation ourselves.
no, this will kick it because she is talking about exactly what we're talking about. We'll be able to stop it and comment. Once I got there, well, I would have been talking to her too. Once you see me pop up, that girl is the shit. And at first, I think she might be talking a little science shit at first. We did quantum physics first, so it'll be
You're
after
just in
that.
love.
I would be. I didn't even
You're
see what
just
she
in
looked
love.
like because the
so you
shit
want me
out of
to
her mouth.
find
Yeah, go to the end when you see me up there and just let it play, and then when I hear it, I can guide you. And then
Yeah.
you get an idea of what we need to look for from there. But she is talking about the same thing, the oneness. It was a debate, which I missed. And she must have been talking about how we are one. And she even went into the mathematical and science. She put out the periodical table and all of that shit. I don't want to get bogged down in that shit. And I mean, we were like really talking about really tiny quantum physics shit that but the shit that she was saying was interesting, which apparently I bet she talked about in the debate, was the oneness part. She killed it. She articulates it so well, which is why I think we all could benefit from it.
Why is
Oh
that
shit, I
stuck
wasn't even
like
looking
that?
at the screen.
I hope I understand at least half of it.
Well, at the end, which is it'll be real far at the end.
That is really weird. Why that's
We leave
Yeah.
the science and just go into the philosophical part of it. And I'm like, I am sold. I wish I would have heard after that. I was like, I wish I didn't tell her, but I wish I would have heard what she had to say.
Okay, I'm near the end here.
All right, let's hear anything.
Yeah, sound check. I don't know.
Am I even up there?
No, but no,
Can you hear
the
it?
state of a yogic
I
state,
can hear it.
but the yoga.
Okay. I'm right near the end almost, and no, I don't see you. So it's even further. Were you not on for very long? Because I'm close to the
I
end
was on
here.
there the whole time. You know, I drop in and out. Maybe I had left to do something with Mom, but I'd be on.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
I gotta find where you are then.
Yeah, and I'll be definitely toward the end somewhere. Damn it, I'm on the wrong show. I'm looking for this show, and I'm on Savage show. So I can zoom in.
So this is the wrong live?
Okay. No, I was talking to myself. I was on the wrong live. I'm back. I had the wrong channel looking for us. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. I got us. And I see me. Oh, that's on us. That's here.
Let's smoke another one.
You're tempting me, man.
Oh my goodness. And you're at the
Come
very
on.
end. Back it up.
Be grounded.
Maybe out loud. Back it up at least 10 minutes, maybe out loud. Oh my goodness.
Maybe I need to smoke to understand. Once I start smoking, I'm gonna become an idiot, and Nudy's not gonna be happy.
What am I?
And you'll end up regretting it.
What the hell is it? Oh, this is the gauntlet. I'm an idiot. Go to the front. I'm stupid.
Hey, look. Oh,
yeah, you can go to the core of the front. I'm an idiot. She switched it over to another channel called the Gauntlet just to do the end shit. So go to the beginning. I forgot she does that, right?
The very beginning?
Is the Gauntlet. Yeah, you can go to the very beginning. I'll be at the very beginning somewhere. All right, just go ahead. 10 minutes till you see me.
10 minutes?
No. That's ahead 10 minutes or so. I wouldn't be at the very beginning, but I'd have got there quick.
We're kicking it off non-dualism. In stuff that changes, so we end up being.
Let's keep scroll forward till you see me.
Perfect.
11 minutes.
I can bring it up for you.
I don't see you anywhere.
Just keep scrubbing till you see me.
To divide things into.
That's the girl, Jen. That's the girl I was talking about.
Of course, right? This is what we're talking about.
Half an hour.
Okay.
Thing that we really have to experience.
Liana, which is the modern day name of.
All right, at some point, just stop. Let me hear what she's talking. Let me see if she was talking about.
I'm not saying people should try to become enlightened. I'm saying they should accept ontological non-dualism because it's an easier way to build models, and you don't have to go into all that religious stuff. You probably will because you'll enjoy it so much, but I don't really see that as my job to inculcate into Hinduism, apart from just saying it's respect. It's, just a personal standard to have the respect to say that what I believe comes from India.
So do we believe in karma, right? Action. Karma
is one of the main things, and it means causality.
All right, fast forward. I don't want to distract you. It's interesting, but fast forward.
That's accurate.
I should be there. I saw that model. Maybe she showed it before.
Okay.
I saw that. I was on panel when they showed that. I'm not there.
Ultimate truths.
No, doesn't look like it.
All right, keep scrubbing forward.
Right.
There, she wants to show.
What about reality is one? Okay,
No, that's
because
okay.
Was it on 2 channels at the same time?
I've missed
Oh
all
no,
that. It would have been.
you would
Yeah,
still
I'm
be up
only on
there.
the gauntlet. Yeah, I'm only on the gauntlet. Yeah.
see you're on a train of thought.
So I just came in a little
Even
later
do-
than I thought. Just keep going.
yeah,
Not that because
And these, it feels so weird
if
because
my
these are some
perception,
of the
like when
things
Ann
that
is saying
she's gonna talk about when I
visibility,
pop
but
up.
if I
So it
grab a
feels
phone
so
and
weird.
individual karma, it's
then we
This
go,
must have been a
that's true. It's
long
like
fucking
someone's
show.
outer
3 hours.
shell, if you want to
Oh,
look
we'll
at it as
go
an
last
outer
hour.
prominence. Now is my
Last
point.
hour.
I'm
But just
definitely
to give a
down the
little
last hour. Yeah,
what are we
I was
talking
at
about?
least an hour.
Are there stable natural
Alright.
signs? Because that's how
Getting into the
which is
last
stage
hour.
1,
Yeah.
his position was really coherent.
consciousness. It's the vision.
right. So
If I don't pop up, I'm gonna
once
just
again.
lose it on some
But what-
Matrix shit. I'm already getting weirded out here.
Perception.
This is fucking strange. I was on this
Original I
show.
am without this reflection.
I don't think
That's
you're
a
on this
fallacy
show.
because
What the fuck?
maybe
This
a
is so
little
weird.
older.
Keep it going.
and-
I was on this show
it's more ancient, but I'm not going to appeal to that because
for
I'm
over an
not a
hour.
Westerner, so I'm going to talk.
There's an Iranian person, not an Afghan person.
Only
Right.
half an hour left
Nah,
now.
there's Brick. He was there.
I'm
Brick
sure
was
we can talk
there.
about that over the next 2 weeks.
Is that
Oh,
you
shit.
here?
That I'm not. I'm
You mean
not
STL?
tempted to talk about it tonight. I don't care to talk about it tonight, really. In terms of like right now in this 30 minutes, if we go over to Gauntlet and you guys want to have some fun with it, sure. But we're not going to make it like this 30-minute talking point.
What do you mean, Sarah? I just got shot at.
Oh, this is the end of the tomato show. This isn't the gauntlet. I sent you the wrong shit,
we all
apparently.
just got shot at. Fourth one.
Right? This is the Sarah Tomato show. This isn't the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no,
God,
he's got to go to a different channel because it's called the Gauntlet. It's not called Raging
Yeah.
Tomato.
No, I see now. I sent you Raging Tomato. I should have been sent you the gauntlet. That's what I thought was at the beginning. I'm an idiot. You used to hide shit. You know that.
Find a link and then put it in, and then he'll click it and pull it.
All right, I got it. Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
here
read-
I'm gonna go ahead and find oh my God, there's no live from here. Would it be on video?
You think I'm going to
No,
understand
it's
any of it?
gone. She don't
And
have
what were
to,
we saying about that tech being on vacations and stuff?
It's gone anyway. She doesn't keep the live up from the.
Oh no,
gauntlet,
they
so,
took it down.
yeah, maybe she doesn't keep it live because she lets us go a little wild at the end. What you could do, we got the tomato up. As long as we went through all of this, let's hear the Gore girls. Pick a spot and let's try and find the girls talk while she's talking about that. The non-dualism. I would say the first hour she would have had to hit on it.
Yeah,
That'd
give
be
me a
my
second.
guess.
I gotta bring it
The
back.
end of the first hour, she'd had to spend half an hour explaining it, half an hour of them, questioning and getting to know her languages. At the end of the first hour, they should be able to
Her
communicate.
languages.
And yes, when you meet a new motherfucker, you gotta understand, like me and Guru. If a nigga say God, you gotta understand they have to talk about the guy in the sky. They would have had to
do
go
that
through
in
that
half an hour.
dance.
How are you going
You
to
say
find
what?
that out in half an hour?
Because this is debate and they skilled and they would have that's all they would have been looking for is keywords and phrases and so that they could communicate and then they'd have
They're
got the
skilled enough to.
communication would have sped up.
Okay, sound check.
But we're
Yeah,
not going to make
hear
it.
it.
Okay, and
Wherever
so
the
where
girl
do you want
Jen, wherever you see Jen, it'll be and wherever you see that girl, let's see her. Yeah.
from the
He's
early
in
on.
love.
Yeah.
she's in pretty earlier on.
All
So
right,
just
let's hear
go from-
early. As long as we're early, let's hear early part of it and see what she's talking
All
about.
right.
So yeah, that's about it. Division is not something we discover; it's something we introduce.
I can't see
division
her.
that we introduce should be minimal if it's to accord with the
give it a
principle
sec.
of non-dualism. I've got another couple of minutes, I think, so I'll just.
Oh, back up.
look
This
at
is
my
a
notes
closing.
and
Back up.
see what might
Let's
be
hit
the
this entire closing. This
Okay.
is perfect. I should have
That's
thought of it.
that's 6 minutes in. Just go to the beginning then.
No. She's making a closing statement. It cannot be longer than 10 minutes. So you won't have to go more than like 5, 6, 10 at the most minutes back. This
Well,
is
that's
a
what I'm saying.
closing
There's
statement.
only 7 minutes from the start, is what I'm saying. So should I just go to
Wait.
the very beginning?
Oh,
We're 7
okay.
minutes in the thing here.
Yeah, I think you go to the beginning. Why am I having so much trouble grasping what Sarah did?
Because you're a pothead and a good one.
It must be that, right? This is so confusing.
You're
It's here
calling
from
a
the
good
beginning.
one.
Yeah, this is
I
selfish.
just
And
get
it's funny
quiet.
to me.
That's it. I'm writing.
War between
How would
as the
her
Baptist
closing
for a
be in the
peace treaty
beginning? It makes no
negotiate.
sense.
It's duality and singularity.
It's the closing is the beginning.
It's both at the same time.
Because
Gentlemen,
two
welcome
things
back.
can be
I
true at the
am
same
Sarah, the
time.
Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Seriously Saturday. It's a new series. We're kicking it off. We tried it
I
one
know
night.
what it was.
Really
It
liked
wasn't
the
her
way it went.
closing, it was
It's
her
what we would
intro.
consider to be a polite debate. You're so used to the blood sports, the yelling, the screaming, the cussing, the crazy. But tonight, I'd actually
You had a
like
good
to get
spot
through
then?
a really good topic and have a
15
really great
seconds until we
discussion
get to
and
the girl
hopefully learn
talking.
something.
She's going to give an opening
Our
statement. I'm
feature
scared
of
to even
the
make a
evening is
prediction because I've
Jen
been
from
wrong
the
every
Church of
time. But
Entropy.
now I
Entropy,
predict an
entropy,
opening statement.
entropy, right? Entropy.
There you go.
Like I could have messed with that word all night. She had a really great claim that I thought was very interesting. Joining us to further discussion would be T Jump. You all remember him from his recent Throwdown Thursday. Andy, my favorite philosopher on YouTube. Shaman Omar, a regular here. He's usually ready for the blood sport crazy, but he wants to have a good discussion tonight. And of course, Mr. Benjamin Balderson was not going to miss out on this one whatsoever. He's ready to dive in. Jen, I'm going to hand it over to you. Your claim is non-dualism is ontologically true and perception is irreducible to epistemology. That's more than a mouthful. I'm going to hand it over to you. You have a screen to share. We're going to roll
I'm
from
glad
there
she
and you
shares
take
my
it.
opinion about
The
that
reins are
title.
yours.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for having me on the show. Great to be here with everyone. T-Jump, Shaman Omar, Ben, and Andy. I'm looking forward to our chat. All right, so we can just jump right into it. What am I talking about? Well, reality is not divided. That's the basic claim of ontological non-dualism, which means that multiplicity is mere appearance and separation is not fundamental. So you're looking at one underlying reality where we now have to account for the particulars, as opposed to maybe starting with particulars and try to work our way towards objective or ontological reality, which is usually the path taken by Western philosophy, which I'm going to attempt to challenge in this exchange.
Now
So the other
Nudy's
claim I want to make before people start to think that
What?
it's just
Now what?
nonsensical woo
Now
and not
Nudy's in
really anything and just pure nihilism, it's actually a way to simplify any type of inquiry, not just philosophical. And we do that by accepting that you can't really get behind perception. Everything we know starts in perception. And concepts are understood as degrees of deviation from perception.
There's a paradox right there. Everything
pause it.
starts with perception, then
Yeah.
even that is a perception.
Is that
I
what she
think
just
that's
said?
where, yes, she said everything starts with perception. I
Well,
think
that
she's
part I
going,
got.
So
yeah,
if
but I
that's
think she's
true,
going where Guru is. She's trying to say that the big thing is real because all we know starts with our perception.
and if
No,
that's
but
true, even that
what Nudy
statement
said
that
was
everything
different than what
starts with
she said.
perception, yeah, it's actually this is where the
Wait a sec.
conundrums start. Go ahead.
What she said was different than what you said, Nudy. It was
Yes.
it wasn't that our everything starts with perception and then it all goes back to our perception. It's that we start with our perception, and then whatever word she used is the breaking down of that perception into different smaller categories, like different.
Yeah, she's talking about we observe a thing and we're discussing what we perceive. And
Right.
she is
Look at
gonna
that,
start with
three different. Play what she said again, please.
Go ahead. I have
Yeah,
the benefit
yeah.
of talking to her for an hour last night, so I know where she's going with
Everything
this. But
we
play it
know
again so we can
start-
get it.
You can't really get behind perception. Everything we know starts in perception. And
Pause that,
concepts are
because that was it right there.
Yeah,
You
that's what
can't
I
get.
responded to.
No, that was
You
part of it.
can't. Yes, but that was the concept that she's trying to get everybody to grab. You can't get behind perception. Perception. All you know is your little perception. You can't get behind that part that exists over
Oh.
there. That's
Now,
all.
Right.
here's the thing. Here's the conundrum, and it's a paradox. If that's true, then even that is a perception.
I don't know
No,
if that holds true.
If ever, because everything is an absolute, right? And that's the statement being made, and that's where it's a theory. That's where it defeats itself.
I'm not so sure because when you get into that, labels start to degrade so much. I don't know if we'll still be calling it perception once you get to that. It might be a feeling or knowing or something. That's why I just didn't want to rush to. It must be a perception. It could be other things once you get to that swampy
Her
level.
statement was no exception; it was absolute. What she's saying is that everything starts with the perception. If that's
Everything-
true, then
Yes,
even
here
that
that we
statement-
know of. Everything here that we don't know of starts with our perception. That part, she just say our, but that's what she's saying. Because she's going to beat it, hammer it later. She is not
Right.
even referring to the outside. She's saying there's an outside. Well, go ahead, let it play. Maybe she'll give clues.
Well, there
Understood
is.
as degrees of deviation from perception. So the
See, now,
content of the
it got
concept.
Let it
skipped
play.
now.
Oh, sorry.
Rewind it,
Go
please.
ahead. There are these degrees of something.
You can't really get behind perception. Everything we know starts in perception. And concepts are understood as degrees of deviation from perception. So
Concept.
the
We understand
content of
that,
the
right?
concept
Yeah.
takes a back
We
seat.
understand we have a limited
to
perception and
many
everything we coming up
times
is within
You
our
have
limited
to impose
perception.
a condition
Can you pause,
on
please?
your
Say that again, Joe.
We start at our perception, which we agree is limited, and everything we propose and conceive begins with our limited perception. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but then what I thought she was saying was there was like it was an equation. Now he can't hear me because he's got to read his text.
Oh, me?
But
that was
yeah,
my
you.
phone.
Oh, I
I
thought it
got
was
so
your
many
phone.
fucking phones. I don't even see all of them. It could have been one of the other ones. I don't know.
Something just buzzed.
I'm missing.
Just
I
make sure
see
it's not
two
your
of them.
mama, and that's it.
Yeah, where's that phone at? Okay, I see all three. All right.
Okay. So okay. So I saw what she was saying. I didn't even realize until we played it a second time. Then when she said you can't really get behind perception, she started off with that, and that was its own statement right there. And
Right.
then
She said
then she
everything
said,
we know. So
hold on.
she
Then
made
she
it.
said,
Yeah.
no, next thing she said was everything starts with our perception, right? That's not exactly what
Everything
she
she
said.
said, everything we know starts with our perception. She
I didn't
made
hear
that
that,
up.
but let's.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
rewind.
perception implies
I
that.
was glad to hear her say that. I agree with you, Ken.
behind perception.
Yeah,
Everything
perception.
we know
Wait.
starts
You
in
hear it?
perception.
Everything we know.
Everything we know, starts with perception.
Okay, so everything we know starts with perception, and to me, that was the beginning part of her statement. Not you can't get behind your own perception.
Oh, she said
Yes.
can't get behind her.
So she said 3 things there, and I thought she said 2. So I got the 2 at the front, and she said everything we know starts with our perception, but then there was another side to the equation. So I don't know if
She
it was
said
A,
even our
B.
concepts. She said everything we discuss, our concepts and everything. She goes into that. You can
It's
just
a
let it play and let
breakdown.
her hear it.
She said it's something like
Yes,
it's a breakdown.
concepts. Yeah.
Yeah,
She's gonna
it's a
name like 3
breakdown of her
things,
perception.
concepts being one of them. Let it play, Guru, so she can hear it.
And concepts are understood as degrees of deviation from perception. So the content of the concept takes a back seat to how many times you have to impose a condition on pure perception to get to where you're going.
Yeah, stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
She has just identified what we go through when we have our cognitive dissonance broken. Now, you guys may not appreciate that concept so much because you guys were fucking geniuses at 2, but I
As
took
if.
almost
Well,
it took me almost my whole life to get to the point. Like I was like, what, in my mid 40s to late 40s when I realized just how fucked this world really is, and I still couldn't believe it because it didn't make sense to me that people would eat other people, that people would be scaring babies and then drinking their blood, and that there'd be one place where all the leaders have come from, this Skull 13 fucking whatever fraternity, that they
I
all
got
belong.
jumped. I got jumped into a gang at 10 years old, so I knew violence and shit was real. But no way did I know that the elite were eating babies. I would have had no
Yeah.
idea that until
Oh my
recently.
God. I know. So for me,
I
I
did.
spent my whole life.
I wouldn't
I
make
said
me a
I
genius.
knew that too,
Yeah, I know.
motherfucker. That
They're
should have come
fucking
bitch
geniuses
logical
too.
to y'all.
Yeah, really.
Of
Because
course
he's
they
not
eat
even human.
babies.
He's not even human, so he can see it. He knows what fucks us humans
Right?
up.
He's really
He's not
outside
surprised.
view on the inside, right? He's
Yeah.
really outside point of view.
But so for me though, I was a Disney girl. I was all about if you follow the rules, everything goes good. But
Yeah.
I was not somebody who can follow every rule. There are some
Okay,
rules that are
wait. We got to
fucking
get
stupid.
back to this girl now. We don't want to get too
Okay,
far
all
away.
right.
You
So okay,
interrupted to say
thank
that
you,
she just
thank
proved
you.
cognitive dissonance.
She just proved what happens when you break into your cognitive, like you break your cognitive dissonance, shatters into pieces.
You got to release all those steps you made down the
Yeah,
line because this
yeah.
idiot came in at step number 2. That's got to be traumatic.
And
That damn
when
fucking
you
Nudy guy.
realize
Right.
when you realize how stupid you were, you have to admit to
You
yourself that
got
you
to
were
hate
duped.
that guy. Mad at you and him. Why the fuck you hadn't
I'm
even
mad at
opened your
me now.
mouth? I was content believing in flat earth.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So, right, don't throw me off like that, Joe. Yeah. So this hurt me because I was older. You know, it's like if you get circumcised when you're older. If you're a baby, you don't know what the fuck's happening, and you're over it, and you heal quicker. But if you're a grown man and your wife says, "I want you to go and get yourself fixed," then
Man.
you
Had a
know that's
buddy
gotta
did
hurt.
it in high school. I had a buddy who did it, and he started wearing sweatpants, and we would walk to school together. He would walk slow and wide legged, and we had
Yeah.
got if the bell rang, we were still, I don't know, a quarter block away, and
How old?
all the other kids started. I'm in high school, so you figure
Oh, okay,
16, 15.
right.
And everybody else starts running to catch the bell. And I was like, come on, man. He's like, I can't run. That's when he told me the truth. At first, he was like, I'm hurt. He wouldn't give it to me. At that moment, we were at the corner store right across the street from school. He was like, no, I got circumcised. That's why he's trying to let it swing. He don't want it to hit nothing. He's wearing,
I
loose
forgot what we were
clothing.
talking about.
He was
Oh,
miserable. Yeah, he was miserable.
I just
All
got
right,
right
let's
into
hit
the
a
story
girl,
and
though.
forgot about the circumcision. But yeah, okay. So it's hard to face that. And if you have come up with all those concepts through all those years, that's a lot of concepts to break,
Yeah.
right?
I
That's
got to be more
my perception
aware of
being,
that, which to me, it's a gift. I'd be like, thank you, because I didn't want to run them fucking formulas all my life wrong to other people.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
still
absolutely.
working that out, and I still feel like I scratched the surface.
But
Right.
see, for you two, and Denizen, God bless his whole soul. You guys and Nikki, for sure, Nikki, you guys are smarter than me that I can learn from you. One of my biggest lessons I loved was that about my ego,
Yeah.
which I would think would be the worst one, but it was the best one because now I understand what people are saying to me. You know,
Eckhart, totally.
That's the biggest
I
interference
actually,
block. That's why it's the one you got to start with.
I read a book on it when I heard that. This would have been when Oprah was on top of the world. I didn't
yeah,
believe it. I read a book by Eckhart Tolle because I was
totally.
egotistical. I would have been
Yeah,
rapping and with famous motherfuckers every day back
yeah.
in those days. And
I didn't know until he was dead, but yeah.
and it made so much sense why you got to crush the ego, man. I've been trying it ever since. That's probably 30 years or so and working on crushing this beast.
Eckhart
I
Tolle
don't
is
know about
like,
crush the ego, but detach
Control
from.
it. I can't crush it. I need it, right?
see, I
Well,
don't even know these lessons. I don't even know these lessons.
it serves a purpose, but most people don't understand
It
what its
runs
purpose
you.
is.
Yeah, don't let him run you. That's if you
Yeah.
could, because the
Yeah.
egos don't. Yeah, you use.
For me, it's a her.
Without that, there'd be no choice in the equation, and that would suck.
Very good.
Right.
Right.
But just because
Yeah.
there's a choice doesn't mean you want to choose that one. You can though,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you will reap
McDonald's.
what you sow.
Exactly.
McDonald's.
You will pay the whatever
Right.
debt occurs when you do that thing. Yeah.
Yes, but it's my debt. I'm not, and nobody else has to pay it.
Which makes
It's
it
my
good
debt.
for me because I can have a conversation with somebody who's doing absolutely ridiculous, harmful shit. And I can
Yeah.
always tell myself, it's his debt, Joe. You can't control the nigga.
Yeah.
Relax. I can
I
see
know
he's
you
about
want
to
to
drive
fix it.
off the bridge, but hey, that's on him.
Yeah, I know you want
Guru,
to
you
fix
got to
it.
do
You
that
want
shit
to
a
fix it.
lot. The Guru got to
No,
just see everybody
no,
be like, he's going to
no,
run off a bridge. He's going to hit off a cliff.
no.
I can see
He's
him
gonna
going
push him.
into
He's
crash
gonna
to a
push him.
wall.
I'm telling you, he told me he's gonna push him.
Tell
He's gonna
Joe,
push
I
him off
might,
that fucking bridge,
I might, or at least,
or make him
in some,
hate himself
I
more.
might,
So he do it.
I might give a roadmap, or something.
Yeah, I'm
He's
thinking of
green.
you standing on the bridge,
Who am
waiting to push
I?
him off.
If self-destruction wants to self-destruct, who am I to get in the way?
Here,
Okay, so
Guru.
me and Joe want to fix him.
I got one. Wait, I'm on for y'all. I'm
Good
in my
luck.
own head, and I got a good example of something I learned from Guru, and I hopped on panel with Long Island and Rogue now, and it
Oh
was
yeah,
that state shit. Guru taught me that, right? That
State?
contract, and you're a slave. Yeah, the state shit, how the state owns you shit. He lived and breathed that
Oh,
shit.
the
I don't want to
state.
go into,
Oh no,
the
maybe I'm
states.
hungry. Yeah.
And they were up there. This is Long Island, the most popular fucking motherfuckers
I
Erie
know.
County
Yeah.
at the time.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're explaining how the social contract you agree to. And this is why it made me think of Guru. I'm thinking this nigga is putting grease on his wheelchair wheels going downhill off a cliff. Everybody else thinking, oh, he's so sharp and smart. I'm thinking he's headed toward that cliff in the fastest possible way half with that contract shit.
Oh,
So
that's
I'm
funny.
doing my
I was
Guru
thinking,
shit, right? I'm sitting off thinking that's a cliff. Everybody else thinking it's Catch Brilliant.
And you're
okay,
right.
but he.
He changed up on that. He don't believe in that social shit no more, but he did that.
Right.
Yes, I argue with him. Then Joe, you got to sign it. You're all part of it. You got to. If you're here, you can go somewhere else. He had all those standard arguments. Now I saw him literally debate the motherfucker that the social contract is a myth.
You could
So
see
somebody
the
got to
because
him. A sovereign got to him.
I mean, I'm that sovereign. I'm that sovereign.
I'm sure it would have been many things because that's a real deep one, right? To have
Yes.
to have had a hurdle.
Face it. Yeah,
but he
what Kat was talking about. One of his cognitive dissonance spots he had to break down and get over. And he's a smart guy. He didn't have a problem doing it.
Right.
But wait a second. Before he became part of that, he had to break another cognitive dissonance just to join that. So think about that.
Of course, it would have didn't get where
That's
he was.
twice.
Yes, it would have been.
That's twice.
If you want to get into the layering aspect, that's deep and
yeah,
it's endless. Mm-hmm. I'm still working it out, as I said.
And I heard you. You're still chipping the paint on the concrete wall. You're through like 5 layers up to 8 levels of paint. You ain't even got to the wall yet. To give you an analogy, you're at the beginning of your journey.
Always seems to be.
Yeah.
Always.
That just freaked me out. That just freaked me out. To think of Nudy being at the beginning of his journey.
If he's a smart man, he'll progress that way. The wiser he gets, the more he will realize he knows little. This girl, which we're about to get back to, she's saying the same thing, that the wise man knows that he knows nothing. She's putting it in scientific terms, but your perspective, understand that it is that of a mite on a field in Africa. your perspective means shit. And everything you grasp comes from a perspective that means shit. So the smartest
I
motherfucker will
didn't get that
learn
from
that.
what you said.
Well,
I
that's
didn't
her
get
point.
that.
And
Oh,
not only
that's
that, she's
fine.
going to say that the rest of the shit does exist. Our perspective here limits us, but that is evidence that the other thing exists. That's why it's all one. That's how she's going to go into it.
Yeah, but she started that fucked up math right there. Right, the last thing she talked about, that was where she started that fucked up math.
It's definitely fucked up math.
What?
Here's the interesting twist and paradox is you're going to be both right and wrong.
Yes, you probably agree with that.
Well, everything's yin yang. Everything's yin yang, so there's got to be a duality.
And in the end, it matters and it doesn't.
Right, because we are all part of the same.
And not.
Yes, at
the same time.
Yeah.
And not.
All right, let's hit a chick.
Right.
Let's hit a chick, man.
Oh, yeah.
Takes a back seat to how many times you have to impose a condition on pure perception to get to where you're going. Consequence of that is that truth depends on structure.
Right.
So instead of going with something like the 3 laws of logic, presupposing that that's a mind-independent fact, we assume that anything that looks like a fact is actually dependent on the system that generated it, which means that logic is not absolute. And once again, we come back to separation's not real, only modeled, which actually works out really well for us because real ends up meaning completely unchanging. And we're interested in stuff that changes. So we end up being quite interested.
First person I heard try to give a definition on real. How many times have you heard me say that?
I think it came
real.
up once when Kat wasn't even here, or when you was on panel alone. I think you used the word real, and you said something else about the word real.
Right. Now I wouldn't align with that definition, but it's an interesting one, and interesting to hear somebody make an attempt. Even
I have 2 realities.
You have what?
I have 2 realities because I'm in both worlds. I'm in
only 2.
Only 2, yeah. I only have 2.
You.
Yes, that's right. And in mine, there's a duality because half of me lives in fairyland and half of me is here. So when I do it as a joke with Nudy, even though I can't stop but learning from what he's saying. At the same time, I don't want to accept what he's saying. So my mind goes to Disneyland in my head.
You just like it when I have to pull your teeth.
No.
Yes, he's a masochist.
He's a masochist. That's right.
I'm a princess. I'm fucking Cinderella, and people are calling me names and doing things and trying to assault my fucking reality.
I agree with you. I agree with you. All I do is hold up the mirror, and she's like, "Fuck, I want to see Princess."
Yeah. Well, no, I'm running like Alice in Wonderland. Then I'm running down the hole.
Does that.
That's what I'm saying.
And not only that, but my friend gaslights me in the process. Why'd you do that? You know, so you got to spend time gaslighting.
Oh, that's what
you're in a bad mood for showing me the truth or what I really.
You asshole. Heaven forbid.
Well, all I do is
some of them won't speak to you again. You know.
Yes, tell me about it, tip man. Yeah.
No, but I always speak again. I can't. I'm not trying to hurt somebody else. I just go to my fairyland, and I am whoever it is, whatever fairy tale character fits the bill at the moment. That's who I am, and usually, I'm the prey, so I have to run.
Retreat to the pretend. It's too much.
Separation is okay, Kat, but it can't be. That's not true separation if you're still running from the perceived enemy. You got to get yourself an outside point of view.
The other foot is standing exactly in front of the truth now, right? Like nobody has done a better job and a more thorough job of turning me off of McDonald's than Nudy. And And yet still I'm
Dave?
fucking eating it. Still I'm
What?
fucking
What?
eating it.
Okay.
I'm still
We
fucking
got to
eating it.
check now. We've really. I'm the one smoking weed, cat, and you're the
Yeah,
one
no,
that, damn it, got
no,
us
no,
talking about
I
crazy
did smoke.
stuff.
I smoked when I was away
Oh,
there for a bit.
well, it makes
And
sense. Before the
Oh
guru
yeah,
then, in that case.
I wondered how long it would take you to notice.
As you
Yeah.
just babbling
Both of
and
you.
on.
Sorry.
No wonder we keep wanting to loop and loop and loop.
Is even though
It is
non-duality
my
is
show.
fundamental.
Good point. I forget that sometimes.
So yeah, that's about it. Division is not something we discover, it's something we introduce. The division that we do introduce should be minimal if it's to accord with the principle of non-dualism. I've got another couple of minutes, I think, so I'll just have a look at my notes and see what might be the most important thing to go into. I'm not sure if these diagrams are visible.
No.
Because they're
sorry.
small. But we can get into this more. So we have a conceptual model.
I can't
and
see
the
it.
first thing is called subset
Don't worry about it. I'm
causality. That's
assuming it's
causal
gonna be
ordering
two.
principle where the
I'm
effect is a
zooming in
particular
now.
case of the cause. And that allows us to stay in the non-dual framework while still introducing the appearance of separation in the effect. But we keep in mind that it's temporary because everything observable is temporary. We go from, and then we look at the diagram on the right that says unconditioned, and it goes to an axiom, which is a conditional way of reasoning, through a boundary and a finite unity of categories.
Everything observable is temporary. Did I hear her right? Is that what she said?
I'm gonna throw up. I'm
I mean,
zooming in on
I didn't
this.
hear her say that, but that would be true because in this world, time exists. In the absolute world, it would not. So everything here that's observable would be temporary. And things that you can intuit could be everlasting.
Is the absolute world the ether, like where we go when we hit nirvana?
I would say by her philosophy, yes, and I would say yes. I don't know if she'd agree to it. I didn't hear enough of her philosophy, but I think that she'd say yes to it.
I would say highly
I wouldn't
unlikely.
say ether. I would hate to use that word ether because it
I don't
brings
know
in
I don't know another word.
I would say highly unlikely, but even being here in this experience is incredibly unlikely.
Which part's unlikely to you, Guru?
The odds.
The odds exist over there
of what happens in the next
right.
phase, if you want to call it that. Right?
Right.
And also, again, back to the paradoxes. If that's true, what she said about everything here is observable, that's observable as temporary, that would be a permanent constant.
It's a dance.
Wait. Let me think. Wow, I don't see.
If everything here that's observable is temporary, that would be a constant and a permanent.
Yes, but I'm okay with that because if I had been a video game, everything there is under the glass. It's a permanent and it's constant. But if you tell me it's what was it? Temporary.
Help him out.
No. I'm getting it in my head. If it's temporary, in order to use that word, I can use that word. Because I see the so temporary may be a bad word to use. But I do constricted or something would have been a better word. Temporary. Because the game could go on and on. No, it's temporary. Time doesn't exist. It's temporary. But then it's eternal because you can go play the video game in that temporary world. All right. Okay, Guru, I got it. So
but
the world.
Not what was saying.
I think it's exactly what he was saying.
No, I was pointing out that the paradox of and that it's a duality. So if what she's saying is correct, that everything is
temporary.
Everything that's observable is temporary. That itself is a permanent concept. a permanent constant.
Constant. Sorry.
So
Yeah.
to challenge that,
So-
show me an example. Show me an example where it would not be the case, and if that could be done, then what she said is incorrect.
That can be
Incorrect.
done. She is saying that you are looking at you're looking at a nut or a bolt, and you can't see the entire car.
Right.
So you can say that I don't know, however you can put the analogy to a car. I'll suck
But
at
she
it.
said no. But think in time. In
These
terms of
laws only
time.
exist in the bolts.
Yes, but he's saying if everything is temporary, then that would be a constant. If she's saying it as an absolute like that, then that would be permanent.
Right.
What if she says that everything in that bedroom is temporary? Is it still permanent and constant?
Then everything in that bedroom that's temporary would be a constant, permanent thing.
Well, I think that's what she is saying.
No.
Everything in that bedroom is temporary, and your argument is technically it's a constant. I think you'd be right.
Both is right and both is wrong.
Wait, he said if there's any exceptions to the rule, then that would make her wrong.
Correct.
And the exception is that you can't say that something is temporary without making it a rule. To make that statement, you're making it a rule, meaning it's permanent.
We agreed with that part, and we're also agreeing that these laws of temporary only existed in that one bedroom. There's an entire mansion in that one bedroom. Everything you can see in there is temporary. And Guru corrects us and says, but that makes it constant somehow. But I'm okay with that because these temporary that you're saying only applies to that one room. It doesn't mean that because it's constant, it would suddenly apply to the rest of the automobile. It's just one nut. The rules only apply to the nut over there where that nut is. But it doesn't apply to the rest of the so-and-so.
No, we're talking about a soul who's having an experience.
Yeah, that's the box. In other words, the box is our perception. We're experiencing a box, a view in a box.
Yes, only what we can see and hear. Yes.
Right. And now here's the conundrum. If that's a perception, if everything is a perception, then even that is too. And then it gets really interesting. Is there a way to move past that? Now we're getting
to become one. That's the only way you can move outside of perception.
You have to leave looking through the eyes where the perception is, which is upstairs.
Yes, and you when you become one, you're everywhere at one time. And
you're always
no longer perception.
In essence, that's always the case. There is no true separation, but it's where your focus is. So if you're focusing through the eyes,
once you focus, you've limited
of where the separation is, which ego is involved, then you're going to experience the illusion of these paradoxical boxes. It's all illusion, and that will be your reality, even though it's
agreed. So one could argue it's not real, but one could argue that it is real. The same quandary we find ourselves in with temperament.
It's a real experience, but it's not the whole experience.
Yes. That's how I try and describe it.
So that's the fucked up part. We get to experience both at the same time here. That's divine.
I agree. That's what I be saying. And you can prove it. I think science has proven you can be two places at once. You can't nail anything down to one location.
Not only that, and here's where it gets real crazy, because the responsibility of this rests on the individual, and you either go fucking insane mental or you go into fucking blissful oblivion. What you do with that, where you place your focus, you reap what you sow. If you get lost in the eyes of the illusion, you're done.
That's what
you might never come back. right?
You can't
Yeah,
stare
yes.
into the abyss too long without becoming part of it or something like this. If you give it too much attention, you start incurring its karma.
Right.
All of
So
Hey,
it's a
look.
gift, right? And it's a divine gift, but it's a double-edged sword gift.
Oh, I heard it said better. The mirror doesn't reflect evil, it creates it. Someone phrased it that way, meaning that merely looking in the mirror, you are doomed. And in some ways, this is what the conclusion we're coming to here. Once you start perceiving a thing, you are doomed to inherit every negative thing that comes with it just by perceiving it. And that's what they were saying.
I
Even
prefer to
looking
see
into the
people.
mirror, certain negative things will occur. If I can draw the analogies, I think they're saying the same thing that you're saying, just in a different way. And of course, they use evil or something. You won't like that shit, but I can put it in my head and just something negative.
Yeah, I get
It
you.
causes negative shit. Yeah.
Yeah. If you if you only look through that realm, that those eyes, that perception,
Right.
and get stuck in the box and have no sight that there's an outside. There
Well, you
still is an
forget that
outside. But you forget. Good word.
Yeah,
Good word.
yeah.
You're in a state of darkness, right?
Yeah.
Hell.
Yeah. Agreed. See, I say this is hell, and people think I'm crazy. They told me this is hell, and people on the other side, it would
That
be that.
experience is hell.
Yeah.
It'll feel tormenting because you're not designed. There's a reason why there's a calling.
Yes.
That calling, that hellish feeling, is by design, so that you will never
I would
actually
agree.
forget permanently that there's something you need to stay connected to.
Someone that I respect, I don't know who it was. I hope you were in the room and heard it. But they said that the reason, and it was just a passing word and a bunch of long shit, a whole different subject. They say, but the reason you got to go through this is so men don't forget. And now we're using that. You know, we brought it down to that again too. It's important that you don't forget, apparently. And the harder you struggle, this could be the eating of the fruit of the tree or something. But the harder you struggle to use this, the more it will constrain you. The harder you struggle to figure this
Yeah,
shit
you
out.
can't. It's like a greased apple. You can't.
Whoa. If you don't look at it that way, as you're going down that road, if you look at it as all opportunities or gifts, then you don't feel that way. You feel
Yeah.
burned when you get burned, but so much more of the time is taken up by nice thoughts, right?
All right, I got to abandon y'all for a minute. I got to put my mom in a wheelchair in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I'll hold the topic.
I don't
in the
feel.
meantime.
I don't feel well.
You okay? You're not okay?
Well, I only had 2 toes, but I feel like
Shit, Cat.
I'm like one step away from I need the hospital.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, have some water.
I am. That's what I've been doing, but even that makes me want to throw up. But you know what really makes me want to throw up? Listening to you guys talk about these topics, and I am just swimming fast to catch up. Like I'm just and at the point where I understood what you were saying before Joe, I went, "Oh fuck, I must be running too fast now." Because I was I was concentrating on what you guys are saying and her, right? But all of this is making me very ill. Like it's really hurting me, you know? Like makes me want to throw up. So it's a lot of brain power.
It is. It's deep.
Yeah. Yeah. This was the wrong juncture, and I know I heard you in my head, so you fucking jinxed me.
Goddamn shoulder pits. Interesting what Joe was saying near the end there about the forgetting part. What did I mention to you? If you remember the other day, that my sort of cliche slogan line has been for the last half year or something.
Now you're gonna really make me throw up.
What?
because that's a lot of thinking I have to try and remember, but I know it's right there. I want to say it's not that two things can be true at one time, right? But it is something like that, right?
No.
No. Okay. I'm on the wrong track.
You're gonna. I don't think you're gonna get it because if what Joe said is pretty much it's in what Joe said.
What?
When he was saying that, never forget to remember.
That's right. I don't know what.
That's why that's so important because if we practice, we two things. We get good at everything we practice, and we amplify what we focus on. So if we practice forgetfulness, we get very good at that. We'll get so good at it, we'll forget to remember.
Yep.
That's hell because of the experience that it brings, right?
Yeah, because you're trying to make it the other way.
Right.
But see, I can't believe we're in hell. I don't need that fucking energy. That's
we're not
bad
in
energy.
hell.
Well, that's the sound.
Hell is an experience, the result of those chosen practices. That's the point here.
Joe had an NDE, right? And he, you know, he went to the other side. Or he feels he did anyway. He felt like he would have, something like that. He had a divine experience anyway, and then I forgot where I was going with that.
We were talking about this being hell.
His mom in a wheelchair, huh?
We were talking about here being hell.
Here being hell, yeah. When he had his NDE, he went to hell. He believes it, that he went to hell. It's his experience, right? So who the fuck am I to say? However, I don't believe in hell. I only believe in hell if somebody manifests it to be true. You know? Like, if they always thought that there was a hell, they could create a hell. You know?
Well, I think what's important is, have you ever experienced having a good time? Have you ever experienced enjoying yourself? Because if that's true and this is hell, then what's wrong with that?
Yes, but having the loss of being having it to be able to enjoy yourself creates like a psychological
A disparity.
Yes. So
and that's why it's important to be responsible with this gift that we have here, divine breath, with consciousness.
You don't find that out until you're fucking 55.
Well, you reap what you sow here. That's how it goes.
Okay. Well, I wasn't blaming you.
It's not about blame. It's about choice. About
I
reaping
know.
what you sow.
They were my choices. And you know what I said at the time? I said that with the smoking, I think it was like it takes 6 years off your life. And I thought, what's 6 years?
Do you think I got away with every cigarette that I had?
Okay, whatever. I'm just saying to you what I thought at the time was that when I was smoking, a long time before I ever met you, when I was smoking and I heard the statistic of it takes 6 years off your life. I don't know what it was. I'm just saying 6. And so I went to myself, that's not too long. And then I said, it's worth it if I'm enjoying myself now. So I have those words hit me every day that I am even starting to feel bad for myself.
I get it. Eating crow is not fun. I know. I've had to do it too.
And I force feed it if I see it needs to be. So
that's a healthy habit for sure. Because you reap what you sow here.
It's tiring.
Sure, but look at the alternative.
To go to Disneyland.
Yeah, and it's it's not an easy choice and an easy path too, but that's it's not about whether it's easy. It's about cause and effect. It's about you reap what you sow.
Yeah, but see, okay, that's still basically the same of what I'm saying, is that people manifest, they could manifest their own hell, you know? So that could happen. And I, ever since Joe told me about his NDE, I wanted to try to convince him that, you know, my perspective is the right perspective, and that we are not in hell. This is like some really cool, figure out how we bond or appreciate bond versus no bond. You know, there's like so many, you know, it's a quantum field to try to
Yeah,
figure
it's
out.
all, you know, these are these particular label words are just expressions of an experience. If somebody says this is hell here, they're right in a certain view, right? There's a lot of things that you can put that is, there's this abuse that goes on. There's this predator prey aspect of things, which is a paradox and absolute hypocrisy to define eternal existence.
Oh, don't convince me. Don't
know.
convince me. Don't convince me. Don't convince me, please.
No, it's just
Joe,
part of
don't
reality. It's no
No,
convincing needed. It's just
I'm
telling
gonna
the
have
truth.
I'm gonna have, seriously, that's gonna give me nightmares. I'm serious. Not
Well,
time. Not time to
well, if
teach me.
that's okay, well, if that's the case, then it's also time to never forget to remember the other side of the equation. We have divine breath.
Well, I've
We
already
have the
forgot.
essence. We have the essence of that existence within us. What would anything be without that?
I've forgotten too much to remember. Put that in the subtitle.
I know, you know, a lot of us are good at forgetting to remember. I'm good at it too. That's why I try so hard. That's one of the things that I could say is, as much as I'm very practiced at that and consciously do that with effort all the time, I'm still extremely forgetful. But you remember that curse thing that I was telling you the other day? I forget what it's called now. It's from the religion, prana something, whatever it is, you know. I don't know how many times I find myself still in that predicament.
And I don't remember.
Practicing never forgetting to remember.
Yeah.
That's great. That's where I left that. Very good.
You're right. There we go. There we go. Back full circle.
And he didn't hear any of the brilliant things I said.
But it's not your ego. That's important here.
I know.
Never forgetting to remember is probably one of, if not the most ultimate, heavy, challenging responsibilities. But it's so important.
I think because I see God and, you know, like he's my teacher and all of that stuff. Not only that, my mom and dad, you know, he's the one who looks after me. I think when I remember, it has an extra layer of glory on it, you know.
God?
Always.
Yeah,
always.
right.
Wait a second. Are we talking about God?
All of a sudden, when we do that, the hell realm is gone. Isn't that amazing?
Yes. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, so did you hear what I said about you and your NDE?
No, I didn't hear any of that. I was gone.
Okay, well, this is the thing. I was telling him that all of this thinking is really making me want to throw up. It's like I'm trying to keep up. And then I got something before you did, and I was like, oh, whoa, you're going too fast. So now I'm fucking lost, and I'm trying to keep up. So
okay, remembering. Thank you. Go ahead.
When you said about your NDE and that you went to hell, and I've ever since you told me that a long time ago now, ever since you told me that, I've been trying to convince you that I'm right, because I want you to live in this world where
They said
as
this
far as
is
I'm
hell too.
concerned, there is.
They said
But I
this is
don't
hell
think of it
too.
as hell. I don't think of it as hell.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I think of it, I'd redefine hell. That's the first thing I would do with this
Now we're
world
getting
because,
somewhere. Do that.
yeah.
What?
Stupid.
Let's do that.
Right.
Okay, but I don't want you living there. I don't think you deserve to live there.
See,
But that's because of you
let's
have a
do
lot
that. Let's
attached to that
redefine
word
it.
hell. Yeah, you have a
Yeah,
lot
because if we
attached to that
redefine
word
it,
hell.
maybe we'll get out of that
All right.
paradox
Here,
or
I'm
that
gonna
box.
slower. I'm gonna slowly and try and pull you out. I'm not gonna do no rapping shit to break you. So I'm gonna stick with the biblical shit in some form. All right. So think of it as also biblical stuff. You're over here to burn away, separate the wheat from the chaff. Has to go to burn off the
I
chaff.
said that earlier. I was talking about that earlier.
Yes. So with the burning off the chaff, that's the part we call hell. The learning we call hard lessons and all of that stuff. It has to burn a few things away. So we call that part. We're right now we're calling that part of this hell. It's
Okay,
I
so
don't know
hell
how
is an
to.
experience. Is that right?
I'd agree, but I'm trying to see get
All
careful.
right. So
That's right, man.
that's how I would define it too. What about you, Kat?
Yes.
All right. So if we're on the same page, then the key is to never forget to remember that it's an experience, because if it's an experience, then heaven is also an experience. And if you never forget to remember, even through those tribulations, which we're always going to forget at times, we have the choice, don't we? And can you imagine what it would be like if we didn't have the choice, if we were truly fucked? That would be the ultimate hell room, wouldn't it be?
I don't think we have a choice.
If you think if you went to play a video game and some guy got so caught up in it, they thought it was hell. How, Joe, could you make me play this Call of Duty? 3 people were killed today. You know,
Right?
but it's and
they forget, right? And in that moment,
Okay.
they're experiencing that.
So what I was saying was that ever since he told me about that, I've been trying to get his mind over to where I live so that he won't be so tortured. And I want him to.
I'm not tortured. I think I do well for hell. In fact, I'm helping save souls, and I think I do. I'm a warrior. This is the right spot for me. Don't change it. This is hell by definition, and it's filled with ignorant people. If everyone could understand concepts, it would be a lot better. But that's just not what it is. It's full of grunts. You know, me say no. You know, why don't get so complex? Yes or no?
The whole pursuit of this is still running on a hamster wheel.
Yes, it's hamster wheel, but apparently it's one I signed up for.
What, Nudy?
With divine breath and divine essence and
Very
divine
good.
consciousness.
Right? You're the super hamster.
Really?
You're super hamster.
Really a super hamster. Yeah, like God hamster.
Yes, God gave you powers to play in this video game on the wheel. Yeah.
Yeah, you're still on a treadmill though.
Yeah, but you're super hamster.
Would you rather not exist?
Yeah, you're super hamster.
You at any moment you can back away and you'll see your little
Yes,
flesh
you can.
bag
You
body running on a hamster wheel.
And remember, I'm going to encourage whatever you want. So think carefully on this, right? But if you want to go the other distance, I can tell you from maybe being a little bit of ahead of running a little bit on that hamster wheel in the direction of more what I found out in discovery, what it was designed for. What I found out is, yes, this is a grind, but at the same token, it's a transformation. It's a cocoon. There's a process. There's a reward if you align with it and you align with that nature.
But
and it's certainly less a rough ride when you align with it, and even a reward.
Agree. And that too, yes.
I can only speak on behalf of the Christian religion because that's the only one I know. But and I only know part of it. And
They got something
so,
like that.
but I would think that this is the same for every religion. Is that they're the ones that use hell, and the three big ones do. And so, if you can, if you can convince people that that's where they go, then
I'm not sure that they talk about hell in the previous form that we were talking about. I think the biblical and perhaps the other ones, except for the more modern shit. I don't want to get weird, but let's just stick with the biblical shit. I don't think they're talking about fire and brimstone, hell with the guy burning you. I'm not sure that's even in there at all. I think
Here's
that
how
came
that.
later.
Yeah. Let me address what Kat was saying for a second there. Well, I want to hear you out first. Actually, you were saying if you can convince people. Finish what you were going to say.
what?
Do you remember? You're saying you're going on to something. You're saying if you can convince people.
Yes,
And
that
then,
this is hell is what you're going.
Yeah, but I'm trying to convince Joe that this isn't hell because I don't want him in that. Because I picture his hell being like
I
a
don't
really
see
really
hell what
hard
you say
hurt.
is hell. It's not so crazy. Hell to me is just school. It's not so horrible.
Not so horrible.
It's
yeah.
school.
See,
You got
he's
your bullies, you know, that shit, but it's just school. It's learning and it's not horrible going through this shit, niggas, you know, it's not horrible.
he's not saying hell in the context of Satan and it's like internal
Yeah, fire
damnation.
burning.
He's
Yeah,
saying it's hell. It's a grind. It's you gotta
yeah,
be like a resilient and
yeah,
persevere, right, and this
yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah, and it's
Mm.
all to learn. And like someone said, it's the whole lesson that you're learning is to not forget. Uh, and I've always said it, and I always said this, and Kat, you should remember this. I'm sure I've said to you that we were already on the other side. We're whole, we're complete, and we came down here. And picture us all sitting on a rim. We're looking down at this world. We see all these not healed, sick people, wounded fucks, and we think we can help them. And we're being told that listen, the perception world is, you might get involved, you can be in there, but you can't be out, but you can't do that shit. It's a penalty. I'm the warrior, pop. I can do it, blah blah. We all talk cash money shit to get here.
This is
And
so finish out.
and yeah, yes, and we get here, and we suddenly want to play the stock market and get a credit card, and we forget. That's yeah.
No, from my view, that's a fun speculative fairy tale.
Yeah.
Just ask a little kid.
It translates in the other language as well as the here all the time language. It translates into that too.
I would
That
say
was for
that,
Cat.
yeah, no, in my view, because now we're going into, which is what you're trying to encourage, the speculation territory. I
Yeah.
would say, in my opinion, based on what I experienced and probabilities,
Okay, we get it. We get it. Okay.
the likelihood of that being the case are almost nil.
Very good. Well, on that, I would like
Nothing
to
is impossible, but almost nil.
Wait. Okay, let's see if because she's got 2 more minutes of presentation left, I believe, and if she can't talk you into it, because I think the probability is a
Okay.
lot greater than you think.
Is that what
then-
she's gonna get at then?
Yes, that's what she's getting at. That this perception shit just blocks you, clouds your mind. It should be proof of the big thing on the other side. That's her argument.
Interesting. Well, I definitely am in line with the blocking part, but if that's what she's going to try and portray, that's the other side. I'm going to hold my ground on the speculative thing. But let's see.
All right, let's see if she can convince
That's
it.
a way to understand information that's really highly compressed and ends up having a lot of great applications, for example, to matter physics. So through this method of inquiry, I was able to discover a maximally symmetric version of the periodic table, which is derived in the diagram on left there.
This is very
So there are
difficult to understand.
applications, but obviously there are concerns that it's difficult to understand for beginners. But I would
We
say
might want
that
to pause
that's just
because this is going to wreck everything. That's it for her unless you want to fast forward. She's going to go into, and it's good. I like it, but it's if you're not familiar with quantum
gonna make
spin
it go.
theory, you won't be able to keep up with this shit.
It's gonna
And
make
they're
me
going to
so.
get into photons, and she's trying to explain it scientifically now, and it's some heavy level shit.
I want to hear it.
Do you? You should. I'll try and break down what I know of it.
Not right now. Not right now. I have to do it when I'm straight.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. She breaking it down to the quantum level where you're talking about quarks and muons and shit like that. She is talking about it ain't the muons themselves, the matter. It is the field, which is another theory I hold. It is the field itself that has more permanence. And they try to catch her up on the shit. Guru was saying, well, you are saying that the fields themselves are permanent. It was a great conversation. But if you won't enjoy that if you're not familiar with the periodic table and all that weird shit.
All that weird shit.
It is. It was so hard to just hang in there and hear it. It was worth it to me because I'm a knucklehead and because I have a basic understanding of quarter spin, full spin, and all of that bullshit. So that
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm already seeing one thing that I'm wondering how it would be addressed. Not sure how if it would have even been asked, but if she's trying to explain it scientifically, and the end game is to portray scientifically how the other side is this thing, then that wouldn't be another side because scientifically applies to this realm. If there's a true other side, we don't have the ability to see through
she makes it clear.
Perceptions.
Yes. Her conclusion of the other side would be these building blocks that we use for these theories and stuff are just building blocks of a massive structure. So she's trying to explain to them how their scientific understanding of things on a smaller level would work on the metaphysical level. It's difficult because you got to get into
so she wouldn't really call it another side or a separate.
No, it is you're in the box and these are the rules of the box still. However, this part of the box gives you insight, extra insight to the outside. And if you're an egghead, I can explain it to you. If you're a philosopher, I can explain it to you philosophically. So she's trying different routes. Yeah.
I see.
And I think she was onto something too. She's symmetry and shit. And then I introduced her making it a spheroid, and we all agreed that a sphere would work. It was, I don't know, but it was cool. But also, it would take us off of the thing.
It's not round or flat, just for the record. But anyways.
That kicked us off last time, round or flat, because this image that you're seeing right here, she said symmetry, because it must be symmetrical is what worked, blah, blah, blah. It's the best symmetrical way. And the other guy proposed round being the best possible way to achieve symmetry. And then I proposed spheroid as being the best possible way. Plus, you have more room for more so-and-sos. And we went off onto an egghead tangent. But I think she's onto something. You can obviously divide that down the middle and it'll be symmetric. That's all she needed for her argument. All right. See, this is going to distract us. It will certainly distract me. Find her talking again. Go, just find her talking.
I can't. I got to take a break. Seriously.
Okay,
I really am going to throw up. Okay.
When she's talking philosophy, I figured this would once she got to this part, it would just crush every bit of development. But the philosophical argument, if I could catch that in the raw, that shit's great. It's exactly how we talk up here. It's exactly the way we were talking when I interrupted us to watch this chick. But I know that she also went into the scientific aspect, and she got two people who are unwilling to hear shit because they believe that this is all there is. So she's got
And
to
there it
argue
is.
with them in between presenting her
Right.
argument. When I got there, the argument was over at the gauntlet, and she was able to just present her shit directly, which benefited me greatly, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
them
right.
believers, eh? And them walls.
Yeah, yes. And the more smart you are, the more dogged you become. So it was great because these guys, they understand quantum spin. You know, they were eggheads. And so that made it even more heads butting because they're deep and smart in their belief. They've tricked themselves many ways. They're deep into it than the person with a lower IQ couldn't even create that many fucking walls to jump over and shit.
Right. And now, and here's the thing. Kat mentioned this earlier. Many people would respond to a mind like that by trying to disencourage or trying to pull them out. Most of the time, I would do the opposite for two reasons. Number one,
Good.
they're going to choose what they're going to choose anyways.
Agreed.
And if I encourage them to go in that direction, that's going to be a more fruitful outcome one way or another. Either they go to full self-destruction, which is actually better for the whole, or they've obviously decided to go down the path where they need to have a bottom or an implosion or whatever, right? The sooner they get there, the faster they have a chance to recover.
The only problem I got is, and everything you said is right, except for I would help them because now.
Encourage them.
Yes, because now
they do it all themselves.
I'm glad you said bottom because the analogy I had in my head was someone doing drugs and them telling me and stealing. Like I had one in my head. Joe, I want to rob this drug dealer, man. I know he's got money and a stash in there. Would I encourage that? God, no. I understand that this may be the lesson he needs to learn, but I would in some cases I don't think I would encourage, and I do see the logic of them getting there, getting it over with, and getting on a road to recovery. But encouraging it fucking feels like I'm involving myself in chances and him in shit that I probably should stay out of.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a deeper, it wasn't, it's not even a long time I've had this view. It's kind of a long time coming for me to get to
You're right.
a stage of seeing the wisdom behind that and then practicing it too. My mother.
I understand it. That's why I love Trump as president shit. It's not because I love what he does, but everybody's getting their lessons.
Yeah.
It's quicker than the Democratic slow death, so,
right.
I'm enthusiastic about this shit.
Hold on. I like to say something. I also give thanks for Trump and Netanyahu because every time something bad happens, I always give thanks because if it weren't for them, the world couldn't see what's going on right now. They have made it so
That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am so thankful that this has happened because now people are chanting for Palestine. People who never even cared before. And they found out what a fucking lie was going on and they want to help. And never before in my whole fucking 6 years have I ever experienced anything like this. It's like you weren't human and now you're human again. Like other people see what.
You sound about strictly from the Palestinian angle.
Yeah.
It's it'd be like me with some BLM shit. I'd never seen that before where at the protests, not the ones they were burning shit up, the regular protests, they were like laying flowers at the march to the police station, lay flowers at the police feet. Individual police, they had the police station surrounded, everybody laid flowers at the individual feet, or looking at all the races that were out there in support of this. Because I don't know, for whatever reason, you don't even think other races like you if you're black. But they were out there, man, and there was, all races, Mexican, Hispanic, Chinese, white folks, all races, man. I took a picture, this was a bad one, of them jumping on a police car or something. But I remember showing people like, look, all races. They're like, Joe, that's not okay. But I'm saying, look, that's a Mexican dude, that's a white dude, that's a black dude. All
Yeah.
races getting together.
See, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
But
Would
oh, well,
you?
what I wanted to say was, when you say that, well, motherfucker's going to jump off the bridge anyway. So, what if you were put in their, and this is what I've always thought. What if they were put in your view because you were supposed to do something?
With cat.
I don't
Huh?
see any. The only supposed to I see is breathe.
No, but you sort of made a contract or something that you're like, you made it like that was going to be a major intervention part of somebody's life, two people's life,
I,
the person being intervened on and the person doing the intervening.
I don't
So
see any evidence of that.
He was just saying there'd be a that will hasten the knowledge that they need to acquire. When they hit that rock bottom spot, they will quickly or
Yeah.
quicker find their awakening.
I think
Well-
if there was a supposed to, you would definitely intuitively know, and you would probably
Yeah.
choose something in line with that intuitively, or you would give that a consideration at least.
That's what you would do. You would not ask him to jump the bridge. You would use your intuition and
Yeah.
the other assets he's giving you and decide
Yeah.
what's heavier in that moment.
Right. Notice when I say, I would encourage. There's no blanket slate, right? That's before I would do that, right? There's a lot of holistic and whether I would do that or not, whatever I choose, there's a lot of in a very
routes
short
that
period
would-
of time things going into making a decision there.
Yes. When I bump into a person and quickly now, because I do it so much, I can determine how much energy, and I know you're the same way, that I'm going to put into this person. And that analysis happens very quickly. For instance, this guy doesn't have critical thinking skills. He's an egotistical. Do I want to put in the work on a fucking, 30-minute panel to do that shit? And it's
Right.
kind of what you're saying. Before I encourage him, and I may encourage him to go ahead and say the racist shit. Sometimes I do encourage him to blow up in front of everybody. Yeah, I do.
Right. And that kind of comes back to the topic.
I don't do that.
You don't do that? You don't do what? You don't encourage? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not trying to bust
Encourage them
anybody.
to, rush to their.
Yeah, like, what if I was there, I was supposed to cross their path to say, hey, don't do that.
You got to use your discernment. You may have been there to encourage them to run into that wall, get hit by that bully, and it changed their life.
Maybe you were there to put him out of his misery, and you saved a whole pack of people who are healthy for the human species.
Holy hell!
Fuck off,
Dude,
Nudy.
was deep on us, right? Hey.
That's what you get to do if you want to go into speculative. Right. If you go into speculative, maybe land or possibility, and the sky's the limit, right?
Let's take the pistol out of it and bring it back into YouTube land or something, or just the real world, what we call a real world. But yes, this guy is a bad guy in the neighborhood. We'll make him some violent gang motherfucker. And you're there because you just happen to know that he stashed a gun in the sewer behind your crib. He was the only one who saw it. Maybe you're there so that you can put an end to his tyranny.
Well, that's why I wish you were here for some of the earlier discussions, because we were getting really into the nitty gritty about the discernment, about who's the authority on who qualifies and these types of things, and how Charles Manson was brought into the picture. That's why the title there. And I never actually stated my view on it, so I'll do it now. I agree that we are by default, and there is no divine judgment, only cause and effect. So in that sense, we are like gods. And if we understand that, we can either choose as a power a gift. And if we can either choose to be responsible with it or irresponsible with it,
Right.
and we will reap what we sow either way.
Agree.
So if we go in pretend world, and pretend that what I do to you, I'm not doing to myself, I will get that back. And if I don't do that and I take responsibility for the reality that, of course, that's the case, I will get that back.
Get that back. Yes. I'm going through that shit. I know I'm realizing now that I drive thing to YouTube, man. But I think that's what I go through a lot on these panels. When people, and Cat would go through it too. When people like to attack, call your names, put you down, threaten you, or whatever the fuck it is.
You're doing it to
Uh,
yourself.
Yes. Do you choose to? What do you choose your response to be? Do you?
I can tell you what it is
Yeah,
now. I was at Vegas Bally's, and I was going on his panel pretty regularly,
recently?
and for the last
Okay.
I've been noticed and talked to, and I've been on the panel bits and pieces at the beginning, and then somewhere around lately, I became more regular. But Joe likes to my purpose on his show, because that's the way he looks at everybody. My purpose on his show is to be the one he argues politics with. And
Yeah.
Forgive me, Joe, but he is such a fucking dumbass. Like he's
Yeah.
just so
We
fucking
argued that political shit too back before he just became all drama. That was
yeah.
his foil as
That
well
was
on the
your
political
well,
spectrum.
I've been your
Replace me.
substitute
Yeah.
then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I wouldn't recommend anyone do that. Perhaps you're more of an adult now and you move around better. This is shit show number 2. You understand? This is AC's
Oh, I
biggest
know.
enemy for all blah blah blah. And you could easily
Yeah.
walk into the same things if you didn't learn lessons from the last time. So
Oh no, I've been on his show way too much. Like Andrew came up there and tried to gatekeep, and
yeah.
oh well, she's a this and she's a that, and do you know what she knows so and so, and oh my gosh, so
I don't have that issue. I went in there a couple days ago and it's the exact opposite. Hey Joe, hop on panel. And everybody in chat, everybody who hates
well, that's
him,
what
Joe,
Andrew did.
they came out like, yeah, good to see you. It wasn't no gatekeeping shit. It was,
No,
just
hold on
happy.
a second. Andrew, you said Andrew.
I would throw
I heard
Andrew in the group with everybody else who I didn't see Andrew. I don't think I said him.
okay.
But yeah, everybody
Andrew,
who in that group who normally is trolling Vegas, and they're always lurking in chat and trolling them in chat. At Vegas, I hop up there and I didn't hop, I just said hi. He put my comment up there and we rapped for a little bit. He was like, yeah, Joe, that's the man. He's the first person I called. He said I called him when he got out of jail and all of that. Actually, he called me, of course. I didn't know if he was out. And instead of chat, everybody trying to gatekeep me like Andrew did you, probably where I threw his name in. Everybody was just like, hey, good to see you, man. Been a while, miss you. Even his people and his enemies who in the chat trolling him, all of them was respectful, said hi.
yeah,
No
it's
gatekeeping.
not respectful. It's just they know how to move in Joe's presence to get through the crowd.
Yeah, I'm dead not gonna gatekeeping wouldn't work with me. It's gonna get them yelled at, and then yes, but they'll try it with you. It's detrimental, right? Because I see it like I'll go into a guy's room, let's say speakeasy, and I'll be like, I'll go, I'm on he's Flow's enemy, I'll go on whoever the fuck panel I want to. And when I'm there, I'll be like, I'll go where I want. Yeah, Joe, I would never tell no one not to go where they want. But then when I leave, I see them all saying, you were over there with so and so to other people.
Yeah,
the same thing they would not do to me, they'll do to other people.
Yeah, I know, and it's both sides do it. But
yeah,
what was I trying to say before?
I have no
Oh
idea.
yeah, I was on his panel. It wasn't. So it was Andrew who came up and gate kept. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't Joe.
I heard
Joe.
you say Drew. No, I heard you say Drew came up, did the gatekeeper thing.
Yeah.
Or tried to anyway. Yeah.
So, but Joe He doesn't think like that. Also,
You don't think Joe gatekeeps?
I like bits. No, no,
He
that's
got
not
rid of half
something.
his mods back in the day for hanging out in the wrong place. I saw you in so and so chat. He got
Oh no, he does
back
that.
then.
No,
Yeah,
no, he does that. That's not
gatekeeping.
gatekeeping. No, no. Gatekeeping is when you do this to a person.
The people in chat aren't people.
No, like it's a
The
specific
mods
person.
aren't people.
A specific person.
Yeah, the mods are people who he tell you can't go in another person's room. Gatekeeping.
Well, I guess there's a. Yeah, I guess it's just the opposite side of the gate. I guess then, because what I'm talking about,
Definitely two sides to a gate.
There's
yeah,
gotta be two sides. Yeah.
and I was on the other side, so
Right.
I thought it was the
That makes
opposite.
more sense. Yes, that
Yeah,
makes more sense. That's understandable and logical.
good because
Yeah.
I forgot what I said.
You were saying how he were up there gatekeeping you from Joe, but Joe's not that way. He accepted me. He was cool with it.
Yeah,
He was going
but
with the crowd.
also because I fit a certain act in his circus, right? So
I'm not
he's all
sure
about
why.
he's all about the money.
Where you think you fit, he may have another fit for you. You could just be
No, no,
just because they hate you, I love you. It could be that.
oh
Right.
no,
It
no,
don't have
I
to
don't.
be he
No,
appreciates your political point of view.
no, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know that he actually does because he's a dumbass. So
Hmm.
I can't really get. So I don't like having those conversations, but he brings them up. And then I'm over at Brett's the other day, and Brett says to me, because I dared to fucking say something in chat, he said to me, "You're." It's something like he doesn't like Joe's show when I go up there, and I'm always talking about the politics, and I'm like, yeah, but Joe brings it up, but he didn't answer that.
I prefer that part anyway. I like the foil shit because everybody in Joe room's so scared of him and so go along to get along. And
Oh,
he's so dangerous. When I used to go up against him and be like, that's just dumb. Everybody holds their breath. I like that shit. I love them arguments with you.
oh well, I don't have those kind of arguments. I just put him in his place. I'll show him his hypocrisy.
Same result. Same shit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he doesn't like it, but I don't care because I'm not
Wow,
such.
go figure.
Yeah. Wait. Are you encouraging him to jump the bridge? You putting yourself before
No,
him?
no, I'd hold my
Okay,
hands
just
out
curious.
and keep him up on the bridge.
All right.
But,
All right.
but when it comes to talking about Israelis, he's a dumbass.
Yeah, so you'd hold your arms out until that comes up, and then you kick him in the
Then you
nuts,
push him. Yeah.
push him off. Yeah, see how it
No,
works? We're
no,
like gods here. We get to decide these things. Yeah?
All right, you said it.
I wouldn't kick him hard enough that he'd fall off the bridge. Like just kick.
Grease's wheelchair wheel.
I bet you if he pressed hard enough, you would.
Yes, if your mind goes in that direction, it's given the right, because now you're being controlled. So yeah, if you found the right button, yeah, you do it.
No.
You leave the argument.
Denial, the epitome
line.
of cognitive dissonance.
No, hold on a second. I'm playing this game too. There's a certain line I'll go to, and then I'm not going to go that far. Like this was something I was sure about like 4 years ago when they were bullying me, and I was my life was falling apart here in real life. And it's like
That makes me feel better that you're saying you learned the lesson 4 years ago. If that's what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
I like to see people apply the lessons to life. It's a great thing.
Yeah. I forgot what I was saying.
Same shit with, I had to go through that. You have to learn. I think everybody, I shouldn't say it like I'm exclusive. You have to learn how to move around on these internet streets. It's a thing everybody's going to have to go through.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what? I applied the pinball theory. because I just didn't care what the outcome was.
Yes. Yeah, okay, it's okay to lose a ball. I do that all the time.
Yeah.
And you take
So
some L's. God knows who took me through that. Kate now. I was losing balls, but I had to play the game and I learned take chances up there with Kate and them, and it was a balance them. My shit was brutal. But that's how I learned to put the ball on the edge and where to throw it and all of that.
Have
yeah,
you
well,
ever
guess
played
what?
Arkanoid?
Yes.
That's how I play.
Arkanoid is can't believe there's a game. I don't know what it is.
Atari.
It's like a bricks in
Well,
like a pyramid, and then
Yeah.
you have to shoot a ball and hit the different color bricks.
Right.
Arkanoid.
There's several other games.
I've never
that,
played it, but I see it. But I've never played it. I see it
It's
here.
like an angle. You angle the, like pool. You angle the
Consider
ball.
that stick to be a mirror.
Okay.
I forgot where.
And if from what I'm looking at here, that stick is bouncing something up to break the balls up top.
The stick is a maneuverable left and right, and the ball comes down, and you got to hit the ball with the stick, and then it goes back up. You got to keep it from actually getting past you.
I mean, when it goes up, it's a bunch of squares.
Yeah,
up
there's a
there
bunch
to
of
break
squares,
those.
right?
Yeah.
So those squares are like your opponents.
Rectangles, not squares.
These are people's egos. Okay, so that's a mirror, and they're throwing an eagle ball at you. I'll just hold the mirror up; it goes right back.
Right. That's the first thing I do, and the best way to do that is to be quiet. That's the best way. And I know
That's
it
a
sounds.
good tactic.
Yeah, it sounds like you're not, but you're really.
You're thinking like a predator now.
Here's a great one. You're right.
You're describing a predator thinking.
Okay.
Don't you think?
You're right.
That it.
Thank
all
you.
I heard was predator. I didn't hear the word before.
See how that works?
All I heard was you're right.
Her ego gets the win, and I don't give a shit.
I wish I
that
could
little ball thing, right?
But yes, you.
Now the reap what you sow part, the cause and effect, doesn't change. So what's the outcome here? Now that's going to take some objective viewing.
And it's going to take some skill because you want to design that as well. When you're making moves for that guy, to rescue him or to push him off the cliff, you are aware that I'm gonna call it a karmatic shit hits you too. You want to think ahead and design your karmatic response.
Absolutely.
Meaning,
And
yes.
You know where you're coming from, right? Is your intention with that? Is that coming from a place of ego? Got to be careful here, right? All right. Are we looking for vindication? Got to be careful here.
Look, the ego has a good there's a good part of our life that is protected by the ego, and that is when you hold on to see danger. If you're looking for danger, if you're living in la la land the whole time, you don't see the danger. You need your ego.
Wait. Maybe your ego would help when you encounter danger. How does it help looking for danger?
Just being ready for it when it comes.
Yes, that your ego would help. Yeah.
Not looking for it.
How is that? How would it help you?
Just on the sense that you can use ego to help you defend long enough to get kids out the back door or something. Ego can help you.
And even
when it's time, the Shakespeare said that when the time comes the time of war, lend thine eye a wicked perspective. Not that Shakespeare knows everything.
Where the ego would be the method of defense.
I mean, it shouldn't be, but you can see how a monkey like me or a cat, there's an intruder. Since we haven't learned the real shit yet, ego is a good tool to use to defend yourself. She's right.
No,
at least at our level.
Hold on.
Give me an example. I could give you an example. All right.
Oh, fuck.
Good. Cop comes up. Let me give him his example then. Cop comes up and and I'm in the car with my friends, or I'm walking down the street with my friends, and he pulls that bully shit. He scares my female friend and her friends, and I use my ego because I'm afraid. I don't want to be bullied, so I use my ego. Man, you get the fuck on with that shit. You ain't got no fucking raw here, nigga. I run this shit. This is my neighborhood. You know the shit that come out of my mouth sometime. And I use my ego to diffuse the situation and get him to leave.
That would diffuse the situation.
Yeah, he's left. It's also fucks. I get the karmatic shit where I use ego in the wrong way. The women think you're a hero. That was so great. I've taught them a lesson that you should yell at people. So there's bad shit associated, but it got me out of danger. No one got beat up and thrown in jail.
I have to see that.
You should have seen it a bunch of times with my shit, man. I'm always everything that I did in the beginning was ego. When you hear me saying, well, you don't hear anything like you. No one watches my shit like that. But when I'm walking up in the very beginning, I'm saying, "You niggas ain't gods." I am charging myself up, trying to use my ego and my toughness to find the courage to walk up and talk to these dudes.
Yes,
All of that was ego.
Are you sure, or is it just honing courage to face the reality of the brutality?
Wait a second.
Well, honing.
Aren't you far with this? I was just talking about the fact that you need to know that there is a danger to look for. That if there is a chance that there could be a danger, your ego is looking for that negative part of things.
And then you said ego is looking for it, but it'll prepare you. Blah blah blah. I think maybe you had moved on. I was about to say.
You don't need your ego for that. You got your entire anatomy is built with a reflex and instinct for survival.
Ego does not seem like it'd come into play there, right?
No, ego is about detecting danger.
I don't see how.
No, it's not.
I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, I'm giving myself all the weaponry and laser beams, and I throw ego in there, and I don't see how it helps me protect anything that I couldn't have did without the ego.
Ego is what's holding all those laser streams and all that stuff. Ego is holding all of those, wielding all of those.
It's not insecurity.
Are you talking physically? From a physical attack, or are you talking from socially?
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about.
I was pitching the guy defending his ranch home.
What did you say?
I was at a guy. He's got a gate up. He's got the shotgun, and his ego is a threat outside of his gate. That is he aware of it? Is he looking for it? Does his ego help him keep the invaders from coming up to his property? I was using that as an analogy.
That's too aggressive. That's too aggressive. No, this is more of a nuance. It's like you feel that there's danger, or you know that there could be danger, so you're looking to see what's coming at you.
Not yet, it's not.
That's not ego. That's reflex. That's instinct. That's intuition. You're built that way, designed to respond.
No ego yet.
For survival. No ego at
all. You had to go over to like black people do. Oh, I wish a motherfucker would come onto my property. Now I'm using ego and part of my defense. Yeah,
ego would be, I got this. No sweat.
Oh yeah, hold my beer. That's ego, right?
Right.
You're thinking like a man, not just a regular human being.
You can't do that. You're violating my rights. That's it. While you get your head blown off, right?
Yes. Just relax. Just relax. You gotta make it worse. I just feel like you're right. That's the abuser in your ear. Just stay still. Don't make it worse. That's all I hear when they say that, bro.
That conditioning, right? I'm telling you, Joe, the amount of fucking uncluttering I had to do. If you would see the amount of hours I spent literally on YouTube, just for the next 4 hours, we're just going to reprogram the knee-jerk reaction when you see cherries and berries. We're gonna quash that little gut thing
Four,
that happens.
4
It throws
hours
you off.
would do it for me, man. I see it on someone else on TV, and I
It
get
didn't do
that
it for me, but that's an
uh,
example. It took a
4
long time.
hours. It would take years of therapy, yo.
It did. It did take years.
Yeah. That's what I like.
4-hour sessions over a period of
There you go.
years.
Yes, and I
That's
would
not
like to get
what
there
we're
because
talking.
it is irritating. It's like a
It's
Pavlovian
what
response. It's nothing to
it's
do with me.
yeah. It's what you got to do if you want to go to the types of stages that I'm talking about, with being able to with
To-
being
Oh,
able
sorry,
to
sorry.
to respond excuse me, to respond with in a second nature fashion under
Right.
pressure when you're not
Right.
expecting it. And also to the other degrees that I talked to with other people, where you'll just quash it in its tracks and you don't think about it. It's kind of like
Here's why it's going to be harder with me, because again, I use my ego as part of my job. I am looking for these blue lights. Nothing out of nothing, holy or pure. I want to crush these niggas. You right? So that's I
that'd be
tell
evil.
myself that every day, every night. Oh, I'm finding these niggas. Oh, so I'm so attuned to that shit now. And I've made it part of the gig, so it'll be really hard of me. I'd have to replace it with something. I'd really love to talk to this gentleman. No. Oh, I'm gonna get this number. That's I'd rather think it helps work, not me do the job better.
Well,
Yeah.
then
So
you're going to war.
then the question is, what's the objective?
Right. It's supposed to be
It's
to
a war.
communicate, because I've thought of it. Right. It's supposed to be to build bridges and communicate. Still works, because I got to
Build
find
bridges,
him, and it helps
communicate.
me find him. Yeah.
All right.
Wait,
All right.
wait,
All
wait.
right. So
Was that the
go ahead.
original thing? Or was that just the great byproduct you saw from it?
That would have been the byproduct. Originally, I don't know. I wouldn't even know why I was doing, nor what I was doing. It would have been reflexive. I just knew they were doing something wrong. I hate bullies. Originally, it was not thought out.
You hate bullies.
But
Okay,
now
so
I
you
think
want to.
about it all the time. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And so now that you got more of an objective there, what is the objective beyond that, as far as
It's to overthrow. I shouldn't say that. That's bad phraseology. I let other people put me into it. It's to change the system, which is the bottom line, is to make people's lives easier. But I got to get the government off their ass to do that shit. And in order to change the government, I got to get a bunch of people on my side. In order to get a bunch of people on my side, I got to get the majority. In order to get the majority, I can't cancel out all cops, white people, or any group. I got to reach among every group. Cops is a group. I got to reach among them to achieve my goal.
To Jack Talcott's you go, sir.
Right. Socialist, but that's the goal. Yes, it's to stop them from hurting people, and that's the route that I think I gotta go. Not
And in
that
reality,
I have to.
what
I
is your
shouldn't say that.
findings?
That would be bad.
Right. And in reality, what is your findings when it comes to this pursuit?
I think it is exceedingly helpful. It's not an answer. It's not an ultimate answer. I'm very well aware of that. But it is exceedingly healthy, because it's right down a philosophy of freedom. I can see the death traps around it too. I could become some guy who wants to learn all their laws and follow their rules. That's a real danger people have. But for me, it is. I see the irony in how they hurt people. It's eye-opening just getting involved in this profession.
So in reality, there's definitely some positive, constructive outcomes, and I would agree, and it has merit. But as far as the bigger picture goes, in reality, how does that
remember the big picture was to stop them hurting people, and the reality has proven greatly more than I
The
could
bigger
have
picture
expected.
was the other thing that she said, that long-winded thing where I said, to Jack Talcott's you go.
Well, that was
That's
all to get them to stop hurting people. But I said I had to go through that. I gave the route. I got to communicate with them, went over hearts and minds, bridge the gap. I said all that shit you got to do in order to get them to stop hurting people.
On more of a holistic level, right? And bigger scale, yeah.
Yes,
just
that's why I was going to go into the results. I was going to go into the results on a small scale, but the bigger scale results are holistic. It is
right?
yes, it's the understanding that people now know that they even have a right. We didn't know. You thought everybody thought a cop can go in their pocket and search their car at will. Now people are freeing them, and it's that's just
Yes.
spreading in ways I never could have imagined.
Yes. Oh, yes. See, this is another thing. This is just as equal as me seeing all the people chanting for the Palestinians.
Yes.
It's like it's the same thing. So
By the
I
way, I get the same
totally
feeling. I'm not Palestinian. So they're the exact same, but yes, I get such a good feeling that I feel bad when the Iranians, the Palestinians don't have enough victories, but I do love them, cheering for them. But every time the Iranians strike
Palestinians
back
don't
and
have
shit,
enough
it's the
what?
same thing. They don't have enough victories
All right, let
for
me
me to
ask
get
you.
hype about.
Let me ask you a question. If the cops in general were far less abusive and aggressive,
Yeah.
is that a true solution?
Wait a sec.
No,
It's
that's
a trap. It's a trap.
no, I love traps. And what you
Oh,
praise
there's
it.
traps.
Say,
Oh,
could you
there's
remember what
traps.
abusive and some? Do you remember what you said? Abusive and something.
What did I
Wasn't
say? Less
if they were
less
cops weren't abusive and something?
abusive and
Just
now I
restate the
forget.
question. Yeah, just give you can
No,
give me the
no. If
question.
they what it was
Would that
if
be? Go ahead.
if the cops were not if they were persuaded not to be such brutes, then
Mm-hmm.
would that solve the problem?
Yeah,
And
would that be
Okay.
well, would that be yeah, would that be a true solution, an actual solution?
yeah, go ahead.
Uh,
Redefine what I
this
just said. I
no,
got
no,
it.
no.
It's
We're on the same page. We're on the same
two
page.
thumbs up, Catherine.
Uh,
Because it would
that would
solve a problem, but a
wouldn't be
solution.
an ultimate solution. No, it would not be the
No,
ultimate. But in order to get to Minnesota, I had to make a left on Highway 85. That would be making the left en route
right.
to my so and so.
Could
That
it
would open up doors
possibly?
of communication that are unable to occur now.
Gotcha. Could there be a double-edged sword there? Could it possibly backfire? Could it
There will
actually?
be a double-edged sword,
All
100%.
right.
But continue.
What I was actually going to give it away, and I shouldn't do that.
All right.
Your response is great. You even said there will be. What do you see is the double-edged sword?
Yes, you will pay a price while trying to learn to communicate with these people, because in order to get there where we can and we speak the language and got them to stop being abusive, the
Sure.
price that me and everybody else would have paid in them changing the Constitution, changing laws, that to fight
No,
me really, but affect other people, all of those things will occur also, and that's
wait,
even
wait.
before you get to communicate.
Teach.
And
That's
and
different.
then when you get to communication, there's always the "did I lead my people into a burning house" thing. That's the next.
Ah, there we go. This is okay. Good you put that, because my next question is going to be: is there a double-edged sword as far as the true solution part goes?
That would be, I couldn't answer that because I don't really have a solution. Yeah, like I said, I know this cop watching at it, and I don't know what it is. It just get the feeling it's in the right direction,
Very
freeing
good.
minds. I'm still trying to figure this shit out.
Very
But I
good.
do want them and other people to stop hurting people and stop admiring people who hurt people and admiring
Very
violent
good.
acts and all that shit.
Yes. Yes,
Very
that's
good.
the same as here. That's the same as here. They call people good people here. They call each other certain people good people, but those people engage in all the same fuck shit they do. They're just probably nicer about it, or
Yes.
they're giving money. So
Yeah.
Oh,
And they do it without going through the steps of critical thinking. We got to remember that too. These are
right.
things they think, but they ain't really thinking on it. It's just programming or something. They ain't really thinking none of this shit.
but
Right.
then somebody like me who doesn't play those fuck games, I don't go after people. I try to only say things that are like when I comment on people's videos. If I don't like them, I don't go in and say why I
Listen,
don't like it.
you're
I just leave
missing.
it.
You're missing
But
something. You're
I do
expecting
put
people
good
to act
stuff.
like You're expecting people to act like you expect. That's a mistake, Guru.
No,
Taught
no,
me
no,
that
no,
shit a
no,
long
no, no,
time
no,
ago.
no, no,
All
no,
you
no,
have to go ahead. Go
no.
ahead.
I want them to recognize it in me. That I've been here for almost 4.5 years. I've been nothing but authentic.
Right.
In
That's for one of
some
the
ways,
one
in
of the
some ways,
things that we
sorry.
talked about that we differ, Joe, is that right there. That's one of the things that we identified earlier today.
I may need more. No way I keep my train of thought though after this.
Yeah.
I gotta give it up. I was trying to hang on to the thought. Yes. If you see these people, I wouldn't even be thinking about that. Okay, that'd be secondary, tertiary. If that even that much. But what you need to realize is that that evil spirit in them, and I'm going to use these terms, is intelligent, and its goal is to draw like energy out of you. This is where you used to fail. I haven't seen you engage these people, but that's their goal. So while you're trying to accomplish your side, I'm wondering if you remember that they have a goal, which is to pull a certain energy out of you because you fall for it so often.
While you ask that question, Joe, which I don't want to derail her from having to answer, so hope that doesn't happen. I'm going to ask that same question for you when you go talk to the cops.
What was the question?
Same thing you just. Do you see the same aspect here? What you're saying here,
what did I say to her? I totally forgot.
Those people that she's engaging with, right? That she's trying to have that objective with, they have a goal.
Yeah. Right. Oh,
same with the cops. Right?
Yes. Very good question. Yes. Okay. Very good question. Now I understand it. Let me answer it, please. Please, let me answer it, please. Because I think it's important. I fall for it all the time. So I'd be in that category. Her, I fall for it all the time. So and then that's just me. All the best ones at this, we remind each other. Always remember, somebody was saying, wait, they're going in there to teach the cops. It was Liberty Freak and High Desert. I was like, because he had to give a seminar in front of the cops. I'm like, the original nigga who was doing this High Desert, he used to kind of call for advice. And he gave all the greatest advice ever. And he's like, hey, remember, you're going into the belly of the beast among a bunch of evil motherfuckers, and so, and I encourage it. You will forget because they're so charming. But yes, I actively must remember that their intent is to hurt me. Normally on the street, I'm good. I know when if you walk up and say, hey, how you doing? It means I want to take you to jail. I'm very aware of it on the street, but there are cases where they get me. Like, for instance, like a cop I've been knowing for a while, and I let my guard down. And, he asked me a favor. Hey, could you just stand over there for a second? I'll take a step and be like, God damn it, you know what? I don't want to fall out with you. No, Joe, I'm just asking. But I forgot that they were trying to draw something out of me. In that case, it's just a show of dominance, which is some weird game they play. I hope.
Yeah, not only that, you're going in with the presumption that I got the edge. They're not expecting this to be off the script, and you'll be right because they are running on a script, right?
Right.
But they play that script all day long, every day, and they're fucking good at it. Right.
We agree. This is why the anger and ego comes in. There's a third aspect to this, man, that I play on a different level. This is why I only went to jail one time, as long as I've been doing this, and I'm the worst cursing in cops niggas face, It's reading that energy, that ego. I know when to up it and when to back it down. And there are times when I swear, and I think this is true, one step backwards will take you to jail. One word will take you to jail. I avoid that with my ego. Right, I never back down. It's not a fucking thing
because it's what protects you.
Yeah, with some bullies see any weakness. I can watch videos.
I don't see that as a projection thing. I see that as a determination for to achieve the objective thing.
Yes, but I'm sure it's because of some flaw in me. I'm not smart enough, so I'm using anger as a crutch in that moment. I'm not that wise.
I agree, but not for. Yeah, and it's not for protection or self-defense. Kat, I hope you remember. 'Cause
But I'm
remember,
very
everyone-
well. Wait. You just said something there. I'm very aware of it while the game is going on. It is for protection in the moment. It's you're right. It's all come up for whatever reason, anger, blah blah blah. But I'm very aware in the dance that I have just become in jeopardy, and I better change my fucking tone. So I think protection does come into there somewhere. And then when I see him on his heels, I turn on the gas. All the ego and anger shit is still genuinely at play, but I am aware that you could be hurt here or go to jail or something. So protection, I don't think ever leaves. But the other anger shit, it ain't even me talking. And in some ways, I be thinking it's that divine shit talking through my ghetto so and so. All I'm trying to do is, in some ways, control that ego and don't make it about me. It's weird.
I don't
weird,
think so.
but
I
all
don't
of
think
these
you're
things
being-
are true.
I think you're just, you know, you already know when you're going into that arena that you're jumping into yourself
be
into the
hurt.
lion's den. Yeah.
Right.
So that's just a given. So you're going to
We
have
can
all
agree
your
that that
practice
anger
work,
shit too. Do we agree with that? That the next step is for me to bring up that anger. We call that ego? Because we agreed that I do that. I still do that if I think
as a tactic, sure. Of course,
Okay,
because that's
that's
one
what
of
we're
your
going.
that's one of your the
It's
things
part
in
of
your
your
bag.
protection. It's part
Yeah,
of
I
your
would say,
protection.
yeah, I don't think it's rehearsed for that. I think that's just Joe's arsenal coming out in his objective. He's
Because
already
his
you're
energy.
already and it gets easier with practice because you get confidence,
does.
right?
But it stays.
but
I
you're-
cannot take disrespect. These things will never change. Maybe they will, but if I'm eager for the moment when you disrespect me, I'm still gonna jump on you. I want to. I'm gonna get angry and shit. If that means anything, I'm still. I'm losing it. That's the weed shit guru.
No, it's all good. It's good. It's an interesting observation, and maybe there's some nuances there and whatnot.
And I would love to talk about them too, because I think about these things endlessly alone, and most of them are self-aware admissions like that. The whole thing was built out of fear. The whole anger shit, me just letting God take over because I'm afraid. I'll phrase it that. That's better because none of this shit's planned. But I'd be like, you just get your courage up and you jump on the field and you let someone else go for the ride. That was some fear involved there. Now it's a lot more controlled. When I was around the Secret Service, was sniffing my car and shit and surrounded me, and then all the other police. It got weird, and I felt that fear that I hadn't felt probably in years.
Right.
And I left that time. I am bullshit. Tough guy came out. I left. And they had blocked me in. That's what it was. They surrounded the car and blocked off the street and blocked me in. I'm like, fuck. They was the bomb sniffing dogs for biting is what it was.
Well, that's fear is part of your ego, and your ego keeps you safe. So
fear is part of
wait. What do you mean fear is part of your ego? Who said fear is part of your ego?
Yes, it is.
Well,
Because
you have to demonstrate that.
Because your ego wants
fear
to make you
is a feeling.
It's just in my case, not generally speaking. I'm saying my case is weird. Okay. You're saying it applies across the board. Okay, go ahead.
Fear is a feeling. It's a reactionary feeling based on focus.
Rationary?
Reactionary.
Rational or reactionary.
Oh. Reactionary. By the way we're designed.
Okay, but fear is bad energy. It brings you bad mamma. You got
fear is a feeling.
But how is it ego, Cat? Which is where you were going.
Because you are special, and special thing happen to you, and you have to be careful because special things don't happen to everybody.
No, see, you took it to every. Yeah, she went Jack Talk on that. Remember, you took it to everybody. Stay with everybody. Yeah.
How is fear ego?
Fear is your ego keeps you safe. And the fear helps you to see what you have to be careful of.
You didn't answer the
See,
question.
fear comes
You
first,
said,
then you use ego, and what you
don't
said,
give
they
it
were not
away. Don't give it
concurrent.
away,
Okay,
Joe.
all right.
Let's help her come to it. You said that fear is ego, but fear is a feeling.
No, hold on. I didn't say. I'm not making everything exclusively. Fear is ego, or ego is fear.
That's what
That's
you
just
said.
part. It's
Ego is
part.
part of fear.
On.
Ego is part of
Part
fear.
of it.
That'll do. Show us where it's part of fear is part of the ego or whatever ego. Fear,
I
whatever
think
point.
she's. I think
Because
she's now because I think she
instead of
heard
just
you a bit, Joe.
instead of just
Yeah.
instead of just going like everything's going just wonderful and butterflies are flying high, that is a great place to
Fear
be. But
It
your
has
fear
nothing to do with
brings you
ego
down.
so far.
is your compass guide measurement, loud and clear that your focus is centered in your ego. That's by design.
Say that again.
Fear is the feeling that you feel when your focus is centered in your ego. That's by design. It's a
Because you're not
compass.
part of the all. Because you're not part of the all. You're going way
You're not,
into the wall.
because you're not focused in the all. Yeah, you're focused in the box. You're focused in the ego.
Right. And the
So,
ego can be hurt.
so
You can
by
fear.
design,
Protect.
so you would, right. So even though you forgot to remember, you still have a chance to remember. That's what it's for. So you'll never truly be in a situation in a eternal predicament of darkness with no chance to remember.
I love it.
That's
I
a
love
nice
it because I need that shit. I
So
need
that's
that
take that
memory
wisdom. If you're feeling outside of contentment,
fearful.
fearful, all these things, and then it
That's
gets
a great word
amplified
for
into
her,
We'll
right?
have to
Because she
talk to
has so
you.
many fears.
Hold on a
later.
second. No, wait a
Go ahead.
second. I
Go ahead.
was doing just fine. And then after I talked to you guys, then I started developing the fears. I was just fine. And butterflies
Okay.
were going by me.
He's
And
giving you
everything
a
was going
tool.
great.
He's giving you a tool, and I disagree with that. Shit show was kicking your ass. You were nervous every day. But he's giving you a tool to deal with these fearful when they arise, understand what they are based in.
I'm giving you a revelation of tool is a great word, but this wisdom and understanding will give you solid ground through any drama, regardless. War, darkness, it don't matter. You'll be untouchable if you never forget to remember. Because if you remember that outside of the feeling of contentment and peace, that is the compass gauge to remind you what you forgot to get back there by letting it go.
Don't you think that's your perspective?
No,
We
it's the
talked about it
result.
earlier. You remember that you're separate from this thing. You were talking about it in terms of you have to step away from the result or whatever. You out being outside of it, you realize there's nothing to fear because you're not. That is not all of you.
Right.
You're not
Great,
really
great
that.
question, though.
Well,
Genuine question, right? Don't here's the answer to the question. Discoverable for you, Joe, anybody. It's demonstrable by cause and effect. Just practice it with observation and watch.
We agree.
It's no coincidence that every single time you could calculate it like magic. The results are the same.
That was
Because
the
it's by
result
design.
of the shit. That's how I got. I practice it in the cop watching me being angry and stepping up against so and so. But in practicing and going through it clumsily, I recognize what really was at play. And I can do it now without the anxiety and all of that shit or fear, right? I can just use my reason and logic, which is my goal.
It starts a little bit with discontentment, then it gets amplified into fear. The longer you stay in that box, that ego, and then what's next?
Yep.
Okay.
Anger.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Frustration, anger, and then physical violence.
Not me.
And there's a
No.
bunch of steps in between there too. The mental.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm summarizing it, obviously, right? But obviously can relate to this, right? And all of this is simply this. You'll hear me say this a lot, right? Peace is not an absence of war. Peace is remembering that it's an experience inside, regardless of the drama external.
Peace is not an absence of war. Peace is internal.
Yes. Peace is when you're content inside, regardless of any external drama. It's not based
peace
on.
Will have nothing to do with war. Blah blah blah. Peace would be. So if there was a war, it would be the war within you. The other war would be.
Correct. So war is a projection of internal conflict.
Right. And that's the war
Okay.
you need to be winning. And
When
even
you
if-
forgot to remember.
Yeah.
For too long.
Telling you that kid was on the outside saying, "Let me in, coach." That's how I remember. I know I was that kid. Let me in, coach. I can help these niggas. Look at that dude.
It's like a
Yeah,
movie.
I can help him, Father.
We can
yes,
take this down to a small scale, even in a little conversation. A little ego comes into play, it gets a little heated, blah, blah, blah. There's two ways it can go. It can get more amplified, or we could remember to never forget to remember, let it go, relax, and we maintain peace, don't we? We project what we're focusing and amplifying internally, externally.
Yes, except it doesn't work on the lottery.
Every single moment. No, that has nothing to do with that.
If you were that person,
we're talking project, not manifest.
Yeah, if you had these gifts, you would not. If you had the gift to manifest a thing, you would be evolved.
You
beyond
wish it was
the
that
manifest
easy.
lottery.
Yeah, if you get what I'm saying, though, you would realize you won the lottery before it started.
Yes, these things that
Oh,
be
trust me,
important
I
is
am
what
not
you
the-
be trying to manifest, not lottery.
I may be shopping like a billionaire now, but seriously, I'm gonna run out of money. So, but I got a lot of stuff. Holy fuck! You should see the shipments here. I gotta drag these things up 17 steps. None of them go. Oh,
Amazing
I'll
how
get
the
that
problems
figure out
come when
for you.
we I got a lot of stuff. Problem.
No, but no. What the only problem is that I love it. That's the problem. I
The
don't
ego.
feel the stuff that I
You
have.
don't truly love it. You embrace it.
Who was the philosopher
Yeah, straight.
who lived in a jar on the street? I usually know his name is not coming to me.
A
But
jar.
he was famous. He lived in a jar on the street. And
In
he's
a
famous.
jar.
Alexander the Great heard about him. He came to visit him. And he came to him. He's like, "I've heard of you all around the world. You know, if there's anything I can do or something." He was like, "Yeah, you blocking my son. Get out the way." Yeah, I'm sure it's exaggeration. Euclideus, I don't even remember the dude's name. But his philosophy was you have to remove yourself of everything. He's famous for the moment where he lost his drinking cup and he was mad about it. And he saw some guy use his hands and get water. And now he immediately spun on himself. God damn it, I didn't need that cup the entire time. He was so serious about removing himself of belongings. He's famous for living in a jar. That would get you there on that. Apparently he was a real dude too. Because they are written about everything. Yeah, living in here. Oh wow, let's get his name. Philosopher who lived. Hey Siri. Who was the philosopher who lived in a jar on the street? Diogenes.
I can't understand it. It breaks up.
Diogenes. He was the guy who lived in a jar or a wine barrel, she said.
A Greek guy. Seems like
hey Siri. Who was Diogenes? Oh my gosh, she's going into my phone book. All right, fuck Siri.
Well, you asked such a broad question.
Because she would have. I thought you just wanted to know one thing. Was he Greek or something? Yeah, I think it's Greek.
No, yeah. So just say, was Diogenes Greek?
Hey Siri, was Diogenes Greek? Denise. See, she not even said his name. I know I'm not. Hey Siri, who was the philosopher who lived on the streets in a jar? Uh, um,
Now ask her, it was that guy Greek?
Yeah, he was in Diogenes of Sinope, was an ancient Greek philosopher. He was Greek, self-proclaimed
Oh, you never said
citizen of the
anything.
world. Who, at different points, allegedly lived in a wine barrel or possibly another kind of jar. Urinated on guests at banquets. I heard about that. He would masturbate in the street because he felt like it was all his, and made a regular practice of insulting famous figures, which I'm sure is how he got remembered in history,
I like this
and
guy. Who is it?
lecturing Diogenes, and lecturing shoppers in the marketplace. Plato called him
Plato.
a Socrates gone mad.
Oh, Soccer.
21st century historians compared his life to one long mighty Monty Python sketch. So I guess other people like him too. Some believed him to be crazy. He was one of the most respected and beloved philosophers of the 4th century. One of the founders of an
Sounds like
ancient
Charlie
Greek
Manson.
school known as Stoicism. It's important to note from there's a large amount of speculation about Diogenes, the philosopher. Left behind
Diogenes.
Diogenes.
I think I recall a few things from this guy here and there.
Yeah,
a few wisdom quotes or something.
The way you're talking about it is like you're going to go out on your motorcycle and find him and beat him up.
No, just like
think I know
Charles
this guy.
Manson, I would want to sit down and have an intellectual discussion with you.
What did I don't know if you heard me, but I said let's like Charles Manson.
Yeah,
he
but
was
where's
describing-
where's the beat the fuck out of the guy come from?
Did y'all get into the Manson
befriend him.
stuff? Yeah, I might have
No,
to
the
tell
way-
me. I referenced it a bunch. What was the Manson
The
part?
way you said Nudy, the way you talked.
Because you guys have referenced it a few times, but I wasn't there. I don't know where Manson comes into play. Why don't you guys tell me?
What
Yeah.
say?
Well, I don't know if you remember, Joe. It was far away now. Yesterday, I sent you and Kat that link there, and it was a video.
I don't think I.
popped up in
He
my
obviously
phone.
didn't click it.
What was the
You didn't
title?
know
I don't
that-
think I saw it.
You don't see the title. You only see the link, so you don't know
I
what
sent-
you're being put to.
I sent you the link, and the message was, "How much do you think I can relate to
It was-
what's in this video?"
It was
And you were
40 or
on
50
panel, you
minutes.
said.
I did not watch it because I looked. I saw it was 40 or 50 minutes. I said, yeah.
See who your true friends are, Nate. I watched the whole damn hour, and I didn't even take any breaks because
So,
he
did
was
it have something to do with
mesmerized.
Manson? The video?
Yeah,
It was
It was
a
an interview.
Charles Manson interview. Yes.
I've seen his interviews. I can probably keep up the conversation. I bet I've seen.
it's from like 1980 or 1983 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it would have been firsthand shit for me. I used to, I read the Helter Skelter. I was a fiend for all that shit back then.
You know what?
I
What do you
saw
think of Helter
interviews.
Skelter? Hold on. What do you think of Helter Skelter? Do you think that's true?
I don't understand the question. It's clearly true because people died and all of that.
Okay, but hold on a second. When you listen to Charles Manson, he says, and it's a valid point of view if it's true. That's Helter Skelter was just made up. It wasn't the truth. It wasn't the truth. That's
don't
how
understand.
how he sees it.
He made Helter Skelter up. It was his idea. I don't understand. It's
I
his
know, but
idea that what part is not true? It was just a philosophy he had, first of all, that black man would kill a white man, take over the world, and he would be ruling us. That was the Helter Skelter. The reason he killed those people and wrote "Die Pigs Die" was to start a race war. He believed the world would be better that way. So that's where Helter Skelter comes in. But whether it was true, the murders and shit occurred even back then. he said that, he said a bunch of crazy shit, but he acknowledged they occurred. The people acknowledged that they did it. Even to this day, they're like, they
But
they
he
grew their
didn't.
hair back then. They cut their hair. So which part was
Yeah.
not true and which part is true? I don't know. Sure, the question.
Okay, I'm not telling you that it is or isn't true. I'm telling you that he was trying to say that this was a story made up by the, I don't know if he said defense or no, the
What
prosecution or
story?
something like that,
What story?
about what Helter Skelter
Don't
was.
use that word. Don't use that word. You tell me different words. He said this
I don't
story
know
they're
any.
making up is untrue. What story was untrue? Tell me the story. Don't say the word helter skelter.
The
Yeah. You understand
all I
helter
can think
skelter
of is
skelter
that
so much is not helpful at this point. I need other words.
whatever it was, he's saying that he's disagreeing with it. That's why I asked you if you said if you thought that it was a true story, and according
But
to
you won't tell
him,
me what the story
it's
is.
not
I can't
true.
answer
I
the
don't
question.
know. I never saw
Well,
Helter
doesn't
Skelter.
help me, right?
So
Uh,
so
I
I'm just saying that
don't know
he
what
is
he's
saying
talking about.
he was saying that it was made up against him, and he just went along with it, or so I can't remember what he fucking said.
He didn't kill anyone. Perhaps he's saying I
Yeah,
had nothing to do with it. Maybe
right.
that's what he's saying.
Well,
Well,
yeah, yeah. He was always. I wanted to say that, but I wasn't sure if that was Helter
it
Skelter or
won't
just
fly anyway. That
Bobby.
won't fly anyway. No, because that would go against Helter Skelter and his whole plan and all of that bullshit. That would be some shit. And he wasn't saying that early on. He wasn't saying it wasn't me. He was explaining how his philosophy was brilliant and all of that shit in the first days. And the girls are
Oh,
still going to court bald headed. In
am I
those
gone or
days, he
is
was a
Jackie?
god. Y'all can't hear me?
I missed what you just said.
Okay.
In my day, or back in
Am
the
I?
day, or something like that.
I was saying they shaved their heads and they were proud of the
Oh
act
yeah.
back then. Yeah. They were going to
Well,
court every day with him. He was a god back then. They were not saying he ain't had nothing to do with it, nor was he.
he okay. What he said in this. This is an interview 20 years later, right?
Right. That makes
There's
more sense.
yeah, and he says he was just a guy who played guitar.
Yeah, he
And,
was a guy
and the
playing
girls and the
guitar.
girls like music, so he had a lot of girls hanging around him.
I can relate
Right.
So
to that.
and whatever they did on their own. He didn't have anything to do with it. So that was his position in 1980, whatever. And
Yeah.
Nudy, Nudy is I keep on thinking you're identifying with him.
Ah,
Right.
right,
But
right.
you
No.
You remember?
you corrected me and said you what's the word?
Relate. I
Relate.
relate to.
You relate to him.
I identify 0% and I relate 90%. Big difference.
Still
Important.
90%, even after you learn about the Scientology.
Yeah,
I
because
just
again, it's I don't know enough context and actual facts and details around it.
Cat at that time, he was also carved a swastika in her head and was saying that these people will kill anyone he tells them to kill. Telling the interviewer, you better be careful. He was that guy for a while in those interviews. He's like, they'll do
He
whatever
said
I tell them.
he did say that he runs the underworld. That's what he said in his interview.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Which I fear I think he means the underworld in the jails.
I wonder which ones y'all saw because in the beginning he used to say crazy shit, and the guy you see now
Yeah.
is nothing like the crazy fuck in the beginning.
Oh no, he was saying some crazy shit. But also stuff he said
what?
that sounded crazy, but it was actually pretty true.
Right. So now we're getting to the nitty gritty. But what's something actual crazy he said?
I don't know. I don't understand his language. Like he's talking bullshit, like nonsensical words he's putting together.
Yeah.
Like when he
It
goes
won't
out,
make
blah,
sense.
blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
Google.
yeah,
No.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about when he's
'Cause that's genius. But anyway,
he's
go
saying
on.
that he's
Which I can relate to.
he's saying now you made me forget, son of a bitch.
We're talking about. I asked you an example
Some
of
of the
something
things he
actual
said that were
crazy.
crazy.
Actually crazy. Yeah.
Well, okay, so when he's saying, he'll say like, "Yeah, I was talking to the lamp, and then I went down there, and like, who wants that to happen anyway?" And then,
Yeah. You
and
think
he's
that's
like,
crazy?
yes, especially when it sounds like what I just put forth.
Yeah.
I wasn't just giving you categories. That's pretty much how it goes. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. So because you don't understand what he's talking about, it looks crazy to you.
Yep.
I get it though. There's nothing crazy about it. And that's why I related to him 90% because I get it. I get 90% of
Okay,
what he was.
explain it to me then. If you get him so much, explain it to me. Why is that crazy?
He's like I said earlier, and again, grain of salt here, big one, because I'll say this so Joe understands. I don't know a lot about Charles Manson. I've seen in total maybe about 4 interviews. I don't even know the helter
That's
skelter
for
details or any of that stuff. So this is
That's
all
for
based on the 4 interviews that I've seen from random periodic times, and this is actually the first one that I observed the most intently. So based on that, I see a man who, if we're like we said earlier, giving the benefit of the doubt, there's no theater going on here.
Definitely
Oh,
there.
now you don't want to apply the theater. Yeah.
I
What do you
sent
mean
you a
now?
link.
We said this earlier. This is a repeat conversation.
Okay.
You guys, you potheads and your short-term memories.
So you got me in trouble,
I-
Cat.
I saw it, Joe. I'll get it in a sec. What I can relate to and what I see is this that you might not understand. It's the same thing that I'm saying, except even more so. This man is inside the fucking box. He's been put in a cage by crazy people who are calling him crazy. Classic pot and kettle syndrome, and he's just telling the truth about it. Every time they call him crazy, he's just saying, "What you tell me is exactly what you are."
I
I
think
just
that's
don't go off the percentages.
I live in the outside of that while you live in oblivion. While
I
you
think
put me in a cage.
I think that's your inside child talk.
No. He's 80% right. I don't. It's just not child talk. He's right. Dude's onto it a ton. He's onto some shit. He's
No,
right.
I'm saying
And he's right about the way he talks. He makes it confusing intentionally. It's just shit dumb. Stupid people
He's
do, in my
actually just
opinion.
mocking that very thing while he's doing that because the crazy people are saying that. So he's giving them what they say.
However, he is still the same guy that thought that they had the race war bullshit, and he got mad because a producer wouldn't give him a record deal, so he tried to kill him. He's still that same guy. So I would assume that even with all his revelations, there had to be 20% crazy in there without even seeing the interview.
Oh, I'm sure there's crazy. And those are some of the details I don't know about him.
He says what he does, why he has the swastika in that interview. If you click that interview,
I just sent him a link before he had the swastika, before he carved in his head. You can hear the shit he talked about before he even had the swastika. I think it's pre-swastika.
He said something about, he said Jews. It was Jews was in there. I know that. And it was some kind of war that had happened, but I don't mean like a world war kind of thing. It was just some kind of a war.
Could have been that race war he was trying to kick off a race war.
Do you think he put that Nazi sign on his forehead because he identifies himself as being a Nazi? And he's proud of it?
Well, that's what one would tend to think, but that could be.
Do you think that's the case, or do you see that to be the case?
Well, I don't know. I don't know enough.
I don't know why he did it either, but I would have assumptions.
I do.
Do you have any assumptions? Don't tell me yet.
No assumptions. Based on what he said.
Hold on, don't tell me yet. Why would he put it on there, Kat? You any idea?
I know. Not unless, I mean, it could be he's a racist. It could be that, because I've heard people talk about that symbol before it was a Nazi symbol. It was part of the Maltese cross. And before that, it was meaning something, and it wasn't Nazi stuff. So people like my ex-boyfriend wanted to make it known that the swastika was not just for the Nazis.
Way
Now,
off
I
base.
don't know if that's him trying to justify it because he was German and he was trying to, you know, well, before it was a swastika.
I'll be just as wrong. I would have guessed he's on some Jews run the world shit. I'm sure I'll be just as wrong. Guru, why has he got on?
All
I
right.
don't think he said anything about running the world. It was just some little area.
First thing, and it's a clue, so I won't give it out right away. Another chance to contemplate it. The location he put it was specific.
Yeah,
He didn't just, there's what is in that spot and what does that
it's the
represent?
third eye, but I still
Third eye.
can't get
What
past
is-
the Jewish people run shit.
What does that mean? Why
Third
would he
eye,
put it there?
It's because he's looking to envision it through his third eye, not the self down here, the introspective self, conscious self, and all of that.
Yeah, so it means I can, right. So it represents I can see, right? I can see, you can't. This is what you labeled me. I'm throwing it back on you. He's doing the mirror thing.
Wait, who labeled him a Jew? He put a swastika up there. Oh, a
A
Jew
lot
leader?
of people labeled him a Nazi and
A Nazi.
racist and all these things. Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's see if the theory holds. Theory does not hold. It does not hold.
This is what he expressed even in the interview.
Yeah. I think he's lying and just fine, doing a little coping there. The theory it would hold on its own. The way you said it, it holds. But then I got to throw his characteristics in. It no longer holds. He's too close to the Jew-hating people for it to be a coincidence that he had the wisdom. He really was into that race bullshit. He thought that the fucking black people were going to take over the world. He tried to kick off the war. He's so close to these left-wing liberal ideology bullshit. I don't think the Jew thing was accidentally up there. I think baggage would have to be attached.
Right. This is where I have no ability to respond because my limited knowledge of him. I have no.
Well, I'll find some. Can you play the one bit and then I'll find something where the Helter Skelter was about. The book, it will tell you all of that shit. In the murder scene, he wrote dyed pigs. He wrote some swastika, some race stuff. He wanted people to think it was black people. He thought that the white people would attack the black people, but the black people had the high moral ground. He would join with them, and because he was smarter, he would lead them. He would be the leader of this new army. These are some of the beliefs he held when he went into that house.
That's the way the world works.
And they stayed high on mushrooms and acid all day, every day. That would have added to it. They stayed on that shit. All of them said. Now they are square. They look like, grandmothers and shit. Some of these ladies who was back there talking about, I'll do anything for him. It's bullshit. The man, they had a name. The Manson family, maybe was what it was. The girls had a name. They used to show up for court every day and hippie shit. They were first gorgeous with long hair. Then they shaved their shit bald head. And then they all put swastikas on. They asked him why, because he put one on his head. It was back then, it was different than what he turned out to be now. And even then, once he started doing interviews, I'd say he was onto something. You could see he knew, secrets and shit. He was trying to cover them up by saying, by not being direct, by not communicating directly. He flowered it with a bunch of bullshit, which I consider him or anyone else doing it, that's a weakness. And now he doesn't flower it so heavily, But,
well, tell me something. What kind of, Nudy, what kind of real person who's all about truth would let two chicks show up to court and shave their heads and put the swastikas and always be there, like always? They were always there. So why didn't he tell them to go away and stop it?
He enjoyed it back then, the power. He was bragging on, I can have these people kill anybody. I can reach out and touch anybody. He was that guy still at the very beginning.
again, I have no knowledge and no context about any of these things. This
Play the vid. It's
stuff
going to give you some
happened.
context. Play the short.
This
It's
is
just a short.
is this the right one? Yeah, it's a short. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
yeah. It'll give you
okay,
some
hold on.
context. I put in Charles Manson talking crazy, and that was the first result.
Okay, hold on. Share screen. All right, there it comes.
Actually, it was the second result.
Life in prison for the brutal murder of Sharon Tate. This is what Charles Manson said during an interview while serving life in prison for the brutal murder of Sharon Tate.
I wouldn't do anything that I felt guilty about. There's no need to feel guilty. I haven't done anything I'm ashamed of. Maybe I should have killed 400 or 500 people. Then I would have felt better. Then I would have felt like I really offered society something. You know, if I wanted to kill somebody, I'd take this book and beat you to death with it, and I wouldn't feel a thing. Do you feel blame? Are you mad? Do you feel like
Love
it. Murdered somebody. What do you want to call me a murderer for? I've never killed anyone. I don't need to kill anyone. I think it. I have it here. In my whole life, I've burglarized a grocery store, sold some dimes, busted open a stamp machine, stole a few automobiles, and cashed a couple checks.
I'm a petty thief.
car thief. Believe me, if I started murdering people, there'd be none of you left.
That's something Nudy would say.
Wait, why is that only thing?
Now we're getting to I can identify. All right.
Wait. I still think the big thing remains here. All he is saying for hey, he's just disgusting. I can't get it no respect, Chad. It wasn't me. I did it all with my mind. I didn't kill anybody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quote Eminem. I am whatever you say I am.
I saw all of those things too.
You know, you want me to play the part? Fine, I'll play it. Right, but
Yeah.
he's playing it because
He's a dancing bear.
in the mind aspect, he's not encaged and enslaved by it, and he's laughing at the people that are insane. That he's in this conundrum paradox where I lose in the sense that these insane people get to hold me in a box, but they think they won, and they don't know that they lost. And I'm going to throw that mirror right back at them all day long. There's nothing left for me to do anyways.
Yeah, but that's why he didn't win, because he's in jail. He played by their rules and got him locked up. Then he came to these fucking understandings. I don't think he's won.
He's not stuck in that mind of trying to win or lose. That's why he's not enslaved.
I can give him that, but you didn't win because that mindset is what got you there fucking behind bars playing a monkey.
Yeah, he's not trying to win.
Bullshit.
Which part?
He's just doing the mirror thing.
Yes, at this point, I'm calling him objectively. You could, somebody outside of him could say, yeah, he's kind of a loser because he's come to this point of clarity why he's got life in prison and blah, blah. He can say, I'm a winner. At least I learned the secret.
What he was doing with that, you're lucky I'm not a killer, I'd kill you all thing. He's playing the mirror of the fear card. Everybody's trying to throw fear at him. Do this.
But he really did.
Caged in the mind, right? So he's throwing the fear back.
No, that would be true if it was just a mind game. Remember, he just had a bunch of people murder a bunch of other people. So
I have no
it's
idea
not just
about that stuff. Remember?
Okay, all right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Wait. But objectively, all of these girls who went to his court every day, these are just the things we know. Do you think that they did it on their own accord? Nothing to do with this guy who clearly is their leader. Any chance of that happening?
I'll tell you this.
Spontaneously went without their leader. Any chance of that?
I can't answer because I know nothing about it. I have to learn about
just by the three things we know that I told you. We know that he is the leader
I'll
of their
tell you the
organization
answer.
because hold on, wait, give me your answer in a second. I want to clarify with Nudy. We know that he is the leader of the organization because of what me and Kat said, the way they showed up for court, shaved their heads, put their thing behind them. They're clearly the followers. Did these followers go out and murder people on their own? Is there any chance of that happening with that's all you knowing? The
Well,
answer is
say
no.
hang on.
Now
Is there?
let me ask you.
Whoa, Cat. Whoa.
We were trying to get clarity here, Kat. Let us get it.
The question was too fast. Is there a chance? Can you repeat the question?
Yes, if we first have to agree that he is the leader, and me and Kat, as evidence, we were talking about how they used to show up for court every day at the murder stuff. Then they cut their hair bald and they put the swastika in their head. They were clearly following him, is all I'm trying to establish.
They were
He
following
was the
him?
leader. Yes.
That's the question, is whether they were following him or not?
I'm trying to establish that. The
No,
question
the
is about to
question-
come. I need you to accept that he was the leader and that he actually had followers as a fact
No,
first.
the question was, is he at fault or are they doing what they're doing on their own? Okay? That was the question. And the answer
That wasn't my
is,
question.
one of your questions, that was a question, because I got the
Fault.
fucking
You
answer.
threw
So I
fault
know
in
that
there.
was-
I didn't say fault, but you threw fault in there, but go ahead.
Oh, whatever.
For both questions,
Ah.
still way too little context for me to know.
No, it's not. What do you
Yeah.
mean? If
Well,
listen,
I'm starting
okay.
to Joe. I know you don't
Not to
know.
start giving percentages, Guru. It's not too soon. You put that, take it out of context of him and put it in with anywhere else. We could do government. Any chance that the head of the what it was given a Department of Justice, when the three people underneath him went out and murdered a motherfucker last night, and we know that they are damn cult-like followers. Is there any chance, under any circumstances, that they did it on their own? He had nothing to do with it. Was even
I'm so
unaware.
lost even to
Can
the
I
question. 'Cause
answer?
again,
Okay,
all right.
wait while you, right now you don't know, there's a blank there and you
yeah, a
gotta
lot
fill
of
it in.
blanks. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, so, fuck.
That's what you get. You should have been patient. That's what you get. You were so
No, I could have said what I
break
said
in and do
already.
your thing. You're right.
No, did somebody ask me a fucking question and I was answering it.
Well, I'll
Okay.
ask you the question. Is there any chance, Kat, knowing that these people, me and you agree that he's the leader and they're his followers, is it any chance that they go out and kill those particular people without his
On their own.
knowledge? We'll start there.
Yeah. Okay, that was the question. So the answer is half, because he couldn't get through to them if they didn't have the opening. So because they had a weakness, he was able to use it. That's what all cult leaders do. So now he's at fault for wielding his power over somebody he knows that he can overpower. So 50-50.
Well, the question was, is there a chance from Joe? So
Right.
there's always even without any context, the question the answer would have to be yes, because there's always a chance. But I don't think that's
the
really
answer is yes. Then I would have asked you percentages. Just on reasoning.
without knowing the details and the context.
Yes, nothing other than what I gave you.
No way I can put any percentage on it because I don't have
Nonsense. Nonsense.
I don't know what happened, dude. I don't even
you don't
know.
have to. With what I gave you, I know that if I said Paul enslaved, his top
all I
6
know is,
disciples went out and did a thing. Any chance Paul is unaware? The odds are, whether you put any name under that cultist so-and-so, odds are, if we agree it was a cult, which is why I asked followers, odds are 80, 90% that he would have known something about it. Then you add on from there. But you'd have to agree. Maybe you'd have to see them walking the court every day, cutting swastikas and shaving their heads bald and being a straight
more than
cult
that,
following, not just regular shit. Yeah.
I'd also have to see more details regarding. All I know is that some people were murdered. I don't know much more than that. I don't know the whys, and I don't know the context behind these girls.
Well, let's not know the
Both
why,
kinds of
but let's
girls.
know if we know who did it. Let's assume the girls did do it. We don't need to know the why. If those girls did it, we can make some assumptions immediately. I know I'm feel free to do it. They lived with him every freaking day. He was the leader. He was the guy they followed. My odds are going up that he plays a role, put something in their head. You throw in the mushroom shit. You throw in his thinking he's a superstar. He's charismatic. Now the numbers are going up and up. All this without knowing one thing about reason why they did it.
There's so many hypotheticals though. How do we know it was? It could be just there was a jealousy, and they just decided to plot to kill some people. Who
It's
knows?
feasible, which is why we throw the odds in there, right? That's why I say it's little odds. With things like that, it could be the random outlier or something jealous happened.
I got you, but the problem was without knowing more context, the odds of pretty much anything are possible. You know, that's the same without knowing the more context.
I'm trying to go to likely. Let me see if I can find another clip. I'm trying to go to likely. I think if I can establish that they were just cult following, then the more they're a cult, then the less chance that you're going to deviate and do anything drastic that dad doesn't want you to do or doesn't approve of. Especially something that drastic that would have changed their entire lives.
I didn't answer right. I shouldn't have said 50-50. I agree with you. The chances are up because he has the means, motive, and opportunity. Hello?
I'm muted. I'm looking for a clip.
Oh. Well, what do you think? He's got the means.
About what? What'd you say? Means, motive?
I said he's got the means, motive, and opportunity.
Well, agree means mentally he's even bragging on in the clip he just showed. If I wanted people dead, I didn't do anything. If I want you dead, I think it. It's up here. He has means. He even believe he has means. Motive, yes, but Guru doesn't know motive because he doesn't know that Sharon Tate was in the house of the people who he had got into it with. Guru wouldn't know that part.
I don't know anything about any of this stuff, the cult stuff. I don't know anything.
That's another thing. What are the odds that they picked the house of the person that he was into it with, some big producer or something? And opportunity, we know opportunity because it actually occurred. And he's right. He didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, but I've asked you this question before, and Nudy didn't have the right answer.
Oh, let me ask Guru, not Guru, fucking Siri. Let me ask Guru. Hey, Guru, what did else was?
I know I'm artificial, but fuck.
You just gave him an idea, Joe.
Ask Guru.
Ask Guru. That could be your answer sometimes.
Should we make a Guru AI?
I'm asking, why did Manson family choose that house? And I'm hoping that they'll give me a little background and we can learn about it together.
Hey, Nudy's AI would be his own voice.
Well, that's what I meant.
Of course it would. Yeah.
You know how people do that, right? There's AIs that you record your voice and then it's an AI in your voice.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's pretty funny. Saw one of Jack Talcott, Axis Rattleblood.
They've done it, or you've got all of their voices.
I've seen other people who made them, and then played back funny stuff as if it was them talking. Paul Unslaved, so one of him. Funny.
All the narcissists.
Well, now I have to do one. Now I gotta be in that camp.
Narcissist club.
Yeah. I can't be outdone.
You guys have meetings?
Yes. Me and the AI, we perfect each other.
All right, let's see. This is the basic Google AI version, which would mean the chance that it's incorrect. It's high. Lefty
Really?
so and so. So let's take this with skepticism. Yes, this is the very first AI version. Never, take this for what it's worth. However, let's see what they're saying.
He's my best friend.
The prompt is, why did the Manson family target that house? Charles Manson targeted 150 CeeLo Drive, the Tate House, for the August 9, 1969 murders because it was formerly occupied by music producer Terry Melcher, who had rejected Manson's musical talents and acted as a symbol of the Hollywood establishment that rejected him. That's right. He told them to pick the house. He thought dude was there. Dude moved, and they killed the wrong family. Remember, he played guitar. He had aspirations, and he had went before this guy and all of that shit.
Well, that's why I said. He said he's just a guy with a guitar.
Manson knew the property, having visited it previously when recording there. So he knew the house and everything. He'd been there before, which tells me he directed them. It was no longer an accident, right? If he's been in that house, well, it could still be. It still could be angry. Dude called and said some shit to Charles. Charles was like, peace, dude. And they was like, fuck that. We gonna kill this nigga. You don't talk to my man like that. That's still a possibility. Manson did not participate in the killing, but ordered his followers to kill everyone. Well, that's just their opinion. The second house was largely at random. There was a second house. Though Manson had attended a party in the neighborhood previously, it was chosen as being an affluent area to signify. Oh, they must have did more than one. I only remember the Tate house. This house is meant to represent.
I thought there was more than one murder.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, let me try videos. Why did Manson target the LeBlanca? That's a 30-second YouTube short. Might be worth watching. What is this?
Why did Manson and his family move to Spawn Ranch? When did they move there?
That Spawn Ranch, that place where they was living, it was the old Hollywood Western filming place. But apparently nobody bothered them there. They was able to live there. They gave, little horse rides and got high all day. Some ranch. Spawn Ranch.
I guess he wasn't getting rich enough quick enough, I mean.
Yeah, but apparently he got really close. Apparently he was a really good guitarist, and he was square and thought he was going to get a record deal. And his dreams got crushed, and suddenly he went from being like, I want to be one of the Beatles to I want to be a hippie and murder motherfucker.
He became Darth Vader.
Yes, he became Darth Vader. Yes, he went from white hat to dark hat.
He's from a broken heart. That's why Brett's the way he is, from a broken heart, from a little boy when he had to be in such a rough neighborhood. He's just a broken heart. He's a boy with a broken heart. And me, being a girl, I just want to save him.
Well, you're broken.
That would mean you're broken. Yeah.
Well,
see the irony?
Yeah, but still, it makes me feel better when I can.
There it is. You're trying to fix you.
Well,
that's the intent.
Yeah. It's the trade-off. I don't expect money. It's the trade-off.
No, you're trying to heal you. That's what you're trying to do.
Okay. Probably it needs, I do need healing from many different traumas, which I just found out I had one more and I didn't know I did.
Or at the very least, improve your feeling about things. Your feeling, just improve a sense of healing, whatever, a motion towards healing, an upliftment.
It makes me feel good about myself.
There you go.
I told you earlier in the conversation, I'd give myself a pat on the back, and I don't know if that might have been when we were on the phone or on the. We were
I
on the
remember.
phone. Yeah. Did we talk on the phone?
No,
No.
not today.
Just text until we got here, and then we talked backstage.
That's right.
Yeah.
Backstage both for an hour,
Yeah.
half an hour. I
It
don't
was,
know.
it
Never
was
mind.
an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, an hour and a half, and then I got high, and then I yeah. Hey, guess what? Somebody named Lemon Pound Cake Wins was in the channel, and it sounded like he was trying to say that he was Aquaman.
Not a chance.
No, I don't think so. Now, I'm not even sure if that's actually what he was saying, because now I think
He was playing, but he said, "I'm not going to confirm nor deny for privacy
yeah, which is
reasons."
just a joke. Yeah. That was just a joke.
As if a public figure like that would give a shit about privacy on a channel like this.
So I didn't know who Lemon Pound Cake was, and he says, "Look me up on Google." Now, me being the gullible girl, I only understood "look me up on Google," not "this guy could be full of shit and just pretending." I was just listening to what he was saying, going with it, right?
He's been established as Afro Man for years. Lemon Pound Cake is relatively new. That means
yeah,
he
I
would
never
have
heard of
changed
that.
his account name to. It's a record he made after his house got broken.
Okay, so it's a record he made. Okay.
Yes.
So he did. Did he go? But Nudy looked it up, saying that.
Hey, look it up. YouTube and Google.
He
God, dog,
said,
now I'm calling him Google. YouTube and Guru.
Holy shit, man!
Nice.
I call him Google. YouTube and Google.
I am beyond God status now. I'm just wow.
Bro, he's theoretical. He gonna be what's up?
Look up what? What is it?
Lemon Pound Cake song.
Lemon Pound Cake song.
Yeah, it's got to be the first one to pop up. He's the only one I'm sure that got.
But he was on documents. You hear me?
Yeah, he's gonna show clips of all of that shit in the video. He's gonna show. It talks about the cop that broke into his house and all that.
Afro Man, a Lemon Pound
Afro
Cake
Man.
official music video. That one?
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah.
I have lemon.
Show the video and everything in there.
I have lemon poppy seed loaf in my freezer, and it's just been hungry for lemon pound cake now, all day.
I know, right?
Yeah. At first, I called him a she, and then Nudy goes, "What makes you think it's a she?" I said, "Because I love lemon pound cake, and I love women." So
it makes sense. Then why would a guy be talking about pound cake unless? I don't know.
Yeah, and then we found out he's a he, and then I said, "Well."